You have traversed into the realm of Douluo. You have become a sapling spirit beast with merely a year of cultivation. You cannot help but lament the injustice of the heavens. With a sigh, you gain 1,000 experience. Taking a deep breath, you acquire 5,000 experience. In disbelief, you inhale deeply, earning 10,000 experience. Faced with the surging cultivation, you gasp in astonishment. Experience 100,000. Experience 100,000. Experience 100,000. Thus, you become invincible. Chapter 1. The Respiratory System. Douluo Continent, Star Dou Forest. The forest, dense and verdant, brimming with the essence of nature, serene and tranquil, the air fresh and invigorating. Ah, yet another tedious day. The sky is so blue, and the clouds so white. An inconspicuous sapling sways its tender branches, adorned with a few emerald green leaves, dancing in the breeze. Regrettably, no one can comprehend the sapling's words, nor would they know that within this seemingly one-year spirit power tree resides another soul. Sigh, how utterly unfair is heaven. Why must I be brought here, only to become a plant-like spirit beast? Is this some sort of cruel joke? Chun Xiaoming silently screams within, for since his inexplicable arrival in the Douluo continent a year ago, he has lamented countless times to no avail. In his previous life, he had envied the scenes from novels many times, yet when it came to his turn, Chun Xiaoming realized he had fallen into tragedy. In novels, others traverse as powerful beings. He, however, came to be hunted. Fortunately, with only a year of cultivation, no foolish spirit master has yet targeted him. Yet, the thought of his future fate haunted him, struggling to enhance his cultivation, only to be slain once he breaks through a century of cultivation to become a soul ring. Oh, pardon me, perhaps he would not even reach a century and would instead be killed within mere decades. Contemplating this, Chun Xiaoming felt akin to a pig fattened for slaughter. And he, by some cruel twist of fate, had become that slaughtered pig. The key issue was that, as a sapling spirit beast, he had no means of escape. The tears within Chun Xiaoming had long dried up. It was truly a dire predicament. Ding dong, the respiratory system has been successfully bound. A sudden sound echoed in Chun Xiaoming's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is this? A system? I have a system binding? Chun Xiaoming had pondered the possibility of possessing a system before, yet after a year without a hint, he had lost hope. Now, with the system's voice resonating in his mind, his fighting spirit rekindled. I too am one who possesses a system. With an excited yet tumultuous heart, he silently recited the word system. Whoosh! A flash of light swept past, and an attribute panel appeared in Chun Xiaoming's mind. Host, Chun Xiaoming. Age, 26. Spirit beast, sapling tree. Spirit power, 1 year. Bloodline none. Items none. Experience points, 0. Activate. Yes, no. Chun Xiaoming gazed at the attribute panel, lingering for a moment on his meager values, then turned his attention to the final activation option. Without hesitation, he clicked yes, and a warm light enveloped him. Chun Xiaoming felt countless warm currents flowing within him, providing immense comfort. The sapling tree was shrouded in light, its tender branches swaying, producing a melodious sound. After a brief moment, the light receded, and Chun Xiaoming's figure reappeared. Enjoying the previous comfort, he gradually regained his senses. Ah, that was truly delightful. Taking a deep breath, he relished the sensation. Ding, you took a deep breath, gaining 5,000 experience. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, startling Chun Xiaoming, and before he could ponder, the next moment arrived. You took a breath, gaining 1,000 experience. You took a breath, gaining 1,000 experience. You took a breath, gaining 1,000 experience. Gradually, Chun Xiaoming recalled the name of his system, the respiratory system, and could not help but sway his pitiful tender branches, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Ding, you took a deep breath, gaining 5,000 experience. Ding, you took a deep breath, gaining 5,000 experience. Ding, you took a deep breath, gaining 5,000 experience. In a short while, the system prompts filled his ears incessantly, and Chun Xiaoming silently urged the system, causing the attribute interface to reappear. Host, Chun Xiaoming. Age, 26. Spirit beast, sapling tree. Spirit power, 1 year, 41000100. Bloodline, none 41001000000000. Items none. Experience points, 41,000. The previously blank interface now boasted 2 new entries, with a symbol following both spirit power and bloodline, while the number 41,000 at the bottom danced continuously. Having read numerous novels, Chun Xiaoming formed a bold hypothesis. With a thought, He clicked on the next to Spirit Power. Spirit Power, 2 years 438000200. His spirit power surged by a year, and Chun Xiaoming could distinctly feel the change. His little heart began to beat uncontrollably. He had struck gold. He was on the verge of rising, and from this moment forth, he would no longer be a useless tree. Ding ding. You excitedly took a deep breath, gaining 10,000 experience. Suddenly, a prompt for 10,000 experience appeared, momentarily startling Chun Xiaoming. Yet he quickly became even more exhilarated. Ding ding. You excitedly took a deep breath, gaining 10,000 experience. Ding ding. You excitedly took a deep breath, gaining 10,000 experience. Ding ding. You excitedly took a deep breath, gaining 10,000 experience. The numbers fluctuated continuously, and for the first time, Chun Xiaoming found breathing to be a source of immense joy. He silently rejoiced, grateful that trees in Duluos could breathe, otherwise he would have been doomed. As he inhaled deeply, he resolutely clicked on the attribute panel. Spirit Power, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 9 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, his spirit power broke through 10 years. Chun Xiaoming felt a surge of warmth within him, as a tremendous energy coursed through his roots. Under the influence of this energy, Chun Xiaoming's sapling tree rapidly grew from a mere 1 meter tall sapling. In an instant, the sapling reached a height of 3 meters, its formerly weak branches now as thick as wrists, flourishing with abundant foliage. As his figure instantly grew 2 meters taller, the air he breathed became increasingly invigorating. The rapid growth of his spirit power left Chun Xiaoming's little heart struggling to keep up. I can't take it anymore. I need to catch my breath. If he did not pause for a moment, Chun Xiaoming feared he might suffocate from excitement and perish. Beep, beep, beep. You took a deep breath and gained 100,000 experience points. The notification echoed in his mind, leaving Chun Xiaoming in a state of bewilderment. What is this phenomenon? Is it some kind of devilry? He simply wished for a moment of respite. This system is truly terrifying, dreadfully so. Sigh. Is it even possible to let a tree breathe properly in this day and age? Chapter 2. The Enhancement of Soul Power. On the outskirts of the Star Dou forest, Chun Xiaoming leisurely gazed at the clouds, noting their increased grandeur with his height. The expanse appeared significantly larger than he remembered. Taking a deep breath of delight, he focused on his soul power. Soul power, 99 years, 1860000990000. Effortlessly, he ascended to the rank of 99 years soul power, contemplating the imminent breakthrough to the realm of century-old soul beasts. Chun Xiaoming steadied his emotions. Inhale. Beep, beep, beep. You have taken a deep breath and gained 100,000 experience points. He inhaled deeply again to calm his spirit and then upgraded his soul power with a flick of his right hand. Whoosh. A blazing light enveloped Chun Xiaoming. As numerous warm currents surged within him, the trunk of the greenwood tree surged upward, having just reached 3 meters. It rapidly ascended to 5 meters in the blink of an eye. The branches, once merely the thickness of a wrist, now nearly doubled in girth. What astonished Chun Xiaoming the most was the expansion of his root system. The intricate roots suddenly began to extend, burrowing downward from 5 meters to 10, then 20, until they eventually halted at 30 meters. Subsequently, the roots swiftly branched outwards, stretching 10, 20, 30, 60, 70, 80, and 90 meters. The roots extended nearly 100 meters underground, as abundant soul power surged into the greenwood tree, nourishing it. Simultaneously, a flicker of inspiration sparked within Chun Xiaoming's mind. Upon merely glancing, he was captivated, instinctively concentrating to comprehend it deeply. The inspiration flickered within his consciousness, and in an instant, he grasped a method of utilizing soul power. With a thought, he commanded the branches cascading from the crown of the tree to suddenly lash out. The branches struck the ground fiercely, leaving a deep imprint on the earth. Coming back to his senses, Chun Xiaoming stared in astonishment at the scene before him, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He began to speculate about the inspiration in his mind. If all went well, slaying the soul master who had harmed him might grant him a similar soul skill. Wait, am I not a soul beast? Why am I entertaining such thoughts? Shaking his head, he realized that despite being reborn as a soul beast, his way of thinking had not fully transformed. Well, I should take a few more deep breaths and strive to reach the status of a 100,000-year soul beast as soon as possible. Without achieving this milestone, there would be little assurance of survival. If he were to inadvertently encounter a formidable soul master one day, it could spell his doom. Casting his gaze across the realm of soul beasts he inhabited, he observed many 10-year and even numerous 100-year soul beasts, though they were not present at this moment. This environment satisfied Chun Xiaoming immensely. In the span of a year, While others struggled to comprehend Chen Xiaoming's words, he possessed the ability to understand theirs. Previously, when a soul master passed through this region, Chen Xiaoming discerned that he was situated on the outskirts of the Star Dou forest, a century-old bluewood tree spirit beast. Even on the periphery of the Star Dou forest, would not attract the attention of formidable soul masters. As for those lacking sufficient strength, should they dare to approach, Chen Xiaoming would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. He aimed to accumulate experience points on the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. As he could no longer elevate his soul power, the branches of the treetops swayed gently, and Chen Xiaoming shook his head. With a respiratory system in place, ascending to a 10,000-year soul beast was inevitable. However, being unable to move at present posed a risk. Should he rashly elevate himself to the ranks of a 1,000-year or 10,000-year soul beast and still find himself immobile, it would spell disaster. The emergence of a 10,000-year plant-type soul beast in the vicinity of the Star Dou forest would undoubtedly attract a legion of soul kings and soul emperors seeking trouble with him. Thus, he resolved to stockpile experience points and refrain from upgrading, biding his time. Ideally, he would endure until the passage of eons, upgrading only when he could ascend to a 10,000-year soul beast in a mere heartbeat. After all, he was a soul beast, specifically a long-lived plant type 1. Inhale slowly. Elevate gradually. All would come in due time. With his goals meticulously planned, Chen Xiaoming gazed up at the higher skies. The heavens were truly blue. Such a life was indeed splendid. Suddenly, 3 figures burst forth from the dense forest. Where's the light? I distinctly recall it being here, he mused. Upon closer inspection, a sudden radiance emanated from the area, suggesting the presence of something significant. Caution was warranted. You too, draw closer, let us search together. The trio, comprising 2 men and a woman, were evidently a soul master team. One of the men wielded a long staff, which exuded a faint ripple of soul power. The other had manifested his martial soul, which took the form of a wolf. They edged toward the woman, positioning her at the center for protection. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, holding a compass in her hands. 3 white and 2 yellow soul rings shimmered beneath their feet. A total of 5 in all. The previously leisurely Chen Xiaoming found himself momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of these 3 individuals, who bore expressions of acute vigilance. As his mind regained its composure, he regarded the trio with keen interest. The one with the staff was a weapon soul master. His soul power was indeterminate, but he possessed a single white 10-year soul ring beneath his feet, suggesting he was already in his 20s, a novice soul master, to be sure. Having assessed him, Chen Xiaoming shifted his gaze to the other 2. One bore a white soul ring, the other a yellow. Both soul rings pulsated beneath them. One wielded a beast martial soul, a wolf, while the other possessed a weapon martial soul, a compass. In terms of soul ring configuration alone, they were unremarkable, merely typical for ordinary soul masters. Strange, I clearly saw a radiant light here, yet there's nothing at all. Surrounding us are soul beasts, and the wolf martial spirit soul master dares not venture far. However, this area is quite vast, and one can see far and wide, not to mention luminous objects. Even reflective ones are absent. The female soul master holding the compass furrowed her brow, but recalling that this is the outermost region of the Star Dou forest, where many soul masters come to hunt soul beasts, she couldn't help but speculate that someone might have been quicker than them. Perhaps it has already been taken. Let us depart. Whispering softly, she led her companions away slowly. Oh, a glimmer? Could they be referring to me? Chen Xiaoming, who had been watching from the sidelines, heard them mention the light, and it seemed the only time there was brilliance here was when he broke through his soul power. Could it be that this group was searching for him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the retreating female soul master glance back. Her expression momentarily frozen as her steps halted. She smiled at the soul master beside her, who possessed only a white soul ring. Old 3, your luck today is lacking. You Haven T found the luminous treasure, but at least your second soul ring has found its match. Chapter 3, Slaying the Soul Master. Old 3, what do you see over there? The female soul master pointed toward Chen Xiaoming, causing him to blink in surprise as he waved his branch and looked around. The several 10-year soul beasts that had previously lingered nearby had now fled, leaving the area empty. Is she pointing at me? The soul master known as Old 3 followed her finger's direction and caught sight of Chen Xiaoming's body, swaying flamboyantly. The Qingmu tree soul beast. Having long frequented the outskirts of the Star Dou forest, the long-staffed man naturally recognized this common plant-type soul beast found at the forest's edge. Previously fixated on the luminous treasure, he hadn't paused to consider such an ordinary soul beast. Now, observing the 5-meter-high soul beast, a smile crept across his lips. Old 3, it seems you've stumbled upon a treasure without effort. This century-old Qingmu tree soul beast is quite rare. How fortunate you are to encounter it. The wolf martial spirit soul master clapped Old 3 on the shoulder, laughing heartily. While Qingmu tree soul beasts are abundant in the outskirts, most are merely 10-year beasts, with those over 100 years being seldom seen. Old 3, your luck is indeed splendid. This Qingmu tree, standing 5 meters tall, must have just broken through to the century level. It's perfect for your second soul ring. The compass-wielding female soul master chuckled, pleased that her companion had found a suitable soul beast. On the other hand, as the trio of soul masters brazenly pointed and plotted against him, Xiaoming felt a sardonic chuckle rise within. They truly regarded him as a mere soul beast. Let them come closer and see who meets their demise first. Understanding the precarious relationship between soul beasts and soul masters, which directly pertains to his own survival, Xiaoming harbored no mercy. These individuals were undoubtedly intent on his destruction. A fierce glint flashed in Xiaoming's eyes as he discreetly mobilized the soul power within him. It was not the opportune moment for him to advance. Should he elevate his soul power now, it might frighten off his adversaries and attract more formidable soul masters, leading to his downfall. Thus, patience was essential. He needed to gather momentum. Let us approach gradually and with caution. Remain vigilant, the female soul master instructed softly. The other two nodded in agreement. Drawing closer to Xiaoming, the weak point of the greenwood tree lies within its canopy. In a moment, my companion and I will create an opportunity for you to strike, she continued. Understood, elder sister, replied the long-staff soul master, tightening his grip on his weapon, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed at the greenwood tree. Hearing their words, a faint smile crept across Xiaoming's lips. The canopy? I was unaware of my own weakness. Thank you for the insight. As he observed the trio inching closer, Xiaoming did not rush to attack. Opportunities for assault were scarce. He needed a decisive blow. Should these three escape, they would undoubtedly summon even more individuals. The distance continued to diminish. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Now, the compass-wielding female soul master commanded. The first soul ring beneath her feet shimmered, and a bright light surged into the compass in her grasp, causing it to whirl with vibrant energy. First soul skill, cutting. A beam of ethereal light swiftly shot from the compass, piercing directly into the body of the wolf spirit soul master. Huh! The wolf spirit soul master exclaimed, forcefully stamping his foot and leaping into the air, his second spirit illuminating magnificently. To ensure a successful strike, the wolf spirit summoned its second soul skill as soon as it emerged. Second soul skill, Netherwolf Claw. This second soul ring derived from a century-old netherwolf, allowing him to unleash 70% of its power. His muscles surged with vigor as the wolf claw on his right hand radiated a ghostly glow, aimed at the canopy of the greenwood tree. With a cold snort, Xiaoming commanded the branches under his control to lash out, resembling a panicked century-old soul beast. In response to the attack, he flailed the branches chaotically. Now, third brother, go. As the second brother severed the swinging branches with a claw strike, the female soul master bellowed. The long-staff soul master, who had been waiting for this moment, leaped into action. First soul skill, cutting. The light from the compass flared once more, racing towards the long staff in his grasp. The staff, now pulsating with a subtle wave of soul power, gleamed with a metallic luster. The trio had evidently coordinated their efforts for some time. Just as the light merged, the long-staff master acted without hesitation. His white 10-year soul ring blazed with brilliance as a flash of light entered the staff. The staff radiated a gentle white glow. With the wolf spirit master clearing the path, the long-staff soul master followed closely behind. Xiaoming gazed at the coordination of the trio, marveling at the possibility that they could indeed fell an ordinary century-old Qingmu tree. Alas, they had encountered me. With a swift motion, Xiaoming summoned the branches, which surged forth like a tempest, enveloping the battlefield in a chaotic dance. Yet, the two adversaries remained steadfast, undeterred by the impending assault. Beneath the tree, the compass-wielding soul master observed the scene with a slight smile, as the second soul ring beneath her feet radiated brilliance, causing the compass in her hand to whirl with fervor. They had long since deciphered the attack patterns of the Qingmu tree. With her second soul skill, resistance, a yellow aura ascended from the compass, gently floating upwards, just as the female soul master propelled it into the air. A sudden tightening at her feet caught her off guard, and before she could react, her body was uncontrollably lifted aloft. In the midst of the onslaught targeting the wolf spirit master and the staff spirit master, several branches swiftly redirected their assault towards her. A sense of dread enveloped the female soul master. She had never encountered such treachery, as the Qingmu tree had launched a surprise attack against her. Sister, the wolf spirit master, witnessing the shift in circumstances, hesitated for a fleeting moment before resolutely deciding on a course of action. He unleashed his ethereal wolf claw towards the branches, ensnaring the female soul master. Yet, Xiaoming was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. The branches surged forward with renewed vigor, ensnaring the female soul master's neck and arms before the wolf claw could reach its target. The branches tightened mercilessly, constricting her. As the ethereal wolf claw approached, a hint of disdain crossed Xiaoming's features. He loosened the branches, entangling her feet, while the others pulled her forcefully into the path of the incoming attack. "No, sister!" The anguished cries rang out as the ethereal wolf claw struck, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. "No, no, no!" The wolf spirit master's eyes ignited with fury as he realized his attack had inadvertently claimed the life of the female soul master. Consumed by rage, he launched a relentless assault against the Qingmu tree. The staff spirit master, similarly affected, unleashed the full force of his staff upon the tree's crown. With a swift whoosh, a branch pierced through the staff spirit master's chest as he stared down in shock at the injury. The warmth of life ebbed away, and as he drew his final breath, he attempted to strike down with his staff, hoping to perish alongside the tree. But another branch struck his hand, sending the weapon flying from his grasp. Filled with a sense of bitter resignation, the staff spirit master collapsed, lifeless. Having vanquished two foes, Xiaoming brandished the remaining branches and charged towards the encroaching spirit master wielding the wolf spirit. After a brief interlude, the tranquil outskirts of the forest bore witness to the lifeless bodies of three spirit masters. Xiaoming gazed upon the fallen with a complex expression. "Alas, do not blame me. I am but a soul beast in a world where you are mere mortals." Chapter 4. The Ascension to a 10,000-year soul beast. On the following day, the first rays of dawn illuminated the periphery of the Star Dou forest. Xiaoming languidly waved his branch, as if indulging in a stretch. "Oh, what a splendid day it is." The leaves danced with the breeze, and the air was remarkably refreshing. "I wonder how much experience I have amassed." With a joyous thought, the attributes of his respiratory system manifested in his mind. Host, Xiaoming. Age, 26. Soul Beast, Greenwood Tree. Spirit Power, 100 years, 39807000 million. Bloodline, none, 39807000 100 million. Items, none. Experience, 39807000. Gazing at the impressive figure of over 39 million experience points, Xiaoming's spirits lifted even further. Alas, merely 40 million experience points. Should I level up or not? With a deep sigh, he suddenly heard the system notification chime in his ear. Beep, beep, beep. You took a deep breath and gained 100,000 experience points. Contemplating, Xiaoming glanced at the million experience points required for the next level and noted the additional 10,000 points. With a swift gesture behind the spirit power, the attribute panel shimmered and transformed. Host, Xiaoming. Age, 26. Soul Beast, Greenwood Tree. Spirit Power, 101 years, 388570001 million. Bloodline, none, 3885700 100 million. Items, none. Experience, 3885700. Oh, has the required experience ceased to increase? Upon observing the experience points necessary for the next tier, Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, then a smile broke across his face. Only 1 million experience points were needed to level up. If this remains constant, I could earn approximately 40 million experience points daily, equating to 40 levels of spirit power per day and 1,200 years of spirit power in a month. As for ascending to a 10,000-year soul beast, it would take roughly just 9 months. The prospect of reaching a 10,000-year soul beast so swiftly filled Xiaoming with delight. Yet, a troubling thought struck him. If it takes 9 months to become a 10,000-year soul beast, how long would it take to attain the rank of a 100,000-year soul beast? Surely, it would require at least 8 years. 8 years. That is a full 8 years. This means I must maintain this tree-like form and await for 8 long years. Xiaoming's heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning, and his branches began to sway violently, incessantly battering his canopy. The endeavor to grasp a single strand of hair proved to be exceedingly arduous, leaving Xiaoming in a state of despondency. Not far off, 2 bamboo spirit beasts of the plant lineage gazed blankly at this scene. These 2 bamboos, both at the century-old spirit beast level, a male and a female, were a married couple and among the few century-old plant spirit beasts in Xiaoming's vicinity. At this moment, the female bamboo observed Xiaoming, who was persistently striking himself, with a look of perplexity in her eyes. "My dear, what has happened to this greenwood tree?" The male bamboo cast a glance and, employing his profound and erudite wisdom, pondered for a moment. "Wife, it appears he has lost his mind. Perhaps we should maintain our distance to avoid any harm befalling you, for that would deeply trouble me." "Indeed, my dear," the female bamboo replied, shaking her head sympathetically. This greenwood tree was one she had watched grow. In just a year, it had ascended to the level of a century-old spirit beast. How lamentable that it had succumbed to madness. Under the male bamboo's counsel, the two gradually distanced themselves from Xiaoming. Hey, are you two pretending I can't hear you? Where are you running off to? Come back if you have the courage. The branches flailed wildly as Xiaoming, in distress, vented his frustrations, only to find that he was being derided as insane. To add insult to injury, the very ones mocking him were indulging in displays of affection. It was maddening. A cruel jest at his expense. Was he being bullied, or was it the tree that was being mistreated? After a moment of exasperation, Xiaoming eventually calmed down and resigned himself to his fate. Well, so be it. 8 years it shall be. After all, I am now a tree, and I can afford to wait. He sighed deeply, gazing helplessly at the azure sky. He wondered how long he would remain trapped in the Duluo continent. Here he was, unable to move, yet those two bamboos were free to revel in their love. He pondered about familiar figures from his past life, such as Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, and what they might be like. Lost in thought, Xiaoming's branches shook erratically. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Many events unfolded during this time. Yet for the spirit beasts in the Star Dou forest, a year was merely a fleeting moment. Xiaoming remained in the form of a century-old spirit beast, having made no progress in his cultivation throughout the year. Each day was spent gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, or playfully teasing the weaker spirit beasts passing by, rendering his existence rather monotonous. Occasionally, some spirit masters would set their sights on him, but without exception, they all succumbed to the fertile soil of the Star Dou forest. Well, it is about time to venture into the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, he mused, surveying the surroundings he had inhabited for 2 years. The pair of bamboos continued to thrive, alongside a leopard spirit beast. Over the past year, Xiaoming had conversed with them frequently, yet now he found himself compelled to depart. Over the course of a year, despite vanquishing numerous soul beasts, the number of soul masters surrounding the outskirts of the Star Dou forest has steadily increased. Recently, Xiaoming has encountered soul masters more frequently. Positioned at the very periphery of the forest, he felt a growing sense of danger in remaining there. Resolute in his decision, he silently summoned his attribute panel. Host, Xiaoming. Age, 27. Soul Beast, Qingshu Tree. Soul Power, 101 years. Bloodline, none. Items, none. Experience points, 14, 180, 257, 000. Over the past year, his experience points had surged significantly, reaching over 14 billion. A few months prior, he had already surpassed the 10 billion mark. However, the uncertainty surrounding the potential increase in experience points upon upgrading his soul power made him cautious. Had it not been for the rising number of soul masters in the vicinity, he would have delayed his advancement until the very end. Let us begin, he thought to himself, taking a deep breath. Beep, beep, beep. By inhaling deeply, he gained an additional 100,000 experience points. Before making his upgrade, he needed to calm his nerves. Xiaoming then pressed the enhancement button adjacent to his soul power. Soul power, 101 years, 200 years, 300 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 8,000 years, 9,000 years, 999 years. In the blink of an eye, his soul power surged with exhilarating intensity, propelling him from a 100-year soul beast to a 1,000-year soul beast, and subsequently from a 1,000-year soul beast to a staggering 9,999 years, tantalizingly close to the threshold of a 10,000-year soul beast. Phew, that was close. My experience points did not diminish. Glancing at the enhancement requirement still set at 1 million experience points, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the 1,000-year soul beast level, he found himself unable to move. His hopes now rested solely upon reaching the 10,000-year level. With a tentative tap on his soul power, a brilliant flash illuminated the attribute panel. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of soul power coursed through Xiaoming's body as he transcended to the 1,000-year soul beast level. His height soared to approximately 10 meters, and in an instant, he grew to an impressive 15 meters. His robust branches thickened considerably, and the foliage flourished even more vibrantly. Most notably, however, was the transformation of his root system. With the influx of immense soul power, his roots underwent a profound metamorphosis, retracting significantly from their previously expansive state. 100 meters, 90 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Nearly 2/3 of the roots were drawn back, yet those once slender tendrils had now grown strong and formidable. The roots were adorned with rows of barbed spines, each bearing minute orifices that absorbed the surrounding soul energy. The efficiency of absorption had increased exponentially compared to before. Chapter 5. Journey to the Inner Circle of the Star Dou Forest. The vast soul energy gradually assimilated by Xiaoming brought him immense pleasure as he relished the enhancement of his power. Once everything settled, he regained his composure and summoned the attribute panel of his respiratory system. Host, Chun Xiaoming age, 27 soul beast, Qingshu tree soul power, 10,000 years, 418038500010000. Bloodline, none, 4180385000100. Items, none experience points, for 180385000. His soul power had surpassed the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, consuming a staggering 10 billion experience points, leaving him with just over 4 billion. Casting a glance at the continuing upgrade of 1,000,000 experience points, Chun Xiaoming exhaled in relief. Each increment was a blessing, lest he find himself waiting an eternity for the next level. It was time to depart. The elevation of his soul power momentarily made him forget the most crucial aspect. With a subtle awareness of his root system, Chun Xiaoming focused his mind, and the robust roots nestled beneath the ground surged forth. Thud, 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 thud. One by one, the roots erupted from the earth, causing the ground within a 30-meter radius to collapse, echoing with each sound. Finally, he could move. Taking a deep breath, he extracted his roots from the soil, which now resembled feet firmly planted on the ground. A gentle breeze stirred. After 2 long years, he regained his freedom, stirring a kaleidoscope of emotions within him. The soul beasts that had coexisted with Chun Xiaoming for over 2 years looked bewildered, instinctively prostrating themselves on the ground. A 10,000-year soul beast. The aura irradiating from Chun Xiaoming sent shivers through them, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. Everyone, I must take my leave. Why are you all lying on the ground? He waved his branches in farewell, yet both the Chui bamboo couple and the leopard soul beast remained sprawled on the ground, fearfully staring at him. Chun Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, then retracted the pressure of his 10,000-year soul beast aura, having just broken through. He hadn't paid it much mind. However, even after he withdrew his oppressive presence, Chui bamboo and the leopard continued to remain prostrate, not daring to stir. In an instant, the joy of his advancement was somewhat diminished. After 2 years of companionship, he had hoped to lead these soul beasts into the inner circle of the Star Dou forest for survival. Yet, witnessing their current state, that thought was swiftly dispelled. The world of soul beasts was far simpler. Strength reigned supreme. The inner circle served as a habitat for 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts, where 100-year soul beast's entry would spell disaster rather than fortune. I am about to depart. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the companionship over the past 2 years. The branches swayed gently, transmitting a unique vibration, and I observed the couple of emerald bamboos stir slightly, yet they remained motionless. Chun Xiaoming, filled with a sense of loss, shook the branches despondently, letting out a deep sigh as the roots beneath his feet stirred, hastily making his way towards the inner circle of the Star Dou forest. Loneliness. Solitude. Only he truly comprehended the depths of his emotions. At the periphery of the Star Dou forest, a voice cautioned, "Everyone, tread carefully. We are nearing the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, where encounters with 1,000-year soul beasts are imminent. Maintain constant vigilance." A team of 5, 4 men and 1 woman, was led by an elderly soul master, appearing to be in his 60s, who spoke with a steady yet low voice. Flanking him were 2 soul masters, seemingly in their 50s, providing protection on either side. Positioned between them were a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s, who were likewise cautious and closely following behind. This group of 5, bold enough to approach the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, possessed commendable strength. The leading elder soul master was a soul sage with a soul power of 71, wielding the stellar blade as his martial spirit, showcasing exceptional prowess. The 2 accompanying soul masters included one with a soul power of 63, a soul emperor whose martial spirit was the pine bamboo staff, and another soul emperor with a soul power of 61, whose martial spirit was the azure wolf. The 2 protected individuals in the center comprised a male soul zone with a soul power of 50, who had ventured into the Star Dou forest to acquire his soul ring, and a female soul king with a soul power of 52. Slightly lower but pivotal to the team due to her support-type martial spirit, the heavenly incense burner. We shall first search this vicinity. Should we encounter something suitable, it would be ideal. If not, we will venture into the inner circle. With their formidable configuration of 1 soul sage, 2 soul emperors, and 1 soul king, even an encounter with a soul beast over 50,000 years old would likely allow for a strategic retreat. Nevertheless, the soul sage remained hesitant to easily enter the inner circle of the Star Dou forest. "Master, is the inner circle of the Star Dou forest truly so terrifying?" inquired the young soul king, shielded in the center, as this was his inaugural approach to such proximity of the inner circle. Previously, he had only traversed the outer fringes of the Star Dou forest. Upon the question, the elder soul sage appeared to recall some grim past, his expression growing increasingly grave. Never venture lightly into the inner circle of the Star Dou forest. This is a warning forged in blood. The old soul sage spoke earnestly, then continued without hesitation, recounting. 20 years ago, when I was still a soul emperor, I ventured there once. On that occasion, I was led by a formidable soul Douluo with a soul power of 87, who sought to assist his grandson in obtaining his 6th soul ring. Typically, such a powerful being would not require a team, as he could contend with most soul beasts within the Star Dou forest single-handedly. However, his grandson had set his sights on a formidable soul beast, the Qingmu Wolf King, which possessed a cultivation level exceeding 40,000 years. The onlookers listened intently, while a flicker of doubt danced in the eyes of the young soul king. Teacher, a soul beast of over 40,000 years should pose little challenge to a soul Douluo, shouldn't it? The elderly soul sage nodded slightly, offering a quiet explanation. Indeed, a soul beast of such age is not particularly concerning. However, the Qingmu Wolf King is exceedingly clever. Not only does it command 2 subordinates of the same cultivation level of over 20,000 years, but it is also accompanied by a Qingmu tree that has surpassed 50,000 years in cultivation. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, astonished by the presence of 4 10,000-year soul beasts, along with a plant-type soul beast of over 50,000 years. Thus, it seemed that the esteemed soul Douluo may have been overly confident, neglecting to summon allies and instead opting to recruit outside the Star Dou forest. With a team led by a soul Douluo, their group quickly took shape, ultimately consisting of 6 individuals, 1 soul Douluo, 2 soul sages, and 3 soul emperors. By unfortunate chance, I found myself among these 6. The elderly soul sage appeared to recall something dreadful, his body trembling slightly, and his words faltering momentarily. Teacher, what transpired next? Did you succeed in slaying those soul beasts? After a prolonged silence, the young soul master inquired. Years later, the elderly soul sage still bore traces of fear in his gaze. No, ultimately, that esteemed soul Douluo perished, along with 2 accompanying soul sages. Only I and 1 soul emperor managed to escape by sheer luck. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd, their expressions rife with astonishment. Was the inner circle of the Star Dou forest truly that terrifying? Chapter 6, An Encounter with the Soul Sage. Teacher, the strength of that esteemed soul Douluo should have made him nearly invincible within the Star Dou forest, correct? The young soul master, unfamiliar with the Star Dou forest, spoke up. The hierarchy of soul masters ranks from high to low, with the soul Douluo embodying a dominance akin to that of a sovereign. He found it hard to believe that such power could struggle to survive even within the inner circle of the Star Dou forest. Alas, you do not understand, sighed the elderly soul sage, shaking his head. In my youth, I too thought this way, which led to my reckless decision to charge in. After we entered, guided by the soul Douluo's strength, we swiftly approached the designated area. Following a logical division of roles, we stealthily advanced. Yet, before we could reach our intended strike point, the Qingmu tree, over 50,000 years old, sensed our presence in an instant. In that moment, the Qingmu Wolf King became alert, and the 2 Qingmu wolves stood ready. Recognizing that our cover was blown, we ceased our concealment and charged forth under the lead of the soul Douluo. The powerful soul Douluo confronted the highest-ranking Qingmu tree and the Qingmu Wolf King, each engaging 1 beast and 1 tree, while the remaining 2 soul sages collaborated with the soul emperors to entangle the other 2 Qingmu wolves. The battle had initially progressed smoothly. However, at that moment, the Bluewood Wolf King let out a howl that reverberated through the Star Dou forest. The soul sage, recalling this event, displayed a profound fear in his eyes. What happened next, master? With that howl, the ancient soul beasts, which had been lurking around, surged forth to join the fray. 3 soul beasts, each possessing an age exceeding 30,000 years, launched an immediate assault on the esteemed soul Douluo. The 5,000-year-old Bluewood tree ensnared the soul Douluo momentarily. Alas, in a moment of carelessness, the soul Douluo was gravely injured, leaving us no choice but to retreat. We fled to the outskirts, and when I turned back, it was just myself and 1 soul emperor remaining. The others had already met their demise. In an instant, the entire team fell into silence. The terror of the inner Star Dou forest exceeding their expectations. 7 ancient soul beasts, each no less than 20,000 years old. No wonder even the soul Douluo had suffered defeat. Senior, the soul beasts of the Star Dou forest cannot possibly be so united, can they? The auxiliary soul king, who had remained silent thus far, finally inquired. The elderly soul sage slightly turned his head, not showing displeasure at the young woman's question, but rather nodding in appreciation. Indeed, soul beasts are not typically so united. Generally, ancient soul beasts possess their own territories, with the stronger ones residing closer to the core of the inner circle. Under ordinary circumstances, ancient soul beasts would not readily encroach upon another's territory, as doing so implies conflict and strife. The group nodded in understanding. This aspect of soul beasts was indeed reminiscent of their human nature, with a sense of territoriality. However, that was during normal times. If a battle were to occur in the inner circle and drag on too long, it could attract other soul beasts. The elderly soul sage left the rest unsaid, but the others understood his implication, as well as the horror of the inner circle. In outer battles, even if soul beasts were drawn in, they would merely be of the century or millennium level, yet in the inner circle, what would come would be at least of the ancient level. Very well, let us search this vicinity a bit more. Just as the elderly soul sage issued his quiet command, a figure suddenly burst forth from the dense forest nearby. The figure, towering at 15 meters, with a robust trunk and lush, green foliage, bore a striking resemblance to a tree, its roots moving swiftly like feet beneath it. Just moments ago, Xiaoming had joyfully sprinted from the forest into the inner circle as he approached the core where soul masters were increasingly scarce. But now, who could explain the presence of 5 individuals here? Soul masters, and not just any, but ones of considerable strength. As he swayed his leaves, Xiaoming remained calm, casting a sweeping glance over the 5 individuals before internally nodding in resolution. Run! With a resounding shout, the branches trembled, and Xiaoming raised his robust roots, spinning like a whirlwind as he swiftly fled towards the inner circle of the starry forest. Who among the soul masters bold enough to linger here could be weak? At the very least, they must be soul emperors. Facing 5 soul emperors, Xiaoming felt his slender frame could not withstand such pressure. If he did not escape now, he might soon become a soul ring. The old soul saint and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but the elder soul saint was the first to react, exclaiming, "The 10,000-year greenwood tree, your 5th soul ring is just right. Do not let him escape." With a commanding shout, the elder soul saint sprang into action, propelling himself toward Xiaoming. Boom! With a powerful stomp, 7 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, flickered to life, and the star-shattering blade was firmly gripped in his right hand. 3rd soul skill, Shattered Meteor. The 3rd soul ring pulsated with a purple glow as the elder soul saint unleashed a devastating strike, sending a multitude of radiant orbs racing towards Xiaoming. 2nd soul skill, Gale. The female soul master behind him also reacted, her 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, glimmering as the 2nd soul ring shone brightly. A beam of light surged forth from her martial soul, the celestial incense burner, merging with the elder soul saint's form. In an instant, his speed increased by 30%, and he struck again with the star-shattering blade. The others closely followed suit. Meanwhile, Xiaoming, feeling the approaching onslaught from behind, glanced back and saw the elder soul saint in pursuit. 1, 2, 6, 7. Oh no, it's a soul saint. Counting the elder's soul rings, he realized there were 7, indicating the elder's formidable status. A quick look at those trailing behind revealed 2 soul emperors, 1 soul king, and a novice soul sect member. Good heavens, what kind of illustrious entourage is this? I'm merely passing through. Xiaoming felt a wave of despair wash over him. The swirling orbs of energy unleashed by the elder were closing in. Gritting his teeth, he frantically waved the branches above him in a desperate attempt to fend off the attack. His sturdy roots quickened their pace. With 1 soul saint and 2 soul emperors on his tail, he dared not slow down. To do so would mean certain doom. Boom, boom, boom. The orbs struck the branches, sending plumes of white smoke rising. The sheer number of orbs was overwhelming, and nearly a third penetrated the branches, striking Xiaoming directly. This is it, I'm done for. A surge of white smoke enveloped him, and for the first time, he experienced the searing pain of being burned. Clenching his teeth, he pressed on, determined to run forward despite the agony. Chapter 7, Escape. Do not let him get away. A soft command echoed. Not particularly loud, but resonating with soul power, clear to all within earshot. 6th soul skill, Flowing Light Slash. The ancient soul sage, pursuing from behind, felt the pulse of the 5th soul ring beneath his feet, as the profound black hue of the 10,000-year soul ring suddenly radiated a brilliant light. In his hand, the shattered star blade flickered with a dazzling white glow, slicing towards Xiaoming's very essence. The 4th soul skill, Break Evil. A crisp voice resonated behind him, as a fleeting flash of purple light merged with the radiant blade, enveloping it in a layer of violet energy. The Soul King, a female soul master, manipulated the celestial incense burner in her grasp, causing her 4th soul ring to shine brilliantly. 2 soul emperors followed closely behind. 1 protected the young soul sect master, while the other, a wolf martial spirit soul emperor, activated his martial spirit, his 3rd soul ring shimmering as his speed surged. Launching an assault on Xiaoming from the side, As Xiaoming gritted his teeth and sprinted ahead, he felt the surge of soul power from behind, stealing a glance that filled him with dread. From that glimmering blade, a sense of impending danger surged within him. In a desperate moment, survival instincts ignited, and he shook his sturdy trunk-like body, causing leaves to cascade down from its branches. Swish, 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 swish. The fallen leaves transformed into flying blades, controlled by Xiaoming with instinctual precision, hurtling towards the ancient soul sage and his companions. In an instant, a multitude of flying leaves danced through the air, catching the ancient soul sage off guard, momentarily halting his advance. The sixth soul skill, Wolf Howl. The Soul Emperor preparing to attack swiftly moved to shield the ancient soul sage, as his sixth soul ring slowly ascended, radiating the brilliance of a 10,000-year black soul ring. A tremendous sound wave erupted from the wolf martial spirit Soul Emperor, sweeping across the surroundings, causing the airborne leaves to falter before being blasted away. With his attack thwarted, Xiaoming had no time for contemplation. The ancient soul sage's strike was imminent, the purple-tinged blade sharp beyond measure. The branch he wielded to defend himself was effortlessly severed. In that fleeting encounter, Xiaoming grasped the essence of the auxiliary Soul King's fourth soul skill, Armor Break. His once sturdy branch felt as fragile as tofu before the onslaught of purple energy. Cursed be this fate, block it, he shouted in fury, as every branch on his trunk wildly swung in a desperate defense. His vulnerability lay in the canopy. He must not allow the blade to pierce through. With a singular thought, Xiaoming propelled his branches forward, hoping to buy even a moment's time. Crushing through the withered, the mass of branches surged forth. But the blade flickered past, closing in on the vital point of his crown. Dodge! As the blade loomed larger before him, Xiaoming exerted every ounce of control over his form, shifting his canopy slightly to the side, while a considerably thicker branch extended forward. With a mighty swing, the branch unleashed a ferocious gust, a howl of wind accompanying its descent, opting not to confront the blade head-on, but rather to strike with immense force from the side. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that surged outward, accompanied by a howling tempest. The figures of the pursuing old soul sage and his companions momentarily faltered, channeling their soul power to withstand the onslaught. Anxiety flickered in the old soul sage's eyes. The relentless pursuit into the inner circle of the Star Dou forest had become a desperate endeavor. Activating his sixth soul skill, he aimed to swiftly conclude the battle. Yet he had gravely misjudged the strength of this millennia-old greenwood treant soul beast. In the face of such a formidable strike, the creature fought valiantly, creating an uproar of considerable magnitude. With a cautious gaze scanning the surroundings, he approached his companions. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the swirling dust, not pausing for even a moment as the wind and fire beneath its feet spun wildly, racing deeper into the Star Dou forest. This figure was none other than Xiaoming, having narrowly escaped a lethal blow, albeit at a grievous cost. The strike from the Soul Sage, combined with the armor-piercing effect of the assisting Soul King, had severed numerous branches, leaving a stark, half-bare trunk that bore scars and oozed verdant blood. The old soul sage cast a glance at the seemingly still capable greenwood treant soul beast, momentarily taken aback, his eyes revealing a flicker of hesitation. The commotion had grown too intense. Pursuing further could invite peril. Witnessing the soul beast on the verge of escape stirred a sense of reluctant frustration within the young man. Yet upon observing the old soul sage, he opted to relinquish the chase. The dangers lurking within the inner circle of the Star Dou forest were far beyond what a mere soul master could contend with. Further pursuit was undeniably treacherous. The accompanying Soul Emperor and Soul King remained silent, yet they silently concurred with the old soul sage's sentiments. Continuing the pursuit would only amplify the noise, risking detection by other soul beasts, and they could not guarantee their safe return. Teacher, shall we wait? That greenwood treant soul beast has ceased moving. Gritting his teeth, the young soul master lifted his gaze, ready to abandon the endeavor when he noticed the fleeing greenwood treant had inexplicably halted. Joy illuminated his face as he pointed towards the creature. The old soul sage turned to see that the previously retreating soul beast had indeed come to a standstill. However, before they could revel in their fortune, the greenwood treant's remaining branch stirred slightly, executing a gesture that left them all dumbfounded. The remaining branch extended slowly, its sparse twigs gesturing towards the old soul sage and his comrades. Then, with a decisive sweep of its crown, it performed an action reminiscent of a human's throat-slitting motion. This anthropomorphic gesture left the old soul sage and his companions momentarily stunned, while the young soul master stared in disbelief at this display of intelligence from a millennia-old soul beast. In the distance, Xiaoming, having completed his motion, cast a lingering glance at the old soul sage and his group, committing their faces to memory before turning away and departing without further ado. In the desolate inner circle of the Star Dou forest, the old soul sage and his companions watched the fleeing greenwood trance soul beast, having chosen not to pursue any further, for fear had taken root in their hearts. The wisdom recently displayed by the latter, if pursued further, would undoubtedly lead into the territory of other ancient soul beasts. We must withdraw. After a moment of contemplation, the venerable soul saint softly commanded, turning with the young soul sect members towards the outer circle. In but a brief span, he sensed an elusive danger encroaching, and as he departed with the young soul masters, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. He would surely lament the day he allowed the Aoki tree soul beast to escape. Chapter 8. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. In a certain area of the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, Xiaoming lay exhausted against a colossal tree, his body marred by wounds, oozing a verdant fluid that could vaguely be deemed blood. The stark trunk was stripped bare, with scarcely any leaves remaining, most grievously. One of his branches had been violently severed, akin to losing an arm. Fortunately, the injuries sustained at the crown were not overly severe. Otherwise, Xiaoming would have met his end there. Cursed be them, just wait. He cursed under his breath, having narrowly escaped death, and such a profound grudge would not be easily laid to rest. First, he needed to find a place to recuperate. Casting a glance around the dim forest, where towering trees loomed and sunlight barely penetrated through the gaps, Xiaoming felt an inexplicable aversion. Dragging his wounded form, he slowly made his way aside. Before long, the landscape brightened somewhat as he arrived at a sunlit clearing. I can go no further. This will have to suffice. His injuries were progressively worsening, leaving him with no choice but to settle here. His roots delved deeper into the earth, and straightening his body, he re-established his connection with the soil. Though a 10,000-year plant-type soul beast could move, it was still fundamentally a plant. Taking root in the ground was ultimately the best course of action. The fertile soil of the Star Dou forest was rich in nutrients and abundant in soul power, which could aid in his healing. Alas, this has been a tremendous loss. Reflecting on the unwarranted pursuit that had cost him a branch, Xiaoming let out a deep sigh. Ding. You have sighed deeply and gained 100,000 experience points. A crisp notification from the system rang out, and Xiaoming's previously despondent expression brightened instantly. Yes, the system. I still possess the system. Silently praying for its omnipotence, he eagerly summoned the system. Host, Xiaoming. Age, 27. Soul Beast, Aoki Tree. Soul Power, 10,000 years. 41836250001000000. Bloodline, none. 41836250001000000. Items, none. Status, moderately injured. 41836250001000000. Experience points, 4, 183, 625, 000. Above the attribute panel, a new status attribute had appeared beneath the original item, displaying the words lightly wounded, accompanied by a familiar symbol. Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, but soon joy surged within him. Casting a glance at the 10 million experience points behind him, he tapped lightly on it, and a flash of radiant light enveloped him, followed by a warm current flowing into his body. This warmth traveled along the roots of Xiaoming, gradually spreading throughout every corner of his being. The branches that had been severed began to sprout anew, vibrant green leaves swaying gently in the breeze. The branches, once shattered by a sword's light, were now slowly healing under the warmth, regenerating bit by bit. In a short while, as the warmth receded, Xiaoming opened his eyes once more, finding that his injuries had healed significantly. He moved his newly sprouted branches, although their strength had diminished somewhat. He was pleased with their responsiveness. A glance at the status on the attribute panel revealed that his condition had improved from lightly wounded to slightly wounded. After a moment's hesitation, he tapped again. Another wave of warmth surged through him, gradually mending the remaining injuries, while the new branches thickened and strengthened. Oh, what a remarkable system. With a deep sigh of relief, feeling his body restored to its former state, Xiaoming joyfully shook his branches and leaves. Glancing towards the direction he had just escaped from, his roots began to emerge from the earth. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. It is time to settle the score. The fiery wheels beneath his feet began to spin once more as Xiaoming's figure flickered and vanished in a series of blinks. Meanwhile, on the edge of the inner circle of the starry forest, Old Soul Saint and his companions were resting in a rather disheveled state. After pursuing Xiaoming, they had been ambushed by a 10,000-year soul beast upon their retreat, but fortunately, only one beast had come. Old Soul Saint had managed to injure it with a swift strike, causing it to flee. However, the Soul Emperor, who was protecting the young soul sect, had sustained some injuries from the leopard soul beast's attack, with a deep gash marring his right arm. Damn it, these 10,000-year soul beasts are increasingly treacherous. He muttered through gritted teeth, cursing fiercely. With his Soul Emperor's cultivation, he should not have been wounded so easily by a soul beast. But that cunning leopard had laid an ambush on their retreat route. Old Soul Saint had held the rear, while the leopard had taken advantage of this, positioning itself ahead and launching a sudden attack. Caught off guard, the Soul Emperor's right arm bore the brunt of a claw strike. Had Old Soul Saint not arrived in time, he would have met his demise. Let us rest for a moment. We cannot linger here, Old Soul Saint instructed softly, his gaze continuously scanning the depths of the forest before him. With his wealth of experience, he sensed that a lurking danger lay concealed within the darkness ahead. The two Soul Emperors exchanged glances, their extensive experience allowing them to comprehend the unspoken communication in the Old Soul Saint's eyes. Nodding in agreement, one of the Soul Emperors approached the female Soul King and whispered something into her ear. She paused momentarily, but soon nodded in subtle acknowledgement. The injured Soul Emperor then moved towards the young Soul Sect, murmuring softly in his ear. In a matter of moments, the group set off once more. Perhaps having exited the inner circle, they found themselves free from pursuers. The Old Soul Saint led the way, clearing the path ahead, while the Soul Emperors accompanied the female Soul King in the center, with the injured Soul Emperor and the young Soul Sect bringing up the rear. They hastened towards the outskirts of the Star Dou forest, and unbeknownst to them, the injured Soul Emperor and the young Soul Sect gradually fell behind the group. Hey, wait for us. The injured Soul Emperor called out, his arm wounded, as if genuinely left behind, while anxiety flickered in the young Soul Sect's eyes. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, entirely shrouded in darkness, its supple fur shimmering with an eerie glow. Its piercing leopard-like eyes radiated a chilling light, and its menacing claws lunged towards the Soul Emperor's forehead. Heh, a beast is still just a beast, the Soul Emperor thought, having anticipated this attack. He felt the brilliance of his fifth spirit ring surge beneath his feet, and the weapon, a soul bamboo stick, materialized in his grasp. A purple orb of energy surged towards the stick from a short distance away, and he swung it toward the beast's claws. The fifth spirit skill, Skyward Strike, activated. A triumphant smile adorned his face as the technique, imbued with the power of the purple orb, surged forth with tremendous force, aimed at the leopard's claws. The 1,000-year soul beast, caught off guard by the sudden assault, realized that the power of the stick was formidable, far beyond what its single claw could withstand. However, it found itself unable to evade the impending strike. As the stick descended, it shattered the beast's claw with a tremendous force, and the shadow of the stick ascended towards its head. The 1,000-year soul beast, engulfed in despair, instinctively closed its eyes. Chapter 9, Ambush. A swift sound of slicing air rang out as a branch shot forth from behind the Soul Emperor with blinding speed, its soul power concentrated to the utmost. Hurtling towards the Soul Emperor's head. Be careful, an urgent cry echoed. The Soul Emperor, momentarily stunned, felt an extreme chill enveloping his forehead. A fleeting glance revealed the branch rapidly enlarging in his vision. With a sharp sound, the branch pierced through the Soul Emperor's head, disbelief evident in his eyes. As he opened his mouth to speak, a torrent of blood erupted from his lips, his life force gradually waning. The fifth spirit skill's stick fell limply, unable to strike again. The once desperate 1,000-year soul beast opened its eyes, witnessing the Soul Emperor's impending demise. After a brief moment of shock, it hesitated not, its figure flashing as it darted towards the young Soul Sect. Beast, how dare you? With a resounding shout, the venerable Soul Saint, wielding the shattered star blade, returned with fervor upon witnessing the peril of his companion, the Soul Emperor, and the imminent threat posed by the leopard spirit beast to his disciple. Enraged, he activated his fifth and sixth soul rings, channeling his soul power into the shattered star blade. The fifth soul technique, Tracking Lock, was employed, followed by the sixth, Swift Slash. A blade of black and white light surged forth, representing the mightiest strike the Soul Saint could muster beyond his martial spirit's true form, surpassing even his previous encounter with Xiaoming. Clearly, the Soul Saint held his disciple in the highest regard. As the blade of light raced forward, a towering figure suddenly emerged from the side, adorned with lush foliage and sturdy branches, unhesitatingly countering the lethal strike. It was none other than Xiaoming, seeking vengeance. Initially, he had intended to wear them down gradually, only to arrive and discover they were confronting a 10,000-year spirit beast. As fate would have it, one's enemy becomes a friend. Seizing the moment while the Soul Emperor aimed to deliver a fatal blow to the leopard spirit beast, he intervened to strike first. The leopard spirit beast, momentarily taken aback, heard Xiaoming's voice. It had been ready to flee, sensing the danger posed by the Soul Saint's impending strike. However, witnessing Xiaoming bravely confront the blade, the beast felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. This verdant ally was willing to risk himself for its sake. Without further thought, casting one last glance at Xiaoming, the leopard spirit beast resolved to avenge him. Redirecting its fierce gaze toward the young soul master. Brother Tree, allow me to collect some interest first. In a flash, multiple figures appeared as the leopard spirit beast activated its innate talent, creating phantoms that surged toward the young soul master. Caught off guard, the young soul master quickly activated his fourth soul ring, summoning his martial spirit. A silver spear materialized in his grasp. The spear, adorned with a violet soul ring, lunged toward one of the leopard's phantoms. A cunning glint flickered in the leopard's eyes. How na-vi? In a mere instant, two additional phantoms lunged at the young soul master. The sharp claws of the leopard pierced through his head and chest, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Who told you that the leopard's phantoms were mere illusions? They were all entirely real. In the blink of an eye, the young soul master, armed with his silver spear, met his demise at the hands of the leopard spirit beast. No. A cry of rage and despair echoed as the soul saint beheld the tragic fate of his beloved disciple, his eyes ablaze with fury. In an instant, he dashed toward the leopard spirit beast. Meanwhile, Xiaoming brandished his robust branches, bracing himself against the soul saint's onslaught. Boom. A sudden, violent sound echoed as Xiaoming's two robust branches were forcefully severed, the trunk marred with countless scars, from which a greenish ichor flowed. Nonetheless, this injury was less severe than the previous one. Lacking the effect of armor-piercing assistance, the damage inflicted by the blade was significantly reduced. Had it not been for Xiaoming's foolishly obstinate defense, his branches would not have broken at all. Ha ha ha, splendid. Fresh from a grievous blow, Xiaoming gazed at the enraged old soul saint charging toward him, his eyes gleaming with delight. The leaves and branches at the crown of the tree trembled wildly, startling the leopard soul beast that had just vanquished the young soul master behind him. Has Brother Tree lost his mind? He is gravely injured, yet still finds joy. Could it be that Brother Tree is one of those mad beings the humans speak of? The leopard soul beast involuntarily recoiled a few steps, a hint of trepidation creeping into its heart. Beast, perish. Enraged, the old soul saint concentrated the soul power within his shattered star blade. The sixth soul ring at his feet shimmering once more, the brilliant blade light gathering strength, ready to cleave the leopard soul beast in one strike. As for the already wounded green tree beneath him, it would be dealt with after the leopard was slain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Blinded by fury, the old soul saint failed to notice that the green tree had fully restored itself, robust branches swiftly coiling from below. Leopard brother, take him down. With a leap, Xiaoming, having fully regained his strength through the system, wildly swung his branches toward the old soul saint. Not far off, the soul emperor and soul king, who had lagged behind, were momentarily taken aback by the scene. The soul king's soul rings shimmered, the second and fourth rings emanating brilliant light, as a yellow and a purple beam shot forth from her heavenly incense burner. Second soul skill, Gale. Fourth soul skill, Break Evil. The two radiant beams penetrated the old soul saint's body, instantly coating the shattered star blade in a layer of purple energy, accelerating its swinging speed. Today, it's either you or I who meets their end. With unwavering resolve, Xiaoming grit his teeth and boldly utilized his two branches, swinging them fearlessly against the shattered star blade. Deep gashes marred the branches, green blood streaming forth, yet Xiaoming remained undeterred, resorting to the system for recovery as his wounds intensified. Today, even if it meant exhausting himself, he would ensure the old soul saint's demise. With each striking blow, the old soul saint lost count of how many times he had swung his blade and severed branches. However, his vast experience and lingering rationality alerted him to the peculiarity of this green tree. As another strike landed on the sturdy branch, leaving a deep gash in its wake, an immense force surged forth. Steadying himself, he looked again and found that the wound he had just inflicted had vanished. His eyes narrowed. The old soul saint comprehended the gravity of the situation. His fury was doused, and clarity returned. There was something amiss. He could no longer continue this fight. In the blink of an eye, the old soul saint reached a resolute decision, and the seventh soul ring beneath his feet began to resonate with an upward motion. Then, a brilliant beam of light erupted forth. Seventh soul skill, true form of the weapon spirit. Chapter 10, Slaying the Soul Saint. The old soul saint closed his eyes, and the fragmented star blade in his hand suddenly enlarged, being lifted effortlessly with one hand. The scorching light emanating from the blade exploded forth, its silvery radiance dazzling beyond compare, as if an overwhelmingly powerful voice was roaring in frenzy. At this moment, the old soul saint resembled the hilt of a sword, his very being seemingly fused with the fragmented star blade. The fragmented star blade in his grasp began to transform, the originally white blade morphing into a resplendent silver. Twinkling with countless starlit glimmers, the blade rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it diminished to a mere 3 meters in size before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, a layer of silvery light enveloped the old soul saint himself, and the aura he released was indistinguishable from that of the fragmented Starblade. With a subtle gesture, a silvery shadow instantly magnified before him, appearing to be an infinitely expanding phantom of the fragmented Starblade. Gulp, 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 merely swallowing hard. Chun Xiaoming was utterly oblivious to how the attacking blade light had arrived, as his corporeal form, the greenwood tree, was suddenly cleaved in two. At a height of 5 meters from the ground, a perfectly straight wound appeared on the trunk, while his upper body gradually shifted. The true form of the weapon spirit, was it truly this terrifying? A thought flashed through his mind, and then Chun Xiaoming regained his focus. Abruptly tapping on the recovery option on the system interface, a warm current surged into his heart, rushing directly towards the severed trunk beneath him. In the blink of an eye, it flowed into the interior of the cut tree trunk, sweeping through, and in an instant, a flash of light appeared, restoring it to its former state. Tentatively moving his roots, Chun Xiaoming couldn't help but sway his branches with a flourish. A triumphant smile graced his lips, and the leaves atop his crown emitted a sound of mockery. No matter how formidable the true form of the weapon spirit may be, I possess a system. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. With the wheels of wind and fire turning beneath him, Chun Xiaoming's colossal form surged forth with vitality, charging ahead in an instant. The leopard, a 10,000-year soul beast lingering at the rear, was utterly bewildered. Hadn't the tree brother been cleaved to pieces? How could he possibly be restored? Merely grappling with these thoughts, the leopard felt utterly confounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Leopard brother, take down those two at the back. At this critical moment, Chun Xiaoming, who had just been slashed away by the old soul saint, bellowed at the leopard soul beast, conveying a message only they could understand. The leopard looked up in confusion, glancing at Chun Xiaoming, who had been sliced open yet had swiftly returned to normal, and then charged forward with even greater vigor. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Tree Brother could hold the Soul Saint at bay. The remaining two were his to claim. A fleeting shadow darted towards the old Soul Saint on the battlefield, a leopard charging with fierce intent. Chun Xiaoming, engaged in combat, was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Was this leopard courting death? Did it dare to confront the soul embodiment of the Soul Saint, risking a fatal strike? Fool, your adversary is me. The wolf martial Soul Emperor, who had yet to intervene, felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing the leopard soul beast's intent to assault the old Soul Saint. Channeling his martial spirit, he activated his third soul skill, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. How Na'vi, truly Na'vi, the soul master was utterly foolish. As the Soul Emperor fell into the trap, the leopard soul beast unleashed its innate ability once more, cloaking itself in an array of phantom images. Rather than retreating, several leopard shadows pressed closer to the old Soul Saint, biding their time for the wolf martial Soul Emperor to draw nearer. Chun Xiaoming and the old Soul Saint continued their fierce exchange. The power of the old Soul Emperor's soul embodiment had significantly intensified, rendering Chun Xiaoming's verdant tree unable to withstand the onslaught. He could only shield his vital crown with countless branches, while relying on sheer brute force to withstand the blows. Chun Xiaoming's strategy was straightforward: entangle his opponent and engage in a war of attrition. As long as his vital points remained untouched, he would endure. He doubted the old man could maintain his soul embodiment for long. Once it waned, that would be the moment for his counterattack. Crack! A sound of bones snapping echoed in the chaos. Seizing the opportunity as he was pushed back, Chun Xiaoming glanced up to witness the leopard soul beast sink its fangs into the head of the wolf martial Soul Emperor. Though there were several gashes on its abdomen, bleeding but not fatal, the scene turned grotesquely bloody as the wolf martial Soul Emperor was violently torn apart. The Soul King female Soul Master, positioned in the rear, was utterly bewildered. She had just bestowed a strength enhancement upon the male Soul Emperor, only to see him swiftly dispatched by the leopard soul beast. The creature had evidently been lying in wait. As soon as the Soul Emperor advanced, the three phantom leopards had altered their course to pounce upon him. Initially believing that the leopard soul beast and the verdant tree would unite to besiege the old Soul Saint, she had granted a speed enhancement to the latter. However, in the blink of an eye, the leopard soul beast had turned on the Soul Emperor, leaving her no time to provide further support. The Soul Emperor, caught off guard, found himself besieged from 3 directions, effectively trapping him without an escape route. Before he could react, the leopard soul beast unleashed its 6th soul skill, not allowing him a moment to retaliate. In a desperate gamble, it absorbed his strike while aiming to eliminate him. Overcome by miscalculation, The Soul Emperor fell beneath the weight of the leopard soul beast. This was dire. The old Soul Saint's expression shifted drastically amidst the battle. Their side had suffered grievous losses, with 2 Soul Emperors fallen and only a single support-type Soul King remaining. If he continued to fight, he would surely meet his end. Casting a glance at the verdant tree before him, his eyes were clouded with disbelief and unbridled hatred. Having wounded him countless times, I once managed to breach his defenses, leaving a scar upon his canopy. Logically, such a grievous injury should have rendered the ancient tree near death, if not outright slain. Yet, in an instant, he recovered. Retreat. The elder Soul Saint, gripped by fear, darted toward the Queen of Souls, for he had already lost far too many comrades. If he did not flee now, he too would meet his end here. Trying to escape? Brother Leopard, let us strike him down together. After recovering over 10 times, I sensed that my opponent was finally nearing his limit. With a sudden burst, I pursued him, unleashing countless branches that ensnared the elder Soul Saint. How dare he think he could be toyed with, to strike and flee at his whim without regard for my wishes. The relentless branches, undeterred by the prospect of death, wrapped around the elder Soul Saint, who had scarcely taken a few steps before being ensnared by the frenzied tendrils behind him. Meanwhile, the leopard soul beast, having just slain another foe, now turned its gaze toward the remaining Queen of Souls upon receiving my signal. Ah, what a bountiful harvest this day. Though the wound on its abdomen still bled, the leopard soul beast's aura of ferocity and bloodlust was palpable from a distance, causing the Queen to react with alarm. The outcome of a support-type Soul King facing a 10,000-year level soul beast was all too predictable. The elder Soul Saint wished to intervene, yet he found himself pursued by an unyielding ancient tree, which once again shielded my soul technique with its very body. Ultimately, within mere moments, the Queen of Souls was vanquished, and the elder Soul Saint's 7th soul skill, his true soul form, could no longer be maintained after unleashing his final strike. Confronted by the advancing ancient tree and leopard soul beast, the elder Soul Saint was reminded of the horrific scene he had witnessed upon first entering the inner circle, the demise of the esteemed Soul Douluo. After a lengthy pause, a lifeless body collapsed at my feet, a stout branch having pierced through its chest. Remember, I do not take lives. However, provoke me, and death is assured. Chapter 11. 8 years later. In a certain part of the inner circle of the Star Dou forest. Brother Leopard, is this your territory? The environment is quite pleasant. Casually discarding several corpses, I surveyed the surroundings, delighted to find a rare clearing to bask in the sunlight. I shifted a few paces, unceremoniously rooting my own essence back into the soil. Brother Leopard, would you mind if I stayed here for a few years? The branches rustled, producing a distinctive sound as I inquired of the leopard soul beast. However, my posture, already relishing the warmth of the sun, hardly conveyed the formality of a question. Upon hearing my inquiry, the leopard soul beast responded with eagerness. In the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, competition among soul beasts was equally fierce. Most 10,000-year soul beasts claimed their own territories, fiercely guarding them against intrusions. Generally, within these domains, except in cases of subservience or kinship, 2 10,000-year soul beasts could not coexist peacefully. The leopard spirit beast harbored little resistance to Xiaoming dwelling within its territory. Firstly, the latter had saved its life and fought alongside it. Secondly, the former was a millennial plant-type soul beast, which was, in fact, the more significant reason. Such a creature posed no real threat to him, as their growth patterns differed greatly. Roar, roar, roar. 3 resonant roars echoed, and a shadow resembling the leopard's spirit emerged, accompanied by 2 diminutive figures, both entirely black. The leopard spirit seemed to be conversing with the newcomer, and shortly after, it seized several corpses, turning to depart with the little leopards in tow. One of the corpses was carried by the leopard spirit, intending to bury it beneath Xiaoming's tree. However, the leisurely Xiaoming promptly swayed his branches, signaling his disapproval. The movement conveyed a clear message of refusal. The leopard spirit was momentarily taken aback. The corpse contained a wealth of soul energy, and burying it underground would expedite its growth. Nonetheless, Xiaoming firmly rejected the notion, prompting the leopard spirit to perplexedly retrieve the body once more. Observing the departing leopard, Xiaoming adjusted the leaves at the crown of his branches, tidying his now dashing appearance and rearranging the forked branches. Amusingly, with my system, I scarcely need the soul energy from that corpse. A few deep breaths would suffice to replenish my vitality. Beep, beep, beep. With a deep inhalation, he gained 100,000 experience points. Listening to the mechanical sounds surrounding him, Xiaoming deemed himself remarkably low-key, exuding a subtle elegance in his humility. He aspired to be a modest green tree, basking daily in the warm sun, blooming with vibrant flowers. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. In a certain area of the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, two black little leopards frolicked joyfully beneath a green tree, which occasionally swayed its branches to tease them. Roar! A deep growl reverberated, causing the two little leopards to pause, casting a reluctant glance at the green tree before turning to dash toward the source of the call. Not far off, a fully black leopard spirit held food in its mouth that earlier Roar had beckoned them to come and eat. Ah, what a harmonious family they were. The green tree was none other than Xiaoming, who had unknowingly resided there for 8 years. Perhaps due to the tree's somewhat hazy perception of time, Xiaoming had not truly felt how swiftly the years had passed, initially believing that becoming a tree would lead to a dull and monotonous existence. He found considerable amusement in the playful antics of the two little leopards. Whoosh! A figure darted toward him, and upon glancing, Xiaoming recognized an old friend, the very leopard spirit beast from years past. Roar! The body meandered beside the Aoki tree, where the leopard spirit beast fixed its gaze upon Xiaoming, emitting a questioning roar. All right, I have made my decision. No further persuasion is needed. 3 days prior, Xiaoming had informed the leopard spirit beast of his impending departure. After 8 years, he had accumulated sufficient experience points for advancement. Yet the bond forged over time made parting a bittersweet affair. However, possessing a system meant that the spirit beast was never his ultimate pursuit. After all, no feast lasts forever, and separation was inevitable. Listening to the resolute intent of the Aoki tree, the leopard spirit beast felt a pang of reluctance, but refrained from further urging him to stay. Over the years, there had been several instances of other ancient spirit beasts attacking his territory, particularly during his foraging excursions, which endangered his young. Had it not been for the intervention of the Aoki tree, which vanquished those formidable foes, his offspring would have indeed faced peril. Is it time? Then let it be now, my dear leopard. Thank you for your care over the years. May our paths cross again. The branches swayed above, and the roots, firmly anchored in the earth, surged forth from the ground. In a moment, Xiaoming was uprooted, casting a lingering glance at the leopard spirit beast and the two young leopards feeding in the distance. In his past life, he had few friends. Yet in this realm of Duluo, he had formed several. Do not perish, await my return. With those final words, Xiaoming's figure flickered, and the roots beneath him spun like a whirlwind, propelling him towards the horizon. The leopard spirit beast gazed after him with a heavy heart, but did not pursue. An instinctive feeling whispered that they would meet again. After a last glance, the leopard spirit beast turned and returned to his mate and the two young leopards. Half an hour later, at the edge of the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, Xiaoming raced forward, seeking a tranquil spot where the roots could once more anchor themselves into the earth. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the whispering breeze, calming his tumultuous heart. After 8 long years, he was finally free from the tree's embrace. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of energy, gaining 100,000 experience points. He inhaled deeply to steady his exhilarated spirit. Silently invoking the system, a radiant stream of light flashed through his mind, unveiling the attributes panel. Host, Xiaoming age, 35 spirit beast, Aoki tree soul power, 10,008 bloodline, none items, none experience points, 116, 135, 755, 0,008 years of time, and over 100 billion experience points. Gazing at the 1 million experience points required for an upgrade and the daunting prospect of cultivating for 90,000 years, it was estimated that approximately 900 billion experience points would be consumed, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flickered in Xiaoming's eyes. Let us commence. Chapter 12, Transformation. Silently urging himself, he inhaled deeply. Beep, beep, beep. By taking a deep breath, he acquired 100,000 experience points. Before the enhancement, a calming breath was in order. Xiaoming extended his hand to the upgrade option behind his soul power. Soul power, 10,008 years, 20,008 years, 30,008 years, 40,008 years, 50,008 years, 60,008 years, 70,008 years, 80,008 years, 999 years. Within his body, the soul power surged with the swiftness of a rocket. In mere moments, he could sense the overwhelming might of his soul power, akin to an ocean of terror. Observing that his soul power had reached the boundary of 999 years, Xiaoming did not hesitate and directly selected the upgrade. Boom. A tremendous surge of soul power flooded into his body, and his mind felt as though it had been explosively awakened. Clarity enveloping him as the world around him seemed to undergo a seismic transformation. Within his true form, the greenwood tree, the soul power coursed around him, continually enhancing his physique. The once 30-meter-tall tree surged upward, instantly reaching a height of 50 meters. The robust branches, now several times sturdier than before, were adorned with lush green leaves that curled slightly, while fuzzy thorns emerged around him. The roots embedded in the ground rapidly expanded, with tendrils splitting and thickening. The exposed pores gradually enlarging like gaping mouths, voraciously consuming the surrounding soul power. In his mind, the radiant clarity sparkled continuously as Chun Xiaoming immersed himself in the profound understanding of soul power and the utilization of his own strength. After a while, he exhaled. Is this the power of a 100,000-year soul beast? Truly terrifying. Gently swinging one of his branches, he etched a 3-meter deep mark into the ground. With a single strike, he realized that his current strength far surpassed his previous capabilities, and he finally comprehended why 100,000-year soul beasts reigned supreme. The force of this attack was beyond the capacity of a 10,000-year soul beast to withstand. It was time to make a choice. Having transcended to the realm of a 100,000-year soul beast, a flicker of enlightenment emerged in Chun Xiaoming's mind, presenting him with a decision, transformation, to take on human form. After 10 long years of waiting, he had finally arrived at this moment. Without hesitation, Chun Xiaoming chose to transform. A blazing radiance emanated from his essence, enveloping him in an instant, as his colossal form swiftly diminished beneath the luminous glow. Simultaneously, the vast ocean-like soul power within him began to recede. Chun Xiaoming's soul power began to plummet from the formidable level of 100,000 years. In mere moments, the soul power he had painstakingly accumulated over 9 years vanished into thin air, yet Chun Xiaoming remained utterly indifferent. At that moment, he found himself in a peculiar state, completely oblivious to his surroundings. As time gradually slipped away, the last remnants of his soul power dissipated, revealing a figure of pristine white. The figure stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, adorned with flowing silver hair that cascaded down to mid-calf. Its skin appeared as smooth as jade, delicate to the touch, and a handsome face bore a gentle smile. At last, he had transformed into a human. With a deep sigh of relief, the fulfillment of a long-held desire brought Chun Xiaoming immense joy, difficult to contain. However, he was puzzled by a sudden chill beneath him, unable to resist. He glanced down and was momentarily stunned. Ah! A startled cry echoed, startling numerous soul beasts nearby, who turned their curious gazes toward the source of the sound. Without pausing, a figure swiftly fled, draped in a large leaf. As he ran, Chun Xiaoming hastily scanned his attribute panel. Host, Chun Xiaoming. Age, 26. Martial Soul, Greenwood Tree. Soul Power, 0 level, 261-359-550001000000. Entity, Greenwood Tree. Bloodline, none, 261-359-550001000000. Items, none. Experience points, 2613-595-5000. His attribute panel now displayed 2 new attributes, Martial Soul and Soul Master Soul Power, while the original soul beast had inexplicably transformed into his true form instead of vanishing. Strangely, his age had automatically adjusted to the time he acquired the system. This was undoubtedly good news for Chun Xiaoming, as he had feared that his transformation might result in him becoming an infant, which would pose significant challenges. However, the presence of an age option on the attribute panel reassured him, suggesting the system was considerate enough to allow for rapid aging, should he revert to infancy. With the system so thoughtfully maintaining his adult form, it spared him from considerable trouble. Yet, he wondered why the system couldn't be a tad more considerate by providing him with some clothing. Feeling a bit vulnerable in his bare state, Chun Xiaoming found it hard to accept. Let us level up first. He glanced at the experience required for his next upgrade, which astonishingly remained at 1 million, prompting a smile to grace his face. His hands began to fervently tap at the soul power, for he was a soul beast transformed, thus bypassing the need to obtain soul rings. Soul power, level 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. In the blink of an eye, he surged to level 10. A yellow soul ring coalescing beneath his feet before ascending slowly. Level 10 Soul Master achieved. Glancing at the experience points required for the next upgrade, Chun Xiaoming was taken aback. The requisite 1 million experience had escalated to an astonishing 10 million, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely continued to enhance his abilities. Soul Power, levels 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20. As his soul power reached level 20, a second-century-old soul ring began to coalesce beneath his feet, gently swirling in the air. Unsurprisingly, the experience needed to elevate his soul power surged from 10 million to a staggering 100 million. Chun Xiaoming's pupils contracted sharply. Was this a cruel jest? With each upgrade multiplying the requirement tenfold, The prospect of progressing to the rank of Soul King seemed a monumental challenge, as each level would demand astronomical figures. Given his century-long lifespan, surpassing the 100-level barrier appeared utterly implausible. With a lingering sense of doubt, Xiaoming once again directed his focus toward increasing his soul power. He refused to believe that the experience requirement would indeed rise tenfold each time. Soul power, levels 21, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30. Upon reaching level 30, a violet 1,000-year soul ring began to materialize slowly beneath him. Xiaoming had no time to ponder this. Instead, he hastily glanced at the experience necessary for the next upgrade. 100 million. Exhaling in relief, he noted that although this was indeed a substantial amount, it was still within the realm of possibility. Without further hesitation, he seized the opportunity to advance, for he was situated near the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, where the soul beasts were far beyond the capabilities of a mere three-ringed soul master. For his own safety, Xiaoming frantically fled, while simultaneously embarking on his relentless plan for soul power enhancement. With a faint ripple of soul power, successive soul rings began to coalesce beneath his feet, propelling his soul power to new heights. Chapter 13, Shrek Academy. On the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. Although the Star Dou forest is a gathering place for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, teeming with 10,000-year soul beasts and fraught with danger, it also attracts many hunters. At this moment, two figures cautiously explored the periphery. Leading the pair was a formidable man of Soul King rank, followed closely by a girl who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age. "Teacher, are we only searching the outskirts? Why not venture further inside?" The girl inquired, closely trailing behind the Soul King, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. They had been wandering the outermost area for several days without encountering a suitable soul beast. "You do not understand. The Star Dou forest is exceedingly perilous," he began, but his words were abruptly cut short as three emerald-green vines shot up from the ground, ensnaring both the Soul King and the girl. One vine swiftly penetrated the pack slung across the Soul King's back and retracted with alarming speed. With a successful strike, the vines quickly withdrew, and in the blink of an eye, the ensnared pack vanished from sight. The Soul King and the girl were both momentarily stunned. In just a few seconds, they had gone from being bound to having their belongings snatched away. By the time the Soul King regained his senses and attempted to pursue, the thief had already vanished without a trace. Casting a deep, grave gaze into the shadowy depths of the forest, the Soul King slowly began to retreat, pulling the girl along as they made their way towards the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. As they departed, the branches seemed to offer no obstruction, as if their sole intent was to claim the stolen package. After retreating nearly 100 meters and observing that no further branches had appeared, the Soul King let out a sigh of relief while still holding the girl's hand. He quickly turned towards the periphery. Meanwhile, not far behind a massive tree, a figure was frantically rummaging through the stolen package, soon emerging with a garment, elation radiating from their face. "Finally, a soul master has brought clothing." Tears of excitement streamed down as this figure revealed themselves to be the transformed Xiaoming. Contemplating his glorious image, he could not allow it to be tarnished by a state of undress, prompting him to decisively target the soul master's hunting spirit beasts. Not every soul master possessed soul guiding devices, and the packages of these soul masters had become Xiaoming's objective. After successfully pilfering from more than 10, he finally discovered a piece of clothing among today's spoils. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned the garment, which likely belonged to the Soul King and was slightly oversized, but at this moment, wearing something was paramount. With a sigh of relief, he declared, "At last, I can go out. Douluo continent, here I come." With his heart swelling with exhilaration, he swiftly made his way towards the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. Once again, tranquility enveloped the Star Dou forest. A month later, in the Baroque Kingdom, Sodo City. I finally found this place. Under the blazing sun, after a month of wandering, Xiaoming stood before the grand inscription of Sodo City at the western gate, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. At this moment, clad in a loose blue robe, his silver hair cascading casually over his shoulders, his handsome countenance bore a hint of determination as he eagerly gazed into the distance. It was still early. Perhaps he should take a look around? Having emerged from the Star Dou forest for a month, Xiaoming had also inquired about the current timeline and found no sign of the Shrek 7 or the likes of Tang San, indicating that the plot had yet to unfold. To confirm the timeline, he had specifically sought information about the three great sects. It appeared that one of them, the Haotian sect, had closed its doors many years ago, which was excellent news for Xiaoming. He refrained from delving into further details. "Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, how thrilling." Calm down, calm down. Filled with anticipation for these familiar figures from his past life, Xiaoming was exceedingly eager. Of course, as an upright and principled individual, He was certainly not the kind of person one might suspect. Shrek Academy is situated outside the city of Star Dou. While it may lack renown across the continent, it is somewhat recognized within the city itself. After inquiring for directions, Xiaoming did not linger but proceeded directly towards Shrek Academy. Upon leaving Star Dou City, he followed the path southward. On either side of the main road lay vast expanses of farmland, and Xiaoming ambled leisurely, taking in the scenery. Before long, he encountered a small village, home to approximately 100 households, encircled by a wooden fence seemingly erected to ward off wild beasts. Upon entering, he noticed an archway constructed of timber at the village entrance, adorned with a slightly tattered sign inscribed with the simple words, Shrek Academy. Beneath these 5 characters, there was a green visage resembling that of a humanoid monster's head, the unmistakable likeness of the creature Shrek. At last, he had arrived. The village entrance was devoid of people. Looking inside, he could see 2 or 3 ordinary villagers gazing at him with curiosity. Xiaoming felt a twinge of frustration, though the sign for Shrek Academy was present. It was clearly a village. How was he to find anyone? Just as he pondered this, a figure approached slowly. The individual stood about 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a handsome face marked by a rugged charm. Cascading golden hair flowed down to near his waist, framing a pair of unusual eyes, deep blue with a mesmerizing dual pupil characteristic. These cold yet intriguing eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light, unmistakably belonging to Dai Mubai, the evil eye white tiger. Recognizable and striking, Dai Mubai appeared even more dashing than Xiaoming had anticipated, regarding him with keen interest. "Who are you looking for?" he inquired, his gaze sweeping past Xiaoming, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his cold demeanor. It was not merely a chill in Dai Mubai's tone. It emanated from the natural dominance bestowed upon him by his white tiger martial spirit. "Ah, the evil eye white tiger," Xiaoming mused inwardly, silently admiring the formidable presence. However, he did not hesitate, responding with a light smile as he gestured towards the back. "I am seeking Zhao Waoqi and Flander." "Ah? You are looking for the dean and teacher Zhao?" Dai Mubai scrutinized Xiaoming closely, noting that he appeared to be no more than 20 years old. The age discrepancy cast doubt on the likelihood of any acquaintance with the dean and Zhao. Yet, given that Xiaoming could clearly identify them and name them specifically, it was difficult to dismiss the possibility of their connection. After a moment's contemplation, Dai Mubai turned and strode deeper into the village. "Interesting, Shrek Academy." Xiaoming chuckled softly to himself, already devising his next steps as he followed in Dai Mubai's wake. As they entered the village, Xiaoming observed that the structures were predominantly wooden, simple, and unadorned, suggesting they had stood for quite some time. Not far along, they arrived at a clearing, approximately 500 square meters in size, situated at the very heart of Shrek Academy. Surrounding the clearing were various wooden structures, and upon surveying the area, Xiaoming found little interest. He followed Dai Mubai deeper into the academy. After a brief walk, they reached the entrance of a loft, which, in comparison to the previous wooden buildings, appeared slightly more refined, yet still bore an air of simplicity. Realizing they had arrived at their destination, Xiaoming glanced at Dai Mubai, who had come to a halt, and a faint smile graced his lips. "We've arrived. The principal is above. You may proceed on your own," Dai Mubai remarked, casting one last glance before turning away to leave. However, an instinct whispered to him that this individual seemed to harbor ulterior motives. "Thank you, the white tiger, Dai Mubai?" Xiaoming replied with a nod and a light chuckle. Uttering Dai Mubai's name, Dai Mubai's expression shifted. It appeared he had not disclosed his name to Xiaoming. With a swift movement, he began to retreat to the side. Just as he landed warily, Dai Mubai looked back, only to be momentarily stunned. At that moment, beneath Xiaoming's feet, a radiant display unfolded, shimmering with brilliance. A formidable wave of soul power emanated, causing the surrounding air to compress, making it difficult for Dai Mubai to breathe. His pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at the soul rings slowly rising beneath Xiaoming. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, 7 in total, pulsated rhythmically around him. A soul sage. A 7-ringed soul sage. Dai Mubai could hardly believe his eyes. This young man, seemingly in his 20s, was indeed a formidable soul sage of over level 70. Suddenly, 2 figures burst forth from the loft. One appeared quite ordinary, yet exuded an impressive physique. Broad shoulders reminiscent of a fortress, his attire failing to conceal the powerful muscles that seemed forged from steel, radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. King of Unmoving, Zhao Wujia. Xiaoming recognized him instantly, his eyes gleaming with admiration, before shifting his gaze to the second figure. This individual appeared to be in his 50s. Sporting a hooked nose and a jutting chin, his flat face adorned with black-framed glasses, his eyes glinting with intelligence. Four-eyed cat, Eagle Flender. Principal, Teacher Zhao. This person claims to be looking for you, Dai Mubai said quietly after stepping aside, visibly relieved at the arrival of Flinder and his companions. Looking for us? Flinder's eyes flickered with intrigue as he exchanged a glance with Zhao Wujia. Their identities had been carefully concealed in this place, and few knew of them. Thus, the man before them was unfamiliar. Zhao Wujia also shook his head in confusion, and a weighty seriousness settled upon both of them. Do not misunderstand me, esteemed gentlemen. I harbor no intentions of seeking vengeance. I have merely heard that Shrek Academy is a tranquil and elegant sanctuary, an ideal place for retirement. And thus I wish to inquire about a position here. Casually surveying the surroundings, he offered a gentle smile to Dai Mubai. Upon subtly sensing the area, he noted the absence of Tang San and the others, which led Xiaoming to reconsider his approach. With a system in place, one can level up anywhere. Why not linger here a while longer, to meet those he once wished to see before departing? As Xiaoming's words echoed, both Flander and Zhao Wujia were taken aback. Retirement? They gazed skeptically at Xiaoming's youthful visage, barely in his 20s, wondering how such a flimsy pretext could be uttered. It seemed the two were unconvinced. Xiaoming himself doubted the credibility of his fabricated excuse, aware that Flander and the others would likely share his skepticism. However, he believed that in this world, sometimes it is more effective to let strength speak for itself. Come. I have long heard of the formidable reputation of the unmoving King Zhao Wujia and the four-eyed cat Eagle Flander. Since you are not convinced, let us engage in a match and settle this matter. His voice, infused with soul power, resonated within Shrek Academy as he calmly gestured for Zhao Wujia and Flander to proceed. Below him, 7 soul rings shimmered, the soul power coalescing as he awaited their response. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. This flawless configuration of soul rings caused a jolt in the hearts of both Flander and Zhao Wujia. A young soul sage with a perfect arrangement of soul rings. What extraordinary talent had emerged from which sect? They silently marveled at his prowess, exchanging a glance that conveyed a message of restraint. If this unparalleled genius was indeed cultivated by a sect, any harm inflicted could spell disaster for Shrek. Since you are so resolute, we shall gladly oblige, Flander calculated, fully aware that such an individual was beyond the reach of him and Zhao Wujia. Very well. I shall not hold back. Ignoring the thoughts of Zhao Wujia and the others, Xiaoming's purpose for coming here was indeed to engage in battle. Otherwise, possessing such power without utilization left him feeling quite uneasy. First soul skill whip. With a flourish of his right hand, the spirit of the greenwood tree manifested, and vibrant green branches erupted from the spirit, hurtling towards Zhao Wujia and Flander. Old Zhao go, Flander bellowed, and the two moved in seamless coordination. Flander activated his spirit, his wings pulsating as he soared into the sky. Roar. Zhao Wujia's expression hardened as he let out a low growl, his body suddenly swelling. The already formidable muscles expanded nearly twice their size, and in an instant, he grew a meter taller, enveloped in a thick layer of brown fur. 7 dazzling soul rings materialized around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, each representing his terrifying power. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he clenched his fists, and the first yellow soul ring among the 7 ignited with brilliance. The first soul skill, the immovable king body. A brilliant golden light enveloped Zhao Wuji's, his formidable fists gradually opening, the soul power coalescing upon them. With a focused gaze, the second yellow soul ring beneath his feet illuminated once more. The second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm. Infused with the essence of the soul ring, his palm transformed into a golden hue, doubling in size, and struck fiercely at the approaching branches. Facing a soul saint of equal rank, Zhao Wuji's did not dare to be careless, immediately unleashing his first and second soul skills. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Zhao Wuji's mighty diamond palm shattered the delicate branches with ease, golden light radiating forth. He surged through the onslaught of branches, delivering a powerful strike downward towards Xiaoming. Calmly gazing at the advancing Zhao Wuji's, Xiaoming felt his fighting spirit ignited, burning fervently within him. Truly, he embodied the immovable king, a worthy opponent. Chapter 15, Battle Against the Immovable King, Part 2. Indeed, he was the immovable king, a formidable presence. A purple soul ring gradually ascended, its luminous aura shining brilliantly. Xiaoming's third soul ring blazed with light, and his bluewood tree martial spirit glimmered momentarily. Then, spiraling emerald branches surged forth from all directions, converging upon Zhao Wuji's form. The third soul skill, entanglement. With a swift motion, Xiaoming retreated, the sprawling branches intertwining to obscure his figure. Attempting to flee, Zhao Wuji's furrowed his brow, the golden light of the immovable king body intensifying around him. He struck at the encroaching branches with his mighty diamond palm, while his third soul ring shimmered, the purple millennium ring expanding rapidly, sinking into the ground. The third soul skill, gravitational enhancement. Suddenly, Xiaoming felt as though his feet were ensnared in a quagmire, his body growing heavy, as if his weight had doubled. With a shout, Zhao Wuji's immovable king body radiated golden light. The branches entwined around him taut, yet unbroken. Zhao Wuji's was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the resilience of the branches. Channeling his soul power, he exerted all his strength to break free. Noticing the branches from Chun Xiaoming advancing once more, Zhao Wuji's focused his gaze, his fifth soul ring beginning to pulsate, the profound black aura of the soul ring suddenly shining brilliantly. The fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. In an instant, immense pressure enveloped Chun Xiaoming from all sides, as though it sought to crush him, propelling his body uncontrollably towards Zhao Wuji's. A slight smile graced Chun Xiaoming's lips. He remained unperturbed, his calm demeanor causing Flandra, suspended in midair, to alter his expression. In the next moment, Chun Xiaoming's bluewood tree martial spirit glimmered, and his fifth soul ring sparkled, revealing a similarly profound black millennium ring. The bluewood tree martial spirit erupted with brilliance. Emerald leaves materializing in the air, the soul power concentrated to its zenith, shimmering with an ethereal glow, reminiscent of razor-sharp blades. Go! With a gentle touch, Chun Xiaoming activated his fifth soul skill, Thousand Leaf Dance. In an instant, branches and leaves swirled around like celestial maidens scattering flowers, enveloping Zhao Wuji. Originally poised to execute a gravitational compression, Zhao Wuji found himself inadvertently augmenting the velocity of the foliage. He could see a glimmer of cold light magnifying in his vision. A fifth soul skill of soul saint rank was not something his immovable body could withstand. With a steely gaze, Zhao Wuji made a decisive choice. Although he intended to hold back, in such a situation, any hesitation would be foolish. He stepped forward, channeling his soul power as his seventh soul skill gradually manifested, preparing to unleash his martial spirit's true form. In midair, Flinder observed this development in astonishment. Instantly, the soul power that had been circulating within him erupted, and the sixth soul ring surrounding him radiated with brilliant light. The profound 10,000-year soul ring shot forth, embedding itself into the wings behind Flinder. The dark wings, infused with the essence of the 10,000-year soul ring, shimmered with a faint black radiance. The wings folded momentarily, and a flurry of glimmering black-feathered projectiles surged forth. The sixth soul skill, Black Feather Assault. The black feathers shot towards Zhao Wuji like a barrage of silver needles, embedding themselves into the branches and leaves aimed at him, forming a protective barrier that thwarted the incoming attack. Zhao Wuji was taken aback, then lifted his gaze to Flinder hovering in the air. Their eyes met, and Zhao Wuji's seventh soul ring retracted, his gathered soul power gradually dissipating. Turning his focus back to Chun Xiaoming, he stepped forward, launching himself at Chun Xiaoming with his long-unused sixth soul ring flashing vigorously. A searing golden shockwave coalesced at Zhao Wuji's mouth. The sixth soul skill, Mighty Vajra Roar. The golden sphere burst forth, hurtling towards Chun Xiaoming. The previously launched foliage attack had been entirely intercepted by Flinder, allowing Zhao Wuji, in his immovable form, to shine with golden light as his right palm followed suit with the Mighty Vajra palm, while simultaneously activating his third and fourth soul skills, enhancing gravity and locking onto Chun Xiaoming. In an instant, Chun Xiaoming felt an overwhelming weight, as if he were ensnared by a unique soul power. A series of sounds echoed as Flinder, who had been observing from above, finally sprang into action. Their teamwork was impeccable. One confined and distracted Chun Xiaoming from the ground, while the other provided aerial support, sealing off his escape route. In a moment, Chun Xiaoming found himself cornered by the two. Glancing at the descending assault and at Zhao Wuji approaching him, he couldn't help but admire the timing. Truly, Flinder, the four-eyed cat eagle, had impeccable timing. Had it been any other soul saint in his stead, they might have already surrendered. He smiled faintly and shook his head. Regrettably, you have encountered me. Slowly raising his head, Chun Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with brilliance as the soul power within him coalesced upon the verdant tree martial spirit in his grasp, while the long-unused sixth soul ring at his feet shimmered. The profound 10,000-year soul ring hovered gracefully, merging with the green tree in Chun Xiaoming's hand. In an instant, the tree radiated a resplendent glow, unleashing a surge of soul power, and a colossal illusion of the green tree flashed momentarily, followed by a unique ripple beneath Chun Xiaoming's feet, as robust branches erupted from the ground. Sixth soul skill, Green Tree Defense. He intoned softly, as Zhao Wuji approached. A sturdy trunk manifested before him, its surface of vivid green adorned with simple patterns. The trunk ascended from the earth, soaring to a height of 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but soon another trunk rose alongside the first. Within the next heartbeat, Numerous trunks burst forth from the ground, encircling Qin Xiaoming and forming a protective barrier of trees. Flander, hovering in midair, cast a glance at the scene. His feathered attack descended from above, and he realized that while the tree defense shielded the sides, it could not thwart aerial assaults. Qin Xiaoming appeared to have anticipated this. He lifted his gaze slightly and smiled gently at Flander. Subsequently, branches extended overhead, shielding him from the sky. A series of rapid, clattering sounds ensued as the black feathers struck the branches, embedding themselves partially within, yet failing to penetrate further. In an instant, the feathers adorned the branches without a single one breaching the defense. Flander's expression shifted subtly, utilizing a sixth soul skill. He was astonished by the formidable strength of the opponent's defense. Chapter 16, The Unyielding King of War, Part 2. With a fierce roar, Zhao Wujia unleashed the might of the golden Vajra palm, enveloped in golden light, as it surged towards the green trunk. Boom! The golden orb collided with the green trunk, unleashing a tremendous burst of soul power that transmitted a terrifying force into the trunk, scorching it with a radiant blaze akin to raging fire. An imperceptible crack appeared on the trunk where the golden orb struck, slightly dented, with signs of flames scorching its edges. Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retaliated, striking the impacted area with his palm, the golden light intensifying as his hand expanded to more than double its size, descending with force. Bang! The palm of the golden Vajra, capable of cleaving through gold and stone, struck the trunk as though it were slamming into a steel plate, producing a dull thud. The overwhelming force traveled along the trunk as if it had plunged into the depths of the sea, causing not a ripple to rise. Zhao Wujia was left utterly astonished. He was acutely aware of his palm's tremendous power, striking the site of the earlier golden Vajra roar attack. He believed that even if his opponent's sixth soul skill surpassed his own, it should have been breached. A disquieting premonition arose within Zhao Wujia as he exchanged a glance with Flander, who, typically astute, now wore a furrowed brow. Alas, it is truly unfortunate, esteemed predecessors. The time has come for me. Qin Xiaoming's calm voice resonated from within the sealed green wood protection. Following a soft sound, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from the green wood, as a profound black soul ring slowly emerged, exuding a terrifying wave of soul energy from its ancient depths. Amidst the abyssal darkness, faint glimmers of red light flickered, capturing the attention of Flander in the sky. The intensity of the soul power and the presence of the soul ring seemed to unveil the mystery behind the formidable defense of the green wood, leaving Flander even more astonished upon realization. With a snap, Chun Xiaoming's tranquil voice echoed, and the black 10,000-year soul ring gradually descended, merging into the green wood. Instantly, the protective green wood exploded under the infusion of soul energy. Shards flew in all directions, each one resembling a piercing sword, hurtling toward Zhao Wujia and Flander, who hovered in midair. Qin Xiaoming stepped forth from the green wood, a light smile gracing his features as he regarded the two. His sixth soul skill was not merely defensive, it possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. The sudden onslaught stunned Zhao Wujia and Flander alike. On the ground, Zhao Wujia's eyes widened as the shards approached. The brilliance of his first soul ring surged forth, enveloping him in the golden light of the unmoving king. Casting a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai behind him, Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth and activated his sixth soul ring once more. The light of the 10,000-year soul ring flickered as a golden shockwave surged forth to confront the incoming shards. Simultaneously, he leapt, positioning himself in front of Dai Mubai, his hands now magnified, ready to withstand the assault with the mighty golden king palm. In midair, Flander, sensing the imminent threat, flapped his wings, ascending higher into the sky. His third and fifth soul rings radiated brilliantly. The deep black fifth soul ring shot forth, merging with the wings behind him, which expanded significantly under the enhancement of soul energy, shimmering like polished metal. The purple third soul ring also flew out, halting before his wings, as soul power coalesced. With a forceful flap, a tempest was summoned, howling downward toward the approaching greenwood shards. As a black halo flickered, Flander's wings folded, enveloping him in their substantial embrace. The fierce wind mitigated the impact of the incoming shards, their potency diminished, yet still sharp as swords, striking against Flander's wings. The sound echoed like metal striking metal, a series of clangs resonating as the shards left only pockmarked impressions on his wings before shattering into fragments. Flander, leveraging the force of the greenwood shards, ascended higher, dissipating a significant portion of the impact. Indeed, he was cunning and astute. As Qin Xiaoming gazed at Flander's defensive stance, he felt a twinge of surprise, having anticipated the possibility of compelling Flander to reveal his true spirit form. It was evident that these seasoned soul saints possessed a wealth of practical experience. Realizing that his attacks were futile against Flander, Chen Xiaoming's gaze shifted towards Zhao Wujing. In stark contrast to Flander, Zhao Wujing's situation was rather dire. Confined within the village and flanked by Dai Mubai, he dared not unleash his true spirit form, relying solely on his immovable King-S body and the mighty Vajra palm for defense. Even with his hands magnified, he found it impossible to guard against every angle, resulting in some attacks slipping through his defenses and striking against his golden, immovable King aura. The protection offered by merely the first soul skill was insufficient, and the golden light shattered, leaving numerous wounds across his body. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to endure the onslaught. However, Zhao Wujing's gaze towards Chun Xiaoming sharpened. How could the esteemed immovable king be so humiliated? With a resounding thud, he unleashed another palm strike, shattering the final fragment of blue wood. A fierce glint flickered in Zhao Wujing's eyes. Regardless of the opponent's background, he would not cower. In a flash, Zhao Wujing prepared to unleash his seventh soul ring. But suddenly, Flander appeared mid-air, placing a hand protectively before him. Your strength is unparalleled. We cannot compare. Let us concede defeat, Flander stated. Enraged, Zhao Wujing glared at Flander. Being so thoroughly bested was one thing, but this was another matter entirely. Flander, with a solemn shake of his head, indicated that he would not permit the conflict to escalate further. After years of camaraderie, Zhao Wujing managed to suppress his fury, casting an irritable glance at Chen Xiaoming. What is your intention? Speak plainly. Noticing Flander's perceptiveness, Chen Xiaoming sighed, feeling somewhat disenchanted. Engaging with these two had proven unsatisfactory. The lack of intensity was frustrating. Very well, I shall withdraw. Flander, I wish to assume the position of vice principal at Shrek Academy. Would that be agreeable? He smiled at Flander, confident that such a shrewd individual would not dismiss his request. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoming's words, a glimmer of insight crossed Flander's eyes. Initially, he believed Chun was jesting, yet it became clear that the young man genuinely wished to remain at Shrek, though his motives remained uncertain. Considering Chun's background, Flander mused that there was little of significance at Shrek that would attract such a figure. It is indeed an honor that you would consider Shrek. Flander replied after a brief contemplation, his expression shifting to one of warmth as he retracted his soul power and stepped out of his spirit form, approaching Chun Xiaoming amiably. Chapter 17, The 100,000-Year Soul Ring. In the dormitory of Shrek Academy, under Dai Mubai's guidance, Chun Xiaoming's accommodation was arranged in a separate building adjacent to the student dormitory. The environment may be somewhat rudimentary, yet it remains clean and tidy, with brand new bedding that appears quite comfortable. The air is refreshing, and the surroundings are tranquil. Upon opening the window at the back of the house, one is greeted by a serene view of the woods, which satisfactorily meets Chun Xiaoming's expectations. Behind him, Dai Mubai exchanged a brief glance with Chun Xiaoming before hastily departing. With a light chuckle, Chun Xiaoming closed the door, leisurely reclined on the bed, and took a deep breath. Beep. As he inhaled deeply, he received an experience reward of 100,000. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears, prompting Chen Xiaoming to squint his eyes and calmly summon the system within his mind. Host, Chen Xiaoming. Age, 26. Martial Soul, Qingtong Tree. Soul Power, Level 79, 16, 525. 795, 00010, 000. First Soul Ring, 300 years, 16, 525, 795, 00010, 000. Second Soul Ring, 600 years, 16, 525, 795, 00010, 000. Third Soul Ring, 1,200 years, 16, 525, 795, 00010, 000. Fourth Soul Ring, 6,000 years, 16, 525, 795, 00010, 000. Fifth Soul Ring, 20,000 years, 16, 525, 795, 00010, 000. Sixth Soul Ring, 999 years, 16, 525, 795, 00010, 000. Seventh Soul Ring, 999 years, 16, 525, 795, 00010, 000. Entity, Qingtong Tree. Bloodline, None, 16, 525, 795, 00010, 000. Items, none. Experience points, 16, 525, 795, 000. Since his transformation, in the span of a month, Chun Xiaoming has utilized his experience primarily to enhance his soul power, with the remainder allocated to his soul rings. Following that day when his soul power surged dramatically, he discovered additional functionalities on his attribute panel. Each soul ring now displayed its age alongside familiar indicators of experience points required for upgrades. This unexpected revelation brought Chun Xiaoming a pleasant surprise. With over 20 billion experience points at his disposal, he could easily ascend to the level of a limit Douluo in mere moments, leaving him concerned that his future would become rather monotonous. After all, what others strive for throughout their lives, he could achieve in less than a minute. The rapid elevation of soul power can sometimes be a burden. Each time he reflects on this, Chun Xiaoming silently sighs, resigning himself to bear this burden alone. However, the newfound option to enhance the age of his soul rings has provided him with a renewed ambition, one that is infinitely more intriguing. For instance, the prospect of becoming a limit titled Douluo with 9 soul rings, each spanning 100,000 years. Or perhaps, envisioning a limit titled Douluo boasting 9 soul rings, each 1,000,000 years old. Once again, for instance, a limit titled Douluo with 1,000,000-year soul ring. The corners of Chun Xiaoming's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile of anticipation. Such a life holds intrigue. One wonders if a limit titled Douluo with 9,000,000-year soul rings could possibly contend with a level 3 deity. Excitement and exhilaration flickered in his eyes, and before he knew it, Chun Xiaoming found himself immersed in a delightful reverie of vanquishing deities. First things first, let's focus on enhancement. Ripping himself from the delightful fantasy, Chun Xiaoming cleared his throat a couple of times. While the dream was enticing, reality must be approached step by step. For instance, let us set a modest goal, to become a limit titled Douluo possessing 900,000-year soul rings. Advancement. With determination, Chun Xiaoming cast a glance at his attribute panel, noting that his 6th and 7th soul rings had already reached the pinnacle of 99,999 years. The reason his 6th soul skill could dominate both Flinder and Zhao Wujia lay not only in his formidable soul power, but also in the fact that his 6th soul ring was merely one step away from the coveted 100,000-year mark. Let us commence. Previously, he had refrained from upgrading to engage with powerful soul saints like Flinder, but now that the playtime was over, it was time for a significant enhancement. Quietly, he pressed the upgrade button for the 6th soul ring, and in an instant, the attribute panel shimmered. As a tremendous force of soul power surged into Chun Xiaoming's body, cascading downwards towards the 6th soul ring, the deep, dark 6th soul ring pulsated with light. The specks of red that had initially danced upon it now flickering incessantly, growing ever brighter with the influx of immense soul power. Chun Xiaoming silently attuned himself to the waves of soul power, and the vibrant red glow expanded, soon enveloping the entire soul ring, its radiance suddenly intensifying before settling into tranquility. In the serene room, a red soul ring flickered and gently floated around Chun Xiaoming. 6th soul ring, 100,000-year soul ring. Chun Xiaoming gazed in rapture at the red soul ring below him, feeling an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from it, far grander than before. The crimson aura, reminiscent of an intoxicating blood-red rose, entranced him with its might. Is this the essence of a 100,000-year soul ring? Having acquired his first 100,000-year soul ring, Chun Xiaoming felt a sense of calm wash over him. The enhancement of his 6th soul ring exceeded his expectations. No wonder every soul master yearns for a 100,000-year soul ring. This power far surpassed that of a 10,000-year soul ring. After lingering on the site for a moment longer, Chun Xiaoming directed his gaze back to his attribute panel. Let us continue the ascent. A spark of determination ignited in his eyes. With such a significant boost, he would not hold back. He was resolute in his ambition to become the first soul saint in the history of Duluo continent to possess 700,000-year soul rings. As Chun Xiaoming extended his hand towards the 7th soul ring, a surge of immense soul power flowed in once more. The 7th soul ring beneath his feet shimmered, gradually enveloped in a crimson glow. In a brief moment, another radiant red soul ring of 100,000 years flickered into existence. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Xiaoming hesitated no longer and directed his focus towards the 5th soul ring. It had remained stagnant for too long. It was indeed time for an upgrade. The luminous flow continued to dance, and the age of his 5th soul ring began to soar dramatically. 5th soul ring, 20,000,000,30,000,000,40,000,000,50,000,000. With a single breath, he elevated the age of the soul ring to 50,000 years, bringing his endeavors to a halt. A frown creased his brow as the overwhelming soul power filled his body, and he realized that the energy within the soul ring had rendered him near saturation. Is my body unable to endure any longer? Chun Xiaoming mused softly, his gaze shifting as he contemplated his current state. He was neither a dual martial soul, nor had he undergone the divine test. His physical resilience, having undergone transformation, bore little distinction from that of an ordinary person. Could it be that a soul sage of over 70 levels could only sustain 2 soul rings of 100,000 years at best? Or was there some inherent limitation regarding the transformation of soul beasts? Uncertain and lost in thought, he furrowed his brow, reluctantly directing his gaze towards the bloodline attribute on his panel. Regardless of the circumstances, enhancing his bloodline should offer a direct solution. Although he feared awakening an unusual bloodline that might mar his illustrious image, he found himself at an impasse. Let us see what bloodline I possess, he resolved. May the Supreme Old Lord bless me with the bloodline of Pangu. If that is not feasible, then even a bloodline of the witch ancestor will suffice. With his palms pressed together in prayer, Qin Xiaoming uttered his silent wishes before reaching out to the bloodline attribute. Chapter 18, Bloodline Enhancement. May the Supreme Old Lord grant me a potent bloodline. As he prayed, he touched the bloodline attribute, and a radiant light transformed before his eyes. Bloodline, Hollow Willow, Primary, 1642-5795000010000. An overwhelming influx of information surged into his mind, transporting Qin Xiaoming to a peculiar realm, surrounded by an ethereal sea of spirits. Above him floated a silvery orb of light, pulsating with energy. Unconsciously, he reached out, only to find that his hand passed through the orb as if it were mere air. The orb shimmered and gradually approached Qin Xiaoming, touching his chest before merging with him. In an instant, a silvery glow enveloped Qin Xiaoming, and as he gently closed his eyes, a colossal phantom of a willow tree materialized above him, its branches swaying as if traversing boundless realms. The ephemeral shadow manifested for but a fleeting moment before dissipating. While above Qin Xiaoming's head, the ethereal image of the greenwood tree emerged, seemingly altered in some subtle manner, elusive and indistinct. A luminous white glow enveloped Qin Xiaoming, a warm current coursing through every pore of his body. The once mortal constitution underwent a profound transformation, and he could feel his physique strengthening incessantly, moment by moment. Bathed in the silvery radiance, the orb of argent light that infused him brought clarity to his understanding. It was the essence of the Hollow Willow's bloodline, a singular treasure despite its modest form. In his mind, countless flashes of brilliance erupted, and Qin Xiaoming, with closed eyes, immersed himself in contemplation, losing all sense of time. After half an hour, he exhaled, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a fleeting glint of silver, which quickly vanished. Innate spiritual roots, Hollow Willow, spatial attributes. Qin Xiaoming felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Although not akin to the Pangu bloodline, this Hollow Willow lineage still brought him considerable delight. With myriad paths and the passage of time as the sovereign, spatial dominion was rare. The Hollow Willow had uniquely grasped a pathway of spatial understanding, a truly serendipitous revelation. The flashes of insight that had danced in his mind were indeed reflections of this comprehension of spatial principles embedded within the bloodline. Yet, whether due to his insufficient cultivation or the constraints of the Douluo realm's laws, he found himself continually hindered by an elusive membrane, as if an intangible barrier obstructed his understanding. Each attempt to grasp the insights left him in a state of partial comprehension. Could it truly be the suppression of dimensional laws as depicted in novels? Qin Xiaoming pondered, recalling how Tang San's Tang sect techniques were similarly constrained. He remained at the pinnacle of the first level until the awakening of his martial soul enabled his breakthrough. However, his bloodline was far superior to that of Douluo. Even the creator god would likely not surpass its strength. Or was it that all manifestations here could only be executed through martial souls or soul power? With this thought, Qin Xiaoming directed his gaze toward his martial soul, condensing his soul power to summon forth the greenwood tree. Yet, upon a mere glance, he was momentarily taken aback. The greenwood tree martial soul in his grasp had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its once entirely green form was now shrouded in a silvery halo, appearing somewhat diminished in size, yet it seemed almost ethereal, as if it could vanish at any moment. Was this truly the greenwood tree? There was a hint of the Hollow Willow's essence. Hastily, Qin Xiaoming opened his attribute panel to inspect further. The martial soul still bore the name greenwood tree, and upon glancing at its corporeal form below, he found it unchanged, not transformed into a hollow willow. Thus, have I merely acquired the essence of the bloodline? Qin Xiaoming pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. The source of bloodline energy swirling in his mind had yet to be fully assimilated. Perhaps once he completely absorbed it, the outcome would become clear. Casting a glance at the luminous source energy in his mind, he chose not to linger on the matter any longer. After all, time was plentiful, and he could gradually explore his path. As for the present, he glanced at the remaining experience points, which amounted to over 10 billion, and a delighted smile blossomed on his face. His physique had enhanced significantly, and it was time to elevate his abilities. He wondered who could possibly obstruct him in achieving his modest goals. With a smile gracing his features, he joyfully tapped on the upgrade for the soul ring behind him. 5th soul ring, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. With pleasure, he upgraded the 5th soul ring to the 10,000-year level, feeling no remnants of the previous saturation, and surprisingly, he sensed no limits whatsoever. Glancing at the pitiful 1st soul ring, Xiaoming contemplated that since he was already upgrading, he might as well elevate them all today. Good things come in pairs. He resolved to unleash his potential and upgrade freely. For today, he set himself a modest goal of upgrading 7 10,000-year soul rings. Reclining on his bed, Xiaoming regained his composure and tranquility, extending his hand to initiate the upgrade for the 1st soul ring. To his astonishment, the 1st soul ring, which had only been a mere century in age, began to shimmer as waves of soul power surged within it. A flicker of purple light danced across the yellow halo, enveloping it in a radiant purple glow, transforming it into a 1,000-year soul ring. The cycle continued, from a 1,000-year ring to a 10,000-year ring, culminating in a dazzling crimson glow, signifying a 100,000-year red soul ring. 1st soul ring, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, 100,000. 2nd soul ring, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, 100,000. 3rd soul ring, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, 100,000. 4th soul ring, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, 100,000. In the blink of an eye, 4 radiant 10,000-year soul rings gleamed, combined with the previous 3, resulting in a total of 7 10,000-year soul rings shimmering with brilliance. Had Xiaoming not contained the power of the soul rings, it was likely that his house would have been obliterated. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy, in the office of the dean, Lao Zhao exclaimed, "You have acted recklessly. Did you not notice? The age of his 6th soul ring, with its hint of crimson, indicates it is at least of 90,000-year caliber." Flender, facing the enraged Zhao Wujia, earnestly explained, acknowledging that he too had only realized the full extent of Xiaoming's 6th soul ring upon its explosive manifestation. Yet it did not diminish his foresight in this moment. 90,000-year soul ring. Zhao Wujin exclaimed in surprise, for he had truly overlooked this detail. He was on the verge of being rendered immobile, and had little time to notice such matters. Alas, such youth combined with remarkable strength. It was a mystery from which sect this individual hailed, and whether this would prove a blessing or a curse for Shrek Academy. Flander approached the window, through which he could glimpse Xiaoming's residence, his eyes reflecting both concern and a glimmer of brilliance, accompanied by a soft sigh. Behind him, Zhao Wujin remained contemplative, his anger from the earlier confrontation with Xiaoming subsiding alongside the temporary release of his 90,000-year soul ring. Yet, within him lingered an unsettling premonition. The long-quiet Shrek Academy might soon find itself in turmoil. Chapter 19, The Arrival of Xiao Wu. A month later, in the open grounds of Shrek Academy, Xiaoming leisurely dragged a recliner towards the center, his expression tinged with excitement and a hint of something inscrutable. After a month of silence within the academy, the time had finally arrived for Shrek's enrollment. Training Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had grown rather tedious. Xiaoming awaited the arrival of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others with eager anticipation. Casually placing the recliner in the center of the open area, he reclined back, leisurely gazing at the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, a habit from his days beneath the tree that had, over time, become somewhat of a comfort. What might Xiao Wu and the others look like? He secretly yearned for their arrival, though he maintained his integrity and reliability. There is a saying, after all, beauty is a desire inherent in all. Given the opportunity to meet Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaoming was curious to discover if they were as enchanting as described in novels. Not far off, Flander and Zhao Wujin stood beside a nearby building, not attempting to conceal themselves, but rather openly observing Xiaoming. Flander's eyes sparkled with thoughtful contemplation. He could not fathom why one would exhibit such excitement over an ordinary enrollment process. After a month of interaction, he found Xiaoming not to be a difficult person to engage with. Was his purpose truly the upcoming enrollment? Contemplating Xiaoming's willingness to volunteer as an examiner for the 4th round, Flander couldn't help but ponder further. Otherwise, why would he have dragged Zhao Wujin along for idle standing? Time passed gradually, and Xiaoming remained unhurried. After years spent in tranquility, he possessed ample patience. In the distance, Dai Mubai approached, accompanied by 4 figures, 1 man and 3 women. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Xiaoming's eyes as he rose from his recliner. focusing intently on the approaching group. The boy, dressed simply, appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. He wore a light blue ensemble, cinched at the waist with a belt adorned with 24 jade stones, while his half-long black hair barely grazed his shoulders. With just a fleeting glance, Xiaoming discerned the identity of the latter, yet he turned away almost immediately, redirecting his attention to the girl beside him. Her silky black hair was meticulously braided into a neat scorpion braid that cascaded past her calves. She donned a pink top that tightly embraced her developing figure, revealing a delicate waist that was scarcely graspable. With elegantly arched eyebrows and a pair of large, lustrous eyes, her slightly rounded, rosy face radiated charm. Just a single glance was enough for the word adorable to flash through Xiaoming's mind. No wonder the pristine Tang San was smitten. At such a tender age, she had blossomed into someone so captivating. Xiaoming now pondered whether Tang San had recognized this early on, perhaps leading him to claim her as a sister well in advance. If not for the recollection that Tang San's world prior to his transmigration lacked any semblance of the internet, Xiaoming might have suspected that Tang San was indulging in some form of lowly cultivation. Ahem, he thought, momentarily diverting to a rather dubious train of thought. Clearing his throat softly, he shifted his gaze from Xiao Wu to the two girls beside him. One girl, clad in a white long dress with a neat bob that barely grazed her ears, stood about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. Her fair, exquisite visage, akin to refined jade, exuded an ethereal aura. The other girl, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, bore a rather indifferent expression, her dark eyes devoid of any hint of emotion, standing at a height comparable to Ning Rongrong's. Ahem, here we go again, he thought, nearly voicing his musings aloud. Xiaoming coughed lightly, realizing that he had unwittingly been invaded by peculiar thoughts once more. Alas, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging the passage of time and the need for more physical exertion. It was disconcerting how frequently such strange notions invaded his mind. Yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed as stunning as the novels had described. Teacher Chun, I have brought the candidates, said Dai Mubai, who had come to escort them for the assessment. He glanced at the already prepared Xiaoming and, with a grave expression, subtly shook his head towards Tang San and the others. Throughout their journey, Dai Mubai had informed Tang San and the others about the upcoming fourth assessment. Although his time with Xiaoming was brief, he had not been spared from the tales of certain individuals' exceptional training. Thus he had some understanding of Xiaoming's formidable prowess. Casting a silent glance at Tang San and the others, Dai Mubai felt helpless and could only step aside. Rising from his seat, Xiaoming surveyed Tang San and his companions with a smile that held a hint of mischief, his eyes sparkling with intent. Very well. I trust that Mubai has briefed you on the assessment we are about to undertake. Now, I grant you a stick of incense to familiarize yourselves with one another and to deliberate. After the incense burns out, the test shall commence. At this point, Xiaoming paused ever so slightly, then concentrated his soul power, striking the ground beneath him with a sudden force. A resounding thud reverberated as a wave of energy surged into the earth, causing the ground around Xiaoming to subtly depress and form a circle, with a radius of approximately 50 centimeters, just enough to encompass him alone. The nature of the test is quite simple. You have the duration of this incense stick to force me out of this circle, and should you succeed, victory will be yours. Xiaoming gestured towards the circle beneath him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the mirth on Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's faces. Inside, he reveled in delight. Laugh, indeed, laugh well. Cherish these moments of joy, for soon, some of you may find yourselves in tears. With this thought, Xiaoming was unfazed and reclined comfortably in his chair, producing an incense stick. With a deft motion of his fingers, he ignited the incense and, with a flick, firmly planted it into the ground without the slightest tremor. Ah, how exhilarating it is to flaunt such prowess. Relaxing in his chair, Xiaoming savored his own satisfaction, paying little heed to Tang San and the others. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, with a serious demeanor, was briefing Tang San and his companions, knowing that their success in the forthcoming contest rested solely on their own abilities. Observing the leisurely Xiaoming, who had closed his eyes in meditation, and then glancing at Tang San and his companions, who were engrossed in introductions and strategizing, Dai Mubai found himself shaking his head unconsciously. Let us hope for mercy in due course. Chapter 20, The Assessment. Time gradually passed, and soon the incense stick was extinguished. Xiaoming rose once more, loosening his wrists and stretching luxuriously. Casting a glance at the prepared Tang San and his companions, he offered a gentle smile, conjuring yet another incense stick, which he lit and placed into the ground beside him. The assessment begins. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Almost instantaneously, Ning Rongrong sprang into action, gracefully rotating in place. As a dazzling array of colorful light erupted from within her being. In her palm, a magnificent seven-colored pagoda, over a foot tall, appeared. The seven treasures are renowned. The first being, strength. The first soul ring ascended, enveloping the seven-colored pagoda, and three beams of colorful light simultaneously burst forth, encircling Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Ah, the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda, splendid indeed. How marvelous this esteemed auxiliary martial spirit is. I wonder how effective it truly is. The seven treasures are renowned. The second being, speed. Once more, three beams of colorful light floated forth as Ning Rongrong's second soul ring gradually rose, radiating brilliance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three figures surged forward with great swiftness, bolstered by enhanced strength and speed. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing united in their advance. Tang San positioned himself at the center, with Xiao Wu on the left and Zhu Zhuqing providing support from the right. First soul skill, bind. Under the feet of Tang San, the first soul ring shimmered, and a multitude of blue-silver grass surged forth, instantly binding Chun Xiaoming to the ground. Xiao Wu, with a soft exclamation, felt the profound synergy developed over 6 years between them. A strand of blue-silver grass emerged beneath her feet, and Tang San grasped the other end, making the grass taut. With a swift motion, Xiao Wu propelled herself forward as if released from a bowstring, her body curling midair as she activated her martial spirit. She unfurled gracefully, her feet poised to strike the sides of Chun Xiaoming's neck. How light, she mumbled softly. Her casual remark misinterpreted by Xiao Wu as an indication of her strength. With a disdainful huff, she retracted her toes, pressing them against the carotid arteries on either side of Chun Xiaoming's neck. With a powerful twist of her lithe form, she began to rotate in the air. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass binding Chun Xiaoming was tugged under Tang San's command. Chun Xiaoming, however, remained unperturbed, pondering whether he was receiving the treatment that should have been reserved for Zhao Wujia. With a gentle push from his feet, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from within him. He was no Zhao Wujia, and he would not be so reckless. With a dull thud, the bindings of the blue-silver grass were shattered. In terms of strength, his power, augmented by his bloodline, far surpassed that of Zhao Wujia. Not so fast, girl. He chuckled lightly, seizing Xiao Wu's ankle. It was cool yet soft to the touch. Coughing lightly, he reminded himself that this was not the time for such thoughts. With a decisive pull, he yanked Xiao Wu from his neck and flung her toward the approaching Tang San. Go find your beloved. His gaze inadvertently shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, who was approaching from the side. In the next moment, Xiao Wu, flung away, flicked her scorpion braid back, ensnaring Chun Xiaoming's neck like a serpent. As her body descended, she supported herself with her hands, one long leg extending, the toes pressing against Chun Xiaoming's abdomen, her entire form resembling a drawn bow. Hee. Xiao Wu giggled, reveling in her successful bind. No, Xiao Wu. Tang San cried out urgently. A strand of blue-silver grass flickered and wrapped around Xiao Wu's waist. With a vigorous pull, he attempted to bring her back to his side. First soul skill, waist bow. Simultaneously, the scorpion braid and the toes at his abdomen exerted force, and Chun Xiaoming soon sensed a powerful force attempting to hurl him away. A series of sharp, crisp sounds echoed from behind him, coinciding with Zhu Zhuqing's assault. Uncertain whether this had been meticulously planned or was merely a spontaneous collaboration, Chun Xiaoming found himself somewhat inconvenienced. He was compelled to ponder whether he should impart a modicum of harsh reality to these charming young ladies. Having already gauged his strength, they still dared to challenge him. Was it unwarranted overconfidence, or did they perceive him as a fool prone to negligence? Retreat, Tang San commanded softly, activating his waist bow. Yet he failed to even rattle Chun Xiaoming. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting slightly, with the blue-silver grass surging with power at her waist. She hesitated not, coiling her scorpion tail and striking Chun Xiaoming's abdomen lightly before suddenly retreating with great speed. Let it be, considering we are all transformed spirit beasts. I shall refrain from unleashing my full might upon you, Chun Xiaoming mused, shaking his head gently, realizing he had perhaps underestimated himself. The enhancement of his physical prowess through bloodline elevation was formidable, even though he had yet to fully comprehend the essence of his bloodline. Coupled with his soul power at level 79 and the amplification from 700,000-year spirit rings, he was far beyond the capabilities of Tang San and his companions, who, despite the enhancement from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, possessed only over 30 levels of soul power. Even standing idle, he surmised they would struggle to even touch him. Alas, it seems I am bullying the weak. Perhaps I should ease my restraint, he sighed inwardly, contemplating that without his leniency, they could not secure victory. Meanwhile, upon Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's return, Tang San and his group dared not make any reckless moves. Chun Xiaoming's strength exceeded their wildest expectations, rendering their previous strategy unfeasible. Tang San's gaze flickered with intensity. Facing a formidable soul saint for the first time, he recognized the terrifying chasm in power that could not be bridged by mere cooperation. Casting a sideways glance at Dai Mubai, Tang San grasped the meaning behind Dai Mubai's earlier words about showing mercy. Dai Mubai, equally helpless, shook his head slightly, saying, "Brother, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but you are up against an extraordinary being. I assure you, not all soul saints are like this." Aren't all soul saints this powerful? Tang San inquired. "No, not all soul saints possess such strength. The one you are facing is exceptionally powerful," Dai Mubai clarified. "Do you think I am oblivious to your silent communication?" "Mubai, it seems you require further training," Chun Xiaoming interjected. Dai Mubai turned his gaze elsewhere, offering Tang San a final encouraging glance, hoping that nothing had transpired moments ago. Indeed, it must have been an illusion regarding that special training. Tang San, with a wry smile, glanced at Chun Xiaoming, who returned the gesture with an equally light smile. "Reveal your true strength, or you stand no chance of victory," he stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon Tang San. In the midst of the crowd, it is evident that only Tang San possesses the potential to transcend his current limits. The techniques of the Tang sect and the use of hidden weapons are something Chun Xiaoming eagerly anticipates. With a huff, he suggests that they confront him together. Feeling underestimated, Xiao Wu pouts her lips, rolling up her sleeves, ready to take action, but is restrained by Tang San. Remarkably, he has yet to unleash his martial soul. Casting a glance at the incense on the ground, he notes that it has already burned down by a third. Time is not on his side. "Teacher Chun, you must exercise caution from here on." Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, Tang San is compelled to resort to his ultimate technique, the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Simultaneously, Chun Xiaoming's formidable prowess ignites Tang San's fighting spirit. As a prodigy of the Tang sect in his previous life, he possesses an inherent confidence and is keen to discover whether his hidden weapons can withstand the might of a soul sage in this foreign realm. He slightly turns, exchanging a glance with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, indicating that he wishes to face the upcoming battle alone. The two understand. Having witnessed Chun Xiaoming's strength in their previous skirmish, their combined abilities could hardly budge him, let alone force him to reveal his martial soul. "Tang San, we trust you." Ning Rongrong smiles gently at him, acknowledging her limitations as a support-type soul master in this contest. Tang San then shifts his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, who regards him with an icy demeanor. After a moment of shared understanding, she gives a slight nod. The trust of his companions brings a smile to Tang San's face. And as he turns his attention back to Chun Xiaoming, an aura of determination envelopes him, as if he has been bestowed with a radiant halo. "Teacher Chun, be cautious. I shall take the lead." In an instant, Tang San's figure flickers, activating his ghostly shadow movement. His hands gradually transform into a pristine white, as luminescent as jade. A faint current of air circulates between his fingers. The Tang sect's white jade hands are unleashed, and a subtle purple hue engulfs his eyes as he activates the purple extreme demon eye. With a series of swift movements, 10 glimmers of cold light erupt from the tips of Tang San's fingers, each targeting Chun Xiaoming's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and abdomen, each strike aimed at a vital point, with no two trajectories identical. Has the Tang sect's hidden weapons finally made their appearance? Chun Xiaoming's eyes gleam with interest. The martial soul he had withheld now begins to coalesce and manifest. A formidable surge of soul power gathers around him, compressing the air and generating ripples of terrifying energy. Tang San is momentarily taken aback, but presses on, twisting his form to unleash another volley of icy projectiles. Chun Xiaoming raises his head, and a crimson soul ring suddenly materializes beneath him, shattering the chair he stands upon with its overwhelming force. The scarlet ring, reminiscent of rich blood-red agate, ascends gracefully from the ground below. This, indeed, is a soul ring of 100,000 years. Standing behind, Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. Covering her mouth as a surprised exclamation escaped her lips. Her wide eyes were fixated on the crimson soul ring, her mind a blank slate, her body frozen in place. Enveloped in confusion, beside her, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally taken aback by the appearance of a 100,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu quickly regained her composure, and, glancing at the advancing Tang San, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she recklessly dashed forward. "Beware," Zhu Zhuqing uttered softly, prompting Ning Rongrong to snap back to reality, abandoning their previous agreement. The 100,000-year soul ring was a formidable force, far beyond their capacity to confront. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being speed. A radiant light emerged, merging into Tang San's being, rendering him lighter and enhancing his already elusive movements. Instead of retreating, He shifted sideways to evade the impending danger, although the emergence of the 100,000-year soul ring had caught him off guard. As this was an assessment and he bore the hopes of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San was resolute in his determination not to yield easily. The 7 treasures are famed, the first being, at that moment, Ning Rongrong's first soul ring flickered once more, but before she could articulate her thoughts, she was once again left utterly dumbfounded. Beneath Qin Xiaoming's feet, another red 100,000-year soul ring ascended, the terrifying fluctuations of soul power enveloping the arena once more. Ning Rongrong, who had been preparing to resist, was completely entranced. The legendary 100,000-year soul ring, hailed as the ultimate treasure of soul masters, appeared successively and astonishingly on a single individual. As a disciple of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong felt her understanding of the soul master world accumulated over more than a decade. Shatter into pieces, like a hammer smashing it into smithereens. Beside Qin Xiaoming, Tang San, who had been poised to act, found himself momentarily stunned, experiencing a fleeting sense of bewilderment and distraction. Having studied under the master for years, he comprehended the significance of the 100,000-year soul rings far better than Ning Rongrong. Theoretically, such rings only existed as the 9th soul ring of a title Duluos, yet here they were manifesting on a soul sage, 2 of them, no less. For the first time, doubt crept into Tang San's mind. Could he truly make a move? No. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he would never concede defeat. In the next moment, Tang San's gaze regained its resolute intensity. He activated his purple extreme magic eye to its fullest potential, his figure flickering under the ghost shadow phantom steps. What of the 100,000-year soul rings? He refused to believe they could be flawless. Every human had vulnerabilities. As Qin Xiaoming summoned forth 200,000-year soul rings, he glanced at Tang San, noting his refusal to abandon hope, compelling him to take a closer look. Truly, was this not the spirit of Tang San? Even in such a dire situation, he contemplated victory. A faint smile graced his lips. If that was the case, he would not hesitate to strike at that fragile spirit of his. Boom. In an instant, Qin Xiaoming could no longer conceal his prowess. The soul power within him erupted in full force, and his martial spirit, the greenwood tree, manifested above his right hand. Simultaneously, a series of crimson soul rings, each representing 100,000 years of cultivation, ascended from beneath his feet. In that fleeting moment, 7 radiant red rings pulsated rhythmically, their formidable energy compressing the surrounding air. An invisible wave radiated from Qin Xiaoming, rapidly surging outward. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Tang San, who had approached, was swept by the wave of soul power, causing him to be propelled backward. Xiao Wu, rushing from behind, caught him just in time. The impact forced her to stagger back, but the immobile figure of Zhu Zhuqing darted forward to steady her as they both struggled against Qin Xiaoming's overwhelming force. A majestic aura enveloped Qin Xiaoming, the blood-red rings shining like exquisite gemstones. He stood as a sovereign, exuding an oppressive presence that rendered those present breathless. With a disdainful glance, he surveyed Tang San and the others, his heart racing with a sense of trepidation. Was this display of power excessive? What should he do next? Gazing up at the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, a sudden thought struck him. The weather was just right. It was time to take a break. The assessment was concluded, and he deemed it sufficient for them to pass. With that, he moved his feet, retracting his soul power, and in a flicker, vanished from sight. How exhilarating it was to flaunt and then retreat. Chapter 22. The arrival of Tang Hao in the open grounds of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Tang San stared in astonishment at Qin Xiaoming's retreat. Xiao Wu, however, looked anxiously at Tang San in her embrace, concern etched across her face. Brother, are you all right? Her earnest words reached Tang San's ears. Nestled in Xiao Wu's arms, he cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong and the others, his cheeks flushing crimson as he hurriedly attempted to rise. I am fine. Embarrassment washed over him. Being so close while others watched made his heart race, and he found himself unsure of what he was trying to conceal. Dai Mubai, observing the scene, seemed to perceive something. A glimmer of mischief in his eyes as he approached Tang San from behind. He draped an arm over Tang San's shoulder and whispered in his ear. What was that feeling just now? Don't joke around. Xiao Wu and I are siblings. Tang San's face turned even redder at the words, and he broke free from Dai Mubai's hold, hastily defending himself. Seeing Tang San's flustered demeanor, Dai Mubai exchanged an understanding glance before choosing to say no more. He called out to Oscar in the distance, beckoning him over and handed Tang San a healing sausage. However, Tang San declined, finding the sausage difficult to swallow. His injuries were not grave, and he believed he could recover on his own. Yet, while physical wounds could mend swiftly, the shock to his spirit would take much longer to heal. In the presence of 100,000-year spirit ring and the 700,000-year spirit rings of the spirit saints, Tang felt compelled to pen a letter to his esteemed teacher. His heart was besieged by doubts concerning Xiaoming, as years of diligent study under the master seemed to have been trampled upon. The joy of the others, stemming from their assessments, had been profoundly diminished by the appearance of Xiaoming. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It appeared she needed to consult her father regarding the circumstances surrounding Shrek Academy and Xiaoming. Not far off, Flinder and Zhao Wujin had also regained their composure, their astonishment far more profound than that of Tang San and his companions. They were acutely aware that merely a month prior, Xiaoming's spirit rings were quite ordinary. Yet within this brief span, they had transformed into something terrifying. Flinder and Zhao Wujin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both dread and relief. How fortunate it was that they had not offended such a formidable being before allowing him to remain at Shrek. The consequences could have been dire. Meanwhile, the subject of their discourse, Xiaoming, reclined leisurely atop a tree nearby, gazing up at the azure sky and drifting clouds. What amusement was there in bullying the weak? Xiaoming had truly come to realize that invincibility was indeed a lonely state. Unbeknownst to him, he slowly drifted into a serene slumber, perhaps feeling a touch of the isolation that accompanies unparalleled strength. The cool breeze rustled around him, making his rest somewhat uncomfortable. As night descended, Ning Rongrong stood alone in a clearing within the dense forest surrounding Shrek. "Come forth," she called into the empty woods. Suddenly, a figure darted out, garbed in the attire of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, and knelt before Ning Rongrong. "Take this letter back immediately." "Yes, miss," the figure replied, accepting the envelope before vanishing in an instant. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Shrek Academy against the backdrop of the night sky, her heart filled with anticipation. Simultaneously, in Tang San's dormitory, illuminated by lantern light, he had also completed a letter, intending to send it to the master the following day. The events of the day had left him profoundly shaken. Perhaps the master would understand the underlying reasons. Above the forest surrounding Shrek, Xiaoming awoke, his eyes blinking at the star-studded night sky. "Did I doze off?" he murmured, realizing the chill in the air signified the arrival of night. Time to return. With a leap from the treetop, he landed gracefully, but as he took a few steps, he stopped abruptly. Turning slightly, a smile graced his face as he gazed into the shadowy depths of the forest behind him, now devoid of life. A dark figure emerged slowly from behind a large tree, shrouded in black attire, even donning a hood that obscured his features, revealing only the silhouette of a tall man. "You seem unfazed by my arrival," came a raspy voice laced with hesitation and curiosity. "Upon arrival, is there any need for further astonishment?" With a light chuckle, Xiaoming gazed at the figure cloaked in black, having already deduced the latter's identity. Who else would venture to seek him out in the dead of night? Except for someone who had previously flaunted their prowess during the day and taken the liberty to bully his son? Xiaoming truly did not expect to encounter a titled Douluo at such an hour. The soul sage adorned with a 100,000-year soul ring was precisely in need of some physical exertion. With this thought in mind, a spark of determination ignited in Xiaoming's eyes. A titled Douluo, particularly the Haotian Douluo, he was curious about the extent of the latter's strength. The black-clad figure slowly raised his right hand, and instantly, a dark luminescence coalesced within his palm, transforming into a Haotian hammer. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings quietly manifested around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. These 9 rings hovered at various positions upon the figure, completely enveloping him. A titled Douluo, how intriguing. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Xiaoming's body trembled, and 700,000-year soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Sequentially arranged from bottom to top, the soul power meticulously restrained, equally suspended in the air. "Come forth." Whispering softly, Xiaoming made the first move, darting towards Tang Hao. With his soul power concentrated in his right fist, he refrained from employing his martial soul, wishing to ascertain the extent of his physical enhancement. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, surprised that the opponent chose not to utilize their soul rings. Did he intend to engage in hand-to-hand combat? It was known that there was a disparity of over 10 levels in soul power between them. Xiaoming's only chance of victory lay in leveraging his 100,000-year soul rings to contend. However, considering Xiaoming's possession of 7 such rings, Tang Hao recognized the formidable nature of his physique and remained cautious, channeling his soul power into his right fist to meet the challenge. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as a terrifying gust of energy surged outward, causing the garments of both Tang Hao and Xiaoming to billow fiercely. The ground beneath them sank deeply, fissures appearing all around. Again, Xiaoming shouted, pivoting his body to throw another punch. Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Yet he did not dare to underestimate the situation, mirroring the action with a punch of his own. Crack, crack, crack. The ground could no longer bear the weight of their confrontation, and both combatants sank deeper as the earth shattered, debris and dust enveloping them in a cloud. Chapter 23. The Haotian Hammer. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures burst forth from the haze, taking their positions atop the trunks of the dense forest. They exchanged glances, and Chun Xiaoming slightly turned his head to glance back at Shrek Academy. Let us depart. This place is too constrictive. With a firm push off the ground, he surged away into the distance. Tang Hao regarded him silently for a moment before following suit. Not long after their departure, a figure emerged, a familiar presence. The headmaster of Shrek, Flinder. With a solemn expression, Flinder surveyed the devastated clearing before him, the glint of unease flickering in his glasses. The battle was alarmingly close to the academy. Given the formidable power displayed, it was evident that at least a soul sage was involved. Within the academy, aside from himself, the only soul sages were Lao Zhao, Lao Xian, and Chun Xiaoming, the latter of whom was currently nowhere to be found. Flinder suspected that the signs of combat were left by him. Yet, with Chun Xiaoming's strength, who could possibly match such a freak of nature in battle? Flinder pondered deeply for a considerable time. Ultimately, after scanning the surroundings and finding no trace, he returned to the academy with a sense of unease. At this very moment, on the plains far from Shrek Academy, Chun Xiaoming faced off against Tang Hao. The fire of determination blazed in Chun Xiaoming's eyes. Bullying the weak was ultimately uninteresting. Only a clash with a formidable opponent like Tang Hao would provide true excitement. With no distractions, he charged forward. In an instant, his figure moved, soul power coalescing as he advanced once more, this time without reservation. Beneath his feet, 7 luminous 10,000-year soul rings shimmered, and his martial soul, the greenwood tree, materialized, radiating a glimmer of verdant light. His first soul skill, Whip Strike, was unleashed. Delicate branches surged forth rapidly, each one whistling through the air. The speed so great it caused sonic booms that shattered the surrounding atmosphere. The power of this attack was incomparable to his previous efforts. Tang Hao's expression hardened as he summoned the Haotian hammer in his right hand, wielding it with a single grip. His own first soul ring glowed, a yellow 100-year soul ring pulsating with energy that flowed into the Haotian hammer. With a mighty swing, a terrifying sonic explosion erupted, as if the air around him had been vacated, creating ripples in its wake. A unique wave of energy coalesced around the Haotian hammer. With a crack, the branches came crashing in, only to be sent flying by a single strike of the hammer. Tang Hao retracted the hammer momentarily before swinging it with renewed ferocity, the hammer's shadow shimmering with a peculiar brilliance. Each strike echoed like thunder, as Chun Xiaoming's branches were crushed one after another. Tang Hao's body twisted, both hands gripping the hammer, channeling power from his legs through his waist and into his arms, executing a half rotation. With each swing of the Haotian hammer, its might increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, as Tang Hao wielded the hammer, a terrifying vortex of air formed around him. The branches that had attempted to ambush from the sides were drawn into the whirlwind, directly meeting their demise against the Haotian hammer. Chaotic hammer technique. With a raised brow, in mere moments, Tang Hao had unleashed dozens of strikes. Chun Xiaoming did not count them, but judging by Tang Hao's accumulated power, it was evident that his strength had multiplied several-fold. Clang. The 7th soul ring beneath Tang Hao shimmered, and a massive black Haotian hammer erupted behind him, pulsating with intense black light. The colossal hammer expanded in the wind, reaching a length of over 100 meters. The enormous hammerhead resembled a small mountain. Good heavens! You were serious. It seemed Tang Hao had even manifested his martial soul's true form. Aside from not utilizing his 9th soul ring, he had unleashed his full power. The overwhelming might enveloped the surroundings, and Chun Xiaoming sensed the air around him stagnate, an intense wave of danger flooding his heart. In Chun Xiaoming's mind, a system attribute panel materialized. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked on the option to upgrade his soul power, which had been stuck at the pretentious level of 79, and instantaneously ascended to the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo. Casting a glance at the colossal hammer nearby, he swallowed hard and continued to invest in further upgrades. His soul power surged dramatically, quickly reaching the impressive threshold of over 90, attaining the status of a title Douluo. Still feeling a twinge of uncertainty, he contemplated the formidable might of the chaotic wind hammer technique and discreetly allocated his soul power to 96. Simultaneously, 2 black soul rings coalesced beneath his feet, slowly ascending. Without a moment's pause, he pressed on the 9th soul ring, transforming what was originally an 80,000-year ring into one shimmering with a hint of crimson light. This red glow expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a radiant 100,000-year 9th soul ring emerged. Once the 9th soul ring manifested, it radiated brilliance, and the soul power around Chun Xiaoming began to coalesce. The ground beneath him fractured, and in an instant, The cracks spread across a radius of 100 meters. The earth sank, and robust branches erupted from the ground, intertwining as they grew rapidly, enveloping Xiaoming in a protective embrace reminiscent of a blooming bud. The ninth soul skill, Tree Realm, descends. "Haha, splendid," roared Tang, who had been waiting in anticipation. The colossal hammer, extending 100 meters, descended with an abrupt force, distorting the air above the plane. Boom! The deafening roar echoed like divine retribution, causing the entire plane to tremble violently. The immense defense formed by the Tree Realm crumbled under the weight of the strike. Within moments, the ground within a 100-meter radius collapsed, countless branches were shattered, and the apex of the Tree Realm was driven downwards by the impact. In an instant, debris filled the air, enveloping the entire battlefield in a cloud of dust. The vibrations were so intense that even the distant Shrek Academy felt the repercussions. In the office of the Shrek Academy's dean, Flinder, who had just returned, sensed the tremors beneath him. His expression changed dramatically as he swiftly leaped into the air, his martial soul activated. Under the night sky, Flinder could only perceive the immense fluctuations of soul power from afar, but could not discern the details. Yet, even from a distance, the residual waves of soul power were enough to deter him from approaching. In their dormitory, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and Xiao Wu felt the disturbance and hurriedly emerged from their rooms. Flinder cast a glance downward. "Do not move," he admonished softly, his voice infused with soul power, which resonated clearly with Tang San and the others. The group exchanged bewildered glances, gazing toward the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, Xiaoming coughed, reflecting on his narrow escape. Glancing at the branches that had been forcefully crushed above him, he felt a shiver of relief wash over him. It was fortunate he had not foolishly attempted to withstand the blow with his sixth soul skill. Otherwise, he might have had his head smashed to bits. A fleeting shadow darted forth from the grove, casting its gaze upon Tang in the distance. Xiaoming's expression shifted, blossoming into a smile. "No more fighting. No more fighting. The hour is late, and it is time to return to rest." With a light chuckle, he moved toward Shrek Academy. As he passed by Tang, a tinge of vexation lingered within him. One must tread carefully when posturing. A single misstep could lead to calamity. Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Seven Treasures. At Shrek Academy, within Xiaoming's abode, he slipped back quietly, having narrowly escaped embarrassment. Lying on his bed, he fell into contemplation. He had been exceedingly careless, allowing Tang to unleash the chaotic wind hammer technique. Otherwise, with his strength and 800,000-year soul rings, he could have easily bested Tang. The chaotic wind hammer technique is a unique skill of the Haotian clan. It is said that when mastered to perfection, one can unleash a continuous barrage of 81 hammers, each strike bearing greater force than the last. With the prowess of a titled Douluo, Tang executed the 81 strikes in succession, culminating in a final blow from his martial soul. Even without utilizing his soul rings, the impact nearly brought Xiaoming to his knees. Now, reflecting upon his arrogance, Xiaoming realized he should never have permitted Tang to demonstrate the chaotic wind hammer technique in the first place. In his eagerness to witness its might, he had overlooked the inherent dangers. Alas, such folly should not have occurred. The system has lulled my vigilance into complacency. With a gentle sigh, Xiaoming summoned the attribute panel of the system. Host, Xiaoming. Age, 26. Martial soul, Qingshu tree. Soul power, level 96, 735686500010000000. First soul ring, 100,000 years, 7356865000100000. Second soul ring, 100,000 years, 7356865000100000. Third soul ring, 100,000 years, 7356865000100000. Fourth soul ring, 100,000 years, 7356865000100000. Fifth soul ring, 100,000 years, 7356865000100000. Sixth soul ring, 100,000 years, 7356865000100000. Seventh soul ring, 100,000 years, 7356865000100000. Eighth soul ring, 70,000 years, 7356865000100000. Ninth soul ring, 100,000 years, 7356865000100000. Entity, Qingshu tree. Bloodline, Hollow Willow, beginner, 7356865000100000. Items, none. Experience points, 735, 686-5000. With a casual glance, Chun Xiaoming's hand hovered over the 8th soul ring, which rapidly ascended in age, reaching the formidable realm of 100,000 years in mere moments. Sighing repeatedly, he directed his focus towards augmenting his soul power. A gentle tap propelled his soul power from level 96 to 97, an overwhelming force flooding into his body, which he gradually assimilated. Without pausing, he pressed onward, elevating his power once more, this time from 97 to 98, experiencing an even more colossal surge of energy. Reflecting on his recent ordeal, he steeled himself and pressed again. Soul power, level 99, 705, 686, 501, 000, 000, 000, 000. As a rank 99 limit Douluo, the magnitude of his soul power had grown significantly. Chun Xiaoming gazed at his hands, contemplating the necessity of concealment. It was time to act decisively. In a single motion, he sprang from his bed, casting his gaze out the window before swiftly darting away. Chun Xiaoming had always believed in avenging wrongs on the same day. If he was struck, he would retaliate immediately, never allowing the matter to linger overnight. With a sense of vigor and determination, he felt confident enough to withstand even Tang Hao's most formidable attacks. Swiftly navigating through the dense forest, he soon arrived at the site of their earlier confrontation. Now in disarray, Tang Hao's presence vanished. Had he fled? A punch, charged with energy, met only empty air, causing Chun Xiaoming's fierce aura to dissipate, and his expression soured. What now? He had vowed to seek immediate retribution. Yet he could not even locate his adversary. Should he confront Tang San instead? A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he pondered, ultimately deciding against unleashing his fury upon Tang San. He scoffed at the thought of failing to find Tang Hao, knowing he was likely in close proximity to Tang San. Patience would serve him well. Next time they met, he would unleash his wrath. If only Tang Hao knew of his intentions, he would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. I managed to breach your 9th soul ring's defense with my chaotic hammer technique, yet you dare to strike me? Frustrated, Chun Xiaoming turned on his heel and made his way back to Shrek Academy. With Tang Hao absent, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. 1 week later, the enrollment at Shrek Academy had concluded. The next day, Flinder and Zhao Wujia commenced special training for Tang San and his companions, mirroring the events of the storyline, beginning their soul battles in Soto City. Chun Xiaoming refrained from intervening, finding no interest in sparring with novices at levels 20 or 30. He searched the vicinity of Shrek Academy for several days, but found no trace of Tang Hao, marveling at his adeptness in evasion, which explained his ability to elude the Spirit Hall's pursuit. Reluctantly, he decided it was time to return, promising himself to wait for the next opportunity. In the dense forest behind Shrek Academy, Chun Xiaoming clapped his hands, realizing that despite the absence of Tang Hao, he was certain the latter would eventually make his appearance. With a gentle step, he trod upon the brittle branches beneath him, his expression turning cold as his soul power gradually coalesced. Who dares to show themselves? His gaze pierced into the shadowy depths of the forest, but there was nothing to be seen. Chun Xiaoming's countenance darkened as he issued a sharp command. His formidable level 99 soul power gathering at his feet, and with a forceful stomp on the ground, he declared, "Humph, must I coax you out like a timid creature?" The earth trembled as a wave of soul power surged forth from his immediate vicinity, causing ripples to dance in the shadows. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged, revealing an emaciated old man whose gaunt face seemed to be a mere skeleton draped in loose garments. His muscles and skin were withered, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and a few sparse strands of white hair clung to his scalp, resembling a specter on the brink of death. "Heh, just as that girl mentioned," he observed. "That girl? The powerful title Douluo, Ning Rongrong." Chun Xiaoming scoffed. "I am rather curious as to why the esteemed Bone Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is lurking here." With a cold tone, he surmised the visitor's intentions. A soul sage of over 70 levels, yet possessing 700,000-year soul rings. Such a fact would certainly not go unnoticed by the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, he was no longer merely a soul sage. "Heh, young friend, I harbor no ill will. It is merely that the leader of my sect wishes to request an audience with you." The Bone Douluo wore a smile that belied sincerity in his eyes. Yet, Chun Xiaoming had no time for the affairs of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He was preoccupied with his own matters. "I have no time for idle chatter." With a flash, he turned to leave, but a subtle wave of soul power approached from behind. "Young friend, wait, get lost," he bellowed, channeling his soul power which forcefully repelled the advancing Bone Douluo. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he beheld Chun Xiaoming's retreating figure. Without pausing, Chun Xiaoming continued onward, leaving behind a faint remark in the air. "If you wish to see me, let Ning Fengji come in person." Chapter 25. Journey to the Star Dou Forest. Chen Xiaoming did not wait long for Ning Fengji, as Oscar had already made a breakthrough to the 30th level of Soul Master. Flander and the others were preparing to assist Oscar in hunting soul beasts in the Star Dou forest to procure soul rings. Upon hearing they were heading to the Star Dou forest, Chen Xiaoming felt a surge of interest. It was his domain, a place he knew well. Thus, with nothing pressing at hand, he set out with Tang San, Oscar, and the others toward the Star Dou forest. Flander, who originally intended to send Zhao Waoqi, felt a surge of joy at Chen Xiaoming's decision to join them. Following their previous battle, he had visited the scene the very next day, and the chaotic aftermath had only deepened his astonishment at Chen Xiaoming's prowess. After gathering everyone, they set off towards the starry forest at a brisk pace. The arrangements were entirely left to their own discretion, and unless they encountered an insurmountable obstacle, Chen Xiaoming would refrain from intervening. Before long, they arrived at a quaint town near their destination. The town size was approximately thrice that of the village where Shrek Academy resided, resembling a small city with bustling streets lined with a variety of shops. "Let us stay here for the night and set off at dawn," Chen Xiaoming suggested, pointing to a rather unremarkable hotel, displaying little concern for their accommodations. The hotel was a modest two-story building. The ground floor featured a simple dining area, while the upper floor provided lodging. After a long day of travel, Chen Xiaoming felt a pang of hunger and refused to deny himself the pleasure of a good meal. He called over Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others, gathering them in the dining room. "Ah, it's rare for Teacher Chun to treat us. Does this mean we can indulge?" The chubby Ma Hongjun remarked with a mischievous grin, boldly seizing the menu from the waiter and swiftly ordering a plethora of dishes. His excitement palpable. "Not bad, not bad. Although this place is small, it seems to offer a decent selection. I hope the flavors live up to expectations." Tang San and the others observed in silence, casting nervous glances at Chen Xiaoming. Did the plump one dare to test his limits? With a light chuckle, Chen Xiaoming accepted the menu, casting a knowing glance at the chubby fellow, appreciating his straightforwardness. "Let us go with this," he instructed the waiter quietly, then turned to the astonished faces of Tang San and the others. "Why do you all look at me like that? Do you truly believe I possess a foul temperament?" "Ha, Teacher Chen, you jest. How could that possibly be?" Oscar interjected with a cheeky smile. Given their prior encounters with Chen Xiaoming's prowess, none dared to speak ill of him in his presence. Unfazed, Chen Xiaoming relished the rare opportunity to dine alongside the Shrek 7, a dream he had harbored since his previous life spent reading novels. "You all, despite being exceptionally talented, remain rather young," he remarked, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip. "The aura of genius may bolster your confidence, yet it blinds you to a crucial truth. In this continent, strength reigns supreme." Setting his teacup down, he extended his hand firmly, grasping theirs tightly. "Do you comprehend? No matter how gifted you are, it is inconsequential. Just as I previously bested you, I want to unleash my full power upon you, but that does not mean other formidable beings will show the same restraint. In this land, it is the might of one's fist that dictates authority." His gaze swept across Tang San, Oscar, and the others. Though his words were primarily directed at Tang San, the latter's connection to the spirit hall was precarious. Without his protagonist's halo, he would have long since fallen to their machinations. Despite Tang Hao's formidable prowess, he cannot perpetually safeguard Tang San. If the spirit hall truly intends to strike with lethal intent, a sudden ambush from a tidal Douluo could swiftly extinguish his life. Tang San perceived the profound implications in Chen Xiaoming's words, yet he found himself perplexed. While the sentiment was undeniably sound, it seemed only tangentially related to his own situation. Why did it appear as though it was directed at him? Let me not be accused of prior harshness. During the assessment, my aim was to impart a crucial lesson. While innate talent is indeed significant, it is ultimately strength that prevails. A prodigy who fails to flourish ceases to be a prodigy. Chen Xiaoming's words struck like a heavy hammer, plunging Dai Mubai and the others into contemplation. They certainly grasped the underlying truth. As he slowly reached for the teapot, Oscar, ever the considerate one, preemptively lifted it and filled Chen Xiaoming's cup. Truly, Oscar knew how to navigate social interactions. Nodding in satisfaction, Chen Xiaoming took a sip of the tea and surveyed the group. Though Ning Rongrong understood the principle, she seemed somewhat indifferent, confident in her status as the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, believing none would dare to harm her. Chen Xiaoming shook his head, unperturbed. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, only Oscar and the portly Ma Hongjun could be considered of commoner origins. The others, such as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, hailed from royal backgrounds, while Tang San was backed by the Haoyan sect and Ning Rongrong by the seven-treasure glazed tile school, with Xiao Wu being a transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. In terms of personality, Tang San, Oscar, and the others lacked arrogance and remained approachable. Their demeanor resonated with Chen Xiaoming, who found it quite agreeable. Today, As we gather, allow me to share a bit more with you. With a casual wave of his right hand, a gentle ripple of soul power enveloped the group, creating a soundproof barrier. This world is inhabited by soul masters and soul beasts. Yet do you understand why it is the soul masters who dominate this continent, rather than the soul beasts? Consider that while soul beasts endure arduous cultivation, their combat capabilities are formidable. A 10,000-year soul beast would pose a significant challenge, even to a soul emperor in a one-on-one encounter. As for the 100,000-year soul beasts, even a title Douluo would struggle against them. If the power of soul beasts is so immense, why have they fallen to the fate of being hunted by soul masters? Chun Xiaoming's words momentarily stunned Dai Mubai and the others, who, at merely 20 or 30 levels, lacked such knowledge. However, Xiao Wu gazed at Chun Xiaoming with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. You are to enter the Star Dou forest tomorrow. Thus, I shall elaborate further. Just as Chun Xiaoming was about to continue, the waiter approached with dishes in hand. With a slight gesture, he dissipated the surrounding soul power and ceased speaking. Given the multitude of people present, I will share more details about the forest upon your entrance. With a gentle remark, Chun Xiaoming picked up his chopsticks and began to savor the exquisite dishes. Xiao Wu, eager to hear more, pouted in dissatisfaction at the waiter, leaving the server completely bewildered. At the dining table, after several rounds of conversation, Chun Xiaoming became quite familiar with everyone, especially when the group faced provocations from Tsanghue Academy. Chun Xiaoming swiftly sent the turtle-like mentor flying with a single slap, dismissing the petty insults. Chapter 26, The Great Dragon and Serpent. The following day, the sun gradually ascended in the eastern sky, casting a gentle light that expanded the pale hues of dawn. As the day brightened, the group hastened their pace, leaving the small town behind and heading towards the Star Dou forest. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the forest, where refreshing breezes carried the fragrant scent of vegetation, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Before them lay an expanse of verdant greenery, with towering trees reaching heights of at least 20 meters. The dense forest cast heavy shadows, obscuring the true landscape within. Prepare yourselves, we shall enter shortly. Remember, the Star Dou forest is unlike any other place. It would be wise to stay close to me, within 100 meters at most. Do not venture beyond this range. Chun Xiaoming instructed calmly. The freshly acquired recovery sausages in Tang San and the other's hands suddenly seemed less appealing. Dai Mubai cast a deep glance at Chun Xiaoming, internally sighing at being caught off guard once again. After a brief moment of recovery, the group proceeded deeper into the Star Dou forest. The terrain within was exceedingly complex, with no clear paths, placing the responsibility of leading on Dai Mubai. Chun Xiaoming strolled leisurely, having no desire to engage in the hunt for thousand-year soul beasts. He was waiting for a certain creature to arrive. Although Chun Xiaoming had never entered the Star Dou forest from this entrance, having initially emerged from another, he pondered the local soul beasts and thought of his old friend. He wondered how the leopard was faring. The thought of his dear companion made him consider returning to check its fortune, hoping it hadn't been defeated by some soul sage. However, he decided against it, reflecting that he had only recently emerged and would return when the opportunity arose. After approximately an hour of travel, as fatigue began to set in, Chun Xiaoming's expression shifted slightly as he gazed into the distance. Oh, Oscar, you seem fortunate. A soul beast has come to us willingly, he remarked, pointing ahead as the rustling sounds grew louder. In an instant, everyone unleashed their martial spirits, preparing themselves cautiously. Chun Xiaoming chose not to give further instructions, opting instead to observe quietly. It was merely a thousand-year soul beast, and he felt no inclination to intervene. Noticing Chun Xiaoming's indifference, Tang San exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai, and soon the members of Shrek Academy began to coordinate amongst themselves. Fatima Hongjun was in charge of suppressing the spirit, while the others were tasked with combat. However, the speed of the windtail rooster snake exceeded everyone's expectations. Observing the group, who were unable to capture even a millennium-old spirit beast, Chun Xiaoming shook his head. At some point, a small stone had appeared in his right hand. With a gentle flick, it was propelled by a surge of soul power, striking the head of the windtail rooster snake and rendering it unconscious. All right, Oscar, go now, he said, though he still felt the distant fluctuations and smiled softly. Just as Oscar was about to act, a hoarse and commanding voice suddenly rang out. Almost immediately, two figures sprang forth from the direction the windtail rooster snake had flown, appearing before the group. One was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 60s or 70s, with neatly arranged white hair. Despite her age, she appeared remarkably sprightly, wielding a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff. 6 soul rings danced rhythmically around her. Beside her was a beautiful young girl, looking around 16 or 17, dressed in a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure. She held a serpent-headed staff as well. though it was slightly shorter, measuring only 2 meters, adorned with 2-century-old soul rings. The sudden appearance of the woman and the girl startled the group. But upon noticing the 6 soul rings on the elderly woman, they collectively sighed in relief. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Xiaoming, whose terrifying strength was well known. After all, even a 6-ringed spirit master could hardly withstand his might. They were unaware that he had already reached the pinnacle of a 9-ring title Douluo. If they were to learn of this, they could only imagine their astonishment. Tang San and the others relaxed, as did the elderly woman, who chuckled upon glancing at Dai Mubai, the strongest among them with only 3 rings. "Esteemed ones, please allow me to handle this windtail rooster snake," she said, unceremoniously directing her spirit towards Oscar. Should the soul beast fall to Oscar's blade, it would be too late for regrets. "Be careful, Xiao Ao," Dai Mubai and Tang San shouted urgently, realizing the imminent danger. Oscar, taken aback by the unexpected attack, froze momentarily, just as the strike approached. A flash of white light appeared, intercepting the blow. The formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, truly were overbearing, daring to harm my people in my presence. A calm voice resonated, causing Oscar, Tang San, and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Fatima Hongjun cast a lecherous glance at the woman and the girl behind her, a mix of sympathy and peculiar thoughts in his eyes. The serpent woman was taken aback, not anticipating that there would be someone capable of countering her among this group. Her gaze sharpened as it fell upon Xiaoming, who had yet to reveal his spirit. With a single step forward, the surrounding air trembled slightly, and a terrifying aura instantly radiated outward, bearing down upon the serpent matriarch. The formidable soul power, reaching a staggering 99 levels, ensnared her in place without the need to summon a martial spirit, rendering her utterly immobile. The serpent matriarch's expression shifted dramatically, realizing she had stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle. She quickly bowed her head and implored, "Esteemed senior, I acknowledge my lack of discernment. This windtail coxcomb serpent is at your mercy. I beseech you, considering my husband's reputation, to allow both of us to depart." Her words were laced with urgency and a hint of supplication, yet she invoked the name of the Dragon Lord, which irked Xiaoming slightly. Had she not attempted to attack Oscar in her greed for the soul beast, perhaps he would have overlooked the incident, allowing the narrative to unfold as it should, even befriending her in passing. However, the serpent matriarch's brazen act of seizing from Oscar's grasp was decidedly excessive. Were it not for her restraint in not ending Oscar's life, she would already be a corpse. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Xiaoming reached a resolution. If it was face they sought, he would grant it. "Very well, if you, the world-defying dragon serpent, desire to be accorded respect, then let us see whether your strength warrants it." His landing was both resonant and powerful, and he felt an air of superiority that struck the serpent matriarch like a hammer, leaving her momentarily dazed. Her countenance darkened as she turned her gaze towards Chun Xiaoming, her previously humble demeanor stiffening, her once vibrant eyes now glinting with indignation. Was she not a soul master of considerable strength? How audacious it was for him to demand a demonstration of her prowess. Were her 6 soul rings not evident enough? Was he blind or simply foolish? Were it not for the fact that she could not overpower Chun Xiaoming, she would have struck him down with her serpent staff, teaching him a lesson on why flowers bloom so vividly. However, she cast a glance at her granddaughter beside her, suppressing all her discontent and forcing a smile upon her face. "Senior, you jest. Your strength is profound. I am naturally no match for you. Should you harbor any dissatisfaction, I submit to your judgment, but I implore you to spare my granddaughter." Stop, stop, stop. How has this turned into me bullying the weak and preying upon the vulnerable? The more she spoke, the more it felt amiss. Here he was, intending to uphold justice and, incidentally, deliver a punishment to the wicked, yet in the serpent matriarch's words, he appeared to be the villain. She looked up in confusion, seeing that Chun Xiaoming genuinely bore a look of puzzlement. Her expression shifted dramatically as she hastily lowered her head, growing increasingly anxious. What sort of individual could ascend to the level of a soul master but not emerge from a sea of bloodshed? One could hardly expect them to be naive. They must possess the necessary acumen and depth of character. Before me stands an individual whose soul power exerts an undeniable pressure, suggesting a mastery well beyond that of a soul Douluo. Yet, this person appears to be in their early 20s, indicating that they have likely resorted to some artifice regarding their appearance. Such individuals possess a particularly insidious mindset, placing great importance on reputation. The previous remarks were clearly intended as intimidation. Should I speak too freely, they might indeed resort to violence. I cannot help but lament the behavior of Chun Xiaoming, who seeks both to maintain a facade of virtue while simultaneously engaging in treachery. However, considering my granddaughter, I have no choice but to acquiesce, all the while subtly stalling for time. "Senior, you jest. I harbor no such intentions," I replied. Now, let us not accuse me of bullying you. With your cultivation at over 60 levels, it would be quite a feat to earn my respect. I have heard of your legendary dragon and serpent's martial soul fusion technique, which, when executed, can contend with titled Duluos. I am quite eager to witness it firsthand. The martial soul fusion technique is indeed a power capable of transcending ranks, and as I have yet to encounter it, the presence of the serpent matriarch today stirs my curiosity. Is something approaching? Just as I uttered those words, a disturbance rippled through the air, prompting me to raise an eyebrow and turn towards the source. With a sharp rush, a figure burst forth from the dense forest, a tall, slender elder, appearing to be at least 70 years of age. Much like the fragrant morning glory, he sported a mane of silvery hair and wielded a dragon-headed staff. Over 4 meters in length, gleaming in brilliant silver. The staff's dragon head was intricately detailed, exuding a sense of vibrancy, while his wrinkled visage betrayed his years. 8 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around him, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, as he advanced toward the serpent matriarch. Excellent. The legendary dragon and serpent have now assembled. I regarded the elder with calm anticipation. The fusion technique had never been displayed before, and this rare opportunity compelled me to experience it firsthand. Standing beside me, Oscar and the rotund Ma Hongjun felt the powerful aura emanating from the elder's 8 soul rings, swallowing hard in response. Oscar, your soul rings aren't about to flee, are they? Ma Hongjun remarked, leaning closer to Oscar. After all, Xiaoming is merely a 7-ring soul sage. While his rings may appear splendid, this individual possesses the capability to employ a fusion technique that can rival a titled Douluo. Get lost, fatso. Do you think Teacher Chun is foolish? If he dares to invite them, he must have a trump card, Oscar retorted, casting a hopeful glance at Xiaoming. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sight of Oscar's eager expression inexplicably irked me. Step aside. I'm not interested in your antics. Go find the fat one, I waved dismissively. With a decisive step forward, I addressed the assembly. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Unleash your martial soul fusion technique upon me. If you can successfully strike, you may depart. In a hushed tone, the serpent matriarch whispered to the dragon elder, Meng Shu, whose gaze sharpened as it met mine, his brows knitting in concentration. He was utterly oblivious to the strength of his opponent, who seemed merely an ordinary individual. Will they not make a move? Observing the two who merely stared at him without acting, Xiaoming let out a gentle smile. If they continued to hesitate, they would surely perish here. With a single step forward, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted, and Long Gong Meng Shu felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to hell. The overwhelming force of soul energy rendered him nearly immobile. He slightly turned his head to share a glance with the snake mistress beside him. Their years of companionship had forged a deep understanding between them. As their soul powers surged forth, 6 soul rings shimmered beneath the snake mistress's feet, and her serpent staff twisted slightly in her grasp. With a soft hiss, the 6 soul rings merged into the serpent staff, and in an instant, a flash of purple light erupted, giving birth to a purple serpent over 3 meters long. Its slender, flat head bore 2 small wings, and the serpent slithered gracefully up the snake mistress's body. Roar! Beside them, Long Gong Meng Shu's soul power trembled as his dragon-headed staff emitted a golden light, while 8 soul rings undulated rhythmically, merging into the golden radiance. An enraged roar echoed, and from within the golden glow, a magnificent golden dragon emerged. The dragon sported twin horns and flowing whiskers, ascending towards the sky above Meng Shu. In a heartbeat, the purple serpent sensed the movement and began its ascent, slowly drawing closer to the golden dragon. A fierce golden brilliance erupted from the two, enveloping them in a terrifying wave of soul power that gradually coalesced. Under the golden light, their figures began to fade, shrouded in luminescence. Gulp! Is this the fusion technique of martial souls? The sheer might is astonishing. For the first time witnessing such a technique, Oscar and Ma Hongjun gaped in awe as the terrifying airflow buffeted them, the winds howling. Long Gong Meng Shu and snake mistress Tian Xiang had transformed into a pillar of golden light, soaring over 50 meters high. The once 3-meter-long purple serpent and golden dragon began to entwine, their forms expanding several-fold. An immense oppressive force radiated from the golden pillar, exerting pressure on the surroundings. Xiaoming gazed placidly at the escalating fluctuations of soul power within the golden light, displaying no urgency. Rather, a smile graced his features as he softly called out to the brilliance. Do take your time to gather more soul power. I shall await your readiness. Chapter 28. The Supreme Dragon and Serpent, Part 2. Roar. A ferocious roar resonated from the golden pillar, and the terrifying shockwaves sent all nearby vegetation flying. Daimubai, Tang San, and the others unleashed their martial souls, bracing against the onslaught of the fierce winds by taking refuge beside a giant tree. Dilaudau, perhaps we should retreat to a safer distance? Tang Sen suggested to Dai Mubai, glancing at the overwhelming fluctuations of soul power within the golden pillar. Engaging in a battle of this magnitude, from soul Duluo to title Duluo level, would be akin to courting death. All right, let us go. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, preparing to lead the support, Oscar, to safety. Oof, why are you running? Stay right here and watch. I have finally found an opponent to face. How can it be without an audience? Besides, it's merely a title Duluo, what is there to fear? With a firm stomp of his foot, the previously dormant Chun Xiaoming unleashed a series of crimson soul rings, radiating an imposing red light. 9 dazzling red rings, each representing 100,000 years, erupted forth, causing the very air around him to shatter with explosive sounds. The 6th soul ring shimmered as soul power coalesced, and the soul skill was activated in an instant. The 6th soul skill, Aegis of the Verdant Tree. He softly chanted, and robust tree trunks emerged, their surfaces adorned with simple patterns, rising majestically to a height of 5 meters. In the blink of an eye, countless trunks burst forth from the ground, encircling Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, forming a protective barrier of wood around them. What should have been a tightly knit defense now revealed gaps of about 30 centimeters, through which Tang San and the others could clearly observe the outside world. Stay right here and watch how I perform. Chun Xiaoming almost inadvertently revealed his true intentions, halting abruptly as he gazed up at the golden pillar of light hovering above. Within the pillar, the fusion had reached its final stage, the amalgamation of dragon and serpent. A purple golden dragon soared forth from the pillar, its eyes gleaming one gold and one purple, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. It exhaled a spectrum of colors, its body stretching over 50 meters in length. The massive dragon, adorned with shimmering golden scales, coiled around the golden pillar. With a deafening roar, the soul power reached its zenith, and the purple golden dragon emanated a blinding light as it suddenly merged into the golden pillar, amplifying its might immensely. Resembling a celestial staff intricately carved with the image of the dragon, the pillar tilted dramatically, descending toward Chun Xiaoming. Oh, wielding a staff? What a coincidence. I too am a practitioner of the staff. Chun Xiaoming regarded the descending golden pillar with an air of calmness. The 8th soul ring, which had remained dormant beneath his feet, flickered to life, gradually ascending before merging into the verdant tree of his martial soul. The silver glow of the tree was tinged with a hint of blood red, as the immense soul power surged forth, unleashing a blood-red beam that enveloped Chun Xiaoming. The silver light of the verdant tree erupted forth, the overwhelming soul power bursting forth with a resounding roar. The ground trembled violently, shaking the very heavens, leaving Tang San and the others sheltered within the verdant defense, unsteady as they grasped the tree trunks, casting their gaze downwards. They beheld the ground before Chun Xiaoming, which appeared to collapse, fissures of terror emerging. Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye and was instantly taken aback. Xiao San, what do you see? Dai Mubai asked anxiously. How can it be? A title Douluo is so fearsome? The astonishment in Tang San's eyes lingered, and he could not help but murmur softly. Suddenly, without further prompting from Tang San, Dai Mubai and the others witnessed a colossal green tree trunk, nearly 50 meters in radius, rise from the collapsed ground. The trunk was adorned with crimson engravings, and in the blink of an eye, it soared to a height of 50 meters. This was the 8th soul skill, Skyward Greenwood. Chun Xiaoming, who had yet to unleash this formidable ability, watched as the burgeoning tree trunk surged upward like an immense iron rod, crashing towards the golden beam of light. A red aura swirled around it, and the massive greenwood gradually diminished in size, shrinking from 50 meters to 30, then to 10, until it finally reduced to a mere 3 meters in diameter, extending about 15 meters in length. The entire surface was intricately carved with blood-red inscriptions, glowing with an intense crimson light akin to a heated iron bar. With a resounding boom, the golden light descended, meeting the iron rod head-on, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that sent terrifying shockwaves rippling outward. An invisible wave of force instantly enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters, snapping countless trees in half, with branches flying in all directions. The ground beneath the point of impact sank dramatically, fissures appearing, some plunging over 10 meters deep. Taking refuge behind the greenwood shield, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others remained sheltered as the fearsome gusts rushed past them through the gaps. Had it not been for their fortuitous positioning, they would likely have been severely injured. Crack, crack, crack. The golden beam exhibited numerous fractures, its descent halted, and the once resplendent golden light dimmed considerably. With a slight shake of his head and a gentle wave of his right hand, the red greenwood rod exerted its force, shattering the golden light completely. Two figures emerged from the air, the illustrious couple, the dragon and serpent. However, their condition was far from favorable. Both bore ashen faces, with the serpent matriarch showing faint traces of blood at her lips. Though the dragon lord appeared somewhat better, his aura was weak, and his soul power, originally at the level of a soul Douluo, now seemed barely at the level of a soul king. The dragon lord glanced at the injured serpent matriarch, swiftly catching her as they descended onto the ground. The explosive force had obliterated everything in its path, leaving nothing behind except for the shattered earth. Coughing lightly, the dragon lord cast a grim look toward Xiaoming, who remained unfazed on the other side, particularly fixating on the 9 red soul rings lingering beneath him for an extended period. 9 soul rings of 100,000 years, a title Douluo. He felt justified in his defeat. He sensed that his opponent had shown restraint, for that final blow could have easily claimed their lives, yet it had not. "Grandfather, are you all right?" came a voice filled with urgency. Meng Aran, who had been shielded by the golden light of the illustrious couple, rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of them. "Do not take my grandfather's life. If you must, take mine first." With tears welling in their eyes and trembling legs, the small figure resolutely positioned itself in front of the two. Meng Aran and Long Gong exchanged a glance, their eyes glistening with emotion. They felt a sense of fulfillment having such a granddaughter. Xiaoming observed this poignant scene with a sense of helplessness, pondering how a perfectly fine situation had devolved into such chaos. Was it his lack of skill, or was it the opponent's unexpected tactics? Covering his face, he glanced back at Tang San and the others, who were watching with rapt attention, feeling a sense of despair. Hurry, hurry. Who said they would kill you? Right. Focus on your training. We can spar again when there's time. Chapter 29, The Lesson. Supporting the severely injured snake granny, Long Gong silently departed with Meng Aran, a look of shame on his face. He had never witnessed a title Douluo being so oppressive. They had lived a lifetime and never encountered such bullying. However, lacking the strength to retaliate, Long Gong could only swallow his indignation and leave quietly. On the other side, Xiaoming felt a profound sense of reflection as he watched Long Gong and Snake Granny depart. The power of the martial soul fusion technique was indeed impressive. No wonder it was said to rival a title Douluo. It must possess the strength of a level 91 or 92 title Douluo. Yet, in a real confrontation, the title Douluo would undoubtedly prevail, as the disparity in soul power could not be bridged. He wondered how it would compare to the Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to test it? Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with interest, completely oblivious to the astonishment of Tang San and the others behind him, especially Tang San, who, having lived 2 lives, was struggling to comprehend the situation. The theories imparted by his teacher were being thoroughly undermined by Xiaoming's unexpected prowess. He had not yet recovered from the shock of the previous 700,000-year soul rings. And now, within a matter of days, the other party had ascended to the level of title Douluo. Was it truly possible for one's soul power to increase so rapidly in just a few days? Surely, it must be a form of cheating. Gulp, gulp Douluo. Am I seeing things? Is Teacher Chun truly a title Douluo? The portly Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, as he nervously swallowed and directed his question at Dai Mubai. He wondered if he had gone blind or was still dreaming. "Hey, Oscar, why are you pinching me?" The sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed as the hefty boy rubbed his arm in discomfort, glaring angrily at Oscar, who stood beside him. "Does it hurt, fatty?" Oscar, still in shock, asked with a dazed expression. "Of course it hurts, Xiaoao. If it didn't, try hitting me and see." "Oh well, that confirms it. This isn't a dream." With an expression of sudden enlightenment, Oscar's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and a mischievous grin adorned his face. Xiaoming was a title Douluo, which meant that their Shrek Academy was on the verge of rising to prominence. Henceforth, they would no longer have to fear trouble. They could stride forward with confidence. The girls, particularly Ning Rongrong, gasped in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. However, she seemed to recall the letter she had sent back home, and her expression shifted as she glanced at Xiaoming, contemplating that it probably hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, she would have been informed. "All right, the moment has come. Oscar, swiftly obtain your soul ring," Xiaoming urged, clapping his hands together and warming up. He stretched his limbs and turned to Tang San and the others, who were still in a state of stupor, and quietly instructed them. As if awakening from a dream, Oscar regained his focus, grasped the knife in his hand, and approached the Fengwei coxcomb snake within the protective barrier. With a swift motion, he brought down the blade. A purple halo erupted from the snake's body, emanating a gentle fluctuation of soul power, and Oscar promptly sat beside the Fengwei coxcomb snake. He summoned his martial soul, the sausage, and under the soft pink glow, he drew the soul ring from the Fengwei coxcomb snake into his own being, commencing the absorption of his 3rd soul ring. While Oscar absorbed the soul ring, the others patiently awaited his progress. Chen Xiaoming casually settled beside them, leisurely relaxing and savoring a mild sense of solitude. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others gathered around Oscar, quietly resting and adjusting, feeling secure under the protection of a title Douluo. Tang San's gaze frequently flickered over to Chen Xiaoming, his curiosity deepening. Having just been gazing at the sky and clouds, Chen Xiaoming turned to notice the inquisitive look in Tang San's eyes. Xiao San, what is it? Do you have a question weighing on your mind? The pace of his cultivation and the composition of his soul rings. Everyone knew that Chen Xiaoming had something amiss. But what of it? His strength spoke volumes, and those who sought to uncover his secrets would have to be prepared for the consequences. In the entire realm, Chen Xiaoming was not invincible, but among mortals, none could pose a threat to him. Teacher Chun, why do you possess such soul power and soul rings? Tang San hesitated, grappling with his unvoiced doubts, which remained an unresolved knot in his mind. Yet, in his eyes, Chen Xiaoming did not appear to be a malevolent figure. You wish to inquire why all my soul rings are 100,000 years old, correct? Chen Xiaoming replied with a light chuckle, anticipating Tang San's question without a hint of concern. Do you recall what I intended to convey to you back at the hotel? I shall share it with you now. You all understand that soul masters, depending on their soul power, can acquire soul rings of varying ages. The first soul ring lasts for over 400 years, the second for over 700, and the third extends up to the ninth soul ring, which can endure 100,000 years. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that this aligned with the information studied by the master. Gradually, his gaze towards Chen Xiaoming transformed. The latter appears not only to possess extraordinary strength, but also to have a certain understanding of the theories behind soul masters. However, this pertains only to the conventional soul ring distribution. There exist exceptional circumstances beyond this norm. At this juncture, Chen Xiaoming paused, gazing at the curious expressions of Dai Mubai and others. Without further ado, he cast a fleeting glance at Tang San and began to elucidate. For instance, if a soul master with twin martial souls has diligently cultivated the first martial soul and successfully ascends to the level of a title Douluo, when it comes time to bestow a soul ring upon the second martial soul, do you suppose he would opt for a century-old soul ring or a 100,000-year soul ring? He turned his attention to those before him, particularly Tang San, who, at present, might still be oblivious to the ultimate purpose behind the Master's directive for him to cultivate the blue-silver grass. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoming's words, a flicker of understanding flashed briefly in Tang San's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed, as he silently acknowledged the revelation. So, are you a twin martial soul master then? Inquired Ma Hongjun, who had also come to a realization. Chen Xiaoming shook his head. He was not merely a twin martial soul master, but an existence far superior, renowned across myriad realms with a name that resonated with both prestige and grace. You lack perspective. What I just described is merely one possibility among many that could lead to my current state. Shaking his head, Chen Xiaoming continued, observing the attentive faces of Dai Mubai and others, akin to earnest students absorbing his teachings. A sense of noble purpose welled up within him, reminiscent of a sage imparting wisdom. Indeed, in this era, one must have an audience to truly shine. Chapter 30, King of the Forest, the Titan Giant Ape. For a soul master to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, there are three methods. One is to directly slay a 100,000-year soul beast, which you are all aware of, now. I shall enlighten you about the other two methods. Raising two fingers, Chen Xiaoming glanced at the silent Xiao Wu across the room, offering a gentle smile. The second method of obtaining a 100,000-year soul beast is through sacrifice, specifically, the sacrifice of a soul beast. At the mention of the word sacrifice, Xiao Wu trembled, instinctively lowering her head and shrinking beside Tang San, resembling a frightened rabbit. She dared not cast a glance at Chen Xiaoming. Ever since she learned of his title Douluo status, she had been rendered speechless. As a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, while others may remain unaware, Chen Xiaoming could see through her disguise. The thought gripped Xiao Wu's heart with terror. Soul beast sacrifice? This was a term Tang San had never encountered. The knowledge imparted by the master did not encompass this aspect, leaving him puzzled as he looked up at Chen Xiaoming. Indeed, soul beast sacrifice is a rare occurrence. Generally, the relationship between soul beasts and humans is one of predator and prey, which soul beast would willingly offer itself as a sacrifice to become a soul ring for another. As Chen Xiaoming paused momentarily, he cast a glance at Tang San, seemingly perceiving that it was a characteristic of the protagonist's family. Tang Hao and Lan Yinqiao, Tang San and Xiao Wu, and it appeared there was another yet to be identified. A sharp intake of breath escaped Chen Xiaoming as he reflected that in his previous life, the four remarkable figures were no match for Tang San's entire family. Figures such as the grass python hero Su Xian, the spectral knight Ning Kaichen, the insect-controlling sword immortal Luo Shi, and the harmonious being Dong Yong all seemed utterly insignificant by comparison. The four of them had scarcely managed to contend with this one family. Clearing his throat to mask his discomfort, Xiaoming glanced once more at Tang San and Xiao Wu before continuing. However, if such a soul beast exists, then the sacrificial soul beast could assist soul masters in transcending the limitations of their soul power. For instance, if you are currently at the 20th level, and a 10,000-year soul beast is willing to sacrifice itself for your soul ring, you could seamlessly acquire a 10,000-year soul ring without the risk of your insufficient soul power causing an explosion from the energy of the ring. A collective gasp resonated among the group, and Dai Mubai and the others turned their gazes towards Xiaoming. Could it be that the 10,000-year soul beasts he possessed were acquired via such a method? However, this approach is typically inaccessible to the average individual, so do not dwell on it. After casting another glance at Tang San, he added, "This method is something only you can truly benefit from," shaking his head in resignation. "Next, I shall reveal to you the final method, one that you may indeed strive to achieve." "What method, Teacher Chun? Please enlighten us." Upon hearing that they could make efforts towards something, Dai Mubai and the others eagerly looked towards Xiaoming. "Divine gift soul rings," he declared. "For now, just remember this. Your current cultivation is too low. Even if I were to explain it to you now, it would be of no avail. When the time is right, I will share more insights. But first, you must elevate your cultivation." As he trailed off mid-sentence, the anticipation hung heavy in the air, leaving Dai Mubai and the others in a state of eager suspense, akin to having swallowed a fly. They gazed at Xiaoming, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it. "Teacher Chun, what level of cultivation must we attain to achieve this?" Tang San, quick-witted, inquired, focusing intently on Xiaoming as he rose. "You need to reach the 60th level, Soul Emperor, and then you will be ready." Casting a glance at the sky, Oscar's absorption of the soul ring neared its conclusion, and it was time to await the arrival of that formidable entity. However, it seemed that Tang San's soul power had yet to break through. Perhaps he could lend a hand? A glimmer of resolve sparked in his eyes as he contemplated, feeling the surge of soul power within him, which he directed towards Tang San. Just as Tang San was processing Xiaoming's words, he sensed the incoming wave of soul power. Upon looking up, he was met with an expression of astonishment. "Teacher Chun, do not speak. Focus on channeling your soul power to withstand it." Xiaoming's voice emerged softly, and although Tang San did not understand the reason behind it, he nonetheless began to circulate his soul power. The incoming soul energy was not as formidable as he had anticipated, and to his astonishment, he found himself momentarily locked in a stalemate with it while fully exerting his Xiantian Gong. "Teacher Chun, what is this?" Dai Mubai observed the scene and stepped forward, while Xiao Wu cast a worried glance at Tang San, fearing that Xiaoming had discerned her identity and intended to restrain Tang San to target her. "Do not speak. Tang San's soul power is at the critical point of a breakthrough. Since we are here in the Star Dou forest, I shall lend him a hand to facilitate this transition. I do not wish to make another trip here in the future," Xiaoming explained lightly. The Xiantian Gong that Tang San practiced was a Taoist mental method that emphasized the harmony of yin and yang and a profound internal breath. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoming would not employ such a method to assist someone in breaking through. However, in Tang San's case, it was indeed feasible. Firstly, he had the Xiantian Gong, and secondly, he was the protagonist. The breakthrough in soul power occurred even more swiftly than Xiaoming had anticipated. In just a brief moment, he sensed Tang San's soul power augmenting, a smile gracing his face as he gradually withdrew his own soul energy back into his body. "Excellent. He has not disappointed my efforts." Slowly concluding the process, Tang San sat cross-legged on the ground to adjust himself for a while, then opened his eyes and stood, respectfully bowing to Xiaoming. "Thank you, Teacher Chun." Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement, feeling quite satisfied with Tang San's character. Ignoring the envious and astonished gazes of Dai Mubai and the others, he turned his attention to the silent Xiao Wu. Ever since she revealed her formidable title as a Duluos, she had been rather timid, likely fearful of him uncovering her true identity. He could not help but shake his head, a secret smile blossoming within. Half an hour later, Oscar finally completed the absorption of his soul ring. Acquiring the flying soul skill, Dai Mubai and the others remained remarkably calm, having already been astonished numerous times that day. Oscar's soul skill was no longer a novelty to them. Due to Tang San's breakthrough, Xiaoming lingered in the Star Dou forest with the group for a few more days, yet suitable soul beasts remained elusive. 2 days swiftly passed, and as night once again descended, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others busied themselves with setting up tents, while Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and the others attended to their provisions. Having not been summoned by Xiaoming for 2 days, Xiao Wu felt a slight sense of unease but gradually found solace. The Star Dou forest was remarkably tranquil that night, and Chun Xiaoming waited in silence, sensing that the formidable creature he anticipated was drawing near. Indeed, it was not long before he perceived subtle tremors in the distant darkness. With a spark of determination igniting within him, he moved slowly. At last, the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, is here. Everyone, gather close, quickly. A commanding shout resonated, imbued with soul power, prompting Dai Mubai and the others to hastily abandon their tasks and rush over. Teacher Chun, what's wrong? Dai Mubai swiftly approached Chun Xiaoming, perplexity etched across his face. Neither he nor Tang San, Oscar, and the others could fathom what could have transpired to warrant such gravity from Chun Xiaoming. Yet, in the next moment, the reason became abundantly clear as a peculiar scene unfolded amidst the shadowy thicket before them. As the onlookers observed, two towering trees began to part slowly, revealing a colossal figure that emerged silently from the depths of the forest. Upon sighting this formidable creature, it felt as if the breath of Tang San and the others had been stolen away. They finally comprehended why Chun Xiaoming had summoned them. Before them stood a being akin to a mountain, its ebony fur glimmering faintly under the meager light of the stars and moon. Its magnificent form was a tapestry of muscles, each bulging like small hills, far more formidable than granite. A pair of eyes, as large as lanterns, sparkled with a golden sheen, and this enormous entity moved without a sound, even its breath inaudible, gliding through the night like a specter. Chun Xiaoming gazed upon the approaching giant, flames of anticipation igniting in his eyes. He had awaited this moment. It was Tang San who first recognized the creature, his mind racing with knowledge imparted by his master. It was none other than the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Even the typically composed Tang San felt his voice tremble slightly. According to his master's teachings, the Titan giant ape was a sovereign entity within any soul beast forest. Possessing unparalleled strength and speed, it exhibited near perfection in both offense and defense, ranking among the elite few atop the pyramid of soul beasts. Damn it! How could such a king of soul beasts appear in the outer circle? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. Teacher Chun, this is the Titan giant ape. He began, but before he could elaborate, Chun Xiaoming interrupted him. Fear not, I am here. No one shall lay a finger on you. His clear voice was like a gentle breeze, easing the tension and fear in the hearts of his companions, who found solace in Chun Xiaoming's status as a title Douluo. However, Tang San remained slightly apprehensive, though he kept his thoughts to himself. According to his master's theories, it seemed that 100,000-year soul beast might possess greater power than a title Douluo. After all, while soul masters could reach the pinnacle of soul power in mere decades, soul beasts grew over centuries, harboring terrifying reserves of soul power. It was uncertain whether Chun Xiaoming's words provoked the Titan giant ape, but it made a simple gesture, taking a step towards Chun Xiaoming and his companions. An overwhelming aura of terror emanated from the Titan Great Ape, a manifestation of the Forest King's might that caused Dai Mubai, Tang San, and their companions to feel their hearts leap into their throats. Is it truly commendable for a Forest King to so brazenly bully the weak? With a serene smile, Chun Xiaoming stepped forward, his own immense soul power surging forth, a formidable presence radiating from his being. The vast soul energy swept over Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, alleviating their tension under the oppressive atmosphere of the Titan Great Ape. At that moment, Xiao Wu cast a worried glance at the Titan Great Ape, her eyes darting between it and Chun Xiaoming. He had yet to strike. Could it be that he intended to use me as bait to lure in Erming? Anxiously, she felt her heart plummet as she gazed into the fiery determination in Chun Xiaoming's eyes. Chun Xiaoming and the Titan Great Ape locked eyes. One a towering behemoth standing 15 meters tall, the other a mere human the size of its finger. Their sizes were utterly disproportionate, yet they stood in a tense stalemate. As the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape possessed intelligence on par with that of humans, and it sensed danger emanating from Chun Xiaoming. Confused by the Titan Great Ape's hesitation to attack, Chun Xiaoming wondered why it had not made a move. Was it perhaps confused about the script? Where was the decisiveness it had shown against Zhao Wujia? If you don't strike, how am I to maintain my facade? No, it seems I must apply some pressure. With a resolute glance at the Titan Great Ape, he declared, I am already aware of your intentions. With those words, the air around them tightened, and Xiao Wu, positioned behind, collapsed into Tang San's arms as if struck by thunder. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Tang San asked. Concern etched on his face as he noticed her pale countenance. At that moment, Xiao Wu, her heart heavy with despair, looked into Tang San's concerned eyes and weakly asked, Brother, if I were to die, would you be sad? Tang San was taken aback by her question, perplexed by her sudden inquiry. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, a sharp pain pierced his heart, as if he were on the verge of losing something precious. An indescribable feeling surged within him, and he embraced Xiao Wu tightly. Do not entertain such thoughts. I have promised that if anyone wishes to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she clung to Tang's San, a sweet smile breaking through her sorrow as she silently declared, "Brother, I love you." Observing this unexpected exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai pondered deeply, a sense of resolve forming within him. No one could guarantee that Xiaoming would be able to withstand the Titan Great Ape, and they might very well perish here. With this realization, the words that had been bottled up within Dai Mubai finally surged forth. As the body leaned slightly closer to Zhu Zhuqing, a pair of sincere and earnest eyes met hers. "I shall protect you until my last breath," he declared, and without regard for Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, he reached out his hands toward her. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered, her delicate hands struggled momentarily, yet she soon ceased to resist, a profound sense of emotion welling up in her eyes. Ning Rongrong watched this scene with envy, only to find Oscar standing protectively before her. In that moment, the corpulent Ma Hongjun gazed at the couples around him, his heart heavy as he looked up at the heavens, valiantly holding back tears. Yet, he was not the most unfortunate. That title belonged to Xiaoming, who was currently locked in a standoff with the Titan Great Ape. While he was attempting to maintain his composure, the couples behind him began to display their affection, leaving him, a solitary heart, in a dismal predicament. Casting a glance at the Titan Great Ape, which stared back at him with wide eyes, Xiaoming felt a wave of frustration. Behind him, couples exchanged tender glances. While he was face to face with an immense creature that resembled neither monkey nor gorilla, what was he supposed to do? Had he mistakenly entered the wrong scene? Chapter 32, The King of the Forest, the Titan Great Ape, Part 2. The Star Dou forest was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Xiaoming took a deep breath. Attempting to calm his wounded spirit, and with renewed seriousness, he lifted his head to meet the gaze of the Titan Great Ape once more. "Do not blame me. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon Xiao Wu for displaying her affection." Soul power surged within him, an overwhelming force erupting from his being. Beneath his feet, radiant red soul rings, each 10,000 years old, glimmered with blood-like brilliance, emanating an astonishing pressure that spread outward. "All of you, step back and do not obstruct me," he bellowed at the couples behind him, and with a firm step. The ground trembled slightly as the red glow flashed, and the third soul ring around him pulsated with dazzling light. Engaging in battle with the Titan Great Ape, Xiaoming knew he could not protect everyone. The third soul skill, entanglement. Thick branches erupted from beneath Xiaoming's feet, spiraling toward the Titan Great Ape with fervor, wrapping around its limbs with the agility of a green snake. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others, witnessing Xiaoming's decisive action, did not hesitate. They embraced their beloved ones and retreated. In a moment of melancholy, the rotund Hongjun led Ning Rongrong and Oscar away. A battle of tidal Duluos magnitude would only invite trouble for them, and no one was foolish enough to remain. With Xiao Wu taken away, a fierce glint flashed in the Titan Great Ape's eyes, especially as it recognized Xiaoming's tidal Duluo level strength, which clearly revealed Xiao Wu's identity. Under such circumstances, the Titan Great Ape could no longer maintain its previous calm. The soul power within it surged violently, like a tumultuous sea. A thunderous roar erupted from the Titan Great Ape, unleashing a wave of black energy that surged towards Dai Mubai and his companions. Simultaneously, the branches entangling the Titan Great Ape were pulled taut. The Titan Great Ape struggled with its powerful legs, its body leaning forward, as it slammed its arms against the ground, pulling with all its might. The accumulation of soul power radiated from its fierce visage, its massive jaws letting out continuous roars of fury. With a cold snort, a wave of soul energy emanated from Xiaoming, meeting the oncoming black energy head-on. This was the perfect opportunity for him to witness the might of a 100,000-year soul beast engage its strength against that of a limit Duluos. Boom, boom, boom. As the Titan Great Ape was enveloped in the black energy, its muscular arms strained with effort, while its legs, ensnared by the branches, thrashed violently. The ground cracked under the force of its struggle, its legs sinking slightly. Xiaoming glanced at the branches wrapped around its legs, noting that many had already been broken, with the remaining ones likely not holding out much longer. With another resounding crash, the Titan Great Ape managed to free its left leg from the branches. With a tremendous shake, it forcefully thrust its liberated leg down onto the ground. Roaring with rage, it seized the momentum to completely break free from the entanglement of branches and charged directly at Xiaoming, leaping into the air. Two fists, each exponentially larger than a hammer, descended upon Xiaoming with terrifying force and speed. The overwhelming pressure of the Titan Great Ape's attack created a palpable weight in the air between them. Xiaoming lifted his gaze slightly, facing the colossal figure of the Titan Great Ape. His second soul ring, which had remained unused until now, blazed with radiant light as the red glow of the 100,000-year soul rings surged into the ground, causing slender branches to burst forth and envelop him entirely. This was his second soul skill, Shadow of the Tree. A soft whisper emerged from the tightly coiled branches just as the Titan Great Ape's attack drew near. Boom! The ground trembled as the immense body crashed down, its fists imbued with a terrifying power that mixed with the explosive force of its soul energy, obliterating the protective branches beneath a single blow, turning them into mere pulp. The earth fractured, deep crevices spreading out for hundreds of meters, and the ground collapsed under the sheer force, unleashing a torrent of soul energy that manifested as an even more powerful wave of black energy than before. Dust and debris filled the air, and the spot where Xiaoming had once stood was now transformed into a deep pit. After landing a successful strike, the Titan Great Ape did not relent. Instead, its enormous lantern-like eyes scanned the surroundings restlessly, as if searching for something elusive. Taking advantage of their previous escape, Tang-san, Dai Mubai, and the others braced themselves against the towering trees, feeling the terrifying energy that loomed nearby. Fortunately, their swift flight had diminished the wave's impact significantly, sparing them from considerable harm. After consuming a few of Oscar's recovery sausages, they felt somewhat revitalized. Concerns lingered about Teacher Chun. Was he a match for the Titan Great Ape? Their understanding of Xiaoming's strength was still limited. Oscar handed Tang-san a sausage, his expression tinged with worry. Do not fret. Even if he struggles, unburdened by us, Teacher Chun, with his titled Duluo prowess, should be able to escape, if necessary. The mere aftershock had left them shaken, and Tang-san once again acknowledged the might of the strong. As he savored Oscar's sausage, he recalled Chun Xiaoming's words. This world indeed belongs to the powerful. Meanwhile, at the battleground, the Titan Great Ape continued its search. The force of its earlier punch fell to miss. It lacked the usual sensation of striking flesh and resembled more the sound of splintering wood. With each step, a subtle sound echoed as Chun Xiaoming approached, unscathed save for a bit of dust on his attire, his clothing intact. Are you looking for me? He remarked with a light laugh. Utilizing his second soul skill, Tree Shadow, he could leave an illusion of himself in one spot, while his true self appeared elsewhere. It bore resemblance to a technique he had once observed in an anime, known as the stand technique, albeit with one distinction. Chun Xiaoming required trees in his vicinity. Gazing at the reappearing Chun Xiaoming, the Titan Great Ape displayed little surprise, though a flicker of seriousness crossed its dark face, now overshadowed by an ominous gravity. In response to this scene, Chun Xiaoming subtly mobilized his soul power, preparing for the ensuing confrontation. With a thunderous stomp, the Titan Great Ape lunged forth like a cannonball, roaring with rage as a terrifying gust of wind surged around it. Chapter 33. The Forest King, Titan Great Ape, End. Roaring. The black energy surged forward as the Titan Great Ape charged, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The sight of Chun Xiaoming remaining unscathed exerted immense pressure on the creature, particularly as the latter shimmered with 900,000-year soul rings, each representing a blood feud. A dark halo flickered around it, and Chun Xiaoming felt an immediate weight pressing down upon him, as if he were submerged in lead. The domain of gravitational control. Chun Xiaoming furrowed his brow. The Titan Great Ape was now entirely serious, employing its ultimate technique. The gravitational control domain allowed it to manipulate gravitational forces at will, which could either intensify or diminish dramatically. At this moment, Chun Xiaoming found himself under the oppressive weight of gravity, which had suddenly intensified tenfold. The surrounding atmosphere grew dense with an overwhelming pressure, effectively constricting the space around him. With a decisive leap, he soared into the air. As the colossal fist of the Titan Giant Ape swung forth, gathering the elemental essence of the earth within its strike, a faint glow shimmering atop the fist. The power of this punch surged with even greater force than before. The Titan Giant Ape's immense yellow crystalline eyes sparkled with a glimmer of triumphant cunning. As the terrifying punch unleashed a resonant explosion of energy in the air, he, the king of the forest, the Titan Giant Ape, was ready to exhibit his might. Chun Xiaoming, who had remained motionless until now, calmly lifted his gaze to meet the impending fist that obscured the sky, a fleeting brilliance igniting in his eyes. It was time to get serious after the playful antics. As his composed voice resonated, the Titan Giant Ape regarded him with disdain, thinking him foolish to pose defiantly at such a moment. Soon, he would learn his place. A crisp chime echoed as the ninth spirit ring beneath Chun Xiaoming shimmered, radiating a vibrant red aura. A torrent of soul power surged forth, causing the ground to tremble as robust branches erupted wildly, growing at an astonishing rate. The greenwood spirit emanating from his right hand glowed softly. The ninth spirit ring merged with the greenwood spirit, and a beam of crimson light shot forth, racing towards the tumultuous branches. In the blink of an eye, the branches sparkled with light, their once simple patterns now adorned with vivid red streaks. The already sturdy branches transformed, resembling steel chains. With a flurry of swift motions, the branches shot towards the Titan giant ape, four of the most robust ones targeting its limbs. Suspended in midair, the Titan giant ape fixated on Chun Xiaoming, activating his ninth spirit ring, his gaze sharpening. As the attack approached, he roared in fury, unleashing a tempest of dark energy, while simultaneously activating his gravity control field, concentrating its force upon the four thickest branches. The black energy collided with the oncoming branches, momentarily slowing their advance, yet they quickly regained their momentum. However, the four branches aimed at the Titan giant ape's limbs experienced a deceleration due to the gravity control field, their speed diminishing significantly. Observing the effect of the field, the Titan giant ape's eyes brightened, prompting him to accelerate his descending fist. With a gentle flick, the greenwood spirit radiated brilliantly, sending forth a red beam intermingled with a subtle silver light, which split into four as it ascended, seamlessly integrating into the four stout branches. In the next moment, the branches, previously obstructed, shimmered with a fleeting silver glow, vanishing in an instant to reappear before the Titan giant ape. The branches seemed to transcend space in that fleeting instant, breaching the confines of the gravity field, leaving the Titan giant ape momentarily stunned. The fist in hand yearned to strike, yet the branches had already ensnared it, while three additional branches bound the Titan ape's legs and left arm. With a series of resounding thuds, the branches swiftly pulled apart, separating the Titan ape's limbs and denying it any chance to exert force. The remaining slender branches seized the opportunity, first reinforcing the control over its limbs, then advancing toward its waist and head. Despite their slenderness, the branches possessed a radius of 2 meters, and in no time, they firmly secured the Titan ape in midair. A massive log gradually ascended from the ground, and as the branches tightened, they bound it to the log. The ninth spirit ability was not merely defensive, Tree Realm Descends, as Chun Xiaoming's ninth spirit ability wielded the power of 100,000 years of soul rings, thus its might was formidable. Defensively, it could withstand Tang Hao's 9-9 return to 1 and the Haoyan hammer, while offensively, it effectively trapped foes. Observing the Titan ape, now tightly bound and roaring in fury yet utterly unable to escape, Chun Xiaoming couldn't help but shake his head. I warned you against arrogance, yet you insisted. Now look at you. How is that for a slap in the face? Arrogance requires skill. Without the strength, one should refrain from such pretense. A log emerged from the soul ring beneath Chun Xiaoming's feet and continued to rise before the Titan ape. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying gust of wind surged forth, and upon inhaling it, Chun Xiaoming's face darkened, resembling coal in its ominous hue. His body trembled as he massaged his temples, feeling a bit lightheaded. With a flourish of his right hand, countless branches stretched out, sealing the Titan ape's mouth to prevent it from taking another bite. Taking a deep breath and listening to the system's notifications, he steadied himself and turned his gaze back to the Titan ape, which was now silenced. Its enormous amber eyes glaring at him, filled only with fury and resentment, void of any other emotion. After observing for a moment, Chun Xiaoming shook his head in disbelief. What is this creature? Though it too is 100,000-year soul beast, I recall my own days as a soul beast, where I was quite amicable. Aside from the occasional skirmish with soul masters seeking a challenge, whom I would promptly send on their way, I was a creature of peace. Why has the Titan ape succumbed to such rage? Impulsiveness breeds disaster. One misstep could lead to devastation. Casting a glance at the struggling Titan ape behind him, Chun Xiaoming furrowed his brow. In his earlier zeal for combat, he had overlooked the pressing question, what to do with this colossal creature now that it was captured? To slay it? He seemed to have no shortage of soul rings, merely for the sake of acquiring a 100,000-year soul bone. The thought of his own transformation into a soul beast sent a chill down his spine. Perhaps it was best to reconsider, as the soul bone likely paled in comparison to the essence of his bloodline. Time to leave, he concluded. Today's battle was merely a prelude. Perhaps next time, I shall venture deeper for a true contest. After stretching his limbs, Chun Xiaoming harbored little malice towards the large, foolish Titan giant ape. With a graceful turn of his form, he gazed at the still howling creature and could not help but chuckle. Do not worry about Xiao Wu. I shall not harm her. With that, he lightly pushed off the ground and moved towards Tang San and the others, allowing the branches that bound the Titan giant ape to gradually loosen. In the depths of the ape's eyes, confusion was evident, but it soon brightened upon hearing Chun Xiaoming's distant words. Remember, my friends, if you wish to transform in the future, come to me, and I shall protect you. Chapter 34. Return to Shrek Academy. Somewhere in the Star Dou forest, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others anxiously awaited, having fled to this location, finally escaping the clash between Chun Xiaoming and the Titan giant ape. However, The distance had remained quiet for quite some time, and they had yet to catch sight of Xiaoming. "Dai, do you think Teacher Chun was turned into a snack by the Titan giant ape?" Fatty Ma Hongjun peered into the endless darkness behind them, unable to see anything else. The title of Forest King certainly resonated more loudly than any spirit Douluo. "Fatty, be quiet. Teacher Chun is not so easily defeated," Dai Mubai retorted sharply, his eyes reflecting displeasure. This was not a moment for jest. Xiaoming had engaged the Titan giant ape to rescue them, and if he had truly met with misfortune, he deserved their respect. Receiving a stern glare from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun realized his mistake and offered an awkward smile, retracting his head slightly. "I was merely concerned for Teacher Chun." Tang Sin remained silent, his purple extreme magic eye functioning at its peak as he gazed intently in the direction from which they had fled. After a long while, he finally exhaled in relief. "Xiao San, do you perceive anything?" Dai Mubai inquired nervously, leaning closer to Tang San. Tang San withdrew his purple extreme magic eye and shook his head slightly. Dai Mubai's expression darkened. "Mubai, perhaps this is the best scenario. The absence of any disturbances behind us indicates that the Titan giant ape has not pursued. Whether Teacher Chun has triumphed over it or vice versa, it suggests that he should be safe. Otherwise, the Titan giant ape would have followed us by now." Upon hearing Tang San's analysis, Dai Mubai and Oscar's spirits lifted, and they felt a slight sense of reassurance. Suddenly, just as the group began to relax, a figure surged forth from the darkness. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others immediately assumed a defensive stance, positioning themselves in front of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. "Teacher Chun." Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye, piercing through the night to discern the identity of the incoming figure, and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Dai Mubai and Oscar also breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing it was the Titan giant ape pursuing them. With a leap, Xiaoming landed before Tang San and the others, nodding and smiling at them. "I apologize for losing track of time while playing with that big fellow. I made you wait." As Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and others stood in bewilderment, was the colossal creature truly the Titan giant ape? And was it serious that someone had lost track of time while playing with it? Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, both recognizing the pretentiousness of the situation. "What about the Titan giant ape?" Xiao Wu, standing behind Tang San, stepped forward, her voice laced with urgency, entirely disregarding Xiaoming's formidable title as a Douluo. Though the reason for Xiao Wu's agitation remained unclear, the group turned their gaze towards Xiaoming, eagerly awaiting his response. A glimmer of amusement danced in Xiaoming's eyes as he regarded Xiao Wu, contemplating for a moment before responding with a smile. "It has been slain." The two simple words struck Xiao Wu like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily stunned. Tears welled in her eyes, and her body weakened, leaning into Tang San's embrace. "Xiao Wu, what is the matter?" Tang San held her tightly, a flicker of confusion washing over him as he sensed something was amiss, yet his primary concern remained her well-being. "Oh, dear girl, it was merely a jest. As a titled Douluo with a complete soul ring, I have no need for soul rings, so I let it go. Rest assured." Observing Xiao Wu's fragile state, Xiaoming shook his head in exasperation. Surely, she was unaware that both of those creatures had ultimately perished. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words and meeting his sincere gaze, Xiao Wu paused, sensing a hint of compassion in his eyes. Meanwhile, the others were preoccupied with the implications of Xiaoming's mention of the Titan giant ape, a soul beast of 100,000 years, released so casually. "Teacher Chun, you see. Since you don't need it, could you possibly spare one for me?" The shameless fatty Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, inching closer to Xiaoming, his eyes gleaming with the same cunning as Flinder, albeit with a slightly lecherous demeanor. "Come on, fatty, you've echoed my words," Oscar chimed in, equally comical in his demeanor as he joined Fatty beside Xiaoming. "Move aside, you two novices. Do you truly think you could absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? I would be assisting you in your demise." With a dismissive wave, Xiaoming shooed away the playful duo. Realizing their own limitations, they exchanged sheepish smiles, acknowledging the truth of their capabilities. "Teacher Chun, this is merely a pre-order, right?" "Just a pre-order," Oscar chuckled awkwardly, retreating slowly. Xiaoming cast a disapproving glance at the group, feeling compelled to impart some wisdom to these individuals. "You desire a 100,000-year soul ring, do you? Though I initially hesitated to disclose this information, I shall enlighten you now. When you all reach the Soul Emperor level, I shall personally guide you to a place where your cultivation speed will experience a remarkable enhancement. Likewise, upon your breakthrough to the Soul Sage rank, there exists a slim chance of obtaining a soul ring of 100,000 years. Whether you succeed in this endeavor will ultimately depend on your own efforts. For now, it would be prudent to focus on strengthening your physicality and willpower. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves bereft of opportunity." Xiaoming's words illuminated the faces of the crowd. as they recalled his possession of a 100,000-year soul ring, leading them to believe that he must have acquired it from that very place, igniting within them a fervent spirit of competition. Observing the newfound determination of his companions, Xiaoming felt a sense of satisfaction, as it served as a form of motivation. As for the place he mentioned, it was undoubtedly the Sea God Island. The reason for waiting until Dai Mubai and the others reached the Soul Emperor rank before guiding them there was twofold. Firstly, their strength would be sufficiently adequate at that time. Secondly, for the sake of their safety. Although his extreme strength as a title Duluos would render most individuals incapable of posing a threat, this world harbors deities. Xiaoming's experience points were still far from the threshold of becoming a god, and with the mystery of the bloodline source yet to be deciphered, he had no desire to venture into the divine realm and invite trouble. Casting a glance at the Shrek 7 monsters before him, he mused that they would all eventually ascend to godhood, leaving him pondering the burdensome plight of deities in this realm, each one desperately seeking a successor. Particularly, Tangan had even ventured to the Heaven Dou plane to seek that notorious scoundrel, Zhou, to inherit his divine position, which underscored the arduous nature of divinity. Under the cool evening sky, adorned with twinkling stars, Xiaoming let out a soft sigh. Ascending to godhood against my will. I can only hope this lifetime will not be in vain. Tides rise and fall at your leisure, yet the pursuit remains shallow. Chapter 35, Return to Shrek Academy, Part 2. Following their successful return from the Star Dou forest after battling the Titan giant ape, Xiaoming, accompanied by Dai Mubai and Tangan, continued their exploration within the forest. Thanks to Xiaoming's intervention, Tangan refrained from pursuing alone and did not encounter the faceless spider. However, perhaps by coincidence, as they ventured deeper the following day, a faceless spider unexpectedly emerged, attempting to ambush Tangan and his companions, only to be swiftly dispatched by Tangan, the destined child, using a hidden weapon. What followed was a series of dramatic scenes that left Xiaoming in stunned silence. That faceless spider had undoubtedly surpassed its limits. Tangan, seemingly oblivious to the danger, insisted on absorbing it despite knowing the risks. He spoke eloquently, claiming that if one could not even dare to absorb a millennium-old soul ring, the prospect of succeeding with a 100,000-year soul ring was even more implausible. In life, one should embrace fearlessness, a sentiment that resonated well. Had Xiaoming not been familiar with the novels and aware of Tangan's status as the destined child, who could absorb soul rings beyond his level without consequence, and even acquired an external soul bone, he might have been swayed by those words. Ultimately, as expected, Tangan successfully obtained his third soul ring, along with the external soul bone from the faceless spider, basking in the glory of his triumph. As for Xiao Wu, she refrained from advancing beyond level 30, deterred by Xiaoming's interference. Thus the group departed shortly after Tangan acquired his spirit ring. After more than a day's journey, they finally emerged from the Star Dou forest, where the radiant sunlight dispelled the lingering chill of the woods, alleviating the oppressive weight in their hearts, bringing a sense of relief. Let us proceed. We can rest in the town, Xiaoming said with a gentle smile, as the group made their way toward the town beyond the forest. At the inn in the town, they rested for 2 days before Xiaoming led them back to Shrek Academy. During those 2 days, Xiao Wu remained close to Tangan, her spirits notably low, a fact that puzzled him. Despite his inquiries, she remained tight-lipped. Seeing her distress, Tangan ceased his questioning, quietly keeping her company instead. After 2 days, they set off again and, after a day's travel, finally returned to Shrek Academy. We're finally back. The feeling of home is truly wonderful, Oscar exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. The journey through the Star Dou forest had been exhausting, and he longed for the comfort of his own bed to enjoy a restful sleep. All right, everyone is tired. Hurry and rest, Xiaoming said lightly, understanding the need for respite. However, he noticed Xiao Wu's distant demeanor, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes before he spoke again. Xiao Wu, please wait. Startled, Xiao Wu halted in her tracks, her right hand instinctively grasping Tangan's. She turned slightly, determination glinting in her eyes. Had the moment finally arrived? She thought silently, casting a heartfelt gaze at Tangan. In that instant, she comprehended the depth of her feelings for him. Gradually, she released his hand with a soft smile, reminiscent of their first encounter. Approaching Xiaoming, Xiao Wu's resolve was palpable as she mentally bade a final farewell to Tangan. Brother, I am leaving. Remember to think of me, do not forget me, for I love you. Tangan's expression shifted, as if he could hear Xiao Wu's farewell in his heart. Yet he was left increasingly perplexed by her movement toward Xiaoming. Throughout their journey, Tangan had sensed something amiss with Xiao Wu. She seemed to harbor a fear of something. Until that moment, he could not fathom what it was, but when she released his hand, clarity dawned upon him. Xiao Wu's apprehension was directed toward Xiaoming. Xiao Wu, although he did not understand the reason for her fear, Tang Sin stepped protectively in front of her, activating his purple extreme magic eyes, his spirit power surging around him, with 3 spirit rings shimmering beneath him. Brother, a hint of tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes, her heart heavy with emotion as Tang Sin's silhouette became deeply etched in her memory. Xiao San, Xiao Wu. The already departed Dai Mubai and others, alerted by the commotion behind them, exchanged glances and, upon seeing Tang Sin activate his martial spirit, they swiftly rushed forward. Dai Mubai, embodying his martial soul, flashed and stood beside Tang San, while Zhu Zhuqing and the fatty positioned themselves on either side. Oscar and Ning Rongrong lingered behind, their martial souls shimmering in their hands. Little San, do we have enemies? A pair of gazes swept across the surroundings, which were eerily silent, apart from themselves. There was no one else. Dai Mubai couldn't help but glance subtly, yet he offered no reply, turning his attention to find Tang San's gaze fixed intently upon Xiaoming. Dai Mubai felt a jolt of alarm. An ominous thought crossed his mind. The next moment, Xiaoming's casual words confirmed his fears. Oh, little San, do you intend to obstruct me? Though spoken in a calm tone, they carried an undercurrent of chilling menace, causing the temperature around them to plummet. A tremendous pressure descended upon Tang San, pinning him in place. Teacher Chun, is there a misunderstanding here? Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Tang San, Dai Mubai exclaimed in urgency. Xiaoming remained unfazed, waving his right hand, causing branches to sprout beneath Dai Mubai and the others, instantly immobilizing them. A group of soul masters, each at levels 20 or 30, found themselves ensnared without a chance to react, rendered utterly motionless. I shall ask you once more, step aside, and I may spare your life. A glint of frost flashed in his eyes as the pressure upon Tang San intensified. The external soul bone recently acquired was employed to assist Tang San in resisting, yet it proved insufficient against the overwhelming force. Very well. It seems you have made the worst decision possible. The pressure surged dramatically, and with a sharp crack, Tang San felt something within him break through, alleviating some of the burden pressing down on him. Xiaoming observed this scene with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, which quickly concealed itself. Step aside. You are a nuisance. With a flick of his hand, the branches seized Tang San, casting him aside. The weight that had been upon him dissipated. Yet Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, his crimson gaze filled with fury as he struggled against the branches that bound his mouth. Gazing at the ensnared members of the Shrek 7 monsters, Xiaoming felt a sense of satisfaction at their orderly alignment. Initially intending to converse with Xiao Wu, he pondered how it had devolved into this chaotic situation. Observing Tang San and Xiao Wu in their current state, he couldn't help but find amusement in the irony. Perhaps this was a way to assist the unfortunate couple, whose mutual affections had blossomed during the Soul Master competition, only to be torn apart immediately after. 6 years later, they were nearly left lifeless. Such tragedy. Beholding the solitary figure of Xiao Wu, Xiaoming felt akin to a tyrannical bully, a wicked grin creeping onto his face. I shall grant you a final moment. Bid him farewell. Chapter 36, Returning to Shrek Academy, Part 2. I shall grant you a final moment. Bid him farewell. The calm words of Xiaoming resonated as Xiao Wu walked tenderly to Tang San, who was bound. Her delicate hand gently caressed his face, filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance, yet she realized that she had lost her chance. Leaning slightly against Tang San, she savored the warmth radiating from him. Her mind flooded with memories of their time together, from their initial encounter to their brother-sister bond, culminating in 6 years of shared experiences. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed so much together, and the more they had experienced, the deeper her sorrow became. Brother, you must take care of yourself and not dwell on me, she whispered, her profound longing transforming into tears, her deep affection crystallizing into a poignant plea. Xiaoming's formidable strength instilled fear in her. She did not wish for Tang San to endanger himself seeking vengeance on her behalf. Let everything dissipate like smoke. Brother, live on, live well. Tang San's eyes were already brimming with tears, and in that moment, he comprehended Xiao Wu's significance in his heart. A heart-wrenching sensation akin to impending loss engulfed him. Xiao Wu gazed deeply into his eyes once more, pressed her lips softly against his, and reluctantly turned to leave, afraid to look back. She feared that if she did, she would be unable to depart, and that would endanger him. Let us go. I will accompany you, she said with a gentle smile. Observing the exchange between them, Xiaoming felt like a villain. Clearing his throat, he pondered whether, once Tang San ascended to divinity, he might seek retribution against him. Reflecting on his own experience, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he could achieve divinity before Tang San, rendering him unafraid. Adopting a serious demeanor, Xiaoming guided Xiao Wu toward a nearby grove. In a brief moment, Their figures vanished from the sight of Tang San and the others. "No, don't go, Xiaowu," he shouted, his voice muffled by the branches that obstructed him, yet he felt a renewed sense of sincerity within. "Calm down, Tang San. I believe Teacher Chun will not harm Xiaowu," Oscar interjected amidst the chaos surrounding Dai Mubai and the others. Suddenly, a spark of insight flickered in Oscar's eyes. Given Teacher Chin's strength, if he truly intended to do something to Xiaowu, he could have done so in the Star Dou forest, where they would have been powerless to intervene. There was no need for him to return and complicate matters further. Tang San, lost in confusion and disrupted by Xiaowu's influence, was suddenly enlightened by Oscar's analysis. Why would Xiaoming choose to act in such a convoluted manner? The more time passed, the more absurd everything seemed. As moments slipped away, the branches binding them gradually loosened. Tang San felt a surge of joy as he leaped forward, heading straight in the direction where Xiaoming had departed. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances before gritting their teeth and swiftly pursuing him. The Shrek 7 monsters were certainly not the kind to cower in fear of death. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Xiaoming led Xiaowu to a serene spot, taking a keen interest in their surroundings. It was indeed a moonless night, perfect for mischief. Ahem, I misspoke. It was a night suited for treachery. He, Xiaoming, was not the kind of person who indulged in romantic notions. "Do you know why I brought you here?" he asked, adjusting his demeanor. In this desolate wilderness, Xiaoming relied solely on his unwavering righteousness. Xiaowu, her eyes vacant, nodded slightly, already aware of her fate upon arriving at this place. Xiaowu remained silent, and Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. How could he continue speaking without her cooperation? Ahem. The transformation of a 10,000-year spirit beast was indeed unexpected. Besides myself, there was another such being. Xiaowu, resigned to her fate, nodded again, when suddenly, a bolt of realization struck her. She looked up, her eyes sparkling once more, only to meet Xiaoming's mischievous grin. How surprising, isn't it? At that moment, Xiaowu's heart raced like a roller coaster. Having plummeted to the depths, she now soared back up without warning. The swift ups and downs of life left her utterly unprepared, leaving her momentarily dazed as she gazed at Xiaoming in astonishment. "You too?" Seeing Xiaowu's reaction, Xiaoming felt quite pleased. This was the effect he desired. Despite some earlier miscalculations, it mattered little. "Indeed, I recognized your identity from the start. I was about to discuss it with you. But it seems you have a little secret of your own," he teased, observing Xiaowu's cheeks flush crimson as she lowered her head, mortified by her earlier behavior. However, it had been proven that her rival was indeed worthy of being with her. "Silly girl, cherish it well." With a light laugh, Xiaoming turned his gaze toward the approaching figure in the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Seize the moment while the flowers still bloom. Do not wait until there are no flowers left to pluck." As his words lingered in the air, Xiaoming vanished, heading toward the newcomer. "Go." A soft command from Tang San enveloped Dai Mubai and the others in a powerful wave of soul force, propelling them uncontrollably toward Shrek Academy. Fear etched on their faces. They quieted down upon recognizing the figure before them. "Teacher Chun, what about Xiaowu?" Dai Mubai, the leader, bravely inquired, while Zhu Zhuqing and the others gazed intently at Xiaoming. "Xiaowu is fine. She merely has a few matters to discuss with her. Don't you all think it's time to let Tang San and Xiaowu enjoy a moment of solitude together?" Xiaoming cast a knowing glance at Dai Mubai and the others, falling silent thereafter. Upon hearing that Xiaowu was all right, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the fat boy instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind Xiaoming's gaze. Oscar, ever the cheeky one, quickly chimed in. "Indeed, Teacher Chun is right. They should be allowed to be alone, and we shall not be a bother." A solitary man and a lone woman. In this moonless night amidst the wilderness, Oscar could already conjure the remainder of the scene in his mind. Dai Mubai and the fat boy chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Behind them, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, though a beat slower to react, soon caught on to the expressions of Oscar and Dai Mubai, leading them to similar thoughts. "Humph, insufferable men," Ning Rongrong muttered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At the front, Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense was this? Why was he branded an insufferable man out of the blue? He glanced back at the mischievous grins of Oscar and Dai Mubai, his expression turning serious. "Mubai Xiaoao, fatty, what on earth are you daydreaming about? Your thoughts are not pure. You should learn from me. From tomorrow onwards, the three of you shall join me for special training." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief as they looked at Xiaoming. "What are we thinking? Isn't it you who told us that, you know what, was sent by you two?" They exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Never had they encountered someone so shameless. Chapter 37. The Arrival of Ning Fengji. The next day, Xiaoming awoke naturally, completely forgetting about his intention to conduct special training with Dai Mubai and Oscar. He was far too busy to concern himself with training others. Lying in bed, he opened his bleary eyes and slightly turned his head. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. Just as he prepared to indulge in a little more rest, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Who is it? So lacking in public decency, disturbing my sweet dreams at such an early hour, he shouted irritably. Yet his drowsiness was thoroughly dispelled. Annoyed, he rose and opened the door. Upon opening the door, he found Oscar standing there, looking despondent and dejected. He glanced at Chun Xiaoming, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing. Teacher Chun, a guest has arrived. The dean asked me to call you to the office. After delivering this message, Oscar turned away, leaving Chun Xiaoming in a state of confusion. His pleasant dreams had been disrupted, yet Oscar seemed even more disheartened than he. What had transpired? Reflecting on Oscar's earlier words, Chun Xiaoming was puzzled. A guest? What could a guest want with him? Was he expected to go and maintain order? Chun Xiaoming pondered for a moment, recalling that this was the time when the master had arrived. Could it be that Flinder had grown bold enough to invite the master to analyze my spirit rings? Regardless, since the master was here, it would be prudent to visit and ascertain Flinder's true intentions. After tidying himself, Chun Xiaoming stepped out into the blinding noon sunlight. It was quite vexing to have to venture out at such an hour for no apparent reason. Flinder's office was situated at the rear of the academy, not too far away. In no time at all, Chun Xiaoming found himself standing before the office door. Before he could enter, he overheard voices engaged in conversation within. Furrowing his brow slightly, he pushed the door open. Inside the spacious office, aside from Flinder, there were several others present. One individual was of medium build, somewhat slender, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a 3/7 split. His features were quite ordinary, yet he possessed a distinct aura. His eyes conveyed a blend of laziness and shrewdness. He was seated nearby, holding a cup of tea, and upon seeing Chun Xiaoming enter, his eyes sparkled with excitement. There were also two others seated. One was dressed in white, exuding an elegant demeanor reminiscent of a scholarly figure, yet subtly radiating a lavish and noble essence. Beside him sat an elderly gentleman clad in a snow-white robe, his silver hair meticulously arranged behind him. His appearance was ancient, and his eyes were slightly closed. Yet his every movement emanated an acute sharpness. A title Douluo? Upon making eye contact with the elder, Chun Xiaoming immediately sensed the strength within him, a primal instinct emanating from a formidable presence. Intriguing, a title Douluo is indeed present. A faint smile graced his lips, for he felt no fear even in the presence of such power. Observing Flinder in the room, he noticed the latter anxiously signaling him, which caused Chun Xiaoming to pause in confusion. What could this mean? Ahem, allow me to introduce, Flinder began, rising from his seat. This is the Vice Dean of the Academy, Chun Xiaoming. This gentleman is my dear friend, known as the Master. Upon hearing the title Master, Chun Xiaoming understood the man's identity. Tang San's mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, a master of martial soul theory. And this is the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who has come at my invitation, Flinder continued, turning to introduce the elegant gentleman. Hearing the title of the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chun Xiaoming's interest was piqued, and he quickly grasped the identity of the elder. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, home to two titled Duluos, the Sword Douluo and Chin Xian. Just an invitation? Chun Xiaoming mused for a moment, recalling that he had indeed boasted about wanting to meet the man, requesting Ning Fengji to come in person. However, after a trip to the Star Dou forest, he had completely forgotten. Young friend, you are quite busy. I, Ning, have come at your invitation, the elder said. A rather warm voice echoed through the room as Ning Fengji cast a gentle smile at Chun Xiaoming. Their eyes met, revealing no trace of displeasure. Chun Xiaoming inwardly marveled. It was no surprise that one who held the position of sect leader possessed such remarkable composure. It was indeed an honor to have sect leader Ning personally grace this occasion. Out of respect, Chun Xiaoming reciprocated with a soft smile and replied warmly, Director, you summoned me for what purpose? Turning his gaze towards Flinder, Chun Xiaoming was taken aback by Ning Fengji's unexpected arrival, initially believing he was to converse with the master. It seemed, however, that addressing Ning Fengji took precedence. You may converse without me. I am in no hurry, Flinder said, exchanging a knowing glance with the master, who subtly shook his head. The master then rose and proceeded towards the door, with Flinder shrewdly following suit, closing the door behind him. In an instant, the office was left with only Chun Xiaoming, Ning Fengji, and the Sword Douluo, Chin Xian. Unperturbed, Chun Xiaoming settled into his seat, picked up the pre-prepared teacup, and sipped. I wonder why sect leader Ning has come to see me? He inquired directly, placing the cup down, favoring straightforwardness over circumlocution. Haha, my young friend, you are quite amusing. Was it not you who requested my personal visit? Ning Fengji jested, tossing the question back to Xiaoming. However, I do not recall sending a title Douluo to probe others. With a flicker of keen insight in his eyes, Xiaoming preferred to address such matters head-on. Sect Leader Ning's visit is likely to ascertain my true capabilities, alongside understanding how I came to possess multiple 100,000-year soul rings. A subtle pressure emanated from Xiaoming, rapidly enveloping the office. The previously silent sword Douluo, Chun Xin, felt a slight tremor in his soul power, which surged forth, encircling both him and Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji's expression shifted subtly. Xiaoming's directness and the pressure from his soul power offered a measure of weight. Indeed, Ning Fengji had come to probe Xiaoming's abilities. But as for the mystery surrounding his soul rings, he had already gleaned sufficient information from Ning Rongrong the previous night. Thus, his true intention was to forge a friendship with Xiaoming, along with a personal aspiration. My young friend, you jest, those are your secrets. And I have no intention of prying, Ning Fengji replied nonchalantly. Yet, his gaze sparkled with intrigue as he observed Xiaoming savoring his tea. Growing increasingly appreciative of his demeanor, he tentatively inquired, might I ask what you think of my young daughter? Xiaoming, taken by surprise, sputtered tea from his mouth, eyes wide with astonishment. What? You wish to introduce Ning Rongrong to me? Chapter 38, The Arrival of Ning Fengji. Xiaoming's exclamation resonated from Flander's office. Flander, who had just descended the stairs, exchanged a glance with the master, his eyes wide with astonishment, while the master wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed as a figure tumbled down from the side. Flander and the master turned to see Oscar awkwardly scratching his head, the dejection in his eyes unmistakable, having finally begun to change his perception of Ning Rongrong in the Star Dou forest. He now faced a rival of title Douluo caliber in Xiaoming, leaving Oscar devoid of confidence. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun also descended from above, standing beside Oscar. Ning Rongrong gazed at Oscar with a complex expression. She was acutely aware of his affections for her. Since the moment he shielded her in the Star Dou forest, her heart had fluttered. However, as a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with her father as the sect's leader, she felt compelled to consider the welfare of the entire sect. Her personal feelings, insignificant in comparison to the responsibilities of her position as a princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, weighed heavily on her. Xiao, Ning Rongrong began, her voice trailing off as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, her expression a tumult of emotions. Even she herself was uncertain of the turmoil within her heart. Do not speak. I understand, Oscar interjected, not wishing to hear her express that sentiment. He preferred to pretend as if nothing had transpired, perhaps preserving the initial beauty of his feelings. He comprehended Ning Rongrong's predicament. And it was precisely this understanding that clenched his fists in frustration. Why must he be a support-type soul master? Why? Internally, he roared and lamented, momentarily losing himself in his emotions before snapping back to reality. Xiao, Tang San gently patted Oscar on the shoulder, fully empathetic to his turmoil. Having experienced a similar emotional struggle just the previous night, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort him. Sigh, observing his students in such distress, Flander, who usually bore a smile, now wore a look of concern, letting out a deep sigh. One was from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the other was Xiaoming. He was merely a soul sage and could not afford to offend either. Perhaps the situation had not yet reached its nadir. The master, who had remained silent until now, surveyed the despondent group before speaking. Upon hearing his words, Oscar was momentarily taken aback, while Ning Rongrong and the others turned their attention to the master. Teacher, do you mean? Tang San eagerly inquired on behalf of Oscar. Without hesitation, the master pondered briefly and then voiced his hypothesis. If what you say is true, and he indeed possesses the strength of a title Douluo, then he may not necessarily acquiesce to the proposal of the sect leader Ning. A title Douluo, boasting over 90 levels and 9 soul rings of 100,000 years each, would find no assistance from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such an individual pursues the ultimate goal of soul masters, reaching the 100th level and attaining divinity. The thought of witnessing someone with a genuine opportunity to challenge this milestone in his lifetime stirred a tempest within the master's heart. At merely 20 years of age, possessing the strength of a title Douluo, and with 9 soul rings of 100,000 years, it is indeed conceivable that he could achieve such greatness. Thus, it is possible that this individual would reject the constraints of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The master's words startled Oscar and the others. And while a glimmer of hope sparked in Oscar's eyes, it quickly dimmed. These were mere speculations. Everything hinged on how Xiaoming would decide. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Xiaoming sat back in astonishment, taking a deep breath. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears, announcing the acquisition of 100,000 experience points. This sound helped him regain his composure, and he cast a contemplative glance at Ning Fengji. Are you suggesting that I marry Ning Rongrong and become part of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? His excited words left Ning Fengji equally astonished. He merely regarded Chen Xiaoming as the vice president of Shrek Academy, and, noting that Flinder had taken a disciple named Ma Hongjun, he was curious whether he could persuade Ning Rongrong to join Chen Xiaoming's faction. After all, Chen Xiaoming was nearly twice Ning Rongrong's age, and he had not considered this angle before. Now, confronted with Chen Xiaoming's meaningful gaze, Ning Fengji felt a wave of unease. He could not ascertain whether this idea was premeditated or a spur-of-the-moment thought. Regardless, he found himself deep in contemplation. Chen Xiaoming appeared to be in his 20s, yet his strength had already reached the level of a titled Douluo, accompanied by several 100,000-year soul rings. Such prowess would surely command respect, even from the sword Douluo. If he were to indeed marry Ning Rongrong, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would boast 3 Duluos within its ranks, securing an unassailable position on the continent. Especially when considering Chen Xiaoming's not insignificant looks and demeanor, Ning Fengji felt a genuine stir of interest. Disciples of great sects often find themselves at the mercy of circumstances, and for Ning Rongrong, being the daughter of the sect, this was even more pronounced. Fengji. The sword Douluo, Chen Xian, who had remained silent, observed Ning Fengji's expression. Years of camaraderie had granted him insight into Ning Fengji's thoughts, and seeing him seemingly moved, he could not help but interject. Having watched Ning Rongrong grow, Chen Xian regarded her as his own granddaughter and was displeased at the notion of using her merely as a means to cultivate a powerful ally. Thus his gaze toward Chen Xiaoming sharpened. Ning Fengji sighed softly. This topic was indeed challenging. Yet, thinking of Ning Rongrong, he raised his head slightly and responded to Chen Xiaoming. If you hold such intentions, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be most honored. Ning Fengji's response was remarkably decisive, yet Chen Xiaoming lingered, awaiting further elaboration. Unlike the frivolous Ma Hongjun, he was a titled Douluo, married to Ning Rongrong. And upon Ning Fengji's eventual demise, he would directly inherit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such an arrangement would suit him well. Yet the willingness of the young lady remained a matter that needed inquiry. Hearing such words, Chen Xiaoming mused privately about the cunning of the elder fox. His inquiry about Ning Rongrong was ostensibly a ruse, ultimately aimed at discerning his own affections for her. A titled Douluo who harbored genuine feelings for Ning Rongrong was indeed a necessity for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Conversely, a titled Douluo devoid of any emotional foundation with her would surely be unwelcome. With the topic of Ning Rongrong concluded, Chen Xiaoming refrained from further discourse. She, after all, was not the ideal match for him. Had it been someone like Zhu Zhuqing, steadfast in love and willing to face life and death together, Chen Xiaoming might have hesitated. As idle chatter waned, Chen Xiaoming turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, Chen Xian. The dormant fighting spirit within him reignited, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having long heard of the renown of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, he wondered if he might request a demonstration from the two today. Chapter 39. Battle with the sword Douluo, Chen Xian. With his fighting spirit ablaze, Chen Xiaoming recognized his own invincibility. In the entire Duluo realm, barring the gods, only a select few individuals and soul beasts possessed the capability to challenge him. Among these, Tang Hao and Chen Xian were formidable contenders, with Chen Xian's prowess as a super Duluo and his formidable martial spirit rivaling even the Haoyan hammer, stirring Chen Xiaoming's bloodlust. Yet, he pondered whether Chen Xian possessed the same resilience as Tang Hao. Young friend, be cautious. Ning Fengji's warning was left unspoken as the sword Douluo, Chen Xian, shifted his aura, abruptly pulling him back. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure emanated, enveloping the entire office in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The furniture and teacups within the office shattered, the overwhelming soul power causing the entire building to tremble. Outside, Flinder sensed the surge of soul power almost instantly. His expression shifted, and he quickly grasped the master's arm, retreating swiftly. Quickly move, he commanded, and Tang San and the others, acutely attuned to the ominous energy, darted after him. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Flinder's office building erupted, and several figures surged forth from the debris, among them Chen Xiaoming. Alongside Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, Chen Xian. Ha ha ha, splendid sword Douluo Chen Xian. Come, today we shall engage in a thrilling battle. With a leap, Chen Xiaoming dashed towards the dense forest outside Shrek Academy, aware that such a conflict was ill-suited for the Academy's grounds. Otherwise, the clash between two titled Duluos could obliterate the entire institution. The previous confrontation left the sword Douluo Chen Xin with a grave expression. as he was taken aback by the fact that Xiaoming's soul power surpassed his own. It is worth noting that after reaching the 95th level, each subsequent increase in soul power is not a trivial matter. Despite possessing a formidable soul power of 97, Douluo found himself at a disadvantage during their earlier clash, leaving him astounded by the latter's terrifying cultivation. With a glance at Ning Fengji, the long-immersed heart of the Douluo stirred slightly. It is rare for one at his level to encounter a peer capable of such prowess. The emergence of Chun Xiaoming had ignited a flicker of excitement within him. Let us depart. Having spent considerable time together, Douluo's gaze revealed his understanding to Ning Fengji, who recognized Chun Xiaoming's potential and saw this as an opportune moment to test the depths of his abilities. In an instant, Douluo and Ning Fengji sped away, vanishing in a fleeting moment. That must be father and grandfather Jian, Ning Rongrong remarked, her expression shifting as she perceived their intent to engage in battle. Anxiously, she dashed after them. Rongrong, be careful. Wait for me, Oscar called out, following without hesitation. Observing the situation, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others also pursued alongside Flander. Shortly after their departure, Zhao Wujing arrived hastily, staring blankly at the collapsed office building. What on earth had transpired? He had merely stepped out for a moment. And upon his return, this was the scene that awaited him? Meanwhile, on another front, in mere moments, Chun Xiaoming reached the location where he had previously battled Tang Hao. This area was the most open, allowing for unrestricted display of one's abilities. Soon after, Ning Fengji and Douluo Qinshin arrived, halting atop the debris and momentarily startled by the remnants of a fierce battle that had evidently erupted here. Since we are here, I shall not waste words, Chun Xiaoming said with a gentle smile, stepping forward. 9 terrifying blood-red soul rings, each 100,000 years old, materialized around him. Ning Fengji and Douluo were momentarily taken aback. Hearing of such power was one thing, but witnessing it was an entirely different experience. The overwhelming soul power emanated from Chun Xiaoming, enveloping him like a blood-red rose, as the 9 soul rings circled around him. In his right hand, a verdant tree martial spirit emerged, shimmering with a gentle light. The green trunk flickered with hints of silver, creating an eerie yet captivating spectacle. With a soft command, Douluo Qinshin recognized that this was not the time for hesitation. He propelled himself forward, taking a stance before Ning Fengji, as a silver longsword materialized in his grasp. The sword, measuring 4 feet and 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and with a handle of 1 foot and 2 inches, was fashioned entirely of pure silver, devoid of any embellishments. As the sword was drawn, the surrounding air trembled slightly, as if severed by the sharpness of the blade's radiance. 9 soul rings appeared beneath, alternating in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Behind him, Ning Fengji conjured a petite treasure pagoda, vibrant with a kaleidoscope of colors, the 7 treasures glazed tower, its brilliance surpassing that of Ning Rongrong's. 7 soul rings, in total, manifested at Ning Fengji's feet. A formidable fluctuation of soul power emanated from him, reaching level 79. Though it paled in comparison to the 2 titled Duluos, none dared to underestimate the might of the 7 treasures glazed tower in his possession. Ha ha ha, splendid. Be cautious. Chun Xiaoming laughed heartily, as his 1st and 3rd soul rings flickered simultaneously. 1st soul skill whip, 3rd soul skill, bind. Countless tendrils erupted from beneath Chun Xiaoming, rushing towards the Douluo, Chun Xin. In the realm of soul masters, it is customary to first eliminate support-type soul masters. However, Chun Xiaoming sought the pinnacle of combat. With a powerhouse like Douluo Chun Xin, complemented by the 7 treasures glazed tower, what magnitude of power could they achieve? As the assault approached, both Chun Xin and Ning Fengji remained composed, their years of collaboration allowing for seamless coordination. Chun Xin swung his long sword, activating his 1st, 3rd, and 4th soul rings, their light shimmering brightly. With a nimble leap, he charged towards Chun Xiaoming. 1st soul skill, Sword's Edge. 3rd soul skill, Flow like water. 4th soul skill, Manifest killing intent. The 1st soul ring amplified his attack by 30%, and a radiant glow shimmered upon his long sword. The light from the 3rd soul skill shot forth, targeting the oncoming tendrils. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the instant the sword light appeared, 3 streams of energy surged forth, merging with the sword light. The 7 treasures are famed for their attributes, the 2nd for speed, the 3rd for soul, and the 5th for attack, enhancing speed, soul power, and attack by 70%. The sword light released by the Douluo soared to over 50 meters, nearly engulfing the approaching tendrils. Douluo Chun Xin, undeterred, activated his 4th soul skill. With another flourish of his long sword, he unleashed a blade that, though not as grand as the sword light, was infused with concentrated soul power, shimmering with silver light. especially as 3 streams of energy flowed in. The space around the blade resonated softly, cleaving through the air with unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 40. Battling Sword Douluo Chun Xian. The sword light shot forth, colliding with Chun Xiaoming's green tendrils. Blood-red patterns appeared upon countless tendrils, which, though seemingly fragile, now exhibited the strength of steel in their contest against the sword light. Puff, 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 puff. Under the enchantment of the 7 treasures' glazed pagoda, the sword radiance indeed displayed formidable power, severing approximately 1/3 of the branches before its strength diminished and ultimately dissipated. However, the sword Douluo Chun, who followed closely behind, exhibited a slight change in expression, astonished by the terrifying potency of a 100,000-year soul ring. Yet, within moments, the shock in Chun eyes vanished, replaced by an unwavering and sharp sword intent. The sword blade surged forth, targeting Xiaoming through the opening cleaved by the sword radiance. Observing the might of the 100,000-year soul skill, Fengji pondered briefly, and once again, a stream of light emanated from the 7 treasures' glazed pagoda, merging into the sword blade. The 7 treasures are renowned, classified as the 6th attribute, belonging. The black 10,000-year soul ring shimmered with a profound glow, elevating Fengji's soul power to its utmost limit, unleashing the strongest soul skill apart from the 7th. As the stream of light merged into the sword blade, a black halo began to swirl around it, instantly integrating into the blade, solidifying the silvery sheen and enhancing its sharpness. With a swift motion, the sword blade sliced through the branches, which were struck by the first soul skill like meteors. In the blink of an eye, it bypassed the obstruction of the branches and arrived before Xiaoming. Startled, Xiaoming acknowledged the formidable nature of the 7 treasures' glazed pagoda. Realizing its attribute amplification seemed to counter his own martial soul, the greenwood tree. Although he had integrated a fragment of his bloodline's origin, he had yet to fully comprehend it. The 7-kill sword of Sword Douluo Chun is exceptionally sharp after the attribute enhancement. Its lethality surpassed that of the Haotian hammer against Xiaoming by several degrees. The sword blade expanded before him, and as Xiaoming's 2nd soul ring glimmered with light, countless branches surged forth, enveloping him in a flash of red brilliance. This was his 2nd soul skill, Tree Shadow. With a swift cut, the encased branches were cleaved in 2. Chun cast a glance, finding the interior empty, his expression tightening as he saw branches wildly erupting beneath him, the red halo swirling. In a mere instant, Sword Douluo Chun found himself ensnared. With a light descent from another direction, Xiaoming gazed at the subdued Sword Douluo Chun, chuckling softly. Can you muster true strength? Otherwise, with such meager power, it is uncertain whether you both can depart unscathed. Xiaoming was well aware of Chun's capabilities. Beyond his soul power, he possessed the 7-kill domain and a unique soul skill, the fusion of man and sword, daring to confront divine entities head-on. Although ultimately defeated by BBDong, who ascended to godhood, Chun's might was not to be underestimated. Young friend, must we engage so fiercely over mere sparring? Fengji maintained his composure despite the situation, looking at Xiaoming with a hint of a smile. Since we are sparring, do you not wish to witness my true strength? Xiaoming replied nonchalantly, his focus primarily on Sword Douluo Chun, seeing Fengji merely as an enhancer of Chun's prowess. As a super Douluo, do you not wish to comprehend the disparity between yourself and a limit Douluo? Upon these words, the previously unperturbed Sword Douluo Xian arched an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening with intensity, a flicker of piercing sword light shimmering in his eyes. You are a limit Douluo, whispering this under his breath. An extraordinary domain emanated from within Chun Xian, enveloping a radius of 30 meters in an instant. The 7-kill sword, the domain of the Sword Douluo, known as the 7 kills domain. The prowess of Xiaoming, a limit Douluo, finally stirred something within Chun Xian, liberating him from the need to hold back. With his soul power at 97, he faced a staggering 70% deficit in soul power against the limit Douluo, beyond the 95th level. Every increase in soul power represented a formidable threshold. From 95 to 96, the enhancement was 20%, from 96 to 97, another 20%, from 97 to 98. It surged by 30%, and from 98 to 99, the limit Douluo experienced a remarkable 40% increase. Even with the assistance of Fengji, which could temporarily elevate his soul power by 70%, the existence of the opponent's 100,000-year spirit ring still instilled a sense of pressure within Chun Xian. Nevertheless, reaching such a level of strength and having the opportunity to engage with a limit Douluo was indeed a rare chance. I shall exert my utmost effort and humbly seek your guidance, Chun Xian stated earnestly. Xiaoming, sensing a shift, found himself moved by the unyielding pursuit of enlightenment embodied in Chun Xian, yet lamented the absence of a protagonist's fate. The vines that bound Chun Xian gradually unfurled, compelling Qin Xiaoming to regard this formidable adversary with respect. Ning Zhongzhu, please activate your martial soul's true form and grant him 70% soul power augmentation. Qin Xiaoming addressed Ning Fengji, his heart ignited with fervor at the prospect of facing Sword Duluo Qin Xian. Ning Fengji, taken aback, gazed at Qin Xian, who met Qin Xiaoming's fiery gaze with an equal fervor for battle. Understanding the significance of the moment, although unfamiliar with the term limit Duluo, Ning Fengji was witnessing Qin Xian in an unprecedented light. The seventh spirit ring beneath him shimmered, the jet-black 10,000-year spirit ring slowly merging into the seven treasures' glazed tower, emanating a radiant, multicolored brilliance as the tower expanded, enveloping Ning Fengji in a cascade of light. Seven spirit rings surged and gradually integrated into the colossal seven treasures' glazed tower, each layer of the tower pulsating with luminescence. Not far away, Ning Rongrong and her companions, having just arrived, were taken aback by the scene, with Ning Rongrong gasping in astonishment. The seven treasures' true body. The seventh spirit skill of the seven treasures' glazed tower martial soul, the seven treasures' true body, amplifies the potency of other spirit skills while reducing their consumption. Ning Rongrong had never anticipated witnessing such a spectacle upon her arrival. The astonishment was merely beginning, for as Ning Fengji invoked the true body of his martial soul, a purple glow from the third spirit ring surged into Qin Xian's body. The seven treasures are renowned, and on the third day, the soul. The enhancement of soul power has rendered Sword Duluo Qin Xian acutely aware of a near doubling of his inner strength. His eyes glimmered with the brilliance of the sword. As the domain of seven kills surged forth, with his martial soul, the seven kills soared, hovering before him. In an instant, the essence of Sword Duluo transformed dramatically. The surroundings seemed to sharpen, and even the air became slightly distorted. The acute aura appeared as if it could rend everything around it asunder. This elder, akin to a treasured blade, had finally unleashed his pinnacle strength after a prolonged immersion. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xiaoming smiled faintly. Such a Sword Duluo Qin Xian was indeed worthy of his intervention, and his eyes sparkled with fervor, igniting his fighting spirit. Come, let me witness the so-called unity of man and sword. Chapter 41. The Unity of Man and Sword, 7 Kills in Succession. Come, let me behold the essence of the unity of man and sword. Qin Xiaoming's calm voice reverberated throughout the arena. Both Ning Fengji, who had activated the seven treasures' true body behind him, and Ning Rongrong and others who approached felt the immense clash of momentum between the two at that moment. A sharp brilliance suddenly flashed in Sword Duo's eyes, and in the next moment, 9 soul rings merged into the 7 kills sword, which now bore 9 crystalline stars. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 each corresponding to a soul ring. This fusion of rings into soul represented the true might of Sword Duluo Qin Xian. The sword measured 4 feet and 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and the hilt extended 1 foot and 2 inches, aptly named 7 kills. With a measured grip on the hilt of the 9-star 7 kills sword, Qin Xian transformed in an instant. He was no longer merely a man but a tempest, an indescribable force erupting from him. A resonant hum reverberated through the air. The 9-star 7 kills sword seemed to resonate with Sword Duluo Qin Xian's will. In that moment, Qin Xiaoming felt that he was not facing a mere human, but a blade unsheathed. A flash of black radiance swept by, and Sword Duluo Qin Xian's figure vanished, replaced by a colossal 7 kills sword, 2 meters in length and half a meter in width. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Xiaoming's heart raced. This was the true form of the Sword Duo's weapon spirit, harmonizing with him in unity, exponentially amplifying the sword's power. With a breath, Qin Xiaoming's green wood martial soul swayed its branches, activating the 7th soul ring, which surged into the green wood martial soul. In the greenish luminescence, silver and red glimmers intertwined, casting a fervent glow as a massive shadow of the greenwood tree materialized behind him. The towering greenwood tree, reaching 15 meters, swayed in the breeze, its green trunk enveloped in a soft silver light, while red patterns were gradually etched upon its branches. The radiance enveloped Qin Xiaoming, and in an ephemeral moment, he seemed to merge with the greenwood tree behind him. The surrounding space quivered slightly, as silver light emanated from within him, the entire silhouette of the greenwood tree becoming ethereal, as if it transcended the confines of this space. Such a bizarre spectacle left the distant spectators momentarily stunned, particularly the master, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of curiosity and confusion. According to his theories, the Chimu tree, as a martial soul, should not possess characteristics akin to spatial abilities. Could it be a mutation of the martial soul? The thought ignited a brighter gleam in his eyes. At this moment, The opinions of others seemed inconsequential to Qin Xiaoming. He yearned solely for battle. Having remained invincible for too long, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. With a soft chime, the 8th soul ring shimmered, and the crimson 10,000-year soul ring instantaneously transformed into a streak of light that surged into the Chimu tree martial soul. As the red light flashed, a robust branch extended from the core of the Chimu tree, measuring roughly 3 meters in thickness and stretching out about 10 meters before coming to a halt. A searing red glow emanated from within the Chimu tree, trailing along the branch, intricately carved with complex patterns, while a silvery light simultaneously burst forth, enveloping the branch. "Please enlighten me," resonated a deep voice. Behind the 7-killing sword, a towering phantom, 5 meters high, materialized, resembling the sword Dou Chen Xian to an uncanny degree. With a single hand gripping the sword, he moved as if following the profound truths of heaven and earth, causing the colossal 7-killing sword to swing as if alive. In that moment, it seemed as though the sword had siphoned the very essence of the surrounding forces. Pointing the massive sword toward Qin Xiaoming, he flicked his wrist, and a series of 7 formidable sword lights coalesced into a prominent character for kill. The sword light cleaved through space, revealing an alternate dimension, each beam as dark as an abyss. Sword Douluo Chen Xian did not relent. He wielded the 7-killing giant sword in succession, empowered by the spirit energy of the 7 treasures, glazed tile pagoda, unleashing 6 successive characters of kill. As the 6th sword light surged forth, he hesitated for a moment, his fighting spirit radiating, and a delicate sword light flashed. Kill. In that final strike, the phantom of sword Douluo Chen Xian merged with the sword, transforming into the 7th character of kill, hurtling directly toward Qin Xiaoming. In that instant, the entire sky darkened. The oppressive aura emanating from the ominous character of kill was felt by Tang San and the others, compelling them to instinctively summon their spirit power for defense. Ning Fengji, utilizing the 7 treasures' true body, felt a pulse of anxiety. Having known Sword Douluo for decades, he was quite familiar with his techniques, which is why he could assist him. Witnessing the execution of the ultimate 7 kills, he could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. At this juncture, the battle had escalated beyond control. Any injury to either party would lead to dire consequences. A soft humming echoed from the 7th character of kill, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, reminiscent of a collapsing space. Provoked by Qin Xiaoming's extreme challenge, Sword Douluo Chen Xian transcended his own limits at this moment. His mind was solely focused on the sword, on the singular strike capable of severing the heavens. Everything was cast aside, and in that moment, he seemed to transform into a sword. The realm of 7 kills gradually melded into the character for kill. The once pitch-black character now shimmered with an ethereal light. The keen edge of the sword light merely brushed against the ground, leaving behind a gaping abyss, as if the air itself had been cleaved, producing a piercing sound that plunged the space into darkness. Tang San and the others couldn't help but direct their gazes towards Qin Xiaoming, who stood before them. Confronted with such a formidable strike from the sword Douluo Chen Xian, they were at a loss as to who in this world could withstand it. At the same time, Qin Xiaoming fixed his gaze intently upon the 7th character of kill that surged towards him, his eyes brimming with an indescribable excitement. This 7th character embodied the entirety of Sword Douluo Chen Xian's cultivation and his profound will of the sword. It could be said that this sword was no longer merely a character for kill, but rather the very essence of Chun Xian himself. The sword is the man, and the man is the sword. In this moment, Qin Xian had truly achieved the unity of man and sword. With a chilling brilliance, the voice resonated from all directions, leaving Tang San and the others momentarily stunned. For decades, 1,000 swords lay in wait, unsheathed. Now they turn, like a meteor chasing the moon across the 9 realms. The voice echoed once more, this time clearer, emanating from the Aoki tree, leaving everyone bewildered. Yet soon, the tone rose in fervor. In 1,000 generations, the sword shall bind the world, content to linger in a corner, free and unfettered. Now, as I turn, the sword energy surges forth. I dare ask, who in this world would dare to oppose me? The surroundings fell into silence, and Tang San and the others were left utterly speechless as Qin Xiaoming's voice, imbued with soul power, reverberated, exuding an aura reminiscent of the sword Douluo's might that could illuminate the entire realm. Ha ha, what a magnificent 7 sword slaughters. What a splendid sword Douluo. The Aoki tree swayed wildly, as if celebrating a momentous occasion, while Qin Xiaoming's fervent words rang out. You deserve my true power. Chapter 42, True Strength. You deserve my true power. As the words fell, the Aoki tree's martial spirit unfurled in the wind, bursting forth with radiant light, as intense as the morning sun, blinding Tang San and the others. As the brilliance faded, a phantom figure emerged slowly from the Aoki tree. Identical to Xiaoming, but towering slightly taller, enveloped in a silver glow. His long silver hair cascaded down his back, and his eyes sparkled with shifting silver light, reminiscent of space fracturing and shimmering with otherworldly brilliance. The phantom of Chun Xiaoming hovered in the air, and with a gentle step, the ground trembled, rippling like a serene lake. His right hand floated gracefully towards the previously extended branch, and suddenly, a blazing fire-red light surged forth from the branch, enveloping it instantly. It resembled a roaring flame, forged through countless trials, and in the blink of an eye, the original branch transformed into an ordinary wooden stick, approximately 2 meters long, radiating a rich wave of soul power. With his right hand gently resting upon the wooden staff, the ethereal figure of Chun Xiaoming shimmered with a silvery light that flowed into the staff. From the point where his hand made contact, a stream of silver surged toward both ends of the staff, and in the blink of an eye, ancient patterns were intricately engraved upon its surface. Clad in flowing white garments and with silvery hair dancing in the air, the spectral Chun Xiaoming stood firm, his staff held aloft. The surrounding space felt insubstantial and surreal. From a distance, Tang San and his companions gazed intently. Though Chun Xiaoming was undeniably present, he appeared almost unreal, evoking a peculiar sensation within their minds. It seemed as though he were not a person but rather an immense, ancient tree, reaching skyward, its true height lost to sight, both tangible and elusive, a mere shadow. With a serene smile, the ethereal Chun Xiaoming regarded the imminent onslaught of the black, killing word's sword aura. His wooden staff stirred slightly, and the space before him rippled like the surface of a lake, conjuring a tremendous wave. Beneath this wave, strands of darkness emerged, not soul power or soul skills, but the very fabric of shattered space. With a crisp sound, the wave of space surged forth, intercepting the black, killing word a mere meter from Chun Xiaoming, causing the first black character to be obliterated. Like debris washed away, the residual force of the shattered space advanced toward the second killing word, which shone even more fiercely in response to its predecessor's destruction. Yet, against the broken space, the second character pressed onward, refusing to yield, without granting it a moment's respite. The third and fourth black, killing words rushed forth, clashing directly with the quaking space. Swiftly, the fifth black, killing word followed, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that fragmented the confronting space, creating a fleeting black gap. Though this gap appeared rapidly, it mended just as swiftly. Nevertheless, this interference thwarted Chun Xiaoming's strike, as the sixth black, killing word surged forth, imbued with greater potency than those preceding it. In an instant, it attacked with the swiftness of a bolt, its surrounding black luminescence trailing closely behind. Even before it approached, an intense blade intent assailed Chun Xiaoming. With a slight lift of his hand, the wooden staff, which had remained motionless until now, swung with a flash of silver light, appearing before the sixth black, killing word in the next heartbeat. A low, resonant thud echoed as the silver light flickered past. The surrounding space seemed to quiver slightly, and before the formidable black, killing word could unleash its fury, it vanished entirely from sight. This bizarre spectacle left Ning Fengji, Tang San, and the others momentarily stunned, particularly Master, whose expression was rife with bewilderment. Even considering a mutated martial soul, a combination of a green wood tree and space attributes seemed implausible. How had this martial soul undergone such a transformation? Master could scarcely fathom that Chun Xiaoming possessed something akin to an external enhancement, effortlessly negating the 6 black, killing words. Chun Xiaoming ultimately faced the final strike from sword Duluo Xian. Merging man and sword, he prepared for the 7th sword. The 7th sword surged forth, its might not as overwhelming as that of the preceding 6, instead condensing into a single point of black sword light. At this moment, the entire space resembled a pristine canvas, marred only by a solitary streak of black sword light that carved a dark trace across it. As the distance diminished, when the sword light was merely 10 meters away from the ethereal figure of Chun Xiaoming, a peculiar wave of energy flickered and enveloped him. The domain of 7 kills erupted at that instant, the brilliance of the sword light condensing further, merging into the realm of the 7 kills sword. Although it could still unleash its power, Chun Xiaoming found himself rather astonished. Yet, the stronger the sword Duluo became, the more composed he felt. In the eyes of the phantom Chun Xiaoming, a glimmer of silver flashed, and his previously motionless right hand finally stirred. With a simple lift, he pointed the wooden stick towards the sword light. A faint hum resonated, imperceptible yet profound, as the terrifying power of the sword light collided with the wooden stick. What appeared to be an ordinary piece of wood astonishingly deflected the mightiest of strikes. It was as if time itself had frozen. Such a scene was beyond the imagination of Tang San, Ning Fengji, and the others. They had anticipated Chun Xiaoming's victory, but they envisioned a struggle, not this effortless display. Their eyes widened in disbelief, fear etched upon their faces as they beheld this bizarre spectacle. Even Tang San, with his purple extreme demon eye operating at its zenith, could not penetrate the terrifying fluctuations of the confrontation between Chun Xiaoming and Sword Duluo. It seemed as if they were shrouded in an enigmatic aura, rendering Tang San's vision futile. If even he was so taken aback, one could only imagine the shock of the others, who stood frozen in place. Sword Grandpa, Ning Rongrong murmured in disbelief upon witnessing the predicament of Sword Duluo. Meanwhile, Qinshin, embodying the essence of the sword, was the most astonished of all. With Ning Fengji's support, his soul power had reached a level comparable to that of Chun Xiaoming, and he had surpassed his limits, achieving the unity of man and sword. He unleashed his pinnacle seventh sword, a display of strength that had already elevated him to the status of a limit Douluo. He mused that even a deity would not face such a strike with such equanimity. Gazing incredulously at the tip of his 7 kills sword, he discerned a faint yet resplendent silver glimmer. While Tang San could not perceive it, Qinshin could see that it was this silver light that had thwarted him. Beneath the silver radiance, the wooden stick seemed as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. It felt as though his sword had sliced through the sea, merely stirring a ripple before returning to stillness. As the black sword light gradually dissipated, the figure of Sword Dou Qinshin emerged, grasping the 7 kills sword. His robes billowing in the wind, the sword humming softly. Observing this, Chun Xiaoming lightly tapped the wooden stick, causing a subtle tremor. Sword Douluo Qinshin was forced to retreat, and as he landed a few paces away, he found himself beside Ning Fengji, a trace of blood already staining his lips. The phantom of Chun Xiaoming smiled serenely, for this marked his inaugural utilization of his bloodline powers in conjunction with his martial soul in battle, a display of strength that greatly satisfied him. As he beheld the retreat of Sword Douluo Qinshin, a brilliance enveloped him, and he spoke with a calm smile. You are the first person who has compelled me to utilize a portion of my genuine strength. You have much to be proud of. Chapter 43, Comprehending the Origin. Outside Shrek Academy, upon the plains. Ahem, is this truly the prowess of a 99th level limit Douluo? Defeated by Chun Xiaoming in a single strike. The Sword Douluo Qinshin felt little anger, rather a profound sense of reflection. He reminisced about his father's battle with the limit Douluo, which ended in tragedy. Today, with Ning Fengji's assistance, he too was vanquished in one blow. This encounter provided Qinshin with a clearer understanding of the might of a 99th level limit Douluo. However, unbeknownst to him, the individual he faced was not merely an exceptional title Douluo. As the battle concluded and the radiance dissipated, Chun Xiaoming reappeared, gracefully descending to the ground and slowly approaching Ning Fengji. Are you alright? It was my first time using such power, and it was somewhat difficult to control. Observing the injured Sword Douluo Qinshin, Chun Xiaoming felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was not one to indiscriminately harm others, and this contest with Qinshin was merely a moment of excitement. Qinshin's character appealed to him greatly, with his unwavering pursuit of higher realms, pure and unadulterated. With Ning Fengji's 70% enhancement of soul power, Qinshin was indeed stronger than the previously injured Tang Hao, prompting Chun Xiaoming to employ his long-restrained bloodline power. He intended to gauge its potency, yet as it was his first attempt, his incomplete mastery of the bloodline energy rendered it somewhat unwieldy, resulting in Qinshin's injury. It's nothing, I'll just need some time to recuperate. The Sword Douluo Qinshin waved his hand, assuring that he was fine. He sensed that Chun Xiaoming had restrained his strength, and with the earlier integration of the 7 killing sword's domain, much of the force was mitigated, leaving him with only minor wounds. Grandfather Sword, how are you? After the battle, Ning Rongrong rushed forward, disregarding everything else, and threw herself into Qinshin's embrace. Her voice choked with concern. The normally willful and capricious girl now displayed genuine care for Qinshin's injuries. Witnessing this scene, Chun Xiaoming felt slightly awkward. A spark of realization flickered in his eyes as he turned slightly to see Oscar approaching, and he called out, Oscar, why are you still dawdling? Don't you see this needs your attention? Oscar paused, momentarily taken aback by the command, but upon seeing Ning Rongrong's worried expression, he quickly came to his senses. With a swift step, he dashed forward, but then seemed to recall something, muttering to himself as he conjured his recovery sausages one by one. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda lacked restorative effects, and at this moment, only Oscar's sausages could aid in Qinshin's recovery. Naturally, Oscar was eager to enhance his standing before his future father-in-law, especially given Chun Xiaoming's inexplicable clash with Ning Fengji. Oscar's imagination had already filled in the gaps of a dramatic falling out between the two, presenting him with yet another opportunity. As Chun Xiaoming passed by, a voice imbued with soul power reached Oscar's ears, uttering 2 simple words, keep going. Oscar, taken aback, looked up in confusion to find Chun Xiaoming smiling gently, patting his shoulder while conveying an understanding glance, before turning and departing. After exchanging a knowing look with Ning Fengji, Chun Xiaoming decisively slipped away. It would be quite awkward to linger after boasting, particularly in such a situation. Not long after, he encountered Master and Flander arriving, while Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others gazed at Chun Xiaoming with astonishment. The latter's prowess had once again reshaped their perception of title Douluo, Dai Mubai Mahangjun, and the others bore expressions of complexity, shock, admiration, aspiration, and a myriad of emotions, yet the predominant sentiment was awe, especially for Tang San, having lived 2 lives. Witnessing Chun Xiaoming's strength stirred a flicker of yearning within him. Could a soul master truly reach such heights? If Chun Xiaoming were aware of Tang San's thoughts at that moment, he would simply smile lightly and inform him that while such heights were unattainable for a soul master, one could indeed strive to become a formidable powerhouse. Without lingering, despite the master's eager but hesitant gaze upon him, Chun Xiaoming had no intention of becoming a guinea pig or divulging his secrets. Furthermore, after his battle with the sword Douluo, he felt he had gained deeper insights into the essence of his bloodline. With no pressing matters at hand, he resolved to return and contemplate further. Following their encounter, Chun Xiaoming's satisfaction with his bloodline's essence grew. Were it not for the risk of overextending himself, having grasped only a fraction of the elementary essence, he would have eagerly sought to accumulate experience to elevate it to an intermediate level. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Chun Xiaoming decided it would be prudent to fully comprehend the elementary essence before advancing. He bid farewell to Flander and the others and set off toward Shrek Academy. Upon his return, he found Zhao Wujia and the others waiting with palpable urgency. They had sensed the terrifying fluctuations of soul power from afar, but had refrained from approaching recklessly. Seeing Chun Xiaoming return, Zhao Wujia stepped forward to inquire, but was dismissed by Chun Xiaoming's nonchalant remarks, which also served to subtly prevent the soul master Xiao Xin from interfering, thereby securing an opportunity for Oscar. Oscar, I've done all I can for you, Chun Xiaoming thought silently, before disregarding further concerns and leisurely making his way to his room. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to digest the insights he had previously gained. A shimmering silver aura enveloped Chun Xiaoming, causing his form to flicker in and out of visibility as he entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, on another front, the master, unable to find answers from Chun Xiaoming, turned his inquiries to the sword Douluo. However, the sword Douluo merely provided brief responses before lapsing into silence. The master, recognizing the futility of further questioning, refrained from pursuing the matter. After all, he harbored a blind spot regarding the soul power levels of title Douluo, lacking comprehension of the existence of ultimate Douluo. Injured, the sword Douluo graciously accepted Flinder's invitation to recuperate at Shrek Academy. Under the soothing words of Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji and his entourage made their way to the academy. The following day, after a night spent in deep meditation, Chun Xiaoming opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of silver light flashing in his gaze. The knight's efforts had yielded bountiful results. Insights into his bloodline's origin had deepened, and his understanding of the path of space had also progressed following the previous battle. Reflecting on the realizations born from his recent combat experience, a spark of brilliance ignited in Chun Xiaoming's eyes. Indeed, it is only by continually flirting with death that one can grasp the essence of mortality. Chapter 44, Departure from Shrek Academy. As the night slipped away, the first light of dawn painted the horizon, heralding a new beginning. Within Shrek Academy, the inhabitants had begun their morning routines, bursting with vitality as all things awakened. With a gentle creak, the door swung open, and inhaling the fresh morning air, Chun Xiaoming stretched contentedly, listening to the sounds of experience points accumulating. The academy itself was not vast, and upon arriving at the dining hall, he was surprised to find 2 individuals already present. Upon seeing Chun Xiaoming, they greeted him with smiles, but he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recognized them to be Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, whom he had bested the previous day. Turning away, he casually glanced at the breakfast offerings, only to be taken aback. The usual rice porridge and steamed buns had been replaced with a rich, fragrant meat porridge, adorned with grains and legumes. Beside the porridge lay an array of fruits, eggs, milk, and various meats. The opulence of this breakfast selection left Chun Xiaoming momentarily stunned. Was Flinder no longer concerned with frugality, or had his defeat the previous day prompted such generosity? As Chun Xiaoming lingered in surprise, Zhao Wujia entered the hall, followed closely by Dai Mubai and the portly Ma Hongjun. "Good morning," they greeted. However, Chun Xiaoming's silence sparked their curiosity. What could be so remarkable about breakfast that warranted such astonishment? Confounded, Zhao Wujia stepped closer, only to find himself equally dumbfounded and wide-eyed. Unable to suppress an exclamation, What the heck? Has Flinders suddenly changed his ways? His loud outbursts startled Dai Mubai and the others, who quickly approached, equally astonished. A veritable cornucopia of breakfast options lay before them, splendid in its array. Yet, everyone was acutely aware of Flanders' notoriously miserly disposition. How could he possibly part with his resources to orchestrate such a lavish morning repast? Zhao Wujia Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances with Qin Xiaoming, each discerning the unspoken concern that lingered among them. There was undoubtedly something amiss. "Ah, you all arrived quite early," Flanders exclaimed, a broad smile gracing his face as he entered the room, exuding an air of triumph entirely at odds with the despondency he had displayed yesterday after the office's destruction. His smirk seemed to hint at ulterior motives, sending a chill down the spines of Qin Xiaoming, Zhao Wujia, and the others. While a serious Flanders was manageable, it was this devious grin that instilled true dread. There were issues at hand, significant ones. How could Flanders be so merry after such calamity? Not satisfied with the breakfast? He queried, having selected his food before casting a disinterested glance at the group. With a soft huff, he proceeded towards Ning Fengji and Jian Duluo, food in hand. "See, I told you that old ghost was being overly generous," Zhao Wujia remarked, realization dawning upon them regarding the opulence of their morning fare. With a flash of insight, he dismissed further contemplation. With a wealthy benefactor in play, he would not hesitate to indulge. Daily fare of porridge and steamed buns had left them longing for more. Their existence a relentless struggle. Sharing Zhao Wujia's sentiments, the rotund Ma Hongjun wasted no time in diving into the breakfast spread. Qin Xiaoming and Dai Mubai exchanged amused smiles, selecting a modest portion before turning away. They could only speculate how much Flanders had managed to extract from Ning Fengji to afford such extravagance. Shortly thereafter, when Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing arrived, Zhao Wujia gestured for Ma Hongjun, who tentatively inquired of Ning Rongrong. "Oh, you mean this? My father mentioned that our Academy's breakfast will henceforth be provided by our 7-treasure glazed tile school. After all, I am part of this academy, so it's a friendly gesture." This way, Dean Flanders had no grounds to refuse, Ning Rongrong explained softly. As for the office that had been destroyed during their sparring, her father had also promised compensation, though the specifics remained a mystery to her. When she uttered the word sparring, she cast a discreet glance at Qin Xiaoming, who was wholly absorbed in his meal, blissfully unaware of any connection to the matter. "Ah, I'm stuffed. I had feared I would leave here with an empty stomach," Qin Xiaoming proclaimed, patting his belly with satisfaction. Dai Mubai, Zhao Wujia, and the others nearby were taken aback by his declaration. "Teacher Qin, are you leaving?" Dai Mubai exclaimed, turning to Qin Xiaoming with concern. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Flanders and Ning Fengji across the room turned their attention to him. "Indeed, I have some matters I wish to attend to," Qin Xiaoming replied. "This vast continent is far more expansive than you can comprehend. As a soul master, one must forge ahead relentlessly in the pursuit of their own path to transcend the limitations of 100 levels of soul power." Standing resolutely, Qin Xiaoming's eyes shimmered with countless glimmers of light. Through his battle with the sword Douluo, he gradually came to understand that he had already met the Shrek 7 monsters. Remaining here had become devoid of significance. His journey to Shrek Academy and the encounter with the Shrek 7 was merely an echo of a past aspiration. Having fulfilled it, there was no reason to linger. Qin Xiaoming's true path lay not here, but in the vast expanse of stars and oceans. "Teacher Chun, will you return after you leave this time?" Fatty Ma Hongjun inquired, recalling that Qin Xiaoming had previously promised to take them to a certain place once they reached the Soul Emperor level. If he were to leave and never return, where would they find 100,000-year soul ring when they became Soul Emperors? Understanding Fatty's concerns with just a glance, Qin Xiaoming hesitated momentarily at the thought of their journey to reach Soul Emperor status taking at least 6 years. He ultimately nodded. "Do not worry. I will return after I visit a few places. Your soul rings are safe." Fatty Ma Hongjun felt somewhat embarrassed at having his thoughts laid bare, yet he maintained his thick skin, smiled, and refrained from further discussion. As his gaze swept across the crowd, it paused briefly on Xiao Wu, prompting a slight smile from Qin Xiaoming as he recalled the final matter he needed to address here. "Teacher Qin, when do you plan to set off?" Tang pondered, still harboring many questions. Beside him, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of reluctance, a sense of camaraderie making her wish for Qin Xiaoming to stay. Nevertheless, she would not impede his journey, for he bore no obligation to remain and protect her. "In 3 days, once Xiao Wu's soul power has broken through, I will take her to the Star Dou forest, and then I shall depart." Feeling the warmth in his heart as he looked at the reluctant faces of his companions, Qin Xiaoming cherished the sincerity that Shrek's members offered, a rarity elsewhere. With Qin Xiaoming's decision made, there was little more for the others to say. After breakfast, he set off with Xiao Wu towards the Star Dou forest, which was merely a ruse to provide Xiao Wu with a soul ring before returning. On the eve of his departure, a farewell ceremony was held for Chun Xiaoming by the Shrek's 7 monsters, Zhao Wujia, Flander, and others. Amidst the revelry, the impressive Tang San and Dai Mubai were ultimately bested by Ning Rongrong, bringing much embarrassment. Fortunately, Chun Xiaoming had cleverly slipped away early, otherwise, he would have found it impossible to leave the next day. The following morning, as he gazed back at the slumbering Tang San and the others, Chun Xiaoming made his way to the gates of Shrek Academy alone. Casting one last glance at the Shrek emblem outside the academy, he smiled gently. Farewell, dear Shrek. Await my return. Chapter 45, The Extreme North. Outside the gates of Shrek Academy, Chun Xiaoming departed without awakening anyone, leaving in silence, while the intoxicated Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others remained oblivious. Just as Chun Xiaoming's figure faded into the distant horizon, several silhouettes emerged from the side. Flinder, Zhao Wujia, Ning Fengji, and the sword Duluo. While alcohol could intoxicate Tang San and his companions, it could not affect these soul saints entitled Duluos. Flinder and Zhao Wujia had known Chun Xiaoming for quite some time, sharing numerous exchanges beyond their experiences of being defeated. Zhao Wujia had sought Chun Xiaoming's counsel on various matters. Conversely, Ning Fengji and Sword Dou Qinshin perceived Chun Xiaoming as shrouded in mist, elusive, and unclear. Gazing in the direction of Chun Xiaoming's departure, Ning Fengji felt an inexplicable sense that the latter was on the verge of undertaking something significant, murmuring a quiet wish for their paths to cross again. A month later, in the northern reaches of the Tiandou Empire, the extreme north lay before him. This was the northernmost point of the Tiandou Empire, characterized by its frigid temperatures and sparse human presence. Yet, it was home to the Icebound Forest, a gathering place for soul beasts. Many ice attribute soul masters relied on this forest for survival amidst the icy expanse. Upon the snow-covered terrain, a figure approached slowly, draped in a heavy snow-colored cloak, with long hair cascading down his back. A serene and composed countenance radiated a unique aura around him. After a lengthy journey, he finally arrived at one of his intended destinations, the extreme north. This region was one of the 3 major gathering places for soul beasts on the continent, housing 3 extraordinarily powerful entities known as the Extreme North 3 Kings, each more formidable than the last. Among the 10 most powerful soul beasts in the Douluo realm, 3 belonged to the Extreme North Kings. Furthermore, the soul beasts capable of surviving in such harsh conditions were not to be underestimated. Taking in the sight of the forest before him, he noted its stark contrast to the Star Dou forest. This forest gleamed with a crystalline beauty, blanketed in snow, adorned with ice crystals, resembling exquisite ice sculptures. This was another gathering place for soul beasts, the Icebound Forest. Circumventing it would be too troublesome. He decided to traverse it directly. The true extreme north lay a day's journey ahead, yet crossing the Icebound Forest would expedite his passage significantly. Without hesitation, Chun Xiaoming opted to proceed. A minor soul beast gathering place, devoid of even 10,000-year soul beasts, could hardly impede his progress. Should any dare to obstruct him, he scoffed softly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a single step, Chun Xiaoming moved towards the Icebound Forest, where the ancient ice crystal trees offered a distinct charm, their faint soul power dispersing the weaker soul beasts. As a soul beast himself, Chun Xiaoming preferred not to harm them unless absolutely necessary. In the frozen forest, the spirit beasts encountered were predominantly feeble. The periphery was inhabited by various weak soul beasts, aged merely 10 or 100 years. Upon sensing Chun Xiaoming's soul power fluctuations, they fled in terror at a distance. As he journeyed, Chun Xiaoming beheld an array of peculiar spirit beasts. There was an ice crystal cat, its entire body shimmering like a gem, and its eyes sparkled brilliantly. Then there was the Snow Princess, a slender spirit beast cloaked in pure white, adorned with delicate snowflakes, resembling a figure dressed in snowy garments. Additionally, he encountered a creature resembling a snowball, with short limbs, rolling along as it moved, the snowball beast. The more he witnessed, the more he marveled at the wonders of this world. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the forest, imbued with soul power, causing Chun Xiaoming to furrow his brow. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly ventured deep into the inner circle of the forest. He halted, recognizing that the roar was not far from his position, and he sensed faint vibrations ahead, indicating that a group was approaching him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures sprang forth from the front. Leading them was a woman with long, flowing white hair, her delicate features exuding an air of nobility. She wore a dress adorned entirely with snowflakes, immaculate and pure as snow. 6 soul rings shimmered at her feet, signifying her status as a soul emperor. Chun Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. She appeared to be in her early 20s, yet possessed the cultivation of a soul emperor. The rings were configured as follows: 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, an optimal combination. Behind her were 4 individuals, 3 identical women, remarkable triplets, and a man. The triplets, with their shared martial soul of an ice crystal, radiated a soft glow. Together, they had a total of 15 soul rings beneath their feet. And not only did they share the same martial soul, but their soul power levels and ring configurations were also identical. Xiaoming paused, pondering whether their soul skills were also the same. The final figure was a man wielding an ice blade as his martial soul, accompanied by 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. His 5th soul ring fell short of the 10,000-year mark, considerably weaker than that of the preceding woman. The leading soul emperor woman hesitated upon noticing Xiaoming, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. However, she soon halted her steps, preparing to veer aside. They were being pursued by spirit beasts, and given Xiaoming's current soul power fluctuations, which suggested he was around the Soul King level, it seemed unnecessary to involve him in their plight. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? As she moved, the man behind her grasped her arm, asserting his decision to charge towards Xiaoming. He is a Soul King. He can help us hold them off for a moment, increasing our chances of escape, he whispered, his gaze towards Xiaoming growing more fervent. Within the frozen forest, they were relentlessly pursued, haunted by the terrifying soul beasts behind them. He had anticipated the loss of 1 or 2 lives on his side, but unexpectedly encountered a Soul King, as if Providence itself were aiding him. While a Soul King may not be able to entirely fend off the soul beasts trailing behind, it could certainly buy them some precious time. The Soul Emperor woman and the 3 Soul Kings behind her exchanged glances filled with reluctance. Charging forward would only entangle them further in danger. The Soul Emperor woman struggled in vain, torn by compassion, yet was firmly grasped by the man. Do not forget about Xiaoxue and the others. If I perish, they shall follow. His final words rendered the Soul Emperor woman momentarily rigid, her resolve faltering as she ceased her struggle. Let us proceed. As she surrendered her resistance, a smile crept across the man's face. With a commanding shout, he and the Soul Emperor woman darted towards Xiaoming. The distance between them was not great, and soon they reached Xiaoming's side. The Soul Emperor man slowed his pace slightly, allowing the triplet Soul Kings to advance first while he lingered behind. Seizing the moment when the triplet Soul Kings and the Soul Emperor woman hung their heads in shame, the man's gaze hardened. With a swift motion, he brandished his ice blade towards Xiaoming's calf, unleashing a gleaming arc of light. The Soul Emperor man cared not for the outcome of his strike, for its sole purpose was to hinder Xiaoming's escape, forcing him to confront the soul beasts and buy time for his companions. The blade of light surged forth, but Xiaoming stood unmoved, a glimmer of coldness flickering in the depths of his gaze. It had been far too long since anyone dared to launch a surprise attack against him. He was only the second to do so. Chapter 46, A Gift of Ice Sculpture. It had indeed been an eternity since anyone attempted to ambush him, and he found himself admiring the audacity of this attacker. The last individual who had dared to strike from the shadows had encountered him when he was but a century-old tree, and at that time, he had been besieged by a group of soul masters, one of whom had taken him by surprise. Ah, how benevolent he had been back then, granting that individual a swift passage to the afterlife, allowing them to depart without pain or turmoil. 9 years had elapsed, and Xiaoming had believed that no one would be so bold again. Yet here, in this frigid northern land, he had encountered such audacity once more. A thunderous roar drew near, and Xiaoming cast an irritable glance towards the source of the sound. There emerged a towering ice bear king, standing approximately 7 meters tall, its fur a pure white, and its brown eyes ablaze with fury. It cast a fleeting glance at Xiaoming before charging forward with alarming speed. The heavy paw of the bear was raised high, poised to strike down upon him. This northern realm was indeed fierce. The soul masters were formidable, and the soul beasts equally so. Shaking his head, Xiaoming spoke softly, and a tremendous surge of soul power emanated from within him, causing the snow-laden ground to tremble slightly. From beneath the surface, roots and branches erupted, racing towards the Ice Bear King and the incoming blade of light. However, the subsequent strike from the Soul Emperor shattered a branch with a mere flick, while the remaining tendrils ensnared the Ice Snow Bear King. Vivid crimson patterns emerged on the azure branches, yet the Ice Snow Bear King remained undaunted, drawing upon his over 70,000 years of cultivation. He believed that no one within this frozen forest could pose a threat to his existence, except for a title Douluo. Even if a soul Douluo were to confront him, he would not falter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The branches, swift as lightning, bound the Ice Snow Bear King in place, rendering him immobile. With a mighty roar, a chilling aura emanated from the Ice Snow Bear King, and under the weight of this frost, his formidable and robust form surged even higher. He struggled relentlessly. Yet the more he fought, the more constricted he became, until, In mere moments, he was thoroughly ensnared and unable to move an inch. With wide eyes, the once ferocious Ice Snow Bear King was suddenly subdued, realizing his impending doom. The individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable Titan Douluo. The bear, filled with doubt, questioned his misfortune. How had he encountered a Titan Douluo while merely pursuing a few individuals? First, he would deal with another foe, then turn his attention to this one. Having restrained the Ice Snow Bear King, Xiaoming propelled himself towards the fleeing figures. Had this group merely passed by, he would have been indifferent. But the malice behind the man's final strike compelled him to seek retribution. Meanwhile, on another front, the Soul Emperor's female companion, having been held back, forcefully broke free and shouted at the Soul Emperor man. She had witnessed the man's last strike, which had already been a betrayal by luring the Ice Snow Bear King, and to then deliver a fatal blow that severed the bear's final hope was utterly excessive. The man's eyes flickered with urgency. The Ice Snow Bear King, with his 70,000 years of cultivation, could not be hindered in this frozen forest. If the Soul King remained uninjured upon encountering the Ice Snow Bear King, he would undoubtedly flee, rendering their goal too insignificant. He refused to gamble. Thus, between them and an injured Soul King, he believed the Ice Snow Bear King would make the most prudent choice. In the realm of Soul Masters, mercy was a rarity. Only survival mattered. Enough of this commotion. That individual likely cannot hold out much longer. We must depart swiftly. His gaze constantly scanned their surroundings, laced with urgency. The Soul Emperor woman before him had been the object of his affections for several years, yet she had never acquiesced. This expedition into the frozen forest was also to secure a soul ring from one of the triplets trailing behind. Given their cultivation, they should not face significant danger here, as high-level soul beasts were scarce throughout the frozen woods. It was merely their misfortune that, upon venturing deeper, they encountered a Frostbear King, a creature with over 70,000 years of cultivation, an entity beyond their capacity to confront, compelling them to flee in desperation. No, I cannot endanger others while I seek my own safety. The Soul Emperor woman hesitated, grappling with her inner turmoil for a considerable time before finally steeling her resolve. You are mad. Returning now is tantamount to seeking death. The Soul Emperor man's face darkened with dismay. He had initially perceived this woman as innocent, devoid of the cunning typical of seasoned soul masters. Yet, it now appeared that her simplicity bordered on folly. What about you? After years of camaraderie, understanding the Soul Emperor woman's character, the man refrained from further inquiries, instead directing his gaze towards the trio of sisters. They exchanged glances before turning their attention toward the Soul Emperor woman. Very well, I wish you all the best. Witnessing a group of fools intent on courting death, he had no intention of foolishly following them. At just over 30 years of age, possessing a soul power of level 60, he still harbored dreams of ascending to the rank of Soul Douluo. He would not so recklessly squander his life here. With a resolute step forward, he prepared to continue his escape when suddenly, a figure in white emerged ahead, approaching slowly. Upon locking eyes with the figure, the man's expression shifted dramatically. The crunch of snow beneath his feet echoed softly, leaving a trail of footprints as Chun Xiaoming approached him, seemingly an ordinary individual. Yet, an invisible aura enveloped Chun, rendering the man immobile, as though struck by a paralysis spell, forcing him to gaze in terror as the figure drew closer. Gazing upon Chun Xiaoming, whose youthful visage belied their age, the man was gripped by dread, realizing he had encountered an ancient being, one likely at least of Soul Douluo caliber, if not a Titan Douluo. The temperature around them plummeted, yet beads of sweat formed on the man's brow, his body trembling slightly, his mind momentarily blank as if short-circuited. The Soul Emperor woman and the triplet sisters, witnessing the sudden appearance of Chun Xiaoming before them, were taken aback. The Soul Emperor woman instinctively stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her sisters. The man's thoughts mirrored her own, and as the weight of their past actions pressed upon her, a wave of despair surged within her. Predecessor, please allow me to explain, the man shouted urgently, realizing he could only attempt a defense, otherwise he faced inevitable demise. However, before he could finish, Chun Xiaoming had reached him, raising a finger to their lips. Shoo, do not speak, just observe. With a regretful glance at the man, Chun subtly lowered their finger, prompting him to look down in astonishment, only to find a crimson branch had pierced through his chest, his life force ebbing away. Little did he dream that his aspirations of becoming a Soul Douluo would perish here, unrealized. The branches piercing through the man's body grew slowly, reaching about 3 meters in a fleeting moment, branching out and blossoming, only to wither almost instantly, leaving behind desolate twigs cloaked in layers of silver frost upon the snowy ground. As the Soul Emperor's woman and her triplet sisters were momentarily stunned, Chun Xiaoming's figure had vanished, leaving behind only an ice sculpture and his faint words. The desolation here was palpable. An additional ice sculpture was a welcome presence. Chapter 47. The Titan Snow Demon King. In the frozen forest stood a withered tree, approximately 3 meters tall, entirely enveloped in layers of frost, with glimmering ice crystals hanging from its branches, presenting a unique charm. However, at the base of the trunk knelt a figure, half-bowed before the tree, with a slender branch piercing its chest, atop which rested a frozen ice flower, exuding an unusual blood-red hue, both enchanting and lethal. The Soul Emperor's woman gazed at this scene before her, her heart shaken beyond words. With a lingering sense of trepidation, she glanced around but did not linger. Swiftly departing with her triplet sisters, the cold wind howled past, leaving only the distinctive ice sculpture behind, merging seamlessly with the frozen forest. Half a day later, a towering figure moved slowly through the snowstorm, standing about 7 meters tall, cloaked in thick, snow-white fur. It was a frost bear king, over 70,000 years old. Yet, upon its back rested a human figure. This figure leaned against the frost bear king, luxuriating in the softness of its fur, relaxed and warm. After an indeterminate time, the frost bear king came to a halt on a flat expanse. The figure jumped down from the frost bear king, gazing at the vast snowfield before him, his eyes brightening with excitement. At last, he had reached the icy plains of the extreme north. This figure was Chun Xiaoming. Having subdued the frost bear king in the frozen forest and now traversing effortlessly through the woods, arriving at the core of the extreme northern territory. The expansive ice and snow plains were enveloped in swirling snow, with thick layers of snow beneath his feet. The biting cold was palpable even with each breath. Roar! A roar echoed from behind, and Chun Xiaoming turned to glance back, a slight smile gracing his lips as he reached out to pat the creature. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Let us proceed. This soul beast, merely 70,000 years old, held no allure for him. His ambitions lay within the vast expanse of the ice plains. Without further thought, he wrapped himself in his woolen cloak and strode into the snowy plains against the gusting winds. As the snowstorm swirled around him, it took but a moment for Chun Xiaoming's figure to vanish from sight. In the midst of the tempest, he advanced slowly through the icy plains of the extreme north, a realm unlike the Star Dou Great Forest, where inner and outer circles were distinguished. Here, powerful soul beasts roamed the entire icy expanse, and no one could ascertain what manner of beast they might encounter in the next moment. Given the extreme cold and harsh weather, few soul masters are inclined to hunt in this desolate land. The most terrifying aspect is the presence of 3 formidable soul beast monarchs, known as the 3 kings of the extreme north: the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King. Both the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor are ranked among the top 10 ferocious beasts, each possessing a cultivation level surpassing 200,000 years. In terms of strength, they far exceed the Titan Giant Ape, which has merely reached a cultivation age of 10,000 years in the Star Dou Great Forest. This time, Chun Xiaoming has ventured here to witness the grandeur of the Ice Empress, who commands the entire extreme north ice field with her overwhelming presence. With a cultivation level of 700,000 years, it remains uncertain whether she will compel him to unleash even half of his own power. The thought of her formidable strength, coupled with her unique aura and captivatingly pure beauty, rather, her essence of pristine ice, stirs a flicker of fervor within Chun Xiaoming. With glimmering eyes, he strides toward the heart of the ice field. Although there are no distinct inner and outer circles, moving toward the center is undoubtedly the correct path. Otherwise, it would be impossible to navigate such an expansive terrain. As for why he refrains from revealing his cultivation level, Chun Xiaoming believes he is yet to fully experience life. In other words, his experience points are still insufficient for leveling up. Otherwise, he would certainly indulge in a display of bravado. Do not doubt him. He is a man of integrity. Suddenly, a clattering sound interrupts his thoughts. What was that? He glances around, questioning whose integrity has fallen. The extreme north ice field is vast, far exceeding Chun Xiaoming's expectations. After traversing for 3 days, he has merely reached the outskirts of the central region. Along the way, he has encountered numerous soul beasts, all of which he dispatched with ease, for his target is the Snow Emperor, not these feeble creatures. As he approaches the central area, the wind and snow intensify, and the temperature drops further. Contemplating his next move amidst this desolate expanse, he wonders how to proceed in his search. Must it truly come down to luck? Just as he wrestles with this dilemma, a colossal figure emerges from the storm, gradually revealing itself. Even obscured by the snow, its towering height of nearly 100 meters becomes apparent, its immense form resembling a mountain. Each footfall resembles a pillar supporting a grand edifice. Before the figure even draws near, a tremendous pressure envelopes Chun Xiaoming, accompanied by waves of mental energy. Gazing at the massive silhouette, he smiles faintly. It seems fate has delivered him a guide at just the right moment, presenting him with one of the three kings of the extreme north, the Titan Snow Demon King. It is said to be a descendant of the ancient ice god, born from the lineage of the Titan giants, standing over 10 meters tall at birth, with adult Titan snow demons exceeding 50 meters in height. As one of the three kings, its stature approaches 100 meters, rivaling even the oceanic soul beasts. It seems that this fellow has a fondness for the Snow Empress and should be aware of her whereabouts. Chun Xiaoming, well-versed in the trivial lore surrounding soul beasts, never anticipated that such knowledge would prove useful at this moment. Suddenly, the thought of the Ice Emperor crossed his mind. It appears that the Ice Emperor, too, is a figure of interest. However, now is not the time for such reflections. What is this about the virtues of the lily? He knows nothing of such matters. Meanwhile, the towering Titan Snow Demon King roams the frigid plains, one of the three sovereigns of the extreme ice. Though his title sounds grand, he ranks at the bottom, possessing a cultivation level barely reaching 200,000 years. Ascending to his current state, each 100,000 years brings forth a calamity, and he harbors no confidence in overcoming the next if he cannot enhance his strength or bloodline. Thus, he wanders these icy expanses, sometimes in search of rare treasures. With an extensive lifespan, he is in no rush, meandering day by day. His colossal form and formidable power exude an overwhelming aura within these frozen plains. Unless the other two are present, none can rival him. He is the brightest presence in this icy realm. As he meanders leisurely, a human figure, appearing as insignificant as an ant, emerges within his spiritual perception. Remarkably, this human shows no fear and approaches him steadily, standing boldly in his path. Tell me the whereabouts of the Snow Empress, and I shall grant you mercy. The voice, imbued with soul power, traverses the storm to reach the Titan Snow Demon King's ears. Until this moment, he had dismissed the figure beneath him, but now, fury ignites within him. How dare a mere human ant dare to gaze upon the likes of the Snow Empress? Seeking death, with a roar, the Titan Snow Demon King brought his foot crashing down upon Chun Xiaoming, intent on teaching the ant a lesson for its audacity. The massive foot, 5 meters long and over 2 meters wide, descended upon him, the terrifying force disrupting the swirling snow and wind. With a thunderous crash, the figure was buried beneath the snow as the Titan Snow Demon King lifted his foot, feeling vindicated. An ant is, after all, an ant, incapable of withstanding his might. He prepared to depart, but suddenly, his raised leg stiffened, and his colossal body trembled slightly as he looked down in confusion. From the very snow he had trampled, thick branches surged forth, entwining around his left leg. These green tendrils glimmered with a hint of red, slowly creeping up towards his torso. And in the blink of an eye, they had reached the joint of his left leg. Emerging from the spot where he had previously stomped, the figure now stood tall, surrounded by a terrifying 9 blood-red soul rings, emanating an overwhelming pressure of soul power. The figure smiled faintly at himself, and then a verdant wooden stem emerged beneath his feet, causing his form to ascend steadily, inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height of nearly 100 meters, standing level with the Titan Snow Demon King. Chun Xiaoming gazed at the towering behemoth before him, a hint of cold malice flickering in his eyes. His reluctance to slay spirit beasts did not imply an inability to do so. Have you contemplated how you wish to meet your demise? His calm words seemed to state a mere fact, and the Titan Snow Demon King, who had existed in the extreme northern ice fields for over 100,000 years, suddenly felt a chill, sensing an unexpected coldness within. With a furious roar, filled with ire and unforgiving wrath, he declared that even if his opponent were a Titan Douluo, the only fate that awaited those who dared to offend the Titan Snow Demon King was death. In an instant, the frigid aura surrounding him coalesced, forming a vortex of icy winds within his mouth. The swirling mass, imbued with chilling energy, radiated a terrifying glimmer, and the air around them seemed to freeze, manifesting tiny ice crystals. Upon witnessing the Titan Snow Demon King's offensive, Chun Xiaoming was not one to hold back. Unlike the Star Dou forest, the ground here was blanketed in thick snow, which imposed certain limitations on the manifestation of his with spirit martial soul. Beneath the surface, branches surged forth as Chun Xiaoming activated his third spirit ring, swelling dramatically to ensnare the towering Titan Snow Demon King tightly. The crimson hue of the 100,000-year spirit ring merged with the branches, a slender red light flashing briefly, followed by the emergence of red patterns on the green branches, significantly enhancing their strength. Boom. At this moment, the Titan Snow Demon King, disregarding all else, had concentrated the icy energy to its zenith, unleashing it in a massive sphere of cold air, barely a meter in radius, that rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a snowball with a radius exceeding 5 meters, driven forth by a tempest of wind and snow. As the snowball approached, Xiaoming remained unfazed, activating the brilliance of his sixth spirit ability. The tree trunk platform upon which he stood expanded outward, quickly extending to a radius of 10 meters. As sturdy branches rose up to shield him, the sixth spirit ability, Verdant, would defense. The burgeoning trunks of the green would envelop Xiaoming. As the crimson-hued sixth spirit ring soared from his form, suddenly enlarging and settling within the protective barrier. With a flash of red light, the red patterns appeared on the Verdant wood defense, transforming the already formidable barrier into something akin to forged steel. Boom! The snowball struck the Verdant wood defense, unleashing a terrifying burst of cold energy, enveloping the entire platform in a thick cloud of white mist. This mist, a manifestation of the Titan Snow Demon King's extreme cold energy, was forged from the frigid essence accumulated over countless millennia in the northernmost lands, radiating an awe-inspiring terror. Crack, crack, crack. Upon the trunk of the verdant tree, a multitude of ice crystals manifested, and an intense chill permeated through these crystals into the heart of the green wood's defenses. In mere moments, the entire trunk was encased in frost, resembling an icy abode from the outside. The Titan Snow Demon King, observing the audacity of this human who stood resolute and unyielding against his strike, could not help but smile. Even a titled Duluos would not dare to withstand such frigid air head-on. Truly, this was a dance with death. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. With a swing of his fist, comparable in size to a small hill, a tempest arose, stirring the air violently and causing tremors in the atmosphere. The terrifying force erupted from the Titan Snow Demon King. Just as his fist was about to collide with the greenwood defenses, a soft sound emanated from within. The frozen trunk of the tree suddenly ignited with a crimson glow, transforming in an instant from an icy column to one resembling glowing embers. The ice crystals melted, releasing a billowing cloud of white steam that enveloped the wooden platform. Suddenly, shards of red splintered forth from the mist. The Titan Snow Demon King was momentarily taken aback. Had this human not been a mere prey within his grasp? How could he possibly counterattack? Though stunned for a fraction of a second, the assault was already upon him. The red wooden fragments, akin to heated irons, struck fiercely upon the Titan Snow Demon King's form. Countless blows were delivered, yet his massive body resembled a target, forced back several steps by the relentless barrage of shards. As the blizzard subsided, the white fog crystallized anew under the biting cold, and the previous wooden defenses had vanished. Meanwhile, Xiaoming stood serenely upon the platform, having not moved an inch, merely gazing at the Titan Snow Demon King with a light-hearted smile. The Titan Snow Demon King was now enveloped in a surge of soul power, his colossal body marked by numerous wounds, with fragments of wood embedded within. The terrifying chill emanated outward, freezing the shards before he gradually began to mend his injuries. The arrogance that once filled his eyes had dissipated. The individual before him had forced him back with a single blow, a feat worthy of the pinnacle among titled Duluos. Confronted with such strength, the Titan Snow Demon King realized that to continue in his previous hubris would be akin to squandering 200,000 years of existence. Human, you are formidable, yet you are not welcome here, nor is there any Snow Emperor. For the first time, the Titan Snow Demon King spoke, his thunderous voice resonating in all directions as he healed his wounds while gathering his formidable presence. Hearing the booming words, Xiaoming chuckled coldly, deluded and obstinate. Did he truly believe he could not slay a 100,000-year soul beast? Whether I am welcomed here or not is not for you to declare. For the fallen soul beasts of 100,000 years lack the stature to make such judgments. Chapter 49, Greenwood Dragon Spear. Human, you seek your demise. The furious roar reverberated across the frigid northern plains, as the towering Titan Snow Demon King, standing at a height of 100 meters, was thoroughly provoked. How dare a mere human titled Douluo attempt to slay him? Did he truly believe that the three kings of the extreme north were mere clay figures? Crack, crack, crack. A terrifying chill erupted from within the Titan Snow Demon King, a unique aura spreading forth and enveloping Xiaoming in an instant. A domain? Xiaoming furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation that the Titan Snow Demon King possessed its own domain. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. If even the Titan Giant Ape had a domain, how could such a formidable existence as the Titan Snow Demon King be devoid of one? After all, it was a splendid hybrid of divine beasts, endowed with exceptional capabilities. The temperature plummeted abruptly, and a layer of ice crystals formed upon the originally verdant platform. Xiaoming felt a peculiar pressure bearing down on him, causing his mental acuity and thoughts to slow. Intriguingly, this domain seemed to encompass mental energy as well. Having witnessed the gravity manipulation domain of the Titan Giant Ape and the 7-kill domain of the Sword Douluo, He found the Titan Snow Demon King's domain to possess a certain uniqueness. Within the lethargic effects lay a subtle mental fluctuation, suppressing the spiritual energy of others. Boom. Just as Chun Xiaoming pondered this, the Titan Snow Demon King's attack arrived, with icy crystals condensing upon its fists, resembling two colossal icebergs hurtling towards him. The Titan Snow Demon King, inheriting the bloodlines of the ancient ice god and the Titan Snow Demon, was a perfect amalgamation, granting him the power of his own domain, the Ice Freeze domain, with its immense size and strength combined with the ability to slow others' movements. A single punch would render any opponent utterly defenseless. In his youth, he had pursued the Snow Empress with this very ability, enduring severe defeat, yet managing to survive. Few formidable opponents had perished at his hands, and now, Chun Xiaoming stood as the first peak-titled Duluos to challenge him. Exuding confidence, the Titan Snow Demon King was momentarily taken aback as he beheld Chun Xiaoming slowly raising his right hand. 8th Soul Skill, Azurewood Ascension. The soft words echoed as the light of the Azurewood spirit radiated from Chun Xiaoming's right hand. Subsequently, his 8th soul ring flew forth, merging into the azure tree, conjuring a grand illusion of an azure tree. A red wooden staff extended outward, gently grasped in Chun Xiaoming's hand. Transform. As the red wood rested in his grip, soul power surged within, the front end of the staff gradually morphing. In the blink of an eye, a spiral-tipped spearhead emerged. Throughout the battle, Chun Xiaoming's mastery over his martial spirit had grown increasingly adept, evolving from merely utilizing soul skills to integrating them within himself for combat. His strength had risen remarkably. Am I courting death? You shall find out soon enough. With a heavy stomp, 10,000-year soul rings shimmered. An overwhelming surge of soul power erupting forth as the 3rd soul ring leapt into the azure spear in his hand. Vines sprouted from the azure wooden spear, resembling delicate wooden dragons. With a tremor, the branches melded back into the spear. With a swift motion, Chun Xiaoming leaped, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. A soul beast aged 200 millennia dared to threaten him. He would show no mercy. Gripping the azure dragon spear, Chun Xiaoming charged toward the Titan Snow Demon King's colossal right fist, which descended with the force of an iceberg. Even from a distance, terrifying ice shards erupted, raining down like a myriad of lethal projectiles, akin to the earlier fragments of tree bark that Chun Xiaoming had conjured. The Titan Snow Demon King smirked, thinking how foolish this human was, preparing to taste the bitter fruits of his own hubris. Humph, he scoffed, believing that Chun Xiaoming would be ensnared by his own tactics. The 3rd soul skill of the Azure Dragon's spear manifested, radiating brilliance as countless branches surged forth, forming layers of protection before Chun Xiaoming in the blink of an eye. The icy shards collided against the branches, unable to penetrate their defenses. This spectacle momentarily stunned the Titan Snow Demon King, but joy quickly followed, with Chun Xiaoming thus restrained. He was nothing more than a target, unable to evade the impending blow. With a furious roar, the Titan Snow Demon King's eyes blazed crimson, and his towering frame, already exceeding 100 meters, surged an additional 30 meters, reaching a terrifying height of 130 meters. The dormant Titan Snow Demon bloodline surged forth, causing his body to swell with formidable power, shaking the very air around him. His descending fist, now nearly double in size, emanated not only frigid air but also a sinister black glow. Daring to provoke the Titan Snow Demon King, he would ensure this human warrior understood the consequences of arrogance. The sudden eruption of power from the Titan Snow Demon King drew Chun Xiaoming's attention. It was clever to conceal strength until now. Alas, he had erred in his choice of adversary. With his resolve to kill unwavering, Chun Xiaoming would not hold back. With a thrust of the Azure Dragon spear, a glimmer of silver light appeared at its tip, though the crimson glow enveloped it almost entirely. With the force of a mountain, the Titan's fist descended. And although Chun Xiaoming's figure seemed dwarfed by even a single digit of the Titan, in the moment of collision, a flash of silver light illuminated the scene. In an instant, Chun Xiaoming slipped past, piercing through the Titan Snow Demon King's full-force strike. Blood spilled forth, but before it could touch the ground, it was frozen mid-air. Chun Xiaoming leapt, landing atop the Titan Snow Demon King's shoulder, pivoting to intercept another punch with equal swiftness, penetrating it as well. Under the astonished gaze of the Titan Snow Demon King, he stood upon its head, the Azure Dragon spear resting gently against its immense skull, poised and serene. The cold wind howled as the Titan Snow Demon King stood momentarily stunned, blood seeping from the wounds on his fists. To his astonishment, his most powerful blow, fueled by his bloodline strength, had been effortlessly pierced by his opponent. Such a reality was nearly unimaginable for the Titan Snow Demon King. Yet, the truth lay bare before him. Chun Xiaoming loomed above, And the most terrifying aspect was that he felt an overwhelming fear emanating from the approximately 3-meter-long azure wood dragon spear in Xiaoming's grasp. A voice within him incessantly warned that if that spear were to strike, his demise was inevitable. It was an instinctual intuition that rendered him paralyzed with trepidation. Xiaoming casually pointed the spear's tip at the Titan Snow Demon King's head, while his gaze drifted towards a distant, snow-laden expanse, obscured by the swirling tempest. A subtle smile graced his lips. Since he had arrived, why not reveal himself? Chapter 50, The Snow Emperor. The air was thick with anticipation as Xiaoming's words echoed. The Titan Snow Demon King, taken aback, soon unleashed his mental energy. Sensing a familiar presence approaching through the blizzard, the atmosphere grew even colder as icy winds howled, yet Xiaoming remained undeterred, his excitement palpable as he gazed into the storm. Through the flurry, a vague figure began to emerge. "Human, you should not be here." The frigid voice bore no hint of anger. The figure halted, and the surrounding snowstorm intensified. "Release him and depart at once." The Titan Snow Demon King, beneath Xiaoming, displayed an expression of exhilaration, uncertain whether it was joy from evading death or relief at the arrival of this figure to rescue him. "Ha ha. Those who wish to kill me face but one path, death?" Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback by the command to spare the Titan Snow Demon King. Yet he soon erupted into laughter. "Not even you can achieve that." With those words, Xiaoming's soul power erupted, and the azure wood dragon spear flashed with a silver light, piercing through the Titan Snow Demon King's skull. The unleashed soul energy wreaked havoc. And the most terrifying aspect was the silver light that cleaved through the spatial barrier within the Titan Snow Demon King's head. With a final roar, he could only emit a desperate cry before the life force in his eyes gradually faded, extinguishing entirely. The Titan Snow Demon King, one of the 3 kings of the far north, had fallen. Suddenly, the blizzard erupted violently, snowflakes cascading around Xiaoming as an overwhelming pressure emanated from the distance. In an instant, he felt an icy chill envelop him, as if his body had been frozen in place. The figure that had approached earlier drew nearer, and as Xiaoming focused his soul power, he finally beheld its true form. The figure before him bore the semblance of a human, resembling a girl of merely 17 or 18 years. Her long, pure white hair cascaded elegantly down her back to the ground, and her slender form was flawless. Clad in a gown of ice and snow, devoid of any embellishment, she radiated an air of untainted nobility and unparalleled beauty, akin to a winter plum blossom. Proud against the frost and snow, her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of existence. Even in this moment of slight anger, she retained an otherworldly grace, untouched by mortal concerns. She was the Snow Empress, the third among the 10 fierce beasts, the sovereign of the extreme north. Observing the Snow Empress, who appeared as a youthful maiden, Xiaoming couldn't help but marvel, aware that she was one of the rare humanoid spirit beasts. Yet such beauty was undeniably tempting, and had he encountered anyone else, he might have lost all reason. He pondered whether such a lovely creature would feel pain if struck by a bullet. "Shameless." A clear, crisp voice of anger rang out. The Snow Empress, having lived for 700,000 years, had witnessed far more than any human could fathom. The mention of a gun from Xiaoming's lips ignited her fury. With a delicate hand, she struck forth, releasing a torrent of soul power that surged like ocean waves. The surrounding snowstorm was drawn towards her, and in an instant, a chilling frost began to coalesce under the immense force of her soul power, causing the tempest around them to eerily halt. Xiaoming pointed a finger at a snowflake before him, watching it melt into water. Just as he marveled at this phenomenon, the suspended snowflakes in the air surged toward the Snow Empress. The Empress's icy grasp knows no snow. With a single strike, the heavens shifted, as an intense cold front surged toward Xiaoming. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming chill rising within him. Unlike the cold domain of the Titan Snow Demon King, which had merely slowed him down, the cold emanating from the Snow Empress was the epitome of frost, as if she intended to freeze him entirely. Even before her hand had arrived, the force she wielded surpassed the Titan Snow Demon King's strongest punch. Xiaoming tightened his grip around his weapon. Although he was uncertain of the Snow Empress's intentions, that concern was now trivial. Facing the full might of a being who had existed for 700,000 years, where could he find a rival of such caliber? The Snow Empress's right hand was as luminous as jade, pure as snow, appearing as if sculpted from a piece of exquisite white jade. As the cold rippled, the world around them restored itself, the storm reappearing. Yet the Snow Empress had vanished from sight. A faint ripple coursed through the snowstorm, and Xiaoming's expression sharpened. His Qingmu dragon gun, which had remained still, flashed with silver light as he thrust it forward. A soft hum resonated through the air, and an extreme chill surged along the Qingmu dragon gun towards him. The Snow Empress flickered lightly, retreating to a distance of 30 meters. The sound of cracking echoed, a prelude to what was to come. The icy crystals began to spread from the tip of the gun, and Xiaoming felt his soul power surge within him, yet he could not dispel it. He could only slightly impede the pace of the encroaching frost. The radiance of the 8th soul ring flickered, enveloping the entire Qingmu dragon spear in a brilliant red glow. Strangely, even with the enhancement of a 100,000-year soul ring, he was unable to dispel it. Xiaoming's gaze sharpened with intrigue. The Emperor's hand, great cold without snow, was indeed formidable. No wonder even the resurrected extreme Duluo, Niu Lauda, proclaimed that no one could withstand a strike from the Emperor's hand. Such power would likely compel even an extreme Duluo to retreat momentarily. Elsewhere, the Snow Empress floated in midair, standing amidst the wind and snow as though she were the sovereign of this realm, coldly gazing down at Xiaoming. Those struck by her Emperor's hand could not escape unscathed. Xiaoming calmly lifted his head, exhilarated by the Snow Empress's might. An inexplicable aura emanated from within him, causing the swirling wind and snow around him to momentarily freeze. His body gradually levitated, his robes billowing without a breeze, creating a rhythmic sound. The Qingmu dragon spear, already half encased in ice, was raised. Xiaoming cast a glance at it, and a silver glimmer flashed in his eyes. Subsequently, a layer of silver light enveloped the Qingmu dragon spear. As the silver light emerged, the previously spreading icy crystals were instantaneously immobilized, revealing dark, shadowy edges. A black gap suddenly appeared, and the Qingmu dragon spear was swiftly consumed by half. Upon witnessing the emergence of darkness, the Snow Empress's expression shifted to one of gravity, and the surrounding wind and snow intensified. Xiaoming slowly withdrew his right hand, extracting the Qingmu dragon spear, which remained unscathed, now shimmering with a silver brilliance. Subtle spatial fluctuations radiated from within him. The casual wave of the Snow Empress's hand bore the force of a 100,000-year soul ring, and Xiaoming regarded the frigid girl before him with a faint smile. At last, he could wield his power without reservation. Chapter 51, Emperor's Sword, unmatched in icy extremes. Upon the northernmost plains, snow and wind swirled, the biting cold howled, and two figures hovered in the air above a colossal soul beast carcass. A blood-red 100,000-year soul ring drifting slowly. The overwhelming soul power dissipated, palpable even from a distance. The heart of the northernmost plains was a gathering place for formidable soul beasts. The death of the Titan Snow Demon King stirred the hearts of numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. If they could absorb the bloodline and soul power of the 100,000-year soul beast, their time to reach the status of a 100,000-year soul beast would be significantly reduced. However, at this moment, no soul beast dared to approach the central area. Those who ventured here were all-powerful beasts with cultivation above 70,000, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans. The demise of a 100,000-year soul beast signified an opportunity, yet it also heralded danger, especially as the dispersing soul power of the Titan Snow Demon King mingled with two other distinct soul power fluctuations, one of which was familiar to them. This moment caused the soul beasts of the extreme north to halt their advance. In the midst of the battlefield, Xiaoming stood resolute, his gaze shimmering with silver light, a faint ripple of spatial energy enveloping him. The surrounding snowstorm could no longer encroach upon him even by a fraction. In his hand, the Qingmu dragon spear glimmered with a chilling brilliance. The Snow Emperor's expression was grave, her ethereal eyes scrutinizing Xiaoming as a unique energy emanated from her, causing the space around them to subtly shift. The Snow Emperor's figure appeared to dissolve into the swirling snowflakes, merging seamlessly with the world around her. A domain. Xiaoming's expression shifted. The Snow Emperor's strength was far beyond that of a mere 100,000-year soul beast. Her formidable power was likely sufficient to contend with a level 3 divine entity. Amidst the swirling snow, the Snow Emperor's silhouette vanished from Xiaoming's sight, blending into the tempest. With silver light flickering in his eyes, the faint spatial waves imprinted themselves in his mind. Ultimately, the Snow Emperor was not one with the heavens and earth. Unable to completely merge with them, while he lost sight of her, he still detected the spatial disturbances. Crack, crack, crack. The temperature plummeted once more, and the falling snow began to coalesce into ice crystals in midair, creating a breathtaking spectacle within a radius of 10,000 meters. Countless ice crystals, resembling snowflakes, hung motionless in the air, reflecting sunlight and radiating brilliant light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crisp sounds echoed as the snowflake-like ice crystals spun, producing a thunderous roar in the air. It seemed as if the surrounding space had been sealed at that moment, the world dimming, and every inch of space quaking violently. The traces of the Snow Emperor, which had been detectable before, were now completely obscured by the swirling ice crystals. Xiaoming paused momentarily, but soon smiled faintly. How intriguing. The Snow Emperor truly lived up to her reputation. When did she become aware? He pondered silently, raising the Qingmu dragon spear in his hand. These resplendent ice crystals were not merely for spinning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, countless rotating ice crystals surged from all directions, and in an instant, darkness enveloped the space before Xiaoming as sunlight was obscured by the overwhelming ice crystals. Clang. The fourth and ninth soul rings beneath Xiaoming glowed simultaneously. A colossal silhouette of a Qingmu tree materializing behind him. The phantom swayed, showing no fear even in this frigid domain, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of 30 meters, with both the fourth and ninth soul rings merging into the tree's silhouette. Fourth soul skill, growth. Ninth soul skill, tree realm descends. Boom. Two blazing red beams erupted, as the 30-meter-tall silhouette of the Qingmu tree enveloped Xiaoming instantly, numerous branches unfurling to form sturdy trunks that shielded him within. Beneath the void where Xiaoming stood, a silver light flickered, and a robust branch began to ascend slowly. The trunk, resplendent in a vibrant green hue, is adorned with intricate silver patterns and two striking crimson lines. Rising majestically, it swiftly extends to a remarkable height of 30 meters. Countless branches emanate from the apex, converging to form a shape reminiscent of a budding flower. A verdant luminescence erupts, flooding into the flower bud, which, though merely 3 meters in size, seems to pulsate with life under the emerald glow. The previously green branches now meld seamlessly into a colossal silver petal, exuding an aura both enigmatic and vibrant. The formidable defense of the tree realm meets the icy onslaught head-on, serving as Xiaoming's ninth spirit ring, and indeed, his most potent defensive spirit ring, now activated to counter the Snow Emperor's crystalline assault. The cacophony of countless impacts reverberates against the trunk, yet all strikes are thwarted, leaving Xiaoming unscathed. Suspended in midair, the Snow Emperor observes the scene with an air of indifference, gently gesturing with her right hand. The icy assault intensifies, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that envelopes the tree realm. The outermost green trunk, now infiltrated by the biting cold, sees its defensive strength significantly diminished. A series of crystalline shards pierce the trunk as the cold seeps into its core. In mere moments, the outer defenses of the tree realm are breached. Xiaoming, situated within the inner layers, finds himself at a loss for words, astounded by the Snow Emperor's intelligence in utilizing the cold to weaken his defenses. Yet, despite the breach, he remains unfazed, confident that his ultimate defense is not so easily overcome. Just as this thought crosses his mind, the Snow Emperor, who had remained inactive until now, makes a singular, yet significant motion. Her delicate hand, as graceful as jade, slowly rises, causing a slight tremor in the surrounding space. Suddenly, a deep blue longsword, seemingly forged from crystallized ice, materializes before her. Before Xiaoming can fully comprehend the situation, the sword emits a radiant arc of light, transitioning from deep blue to pale blue and finally to white. The terrifying sword light cleaves through the air, creating fissures as if the very atmosphere has solidified into ice, only to be severed by its edge. The blade's arc slices through the outer defenses of the tree realm, instantly manifesting a distinct crack in the once impenetrable barrier. Within the inner sanctum, Xiaoming watches in disbelief. The chilling aura of the sword solidifies into an icy pathway, as the deep blue longsword glides toward him like an ethereal spirit amidst the snow. The Imperial Sword, unmatched in icy supremacy. Chapter 52, The Ice Emperor. The Imperial Sword, unmatched in icy supremacy. As the path of ice approaches and the sword's light strikes, Xiaoming's gaze sharpens, his eyes glimmering with silver. With a deft movement, he plants his Qingmu dragon spear against the sword's radiance. Buzz. In the realm of spatial turbulence, a singular point of light emerged at the point of collision, only to be subsequently engulfed by darkness. This phenomenon ruptured the surrounding space, unleashing a cataclysmic force that tightened the fabric of reality. The fractured space rapidly mended itself, and a brilliant deep blue sword light flickered momentarily. The figure of the Snow Empress danced ethereally amidst the swirling snow and wind, and once more, a strike was launched. The lethal sword strike momentarily startled Xiaoming, who then smiled gently. At that moment, the flower bud at the heart of the tree realm finally blossomed. Resembling a flower of a prosperous era, radiating silvery light, with red stamens, silver petals, and emerald leaves. As the flower bloomed, a dazzling silver light flashed, akin to a shooting star traversing before Xiaoming, causing the space to ripple slightly, as if a thin mirror had emerged before the original expanse. As the flower blossomed, the realm solidified. The blue sword light pierced the surface of the mirror, creating faint ripples across its reflective surface. The Snow Empress's expression shifted as she observed this, prompting her to point her imperial sword with her right hand, followed by a powerful palm strike, retreating gracefully to a distance. With a crack and a thunderous boom, the might of her palm rapidly spread, causing the spatial mirror to shudder. All the ice crystals shattered, transforming into cascading snowflakes. Chun Xiaoming remained composed within the mirrored space, nodding in satisfaction. The Snow Empress gazed gravely at the bizarre flower radiating light above, a sight she had never encountered before, particularly in its elusive form. As if it barely existed within this realm. For a moment, she fell silent. Chun Xiaoming's defensive maneuver had withstood her two formidable attacks without a single crack appearing, revealing a power that far exceeded her comprehension. Doubt crept into her mind. Despite having survived a cataclysm for 700,000 years, she was acutely aware of her limits. Engaging Chun Xiaoming in a direct confrontation posed a significant risk. Should she sustain injuries, her demise would likely follow closely thereafter. Though she was the sovereign of this frigid expanse, sacrificing herself for the Titan Snow Demon King, or the long-deceased Titan Snow Demon King, seemed unworthy. Her cerulean eyes continuously scrutinized Chun Xiaoming, who, in turn, was assessing the Snow Empress. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. Chun Xiaoming glanced at the Snow Empress, then raised his gaze to the spatial flower above, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. This technique, the spatial mirror, was a culmination of his understanding of the pathway of space, forged through the tree realm born of his 9th soul skill and the abundant life force provided by his 4th soul skill. This was a manifestation of his own bloodline power, a divine stroke of genius. Witnessing the overwhelming potency of his creation, Chun Xiaoming felt a deep sense of contentment. While his bloodline origin was indeed formidable, it bore a flaw, the absence of a one-click comprehension feature within the system, necessitating his own understanding. Even after reaching a rudimentary grasp of his bloodline origin, he had only uncovered a minuscule fragment of its potential, leaving him at a loss for words. Nevertheless, even that small portion had enabled him to integrate it into his soul skills, culminating in the creation of his own techniques, the spatial mirror and the azure wood dragon spear, in a harmonious interplay of offense and defense. One might ponder why it is not referred to as the azure wood staff. Could it be that the name azure wood dragon spear sounds more melodious? Certainly not. The primary reason lies in the existence of its advanced counterpart, the azure wood silver spear. Ahem, I digress. Positioned behind the mirror of space, Chun Xiaoming found himself in an invulnerable stance, gazing serenely at the Snow Empress on the other side. Despite the Snow Empress unleashing her most formidable techniques, none were able to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. With a tranquil sigh, Chun Xiaoming inadvertently recalled the mighty Deity among the 10 fearsome beasts. He wondered if his current prowess could possibly contend with Deity. The mere thought of the latter's formidable cultivation and the Dragon God's soul technique, the Dragon God Claw, ignited a fierce determination within his eyes. Nonetheless, he resolved to address the immediate situation first. Raising an eyebrow, Chun Xiaoming turned his gaze toward a figure swiftly approaching from not far behind the Snow Empress. In the distance, a verdant glow spread rapidly, transforming the heavens into a mesmerizing emerald hue, as if the sky had morphed into an enormous green gemstone. As this verdant light enveloped the Snow Empress within a radius of 1,000 meters, the immense snow was stirred, and from within it, a brilliant emerald beam flashed, revealing a soul beast beside the Snow Empress. The soul beast was a scorpion, approximately 1.5 meters in length, adorned in 2 hues, one icy, the other a vivid green. Its front section bore 4 layers, with its head perched upon the foremost layer, its silvery mandibles glimmering with an ethereal cold light. The front half, layered and adorned with unique hexagonal scales, sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of diamonds. Its eyes, akin to yellow gemstones, shone resplendently, while its 6 elongated, powerful legs radiated an unparalleled luster, and its greenish tail flickered with a vibrant vitality. This was the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Emperor, in the frigid northern expanse. A soul beast endowed with such potent soul power could only be the elusive Ice Emperor, as Chun Xiaoming could think of no other. Casting a glance at the Snow Empress and then at the arriving Ice Emperor, a vivid scene unfolded in Chun Xiaoming's mind. Indeed, the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress were true allies. Snow Maiden, how fare you? Upon the Ice Emperor's arrival, she inquired anxiously, residing in the heart of this frigid realm. She had sensed the resonance of the battle between the Snow Empress and Chun Xiaoming and hastened to their aid. Ice Child, I am unharmed, the Snow Empress replied, her previously tense demeanor easing at the sight of the Ice Emperor. With her assistance, the prospect of a battle was no longer devoid of hope. Chun Xiaoming listened intently as they called out to one another, the flames of the 8 trigrams soul igniting fervently in his mind. Alas, why did I not arrive several millennia earlier? Perhaps I could have witnessed the grandeur of the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress in their prime. What a lamentable missed opportunity. A fleeting glance caught the icy tail of the Ice Emperor, and Xiaoming found himself momentarily stunned, involuntarily uttering a prolonged exclamation of admiration. Before hastily averting his gaze and clearing his throat, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Ahem, it seems I have once again succumbed to wicked thoughts. It is not the time for such inquiries. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor, having gleaned the unfolding events from the Snow Empress, cast a glance at the lifeless Titan Snow Demon King beneath, a flicker of coldness flashing through his gem-like yellow eyes. Chapter 53, The Origin Breakthrough. In the extreme northern realm, the winds and snow suddenly howled ferociously, the heavy snowflakes raging under the onslaught of the tempest. The already frigid temperature plummeted further, an ominous chill freezing everything in its vicinity. The Snow Empress emanated a terrifying surge of soul power, her domain, the Imperial Cold Sky Snow Dance, reaching its zenith, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of snow. Crack. Beside the Snow Empress, the Ice Emperor unleashed a similar wave of formidable soul power, his eternal freeze domain expanding, shrouding Xiaoming anew within the Snow Empress's territory. The damp air of the extreme north, under the influence of this immense domain, condensed into biting cold winds and snowflakes resembling feathers, sharp as blades and glimmering with a frosty sheen. Together, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor unleashed their might. The expanse of 10,000 meters transforming into a world of ice and snow, where they commanded every aspect of the realm. Xiaoming refrained from intervening. He awaited the culmination of their most powerful strike. He wished to perceive the true extent of his spatial mirror's prowess. Come forth, let me witness your ultimate assault. His voice, infused with soul power, resonated amidst the swirling snow, as flakes danced in the air and the chilling light flickered. In this world before him, the figures of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor had vanished. Yet, Xiaoming understood that they were undoubtedly gathering strength, preparing for their strongest blow. Under this dual domain, bolstered by the abundant cold of the extreme north, the potency of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor's soul techniques would be magnified. I hope you are formidable enough, he murmured softly to himself, his eyes gently closing, as the silvery light of the spatial flower above him cascaded down, enveloping him in its embrace. In the depths of his half-closed eyes, twinkling silver glimmers danced. Amidst the storm, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor sensed Xiaoming's current state, their expressions momentarily tensing as they exchanged a glance, followed by a nod from the Snow Empress. In the delicate grasp of a slender jade hand, the deep blue radiance of the sword reemerges, its potency now intensified compared to before. A chilling aura emanates from the Ice Emperor, instantly merging with the Imperial sword, creating an ethereal white halo within the blue sword light. Bing are you? The Snow Empress's expression shifts, realizing that what was expelled was not mere soul energy, but the Ice Emperor's ultimate essence of ice. This act demands an immense toll on the Ice Emperor, requiring at least a century for recovery. Snow Maiden. There is no alternative, the enemy is far too formidable. Without this, we stand no chance. The Ice Emperor, feeling slightly weakened, acknowledges that the previous exertion depletes her foundational strength, yet she exhales a sigh of relief, witnessing the Imperial sword's power more than doubled. Subsequently, the Ice Emperor raises her front claws, ice crystals forming anew as she consolidates her soul energy, adjusting her state to its optimal condition. Snow Maiden, it is now your turn. With those words, her figure flickers and vanishes, heading towards Xiaoming's spatial mirror. A cold light flashes from the Ice Emperor's claws, causing the spatial mirror to tremble slightly, the ultimate brilliance of ice erupting and freezing a radius of nearly half a meter around her. Whoosh! A flash of emerald green from a scorpion tail darts past, and on the frozen half-meter spatial mirror, a crack appears. The Ice Emperor's figure flickers once more. Snow Maiden, now is the moment. With her words, the deep blue sword light flickers and swiftly pierces the ice crystal surface. Buzz! A crisp sound resonates, rippling across Xiaoming's spatial mirror, which now resembles a tranquil lake. The Snow Empress stands poised with her sword, a gentle essence flowing into it. Crack, crack! The previously half-meter ice crystal surface begins to congeal again, spreading outward. Seizing the moment of disturbance in the spatial mirror, it swiftly forms an ice crystal mirror with a radius exceeding 10 meters. Humph! With a soft exhalation, silver light glimmers on the flower of space, gradually smoothing the ripples on the spatial mirror and slowing the freezing process. Boom! The Snow Empress gazes at this scene, her eyes reflecting a moment of hesitation, quickly replaced by resolve. A faint essence emerges, and the heavy snow of the vast northern plains stirs, releasing waves of cold air. At this moment, the Snow Empress, the sovereign of the extreme north, finally channels the power of her domain. Countless years of accumulated cold air surge into her being, causing the deep blue radiance of the imperial sword to swell once more. In this instant, the spatial mirror seems to confront not just the Snow Empress, but the entire northern plains. Previously solid, the surface now dips under the force of the sword light. Intense spatial fluctuations ripple across the spatial mirror, and at the center, Xiaoming instinctively feels his soul energy rapidly drawn away, flowing into the blooming core of the flower. At this moment, Xiaoming was oblivious to everything else. For as the power of the Emperor's sword surged dramatically, the space surrounding him seemed to quiver ever so slightly. The continuous alterations in the spatial mirror momentarily left him in a daze. The luminous essence of his bloodline flickered within his mind, and the comprehension of the spatial fluctuations within the grand path appeared like sparks igniting in an instant. The world before Xiaoming no longer resembled the desolate northern plains. Instead, it transformed into an expansive and boundless cosmic expanse. A tangible barrier of space loomed before him, and with a gentle touch, the barrier trembled subtly, akin to a stone cast into still waters. Ripples cascaded across the surface of space, and through these layers of undulating waves, Xiaoming perceived the entire world. Each ripple that passed was laden with immense weight, as if it bore the force of the universe, capable of toppling mountains and seas. He gazed in rapt fascination, the intricate changes in space captivating him, yet he grasped only a fraction of their depth. Nevertheless, he continued to attune himself to his instincts, drawing from his understanding of the grand path. On the plain, the Snow Empress's assault on the spatial mirror had reached its zenith. Although the mirror had been punctured and indented, it remained unbroken. Even invoking the might of the extreme north, she could not breach Xiaoming's defenses, leaving both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor in despair. Suddenly, as the Snow Empress prepared to aid the Ice Emperor's escape, the previously unyielding spatial mirror shattered unexpectedly. The Snow Empress focused intently, refraining from further attack, for she recognized the peculiar nature of their powers. The shattering of the spatial mirror was indeed strange. Hovering in midair, Xiaoming's eyes glimmered with a silvery light as he beheld the mirror-like fragments of space, countless sparks of insight flooding his mind. His understanding of the bloodline's essence deepened, and within his thoughts, myriad flashes of enlightenment danced. At this moment, he yearned to find a secluded place for profound contemplation. Losing interest in toying with the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, observing the two of them, he felt a sense of joy, finding them increasingly agreeable. I bestow upon you a chance. May our paths cross again if fate allows. Chapter 54, Months of Seclusion. With those tranquil words, Xiaoming made a subtle motion, and the space around him rippled, sending a wave of spatial energy extending outward. The faces of the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor shifted dramatically. In an instant, the space before them quivered slightly, and two distinct energy waves surged into their bodies. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor found themselves entranced, slipping into a peculiar state of consciousness. Amidst swirling winds and snow, they contemplated for some time before gradually regaining their senses. They exchanged glances, directing their attention to the spot where Xiaoming had once stood. The verdant platform, with its sturdy branches, was now encased in ice, silent and standing as a testament to Xiaoming's previous presence. In the ethereal gaze of the Snow Empress, a flicker of peculiarity sparkled, and though she uttered a single sound, her words ceased abruptly. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, her figure vanished without a trace, having said little to the Ice Emperor. Gazing at the place where the Snow Empress had disappeared, and then at the spot where Xiaoming had vanished, the Ice Emperor's expression turned intricate. Her intuition whispered that the Snow Empress might be departing from her. Yet, the memory of the unique energy that had surged into her mind earlier rendered her silent. With a gentle sigh, the Ice Emperor lingered not, casting one last glance at the lifeless body of the Titan Snow Demon King beneath her, her interest now waning. Perhaps, with a complete comprehension of that energy, she might transcend the next calamity. Amidst the flurries of snow, a fleeting emerald light shimmered, and the Ice Emperor's silhouette also dissipated into the vast snowy expanse. In that moment, the vast battlefield of the icy plains was left with only the colossal corpse of the Titan Snow Demon King, emanating faint waves of soul energy. 100,000-year soul ring swirling above, its crimson hue flickering against the pristine white of the snowstorm. Should a soul master discover that the coveted 100,000-year soul ring lay discarded here, it would surely stir feelings of despair. The surrounding soul beasts of the extreme north stirred restlessly, sensing the waning aura of battle. Many formidable beasts began to approach cautiously. The death of the Titan Snow Demon King had unleashed a tempest of bloodshed in the extreme north, as various soul beasts vied for dominance, unaware of which would ultimately rise to claim the Titan's throne. However, all of this was of no concern to Xiaoming. Somewhere in the extreme north, Chun Xiaoming's figure materialized, and upon surveying the ground beneath him, he found resolution. With a firm step, roots of verdant wood erupted from the snow, forming a square wooden abode. In an instant, he slipped inside. With a rumbling sound, the wooden house slowly descended beneath the snow surface, and in mere moments, it was once again cloaked by a fresh layer of snow. Within the confines of this haven, Chun Xiaoming sat cross-legged, entering a state of seclusion. His mind erupted with spiritual light, and his understanding of the bloodline power seemed to flow forth uncontrollably, as if a faucet had been turned on during the recent battle. If not for this surge, why would Chun Xiaoming have hurriedly concluded the fight and so graciously gifted the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor? Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, concentrating as his spirit flowed into the essence of his bloodline within his mind. Upon contact with the silver light, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the surrounding space shifted as if he were continuously ascending. The once magnificent starry sky drew closer, and the minuscule stars enlarged before his eyes. In a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were suspended amidst billions of stars, gazing down upon a cosmos adorned with countless twinkling lights. Buzz. The ascent continued unabated, and at last, with a gentle sound, Chun Xiaoming arrived at a peculiar realm, surrounded by resplendent hues of light. There was an exquisite silver radiance, ethereal and delicate, flickering black glimmers that appeared and vanished like phantoms, and a subtle, colorless undulation that permeated the atmosphere, accompanied by countless elusive points of light that shimmered incessantly. Immersed in this kaleidoscope of brilliance, Chun Xiaoming found himself captivated, engaging in profound contemplation. As time flowed by, the extreme northern lands regained their tranquility. An indeterminate duration had passed since the previous battle, and the once tumultuous region was now engulfed in snow and wind. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, two formidable soul beasts, had vanished following their confrontation, never to reappear in this frozen expanse. Many soul beasts speculated that the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor had perished at the battleground, considering that 100,000-year soul beast had already fallen. The demise of two more seemed hardly surprising. The remains of the Titan Snow Demon King were ultimately claimed by a 9,500-year-old extreme Ice Snow Wolf King, who, harnessing the immense soul power and bloodline of the Titan Snow Demon King, successfully ascended to the ranks of a 100,000-year soul beast, becoming one of the three monarchs of the extreme northern territories. During this interval, numerous events transpired. The Shrek's 7 devils, accompanied by Flinder, journeyed to Heaven Dou City, where they took root at the Lambo Academy, reuniting the once golden triangle. As anticipated, Tang's San was taken away by the poisoned Douluo. Yet with the halo of a protagonist illuminating his path, he faced no peril. Instead, he rapidly enhanced his strength with the aid of the Eyes of Ice and Fire. The remaining Shrek's 6 devils also diligently trained to elevate their powers within Heaven Dou City. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall finally recognized the battleground outside Shrek Academy. After layers of reports, it garnered the attention of the higher-ups, who discreetly initiated an investigation. The massive machine of the Spirit Hall began to function, and Chun Xiaoming, a figure of interest, caught their gaze. After all, his numerous encounters had caused significant commotion and the presence of numerous residents within Shrek Academy, whose testimonies and descriptions illuminated the existence of Chun Xiaoming, a suspected titled Duluos, did not go unnoticed. However, what truly piqued the Spirit Hall's interest were the accounts of those who had witnessed Chun Xiaoming's red 100,000-year soul rings. The description of 7 crimson rings, once relayed to the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall, propelled Chun Xiaoming into the limelight. Yet, unbeknownst to him, sequestered in his retreat, he remained oblivious to his newfound prominence within the Spirit Hall. In a certain part of the extreme northern lands, a sudden movement stirred the thick blanket of snow, and a figure leaped forth from the depths of the white expanse, suspended in midair, surrounded by a gentle aura that repelled the encroaching winds and snow. With a sigh of relief, the figure gazed at a solitary ray of sunlight piercing through the storm, savoring the long-awaited warmth. The figure emerging from the depths of seclusion is none other than Chun Xiaoming. As she gazes upon the vast expanse of snow, a faint smile graces her lips. I wonder how well those two have comprehended their lessons. Chapter 55, The City of the Far North. In the boundless plains of the far north, a solitary figure strides forth. With silver hair cascading and clad in flowing white garments, she moves with a graceful slowness that belies her swiftness. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself 100 meters away. This figure is indeed the reclusive Chun Xiaoming. After searching extensively in the far north, she has yet to catch sight of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. Reflecting on the small gifts she had bestowed upon them before her retreat, she surmises they must be in seclusion, absorbing their newfound insights. Therefore, she lingers not, but departs from the far north. In her hasty departure, She had forgotten to retrieve the soul bone from the Titan snow demon she had vanquished. By the time she returns, it is too late. The opportunity has long since passed, and nothing remains. Yet, what is a mere 10,000-year soul bone to her? Xiaoming is not one to be lacking in such treasures. She could spend an entire day searching the snow-laden ground, nearly turning it upside down, yet alas, she found nothing. It is precisely this lack of discovery that allows her to cavalierly declare, a 10,000-year soul bone is nothing of great consequence. If it is lost, so be it. As she gradually distances herself from the far north, Xiaoming resolves to take a circuitous route this time. She has yet to determine her next destination. Should she seek out Deity in the Star Dou forest, venture out to sea, or perhaps pay a visit to Tang and his companions? Regardless, she decides to explore on her own for now. The vast expanse of Duluo continent is one she has yet to properly traverse. Having gathered ample experiences, she looks forward to a well-deserved respite. Eager to immerse herself in the cultural tapestry of Douluo. In the Empire of Heaven Dou, the city of the far north lies at its northernmost point. Influenced by the surrounding wilderness, it is perpetually enveloped in snow and wind, rendering the entire city a picturesque winter wonderland. The city is substantial, given its proximity to the twin gathering grounds of soul beasts, the far north and the frozen forest. As the sole major city in the northern reaches of the Heaven Dou Empire, its size rivals that of Heaven Dou City itself. Such is the nature of this rugged land, abundant in both terrain and soul beasts. Where there are soul beasts, there exists a thriving market, particularly for soul masters. The city of the far north thrives on its dual soul beast hubs, and within its walls, one can find a multitude of soul masters. Though treacherous, the frozen forest presents a viable option for those daring enough to venture forth. At this moment, at the northern gate of the city of the far north, Xiaoming approaches with an air of tranquility. The towering gates, emblazoned with the characters for far north, bear the scars of relentless wind and snow. Their walls adorned with layers of crystalline ice, as if they have melded with the wintry realm itself. Upon entering the city, she is greeted by bustling shops that exceed her expectations in their vibrancy. Soldiers patrol the streets, and the throngs of people weave in and out, creating a lively tapestry of movement. On either side of the street, beyond the shops, stood the unique ice and snow sculptures of the northern city, each more varied than the last. Among them were soul beasts and soul masters, alongside a few pieces that Xiaoming found utterly incomprehensible, such as a pillar supporting the heavens and an iceman pushing a cart, which were quite an eyesore to him. Nevertheless, as he strolled leisurely along the street, he found himself absorbed in the ambience. Meanwhile, at the city gate, a figure hurriedly dashed towards a location within the city, the Hall of Souls in the northern city. The influence of the Hall of Souls encompassed major cities throughout the Tiandou Empire, and it was unthinkable for such a significant northern stronghold to lack a main hall. Not only did the northern city boast a main hall, but it was also under the watch of a powerful cardinal. Given its proximity to two major soul beast gathering spots, the Hall of Souls feared that without a strong presence, it could not maintain order. At that moment within the Hall of Souls, a figure rushed inside and gently knocked on the door, prompting a deep voice from within to call out, "Come in." Upon entering, he found a man who appeared to be in his 60s seated at a table. The newcomer approached and whispered a few words in the man's ear, causing a spark of excitement to flash in the man's eyes. "Is it confirmed?" the man inquired. "Yes, Cardinal, it is confirmed," the figure replied respectfully. The man instantly rose, his eyes brimming with fervor. As if struck by a sudden thought, he returned to the table, diligently penned a letter, and discreetly sent it through a hidden passage. "Ensure that the personnel at the city gate remain vigilant. Regardless of what he does within the city, I must be informed the moment he departs," the man commanded sternly. Growing anxious, he summoned his personal guard from outside, instructing, "From today onward, we must enhance the defenses at the city gates." Understood, the two men responded respectfully before retreating, leaving the man to pace restlessly within the room. The Hall of Souls had previously circulated a portrait of Xiaoming, urging personnel to remain on alert. They had not anticipated his appearance in this remote northern region, much less in their own city. Scott, the cardinal of the Hall of Souls in the northern city, was acutely aware of Xiaoming's significance to the hall. This was a notice issued jointly by the Papal Hall and the Hall of Offerings. Any individual who reported a sighting would gain entry to the hall for training and be rewarded with a soul bone. The rewards were extraordinarily generous. At just over 60, Scott possessed a soul power of level 78 and had been stationed in this northern region for many years without making further progress. This opportunity presented by the reward was monumental, a chance of a lifetime. Should he enter the hall for training and acquire a soul bone, a breakthrough to level 80 soul power would position him to contend for the status of Platinum Cardinal. The mere thought of this ignited an uncontrollable excitement within Scott. Before vanishing, it had already been transmitted, yet in this northernmost land, Even the swiftest of actions would require several days. The latter's strength, as described by the Soul Hall, was that of a soul sage adorned with 700,000-year soul rings. Otherwise, why would it have been reported rather than confronted directly? Sturk was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he refrained from sending anyone to monitor such a formidable soul sage, for that would only serve to alarm the beast. As long as he maintained control over the various entrances and ensured that the individual did not leave the city, he would be absolved of any wrongdoing when the Soul Hall's representatives arrived. At this moment, Chun Xiaoming continued to wander through the city, blissfully unaware of the silent machinations being plotted against him. However, would he even care if he knew? In the face of absolute power, all schemes amount to nothing but a path to one's demise. He meandered for the better part of the day, and before he realized it, nightfall had descended. Under the veil of darkness, the city of the extreme north sparkled with lights. The sky was adorned with countless stars, and the ground mirrored this brilliance with its own illumination, creating a uniquely enchanting atmosphere. Chun Xiaoming paused before a lively tavern, captivated by its green lights. He pondered momentarily. Was the vibrant world signified by such illumination a reminder that to thrive one must embrace a touch of green above their head? Or was it an insinuation that entering would lead to a verdant fate? With a dismissive scoff, he turned on his heel and headed toward a more conventional inn. How utterly unrefined. Chapter 56. Arrival of the Soul Hall representatives. The city of the extreme north was quite prosperous, perhaps a result of its inhabitants being perpetually engaged in battles and the pursuit of their bloodline origins. This rare opportunity to relax allowed Chun Xiaoming to linger in the northern city for nearly half a month. Over this time, he explored the city thoroughly and found great joy in his adventures. As night fell once more, Chun Xiaoming concluded another leisurely day and returned to his accommodations. Retiring early to rest, having finished his explorations of the extreme north, he planned to depart the following day. Meanwhile, as Chun Xiaoming rested, two figures stealthily entered through the southern gate of the city, making their way toward the Soul Hall. Inside the Soul Hall, Scott anxiously awaited news, knowing that two esteemed patrons would arrive that very day. As a bishop of the hall, he stood in anticipation. Suddenly, two figures clad in black robes darted inside. Scott was momentarily taken aback, but as he sensed the faint yet palpable aura emanating from them, he quickly regained his composure. "I am Scott, your subordinate. I greet the esteemed patrons." He bowed respectfully before them. "Is the individual confirmed?" One of the voices inquired softly. Scott felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. The subtle yet formidable presence of the two exerted immense pressure upon him. "My lords, due to your formidable strength, I dared not rashly dispatch anyone to monitor them, fearing it would provoke a reaction." As soon as he spoke, he felt the weight of their scrutiny intensify, prompting him to continue with urgency. "However, my subordinate has dispatched individuals to monitor the city gates, and until today, no trace of the other party has been discovered. They should still be within the city." "Should they?" A hint of displeasure laced the words, and beads of sweat trickled down Scott's forehead, causing him to bend his back even lower. Well done." Just as the tension escalated, another figure chuckled and spoke, instantly alleviating the pressure on Scott's shoulders, allowing him to exhale deeply. The earlier figure had expressed some dissatisfaction, yet considering the other party's strength, refrained from further commentary. Under the tranquil night, the city of extreme north appeared exceedingly quiet, yet beneath this calm, figures from the spirit hall were stealthily moving, searching for something. The following morning, what a refreshing sleep. It's time to depart. Stretching lazily. Having spent half a month in extreme North City, Chun Xiaoming felt he had thoroughly enjoyed himself and was ready to explore new places. Leisurely and relaxed, he would level up once he accumulated enough experience points. That was the essence of life. The monotonous grind of training day in and day out, merely to grow stronger, offered no joy in living. Exiting through the southern gate of extreme North City, Chun Xiaoming journeyed southward, and after a brief distance, he arrived at an expansive plain, still blanketed in thick snow during this season. Glancing around, he nodded in satisfaction and came to a halt. "Come out. Haven't you followed me long enough? Aren't you tired?" From the hillside, not far behind, two figures slowly emerged, cloaked in dark robes, their faces obscured. Chun Xiaoming turned with a light smile, gazing calmly at the approaching duo. Since leaving extreme North City, he had sensed someone trailing him. After all, having comprehended the path of space for so long, failing to notice a follower would indeed be embarrassing. "Gentlemen, you have followed me for quite some time. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The two figures had not anticipated that Chun Xiaoming would detect their presence, let alone respond with such nonchalance. One step forward, 9 soul rings slowly rising from beneath its feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. A perfectly standard configuration symbolizing the strength of a Titan Duluos. The 9 rings coalesced around the figure, emanating an overwhelming pressure of soul power directed at Chun Xiaoming. The esteemed Pope wishes to invite you to the Spirit Hall as a guest. The icy voice resonated. The oppressive force bearing down on Chun Xiaoming intensified further. Oh, the Spirit Hall? Chun Xiaoming responded with mild surprise. Why would the Spirit Hall seek him without cause? It seemed he had no ties to them. Had they somehow learned of his possession of a 100,000-year soul ring? Intrigued, Chun Xiaoming thought, though I am unaware of what your Pope desires from me. I am quite busy at the moment and cannot be bothered. With a serene smile, Chun Xiaoming remained unfazed by the oppressive aura surrounding him. The meager soul power exerted upon him barely reached the level of a soul Douluo, rendering any attempt to challenge him utterly futile. Was the titled Douluo before him truly oblivious? Displaying 9 soul rings, yet only managing to deliver a soul Douluo level pressure. Did he truly underestimate him? Do you wish to refuse? The words carried a hint of coldness, and the pressure from the titled Douluo intensified, momentarily elevating to the level of a titled Douluo. Yet, so what? Throughout the encounter, Chun Xiaoming had regarded both individuals with indifference. Had he not wished to toy with them, he would have concluded the battle long ago. With a swift motion, he invoked his 5th soul skill, Chain Shadow Envelopment. As he spoke, his figure propelled forward. The 5th soul ring shimmering as a dark scythe of death manifested. An ominous black glow emanated from it, and the chains entwined around the scythe swiftly unraveled, transforming into countless shadowy chains that ensnared Chun Xiaoming in an instant. The figure before him, a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall with an impressive soul power of level 91, wielded the Death Scythe as his martial spirit, earning the title of Death Douluo. He was one of the few titled Douluo within the Spirit Hall who remained neutral. This mission had been personally entrusted to him by Pope BBDong. Upon successfully ensnaring his target, the Death Douluo momentarily froze in astonishment, only to quickly recognize the vast disparity in their strengths. However, when his gaze fell upon Chun Xiaoming's calm demeanor, a sudden unease gripped his heart. The ease with which he had captured him was almost too smooth. The opponent showed no signs of resistance. Beside him, another titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, who had remained silent until now, swiftly moved to stand by the Death Douluo's side. Be cautious, old ghost, he warned, his own soul power also reaching level 91, with his martial spirit being the Snow Wolf, earning him the title of Snow Wolf Douluo. Do you understand why I detected your presence long before you decided to confront me? In the stillness of the situation, Chun Xiaoming, who had yet to resist, spoke softly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. The 2 titled Douluo were clearly taken aback, but before they could respond, Chun Xiaoming surveyed his surroundings. The expanse of white snow stretched before him, exuding an air of tranquil serenity. Do you not think this would make for an exquisite burial ground? As his words lingered in the air, the Death Douluo and Snow Wolf Douluo felt a chill run down their spines. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within them, causing the temperature around them to drop. Their bodies became rigid as the foreboding aura enveloped them. Gazing at Chun Xiaoming, now bound by the chains of death, he resembled a tiger poised to pounce, shedding any semblance of the previously restrained figure. Let us strike together. With a resolute expression, the Snow Wolf Douluo unleashed his soul power, his soul rings gleaming brilliantly. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 2 yellows, 2 purples, and 5 blacks form a standard configuration of martial souls. In an instant, the martial soul of the Snow Wolf envelopes the body, causing the skeletal structure to crackle and the muscles to swell explosively, tearing apart the black garments. Each muscle is distinctly defined, as the ambient temperature plummets upon the manifestation of the martial soul. A coat of pristine white fur envelopes the entire form, and as the fingers flex, sharp claws resembling short daggers emerge from the palms. Each wolf claw gleams with a chilling, spectral light. Simultaneously, the 7th soul rings beneath their feet radiate brilliant light, enveloping both individuals in a searing glow. The immense pressure emanating from Chun Xiaoming compels them to unleash their martial souls in earnest. A colossal specter of a death scythe materializes, towering over 50 meters, shrouded in terrifying black energy, with chains of the reapers swinging ominously, producing a thunderous sound. The Death Douluo, at this moment, resembles the very embodiment of death itself, wielding the gigantic scythe, surrounded by an aura of dark energy. While the 8th soul ring pulsates with a black luminescence, with a resounding roar, the Snow Wolf Douluo radiates golden light, and his already formidable physique expands like a balloon. Towering over 9 meters in height, with muscles grotesquely bulging, the pristine white fur grows wild, transforming him into a true snow wolf. The 9th soul ring glows ominously, and the fearsome claws, glittering with an ethereal light, charge towards Chun Xiaoming. As the 2 titled Duluos join forces, Chun Xiaoming remains unfazed, gazing at them with an air of indifference. The 8th soul skill, Reaper's Call, and the 9th, Blood Kill, are unleashed. The massive death scythe descends from the heavens, its terrifying presence causing the surrounding air to rip apart with a piercing sound. It is as though the Reaper has truly arrived, coming to claim souls amid a cacophony of mournful wails. The black ninth soul ring emanates from the snow wolf's claw, merging with it as it strikes downward towards Xiaoming. A faint black glow envelopes the claw, and at that moment, the very fabric of space seems to tear asunder. A thick scent of blood wafting through the air. Is this truly the extent of your power? Xiaoming, who had been patiently awaiting this moment, gently shakes his head. Though he held no expectations, this display is simply too feeble. It is, indeed, a disappointment. With a subtle push, a faint ripple emanates, and 9 blood-red soul rings of 100,000 years manifest beneath his feet. As the terrifying aura of these ancient soul rings emerges, the surrounding space appears to freeze in place. A menacing wave of soul power envelopes the battlefield, and the Death Douluo and Snow Wolf Douluo are struck with horror, gazing aghast at the alluring yet lethal crimson soul rings adorning Xiaoming. Title Douluo. The revelation of 900,000-year soul rings unveils the true might of a Title Douluo, leaving both the Death Douluo and Snow Wolf Douluo utterly astounded. The information obtained by the Spirit Hall from Shrek Academy indicates that Xiaoming possesses only the cultivation of a soul saint. Otherwise, how could a Title Douluo with 900,000-year spirit rings possibly send just these 2 individuals? Would that not be tantamount to courting death? Flee. The erroneous intelligence prompted a swift and decisive judgment from the 2 Title Duluos, who instantly vanished from sight, unleashing their attacks before making a hasty retreat. A Title Douluo possessing 900,000-year spirit rings was beyond their capacity to contend with. With a soft chime, an immense pressure of soul power enveloped the 2 Death Duluos in an instant. They felt as though they bore the weight of a colossal mountain on their shoulders, rendering their escape futile and their limbs immobile. The first soul skill, Whip. Countless tendrils surged forth, countering the attacks of the 2. However, the overwhelming disparity in soul power, with the Title Douluo at level 91, rendered Xiaoming incapable of even invoking his 6th soul skill. Yet, a single strike from the first soul skill, Whip, effortlessly neutralized their assault. How could this be possible? The 2 gazed in horror as their attacks were dismissed with ease by Xiaoming, who had merely employed 1 soul skill. They felt utterly disheartened. The disparity in soul power was already over 5-fold, and when factoring in the 10,000-year spirit rings, the difference was staggering, akin to a soul king bullying a soul master, an egregious imbalance. Pray tell, does the Spirit Hall hold me in such low regard that they would send merely 2 of you to meet your demise? Xiaoming found himself perplexed. Why dispatch 2 level 91 Title Duluos against his formidable strength, even if they were unaware of his precise soul power? Surely they ought to have sent someone of the caliber of the Ghost Douluo. Had these 2 perhaps offended BBDong, thus being sent to deliver their lives? Xiaoming scrutinized the 2, increasingly convinced they were dispatched merely to perish. At this moment, the Death Douluo and Snow Wolf Douluo were engulfed in despair, their minds fixated on a singular thought. If by some stroke of luck they survived, they would personally exact vengeance on the intelligence officer. How could such terrifying Title Duluos arrive at the absurd conclusion that their opponent was merely a soul saint? Yet, fortune was not on their side. Just as they prepared to speak, Xiaoming, visibly impatient, waved his hand. Countless tendrils erupted forth, impaling the 2 in an instant, rendering them akin to porcupines. Very well. If it is to be, then let it be. Regardless of whether you were sent by the Spirit Hall, having made a move against him, they must not blame him for his ruthlessness. In this world of survival, one must be prepared to face the consequences of their actions. No. As they gazed down at their pierced bodies, the 2 were consumed by a sense of unwillingness. In the face of absolute power, they were unable even to resist, swiftly falling victim to Xiaoming's might. The light of life in their eyes gradually faded, and they were left with nothing but the bitter taste of defeat. Gazing at the 2 lifeless bodies, Xiaoming gently shook his head. However, he quickly extended his hand towards one of the corpses, and suddenly, a branch-like appendage pierced through the left arm of the death god Douluo, causing a crystalline soul bone to soar forth, landing in Xiaoming's palm. Observing the soul bone emanating a faint aura, Xiaoming felt a surge of curiosity. It was indeed his first encounter with such a relic. Is this truly a soul bone? Chapter 58, The 100,000-Year Soul Bone. Outside the city of Extreme North, 2 figures stood frozen amidst the swirling snow, their bodies having succumbed to the icy grip of winter. By the time they were discovered by Scott from the city of Extreme North, they had been transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. Awaiting his reward, Scott plunged into despair, hastily returning to report the grim news to the Hall of the Pope. The demise of 2 Title Duluos was beyond his imagination, leaving him with a sense of foreboding as he awaited his fate. None of this, however, bore any consequence for the already departed Xiaoming. 3 days later, in Mo Shui City, a northern city of the Tiandou Empire, after several days of travel, Chun Xiaoming finally arrived at his destination. Upon entering the city, he promptly sought accommodation at a hotel. After indulging in a hot shower, he reclined comfortably on the bed, idly toying with the soul bone he had acquired from the death god Douluo. Having refrained from absorbing this soul bone during his arduous journey, he now found the opportunity to contemplate its significance. How many years had this soul bone existed? With his eyes gently closed, he sensed the subtle fluctuations emanating from it. In but a moment, he opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment dancing within them as he furrowed his brow. From the vibrations of the soul energy, it was apparent that the essence contained within was merely over 20,000 years old, a rather feeble manifestation, rendering Chun Xiaoming hesitant to absorb it. A mere 20,000 years. It seemed too weak, not befitting his prowess. As he contemplated the soul bone, a thought suddenly struck him, igniting a spark in his eyes. He sat up, silently invoking the system within his mind. A flash of light appeared as the long-forgotten system panel re-emerged before him. Host, Chun Xiaoming. Age, 26. Martial Spirit, Qingmu Tree. Soul Power, Level 99, 157, 635, 251, 000, 000, 000, 000. First Soul Ring, 100, 000 years, 157, 635, 251, 000, 000. Second Soul Ring, 100, 000 years, 157, 635, 251, 000, 000. Third Soul Ring, 100, 000 years, 157, 635, 251, 000, 000. Fourth Soul Ring, 100, 000 years, 157, 635, 251, 000, 000. Fifth Soul Ring, 100, 000 years, 157, 635, 251, 000, 000. Sixth Soul Ring, 100, 000 years. Seventh Soul Ring, 100, 000 years. Eighth Soul Ring, 100, 000 years. Ninth Soul Ring, 100, 000 years. Entity, Aoki Tree. Bloodline, Hollow Willow Primary. Item, 10,000-year Soul Bone, 27, 000 years. Experience Points, 15, 763, 525, 000. After several months of absence, I found that my experience points had significantly increased, rising from over 7 billion to more than 150 billion. A glance at the upgrade requirements for my soul power brought a smile to Chun Xiaoming's lips. It seemed that I had accumulated enough experience to ascend to divinity. The threshold for becoming a deity at level 100 required merely 100 billion experience points, which I had now amassed. However, Chun Xiaoming was in no rush to attain divinity. My experience points could facilitate an upgrade, yet the uncertainties that accompanied Ascension loomed large. Cautious by nature, I was resolute in avoiding hasty actions. Moreover, merely upgrading once upon becoming a god would not yield the utmost strength. It was more prudent to bide my time. Enduring the passage of time itself, I, Chun Xiaoming, aspired to be the most formidable limit Douluo among soul masters. When I ascended, I intended to become the strongest god king in one fell swoop. A soft cough escaped my lips as I completed my grandiose mental monologue. Realizing that divinity still felt a distant aspiration, my gaze shifted downward to the attributes panel, and upon noticing the item section, my heart leaped with joy. Indeed, soul bones could also be upgraded. Earlier, I had pondered whether, given that the system permitted soul rings to be enhanced, soul bones might similarly be elevated. Seeing the parentheses following the soul bone entry alleviated my concerns. A glance at the required experience for upgrading mirrored that of the soul rings, causing me to involuntarily swallow. In that moment, I felt my ambitions swell. Perhaps the pursuit of divinity could be postponed. The 9 million-year soul rings I had previously envisioned as a title Douluo might warrant reconsideration. With 9 million-year soul rings and a complete set of million-year soul bones, it seemed plausible that I could vanquish even gods without ascending. Steady myself, steady myself. My imagination conjured a dazzling image, adorned with million-year soul rings. Equipped with a full set of million-year soul bones, wielding an Aoki dragon spear, standing atop the pinnacle of divinity, gazing down upon all beings. My eyes shimmered with a touch of ethereal longing. After a considerable time, I returned to reality, the vision too splendid to disregard. Deep within, I resolved to remain patient, accumulating experience points in the range of hundreds of billions before unleashing my full potential. He aspired to become the first existence in the Douluo continent, daring to confront the gods in his mortal form. With fervor swelling in his heart, his fingers danced frantically upon the ancient soul bone. 27000, 47006, 700, 700. A torrent of formidable soul power surged into the soul bone, which began to shimmer with a faint glow as the fluctuations of soul power gradually intensified. In but a moment, a crimson light flickered, and it appeared as though the soul bone in Xiaoming's grasp had undergone a profound transformation. The original soul bone, though crystalline, resembled a lifeless object, whereas now it seemed to pulsate with vitality. As his hand clasped the soul bone, he felt a gentle warmth coursing through it. Exceedingly pleasant. 100,000-year soul bone was indeed extraordinary. As he sensed the vibrations emanating from the ancient relic, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that such a soul bone was truly befitting of his prowess. However, he pondered, as a being transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, why had he never felt the presence of a soul bone within himself? Reflecting on his own essence as a soul beast, he began to search his own body. But after an extensive examination, he found nothing. A wave of confusion washed over him. Was it not said that a 100,000-year soul beast must possess a soul bone? Yet, he had never seen any soul beast utilize one. What an injustice! Humans could slay soul beasts to acquire their soul bones. Yet the beasts themselves were devoid of such treasures. Was there any fairness in this? Contemplating the system's restoration abilities, a perilous thought flickered in Xiaoming's mind. He wondered if the recovery function included resurrection. If it did, a glint of murderous intent sparked in his eyes. Xiaoming was indeed ruthless. In a fit of excitement, he could turn against his very self. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss the notion. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he glanced at his experience points and sighed, refraining from any immediate action. After all, a single 100,000-year soul bone was not worth the risk. What if resurrection were possible, but his experience points fell short? Such an outcome would be disastrous, so he resolved to postpone that thought for another time. Reflecting on past decisions, Xiaoming suddenly felt a pang of regret for having foolishly slain the Titan Snow Demon King, forgetting to claim its soul bone. Cursed be the soul beast that had taken it. Cursing under his breath, he realized it was too late. Returning to the extreme north was impractical now, as neither the Snow Empress nor the Ice Emperor could be found. Shaking his head, he felt reluctant to pursue other soul beasts. The drop rate for soul bones from beings less than 100,000 years old was exceedingly low. Even if he were to massacre all the soul beasts in the extreme north, he doubted he could gather a complete set. Just then, glancing at the soul bone in his hand, an epiphany struck him, and a smile broke across his face. How could I have forgotten about the Spirit Hall? Chapter 59, Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Heaven Dou Empire. The fierce preliminary round of the Soul Master Tournament concluded in the city of Tiandou, with all 15 teams, escorted by 500 royal knights, setting forth towards the venue of the finals, Wuhan City. Among this group were the renowned Shrek 7 monsters. As they advanced under the protection of the royal knights, they were met with a warm welcome, and few dared to provoke them. However, on the 11th day of their journey, as they traversed a secluded path, an ominous chill emanated from the mountains flanking them. Countless stones cascaded down like raindrops, and thousands of figures clad in black emerged with alarming speed, charging toward the competing teams below. In an instant, the area at the foot of the hill erupted into chaos, as the academy-trained soul masters, accustomed to solitary combat, found themselves overwhelmed by the black-clad assailants. Alas, what a pampered group of soul masters they are. Somewhere on the hillside, a figure cloaked in white shook his head. Over 200 soul masters faced more than 1,000 thieves. Despite the presence of a soul king among them, it was rather humiliating to be so thoroughly suppressed. Had this group exhibited the same coordination as the royal knights, they would have likely concluded the battle long ago. The figure's gaze shifted to a young boy in blue, who was showcasing his prowess. Countless hidden weapons flew from his hands, and with each strike, an adversary fell. His skill with these weapons was commendable, though he was rather conspicuous. A subtle glance revealed 3 figures charging directly toward the boy in blue. The observer, however, refrained from intervening, choosing instead to watch intently. This boy in blue was none other than Tang San, whom they had not seen for half a year. As the 3 approached, he swiftly unleashed a submother pursuit, soul-devouring dart, and retreated. Unfortunately, the soul power of the 3 assailants radiated forth, an 8th-level soul Douluo, accompanied by 2 soul sages. The power of the dart was somewhat diminished and failed to inflict any harm upon them. At the command of the leading soul Douluo, the 2 soul sages charged toward Flander and Lu Erlong, while he himself summoned forth the brilliance of his 7th soul ring. A golden radiance erupted, and as his arms trembled in the air, they transformed into magnificent golden wings, casting an even grander golden shadow behind him. His attire was replaced by golden feathers as he manifested his true martial spirit, the golden eagle. Just as the golden eagle soul Duluo prepared to unleash his might upon Tang San and his companions, an elderly figure emerged, enveloping the group in a gentle wave of soul power that shielded them from the oppressive aura of the golden eagle. Observing from the hillside, the onlooker's expression sharpened, filled with intrigue as he regarded the gaunt elder. Did I not drive them away initially? Why is he now intervening to assist? The slender figure was none other than the renowned Long Gong Meng Shu, a soul Duluo of over 80 levels. The situation beneath the mountain has been in constant flux. The appearance of the Dragon Duke has left the golden eagle spirit Duluo somewhat at a loss. Just then, a soft, ethereal voice echoed from afar, followed by the appearance of a figure clad in white. Upon witnessing this figure, the observer on the hillside could not help but reveal a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. I have awaited your arrival, they murmured with palpable anticipation. Yet they refrained from making a move, as the time was not yet ripe. Shall I be the one to take action after you have failed to subdue them? As the white-clad figure emerged, they effortlessly dismissed the formidable couple, the world-defying dragon and serpent, with a mere word, then directed their attention towards the golden eagle spirit Duluo. A substantial pressure enveloped the Shrek 7 monsters once more. A unique aura, laced with a delicate fragrance, emanated from the figure in white, rendering the Shrek 7 unable to move or utilize their soul power. Just as the golden eagle spirit Duluo prepared to strike, the white figure detected the scent of the heartbroken red in Xiao Wu's embrace and swiftly sent the golden eagle spirit Duluo flying with a single palm strike. Having protected Xiao Wu, the figure then compelled the golden eagle spirit Duluo to attack once more, only for them to encounter Dai Mubai. As Dai Mubai, who had consumed the wondrous celestial mushroom, shared the same martial spirit as the white figure, he too was safeguarded. Regrettably, the golden eagle spirit Duluo was sent flying yet again. The observer on the hillside could not suppress their laughter at this spectacle. What a shameful fall from grace for such a distinguished spirit Duluo, reduced to this state. The delay caused by the white figure allowed another title Duluo to approach, a slender, elderly man who resembled a spear, with long hair that shimmered faintly green and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. The elder approached with an imposing surge of soul power. Oh, is that the poison Duluo? Thought the observer. Who else could possibly assist Tang San at this moment but the poison Duluo? With the arrival of the poison Duluo, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted subtly, while the figure on the hillside remained unhurried to intervene. Important characters are always the last to make their entrance, much like himself. Indeed, the flower gate will always be the flower gate. This is an immutable truth. Old Poison, I stand with you. As the poison Duluo and the white flower Duluo exchanged banter, a cool, clear voice quietly emerged in midair, and a shadowy figure appeared silently beside the white flower Duluo. The ghost Duluo has arrived. Upon witnessing this new presence, the observer on the hillside finally broke into a smile of delight. Excellent. All the key players have gathered. They mused, glancing towards another pair of figures who had also arrived. The battle below had commenced, and just as the white flower Duluo prepared to strike at Tang San, the sword Duluo Chun Xian finally caught up, intervening to block a lethal blow. Ah, the protagonist truly has the luck of the heavens, transforming misfortune into fortune. Encountering danger and turning it into safety, one cannot help but reflect upon Tang San's predicament. Unlike him, who has never faced peril day after day, effortlessly enhancing his abilities without challenge, thus devoid of any protagonist's thrill. The battle at the foot of the mountain, following the emergence of sword Duluo Qinshin and Ning Fengji, had come to an inevitable halt. The mere combination of sword Duluo and Ning Fengji posed an insurmountable obstacle for the two of them. With the addition of poison Duluo, victory was unattainable. Consequently, the two, white-clad Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo, recognizing the futility of their situation, decisively began their retreat. Upon the hillside, a figure that had been observing for some time, seeing the prelude conclude, stretched its shoulders, and in a flash appeared before Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo. Gentlemen, do you seek to depart without consulting me? Chapter 60. Chrysanthemum Duluo, Ghost Duluo. Do you wish to leave, without asking my permission? Just as everyone assumed the matter had reached its conclusion, a figure in white leisurely materialized, positioning itself before the two titled Duluo powerhouses. A light-hearted yet teasing voice echoed throughout the valley. The numerous teams participating in the competition gazed at the figure in white with trepidation. Was this a death wish? How audacious to obstruct the path of titled Duluo-level experts. Had he lost his sanity? However, upon hearing this voice, Sword Duluo Qinshin and Ning Fengji's expression shifted. Recognizing the voice's owner, Ning Fengji revealed a faint smile, his figure flickering as he positioned himself between Tang San and the others. Sword Duluo Qinshin also took a few steps back, clearing the area. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others found the voice somewhat familiar, yet they could not immediately place it. Who are you, daring to interfere in our affairs? Ghost Duluo inquired gravely, sensing an unprecedented pressure from the figure, reminiscent of the aura once felt from the Grand Offering. Exchanging glances with Chrysanthemum Duluo, they instinctively began to channel their soul power, becoming increasingly vigilant. Oh, have you already bullied my disciples and forgotten about me? Slowly extending a hand to remove his white robe, the figure revealed his visage, flowing silver hair, and a signature radiant smile. Teacher Chun, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were instantly filled with joy. Especially the portly Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who regarded Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo with mischievous intent. They were all too aware of Chun Xiaoming's prowess. A mere title Duluo might indeed aid them in exacting revenge. Not far away, the formidable couple of the dragon and serpent, Long Gong Meng Shu, sighed softly, having already surmised much from the preceding atmosphere and dialogue. Observing Chun Xiaoming standing before Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo, Long Gong Meng Shu seemed to harbor thoughts of sympathy for the two. It is you. Upon encountering the visage of Chun Xiaoming, the chilling voice of Zhu Duluo erupted in astonishment. Chun Xiaoming responded with a subtle smile, realizing that indeed, the individuals from the spirit hall were aware of his existence. It appears both of you are acquainted with me. That simplifies matters. If you leave behind a soul bone, I shall permit one of you to depart. Should you relinquish 2 soul bones, I can allow both of you to leave. However, surrender 3 soul bones, and I shall act as though today as events have never transpired. Such audacity, an extreme display of arrogance. Soul bones are highly coveted treasures among spirit masters. The individual before them not only obstructed a title Duluo, but audaciously extorted 2 soul bones from him. Truly madness. The onlookers beneath them shared this sentiment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Chun Xiaoming. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? 2 soul bones in exchange for your lives, a fair trade, is it not? With a gentle gesture of 2 fingers, Chun Xiaoming's gaze sharpened, and the soul power within him radiated outward, intensifying the oppressive aura bearing down on Zhu Duluo and Gue Duluo. You are being utterly unreasonable. Years of pampered existence had shielded Zhu Duluo from such humiliation, especially with Gue Duluo present. The two possessed their ultimate spirit fusion technique. What did it matter if their opponent was stronger? Enough with the idle chatter. Let us move forward. Gue Duluo's expression turned icy as he shouted, a contrasting hue of black light erupting from him, distinct from the earlier energy he had released. Brilliant silver flames surged forth instantaneously, while beside him, Zhu Duluo was enveloped in a layer of golden flames. In that fleeting moment, their 9 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, enhancing the resplendent spectacle of the golden and silver flames. Standing face to face, their hands clasped, the bodies of Gue de Gue Mei and Zhu Duluo melded together. The 18 soul rings they possessed coalesced into a colossal golden and silver dual-hued halo that soared skyward. In an instant, the world seemed transformed into a realm of gold and silver, with everything around them frozen in that moment. The forms of Gue Duluo and Zhu Duluo vanished as the grand halo ascended, expanding into a magnificent ring over 100 meters in diameter. In that moment, both the astonished Jian Da Chun Xian and the utterly bewildered Tang San and his companions were rendered immobile, their bodies frozen in place. A spirit fusion technique of title Duluo caliber. Tang San, Chun Xian, Flender, Ning Fengji, and the others were left in a state of shock, having only begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Particularly, Ning Fengji and Jian Duluo were taken aback, realizing that the spirit hall possessed such a powerful trump card. Act swiftly. The urgent voice of Gue Duluo emanated from within the golden and silver halo, reaching the ears of the golden eagle soul Duluo. In the next moment, amidst a flicker of brilliance, a golden and silver radiance enveloped Chun Xiaoming, effectively immobilizing him in midair. The golden eagle, recovering from his astonishment, swallowed hard as he gazed in shock at the title Duluo, Zhu Duluo, and Gue Duluo. It was his first encounter with the soul fusion technique of title Duluo level. Recalling Gue Duluo's command, he swiftly unleashed the true form of his golden eagle soul, hurtling towards Chun Xiaoming's head with its sharp claws poised for an attack. An impressive soul fusion technique. Is it not known as the 2-level stasis domain? Chun Xiaoming remarked calmly. Zhu Duluo and Gue Duluo, encased in shimmering golden and silver rings, trembled at the revelation that Chun Xiaoming knew the name of their soul fusion technique. Yet, alas, it was still too feeble. Shaking his head, a faint spatial fluctuation emanated from within Chun Xiaoming, sweeping away the approaching golden eagle soul Duluo, who was sent hurtling through the air, his soul form shattered, blood spewing forth. The terrifying spatial wave gradually spread, creating violent ripples within the 100-meter radius of the 2-level stasis domain. With a resounding crack, the golden and silver rings shattered, their brilliance extinguished, revealing the pale figures of Zhu Duluo and Gue Duluo, their faces ghastly and stained with blood. gazing in horror at Chun Xiaoming. Is this surprising to you? Chun Xiaoming inquired softly, stepping forward as if teleporting, now standing before Douluo and Douluo. With a slight lift of his right hand, 9 10,000-year spirit rings emerged beneath his feet, and an overwhelming wave of soul power enveloped Douluo and Douluo. 2 crimson tendrils shot forth from Chun Xiaoming's hand, piercing through their foreheads with a mere twitch. Remember, employing spatial domains against me is your gravest error. Chapter 61. The Acquisition of Spirit Bones. With a thud, 2 lifeless bodies fell to the ground, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Many recognized the identities of the deceased, the 2 formidable Titan Douluo and Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Gulping nervously, the crowd gazed at the descending Chun Xiaoming, bewildered by the emergence of such a powerhouse who dared to disregard the Spirit Hall and had effortlessly slain 2 Titan Douluo. In an instant, the crowd recoiled, distancing themselves from Chun Xiaoming. Both his formidable strength and the wrath of the Spirit Hall were beyond their capacity to confront. Let me take a look. As Chun Xiaoming approached the bodies of Douluo and Douluo, tendrils erupted from his feet, mercilessly stabbing into the corpses. Within moments, the bodies were left riddled with wounds, a grotesque sight to behold. The already fearful crowd, witnessing Chun Xiaoming's brutal act, recoiled further in dread. Especially for those like Wu, who had once idolized the Titan Douluo, their expressions shifted to one of horror. How appalling! Are all Titan Douluo of such a monstrous ilk? Wu's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the other 2 individuals. One was the poison Douluo, adept in the art of venom, and the sword Douluo, a master of the blade. The deceased Douluo was a practitioner of the chrysanthemum, while the ghost Douluo was enmeshed in the spectral realm. To her astonishment, the final figure, Chun Xiaoming, was engaged in the macabre pursuit of corpses. Alas, it dawned on Wu that none among those who had ascended to the rank of Titan Douluo were entirely sane. She alone harbored such thoughts. Had Chun Xiaoming, the sword Douluo, or the others been aware, the poison Douluo's disposition might have compelled him to eliminate her without a second thought. At last, a breakthrough. After a prolonged endeavor, Chun Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with delight as he deftly extracted 2 translucent soul bones from the lifeless forms before him. These 2, both formidable Titan Douluo-level beings from the Spirit Hall, possessed these soul bones, albeit only 2. Yet, the faint aura emanating from them suggested they were approximately 50,000 years old. Not a futile excursion, indeed. He carefully stowed the soul bones, one from the right arm and one from the left leg, both unique in their essence. As for the age of the soul bones, did it truly matter to Chun Xiaoming? Previously, he had been perceived as a ruthless killer, but now, witnessing him claim the soul bones, admiration flickered in the onlookers' eyes. Regrettably, they could only gaze in awe, for the thought of intervening was beyond their wildest imaginations. With a soft whoosh, the golden eagle soul Douluo, having been dispatched, chose silence and resorted to his soul skills for an escape. Chun Xiaoming merely cast a casual glance, and with a surge of soul power, he locked the golden eagle soul Douluo in place mid-air, rendering him immobile. What is the rush? Fear not. I shall spare your life. Chun Xiaoming's voice, imbued with soul energy, resonated in the ears of the golden eagle soul Douluo. The promise of survival brought a sigh of relief, but the next utterance from Chun Xiaoming left him frozen in place. Return to your master and inform her that I am still in need of a skull, a torso, and a right leg bone. I shall seek her out. With that, the golden eagle soul Douluo felt an abrupt lightness in his body and wasted no time fleeing, refraining from any foolish threats. After all, if Chun Xiaoming dared to slay Titan Duluos, what chance did he stand? In mere moments, the golden eagle soul Douluo had transformed into a distant speck in the sky. Leaving behind the feeble band of thieves who had initially charged forth, Chun Xiaoming had no time to deal with such trifles. They were merely pawns, unworthy of his attention, and certainly incapable of possessing soul bones. In an instant, the thieves fled in disarray, and the sect's soul masters refrained from pursuing. All eyes were now fixed on Chun Xiaoming, captivated by his audacious words. Did he truly comprehend the ramifications of confronting 2 Titan Duluos, who were backed by the Spirit Hall? The golden eagle soul Duluo's master was none other than the supreme leader of the Spirit Hall, the illustrious Pope BBDong. To brazenly extort the Spirit Hall, one must either be extraordinarily powerful or incredibly arrogant. Yet, gazing upon the 2 corpses at his feet, who could dare to claim he lacked the requisite strength? Alas, young friend, you have acted with reckless abandon. With a sigh, Ning Fengji approached, gazing at the lifeless forms of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo at Chun Xiaoming's feet, a faint lament escaping his lips. Both were renowned powerhouses of the continent. Meeting such a gruesome end evoked a deep sense of sorrow in him. Had he known this would be the outcome, it would have been wiser to yield their soul bones. Although he would have suffered a decline in strength, at least he would still be alive. Ah, sect leader Ning. Therein lies our divergence. Your life of privilege, while commendable in strategy, lacks the fervor that your character and martial spirit ought to possess. Despite the grim circumstances, Xiaoming felt a surge of joy at acquiring 2 soul bones. For a soul master, introspection and hesitation are grave missteps. Only by forging ahead with unwavering determination can one strive for loftier realms. Of course, as a support-type soul master, a degree of caution is to be expected. Listening to Xiaoming's grandiose discourse, Ning Fengji quietly assessed his own soul power at level 79, then retrieved his 7-treasure glazed tile, which stood at merely 7 layers. His hand trembling involuntarily. At that moment, he harbored a profound desire to crush Xiaoming with his tower. Did he not yearn to enhance his soul power? Did he not aspire for advancement? Alas, his martial spirit was limited to 7 layers, and he had reached his zenith. The notion of progress felt futile. Perceiving Ning Fengji's forlorn gaze, Xiaoming remained unfazed. With that 7-treasure glazed tile, should he wish to crush him, he would first need to ascend countless levels. Only the heavenly Linglong Xuanzhuang Tower could even entertain the prospect. Ah, old sword, you are here as well, he remarked, his spirits buoyed, patting Sword Douluo Chinkong's shoulder. The venerable Sword Douluo, having lived over a century, involuntarily shuddered at the unexpected gesture. We should engage in some sparring when time permits. At the mention of sparring, Sword Douluo Chinkong chuckled dryly. Though he had aged, he was not foolish. The wounds from their last encounter had only recently healed, and any further sparring could very well lead to his demise. However, casting a glance at the fallen Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, a complex expression emerged in his eyes as he regarded Xiaoming. The other had indeed grown stronger. He was a truly formidable individual. After exchanging greetings with Sword Douluo and the others, Xiaoming disregarded the curious gazes of those around him, smiling as he approached Tang San and the others. Just moments before, the Shrek 7 had been the victims of bullying. Now, the tables had turned in a most chilling manner, leaving unspeakable feelings churning within them. Recalling Xiaoming's earlier words about the supremacy of strength and authority, it became clear his fists were undeniably powerful. Powerful enough that the 2 titled Douluo had perished without uttering a single word. How terrifying indeed. Chapter 62, The Head Soul Bone. With the departure of the thieves, the royal knights escorting the competing teams tidied up and resumed their journey. However, this time, although the road was calm, an oppressive atmosphere lingered heavier than before. With the deaths of the 2 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, their journey to Spirit City took on a foreboding tone. To speak frankly, upon reaching Spirit City, that titled Douluo currently seated within the Shrek convoy would undoubtedly face an onslaught from the Spirit Hall. A fierce and tragic battle is inevitable. However, Xiaoming remains unconcerned. As he engages in conversation with Ning Fengji, Tang San, and others within the convoy, to him, the affairs of the Spirit Hall are trifling, while the matter of soul bones is of paramount importance. My young friend, having slain 2 titled Duluos from the Spirit Hall, they will not let you go easily. Is it wise for you to venture into Spirit City? Ning Fengji, observing Xiaoming's calm demeanor, expressed his perplexity. No matter how formidable Xiaoming may be, the Spirit Hall outnumbers him significantly. Even a powerhouse like him could suffer injuries if overwhelmed. Do not fret, you lack understanding. The Spirit Hall is not as powerful as you imagine, Xiaoming replied, shaking his head. He deemed it necessary to elucidate matters to them. The titled Duluos of the Spirit Hall are not numerous, perhaps a mere dozen at most. I have already dispatched 4, leaving approximately 12 or 13 remaining. As he spoke, he began to enumerate, mumbling as he did so. There is 1 Grand Priest, 6 from the 2nd to the 7th Priest, and 4, Yueguan, Goemei, Shinigami, and Shualong, have already perished. Thus, we are left with Qianjun, Jiangma, Shilong, and Cixue. With Pope BBDong, the total is only 12. Listening to Xiaoming enumerate the titled Duluos of the Spirit Hall, even recalling their names, left Ning Fengji and the others in a state of astonishment. Is the Spirit Hall your family business? How do you possess such detailed intelligence? They, from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had infiltrated for years, yet remained ignorant of the Spirit Hall's intricacies. Wait, did you say you killed 4? Ning Fengji suddenly regained his composure, astonished as he inquired. Wasn't it just Yueguan and Goemei? Oh, during my recent excursion, I chanced upon 2 others and dispatched them with ease, Xiaoming explained nonchalantly. As if he were merely shopping at a market. Ning Fengji and Tang San were rendered speechless by the revelation. In the 2 decades of peace across the continent, the number of fallen titled Duluos could not possibly rival the 4 slain by Xiaoming. Even Ning Fengji dared not fathom how frenzied BBDong would become upon learning of the death of 4 titled Duluos. Enough about the Spirit Hall, do not be afraid. If they provoke me, I shall dismantle the Spirit Hall entirely. A mere Douluo, who is yet to attain godhood, cannot possibly impede me. Xiaoming waved his hand dismissively. He had summoned Ning Fengji and Tang Sen not to discuss the spirit hall, but rather to deliberate on the matter of soul bones. Master Ning, how about we strike a deal? With a light-hearted smile directed at Ning Fengji, Xiaoming raised a finger and spoke softly. If you can procure any one of the soul bones from the head, torso, or right leg, regardless of its age, I shall agree to lend my assistance to the 7-treasure glazed tile school in times of peril. What do you think? Given the wealth of your esteemed sect, this should pose no challenge for you. Ning Fengji fell silent for a moment, his heart stirred by Xiaoming's words, particularly the promise that any soul bone, regardless of its age, could be procured. While he harbored no certainty regarding soul bones that surpassed a millennium, he felt confident that, with the influence of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, he could acquire those that were a century or 1,000 years old. Soul bones were indeed rare. Yet in Ning Fengji's eyes, Xiaoming's commitment held even greater significance. Very well, I will inform you before we reach Wuhan City. Nodding in agreement, Ning Fengji acquiesced. Xiaoming smiled faintly. Acquiring century-old and 1,000-year-old soul bones would be relatively straightforward, and given Ning Fengji's financial resources, securing one or two should pose no challenge. Having concluded this exchange, Xiaoming's gaze shifted to Tang San, a sunny smile gracing his features. Ahem, little San, is there anything you require my assistance with? Taken aback by Xiaoming's inquiry, Tang San momentarily froze, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. However, he became increasingly perplexed. How did Xiaoming know he possessed a soul bone? Was he present during the incident with Xinian? As thoughts raced through Tang San's mind, he found himself hesitating under Xiaoming's unwavering gaze. At that moment of indecision, a vivid image flashed through Tang San's mind, dispelling his uncertainty and prompting a decisive response. Teacher Chun, I do indeed possess a soul bone. As he spoke, Tang San retrieved the soul bone he had obtained from Xinian from his soul guide, revealing a lustrous skull that shimmered with iridescent hues. Xiaoming glanced at it without haste, regarding Tang San with a calm smile. Now tell me, what assistance do you seek? Disliking to owe favors, especially to those from the spirit hall, such as Death God Duluos and Chrysanthemum Duluos. Xiaoming felt no compunction in dealing with them. However, neither Tang San nor Ning Fengji posed any threat to him, and he was not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. I hope Teacher Chun can help me protect someone. Determination shone in Tang San's eyes, particularly after the advancement of his purple extreme magic eyes. He had carried within him a ticking time bomb. Xiaoming's offer had presented him with an opportunity. Upon hearing this request, Xiaoming's expression darkened. Caught off guard, he realized he should not have broached the subject. He had once again been shown the affection of the pure-hearted Tang San. Without needing Tang San to elaborate, Xiaoming already knew whom he was to protect. He seized the soul bone from Tang San's hands and shot him an exasperated glare, struggling to contain his emotions. Understood, I shall ensure her safety. You may leave now. With that, a faint surge of soul power enveloped Tang San, casting him out, leaving him bewildered, as he had yet to finish his thoughts before being dismissed. However, a faint smile soon graced his lips, and he thought to himself, as expected. He obediently leaped onto another vehicle, where the person who had briefly flashed through his mind earlier sat. Tang San had been cast out, but Xiaoming was immediately filled with discontent. The pleasant atmosphere they had previously enjoyed was now tainted by a subtle scent of decay. Can you smell it? Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback by the question, then sniffed carefully, but detected nothing. It is merely a faint aroma of affection, Xiaoming mused to himself, casting a glance at the soul bone in his hand, wondering why it no longer seemed appealing. Chapter 63, Soul Master City. Half a month later, on the eve of their arrival at Soul Master City, the group rested for one final night on the plains outside the city. The night was exquisite, and it was a rare occasion for everyone to gather on the open land. Due to their impending journey to Soul Master City the next day, they abstained from drinking, lest Ning Rongrong showcase her prowess once more. After the gathering concluded, Ning Fengji handed a wooden box to Xiaoming. Upon receiving it, Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Without further ado, he exchanged a few words with Tang San and the others before retreating to his carriage alone. Upon opening the wooden box, he discovered a right leg bone, emanating a faint ripple of soul power, approximately a millennium old. Xiaoming regarded it with indifference. He then took out the soul bones that Tang San had given him a few days prior, along with those obtained from the two titled Duluos, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. For crystalline soul bones, left leg bone, right arm bone, and skull gathered before him. And with the left arm bone he had already integrated, it seemed he was on the brink of assembling a complete set of soul bones. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of experience, gaining 100,000 points. This was a habitual practice for Chun Xiaoming before enhancing his powers. He then proceeded without hesitation, picking up the left leg bone and unleashing the speed he had honed over years of solitude to rapidly elevate its level. In a matter of moments, the left leg bone flashed with a crimson glow, ascending directly to the rank of 100,000 years. Satisfied with the newly acquired 100,000 year left leg bone, Chun Xiaoming casually set it aside and proceeded to elevate the remaining 3 soul bones to the same illustrious level. In the blink of an eye, the 4 soul bones before Chun Xiaoming had transformed dramatically, radiating a gentle but potent aura of 100,000 year soul power, a sight that was truly pleasing to behold. It was time to begin. Starting with the right arm bone, Chun Xiaoming settled into a meditative position and began the absorption process. For him, the 100,000 year soul bone required little effort. As the night air grew cooler, Chun Xiaoming finally opened his eyes, stretching his body with ease and pleasure. The sound of cracking bones echoed around him, and he could feel immense power coursing through his limbs. If the soul rings enhance soul power, then the soul bones elevate the physical prowess of the soul master. Having fused with 5 soul bones of 100,000 years, Chun Xiaoming felt that he could easily crush a weaker titled Duluos purely by strength. After all, soul masters are akin to fragile mages. When confronted by a tank like him, they are destined to falter. Indeed, such formidable power is far more exhilarating. Clenching his fists, Chun Xiaoming reveled in this explosive strength, which he deemed more fitting for himself. Now, only the final torso bone remained. A soul master's body comprises 6 major parts, corresponding to 6 soul bones, with the torso bone being the rarest. However, Chun Xiaoming recalled that the last soul bone would certainly drop from slaying a 100,000-year soul beast. A flicker of light sparkled in his eyes as images of the 10 ferocious beasts danced in his mind. Should he pursue Emperor Tian or the evil emperor? Both seemed viable options, leaving him momentarily indecisive. Regardless, he would observe first, waiting to see which of the two would be unfortunate. Tomorrow he would arrive at the spirit hall, and it was possible that the torso bone could be found within its confines, so Chun Xiaoming felt no urgency. The crux of the matter was that a 100,000-year soul bone had never been his ultimate goal. This was merely the beginning. Having completed the absorption of the soul bones, Chun Xiaoming's figure flickered as he landed back atop the carriage, lying on its canopy while gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky. With a slight closure of his eyes, he drifted into a restful slumber. The following day, the spirit city was not particularly vast. Compared to the grand cities of Tiandou and Santau, it was significantly smaller, even lacking a tenth of Tiandou's area. Yet, the city walls soared to a height of 80 meters, presenting an imposing sight from the outside, with a thickness exceeding 30 meters, constructed entirely from granite. This hexagonal stronghold boasted 6 walls, each adorned with a colossal relief symbolizing one of the 6 powerful martial spirits. Chun Xiaoming, who had anticipated a grand reception, found upon his arrival at Spirit City that it was surprisingly quiet, devoid of the expected welcome. This left him somewhat perplexed. Having already vanquished 4 foes, he noted that BBDong remained surprisingly composed. Her scheming was indeed profound. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best that BBDong did not appear, allowing him the leisure to explore Spirit City. Unbeknownst to Chun Xiaoming, at that very moment within the Pope's Hall, Pope BBDong was seething with rage. Damn it! Within the expansive Pope's Hall, a woman seethed with anger. She was of petite stature, clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns, a 9-curved purple-gold crown atop her head, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters long, embedded with countless gemstones. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage contrasted sharply with the fury blazing in her eyes, which seemed at odds with the ethereal nobility and sanctity she exuded. This woman was none other than Pope BBDong, the illustrious queen who had led the spirit hall to its splendor. Chun Xiaoming, well, I shall remember you. As the Pope, she had never been so threatened, had it not been for the annihilation of her subordinates by Chun Xiaoming. She would not have been forced into such a state of forbearance. The 2, Douluo and Douluo, were among the few who stood by her side within the spirit hall, while the majority sided with Douluo. With the demise of Douluo and Douluo, there were no capable individuals left to command. How else could Chun Xiaoming have entered Spirit City unscathed? A glint of ferocity flickered in BBDong's eyes as she cast a chilling glance out the window. The tranquility of Spirit City under the serene night was almost eerily unsettling. Meanwhile, after a lengthy stroll, Chun Xiaoming returned to the designated residence. Gazing at the profound starry night, and involuntarily murmured, on a moonless night with a high wind, it is indeed a perfect time for murder. A subtle smile graced his lips, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. As the main city of the spirit hall, Spirit City was naturally fortified with rigorous defenses, with numerous spirit masters patrolling. It could be said that such security rendered the occurrence of any mischief within the city virtually impossible. Whoosh! In the depths of the night, a figure glided silently by, and in mere moments, arrived at the arranged accommodation for the Spirit Master competition. Clad in a black robe, the figure seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment, unnoticed by the guarding Spirit Masters. The figure, resolute in purpose, made direct haste to a particular location, and amidst fleeting shadows, entered a room. A glimmer of cold light flashing as it silently pierced through. Thud! A peculiar sound echoed, causing the figure to pause momentarily, yet without hesitation, it retreated swiftly. Just in time to see a silhouette suspended in midair. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, the figure appeared to have been awaiting this moment for an eternity. Offering a serene smile. Are you seeking me? Chapter 64. The Night Meeting with BBDong. Are you seeking me? The soft moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Chun Xiaoming's silver hair as his eyes glimmered with a sinister silver light, fixating on his counterpart with ill intent, emanating subtle spatial fluctuations that enveloped the surroundings. The figure in the black robe remained silent, gravely observing Chun Xiaoming. His silent appearance had caught him completely off guard, and more terrifyingly, the surroundings were unnaturally quiet. The earlier sounds of insects and birds had vanished entirely. From the Spirit Hall, Chun Xiaoming could think of no one else capable of making a move against him within Spirit City, yet the opponent's strength seemed rather lacking. However, to send a mere soul Douluo-level Spirit Master to assassinate him appeared rather frivolous. The delicate pressure of soul power instantaneously bore down on the opponent, whose expression shifted drastically as realization dawned. Your Excellency, the Pope requests your presence, please. Oh, let me think. It seems to be this hand, does it not? The calm words drifted down, and a fleeting glimmer of red light flashed in the eyes of the shadow cloaked in black. Almost immediately, the figure felt a jolt of excruciating pain in the right hand. Casting a sidelong glance, he discovered that his previously attempted assassination had resulted in his right arm being pierced by a branch. Strangely, the wound that had been inflicted did not bleed. Instead, the branch gradually absorbed the blood, and a delicate offshoot sprouted from it, blooming into a small red flower. The crimson blossom was enchanting and resplendent, akin to a captivating rose that mesmerized all who beheld it. In that instant, a wave of deathly threats surged within him, and the cloaked figure became acutely alert. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his soul power, severing his right arm and retreating swiftly to a distance. The horrifying scene unfolded as the branch drained his right arm completely, and the blooming blood-red flower soared into the air, only to gently descend and vanish upon touching the ground. Gulping, the figure found this occurrence bizarre and eerie. Had he not severed his own arm, he would have met his demise. Let us depart. With a wave of his hand, Chun Xiaoming descended, eager to discover what BBDong intended and what traps lay in wait. The cloaked figure watched Chun Xiaoming approach, his fear compelling him to lower his head. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He did not harbor hatred for Chun Xiaoming, but rather for BBDong. Though he was a soul Douluo of the Spirit Hall, he was allied with the Grand Priest, and had only assisted BBDong in this assassination out of fear of her authority. Before this mission, BBDong had not disclosed the identity of the target. Otherwise, he would never have been so foolish as to attempt the assassination of a titled Douluo. Vile woman, he cursed inwardly, gazing at his blood-stained right arm. He realized he had fallen into a trap, losing an arm that would diminish his strength even if healed. All of this was BBDong's machination. The cloaked figure resolved that upon his return, he would report this incident to the second priest. The two made their way towards the outskirts of Spirit City, their formidable powers allowing them to easily evade patrols, leading Chun Xiaoming to a hillside outside the city. There, a figure awaited, brewing wine and having been in anticipation for quite some time. With a gentle step, Chun Xiaoming surveyed his surroundings. The vista was expansive and the environment tranquil, making it an ideal spot for moonlit revelry. Your Holiness, the target has been brought. The cloaked figure respectfully bowed before announcing his departure. The waiting figure nodded slightly, and just as the cloaked figure turned to leave, he froze in place. Lowering his gaze, he saw that his chest had seemingly been pierced by an unseen force, a trickle of blood emerging. As his life force gradually ebbed away, the cloaked figure cast a reluctant glance back at the woman seated under the moonlight, ultimately succumbing to the darkness. Chun Xiaoming quietly observed from the side, showing no concern for the demise of the figure in black robes. Even without BBDong's intervention, he would have acted. Gazing at the serene BBDong, who was still calmly brewing wine, her exquisite beauty appeared even more radiant under the soft moonlight. Had he not just witnessed her decisive ruthlessness, he might have mistaken her for a celestial being. He pondered what the Pope had summoned him for in the dead of night, in this desolate wilderness. With only the two of them present, the third party who was privy to the situation had been silenced. How intriguing. Please, have a seat, she said with a gentle wave of her hand, calmly pushing a cup of wine towards him. BBDong smiled at Xiaoming, and in that moment of eye contact, he was slightly taken aback by her composure. Nonetheless, his confidence in his own strength allowed him to sit down with ease. He glanced at the teacup before him, merely smiling without any intention of lifting it. Please, BBDong urged softly, raising her own cup to drink, casting a glance at the unmoved Xiaoming, yet she seemed unfazed. Her demeanor puzzled him. What was she up to? Was she contemplating something illicit, perhaps realizing she could not overpower him? If that were the case, he would remain resolute, unwilling to budge. After all, he preferred a passive stance. Clearing his throat softly, he dispelled the errant thoughts. What kind of person was BBDong to engage in such behavior? With a gentle wave of her hand, a wooden box appeared on the table, which she promptly opened, revealing 3 translucent soul bones. Xiaoming's eyes lit up, particularly at the sight of the one that was a torso bone. Your Excellency, are you attempting to bribe me? He asked with a slight smile, the sparkle in his eyes fading. To him, a mere torso bone held little allure. If he truly desired it, he would have already wreaked havoc in the Star Dou forest. You may interpret it that way, given your strength. Being merely the vice president of an academy is indeed a misallocation of your talents. Why not join me in the spirit hall to create a new world together? Xiaoming felt a twinge of disappointment at BBDong's rather cliché rhetoric. Join the spirit hall? He chuckled inwardly. The spirit hall was far from appealing, and he abhorred constraints. As his gaze swept over BBDong, he contemplated her thoughts, yet she seemed to have overlooked the most crucial point. Your idea is commendable, but you have forgotten the most important aspect. Why would a lion engage in a trade with a lamb destined for slaughter? Chapter 65, Complete Soul Bones. Outside the spirit hall, on a tranquil hillside, the ever-composed BBDong finally displayed a flicker of emotion on her stunning visage. With her sword-like brows slightly raised and her eyes bathed in moonlight, she exuded a chilling aura, as frigid as a venomous serpent. Is this a rejection? With a gentle shake of his head, Xiaoming met BBDong's icy gaze with unwavering calmness. What harm could a serpent do to him? Having held the title of Pope for far too long, she had grown to believe herself invincible, yet tragically, she was merely a pawn in someone else's game. A pitiable fate indeed. Locking eyes with Xiaoming, BBDong perceived a glimmer of sympathy and pity, igniting a surge of fury within her. However, her years of experience as Pope instilled in her a remarkable restraint. With a flick of her wrist, she stowed away the wooden box on the table. Since her counterpart had proven unappreciative, there was no need to extend further courtesy. For the supremacy of the spirit hall, anything deemed useless must be eradicated. Though she harbored deadly intentions, she remained silent for the moment. As she prepared to depart, a formidable wave of soul power suddenly descended upon her. BBDong's expression shifted, casting a cold glance at Xiaoming before unleashing her immense soul power, reaching an astounding level of 98. This force shattered Xiaoming's casual suppression of soul energy. Ah, it seems everyone has underestimated you, she mused, taken aback by his extraordinary level. How could one harbor such immense power and yet endure in the presence of Tang Hao? Such restraint and composure were indeed terrifying. Nevertheless, such strength was insufficient. With a decisive step, Xiaoming unleashed his own soul power, surging to an impressive level of 99. 9 blood-red soul rings, each 100,000 years old, manifested around him, enveloping his form. The overwhelming essence of his soul power washed over BBDong like a vast ocean, instantly weighing down on her shoulders as if burdened by an immense mountain. A look of astonishment crossed her face. This monumental force made her acutely aware of the chasm between them, reminiscent of the disparity she had once felt in the presence of Douluo. Another limit Douluo? A divine inheritor? Xiaoming's taunting words pierced the tension. What will it be? Do you wish to engage? I wouldn't mind seeing the spirit hall appoint a new pope. BBDong's countenance darkened once more, her resentful gaze sweeping over Xiaoming. Did she not know who struck first? Xiaoming retorted without reservation. Please, who among us lacks awareness? I, Xiaoming, am perhaps the most astute on this continent. Shameless, she exclaimed in anger, never before having encountered someone so brazen. Humph. With a light sigh, you uttered your words, for Xiaoming remained indifferent. Beneath his feet, the third spirit ring glimmered with brilliance, and in an instant, several branches shot forth, darting towards BBDong. In a swift motion, BBDong unleashed her spirit power, embodying her martial spirit, and leaped backward. With her formidable level of 98, mere suppression of spirit power could not restrain her. However, in the next heartbeat, Xiaoming's figure appeared before her, as if by teleportation, offering a subtle smile. Before BBDong could react, he had already returned to his previous position. Startled, she looked up, and it seemed as though Xiaoming had never left. Yet, at that moment, A wooden box had materialized in his hand. Upon sensing it, BBDong's expression turned icy. My appearance fee is quite steep. Opening the box, he retrieved a torso bone, unapologetically stowing it away. I shall claim this soul bone as a token of the Spirit Hall's hospitality during my stay. Of course, should the Spirit Hall wish to extend further kindness, I would not be averse, though next time, it may not pertain to soul bones. With the torso bone in hand, Xiaoming carelessly discarded the wooden box back. As for the 2 surplus soul bones, they were of no use to him. He was already equipped with his complete set. Well then, the day is waning, and it is time to depart. With a gentle push, Xiaoming drifted away. BBDong gazed for a while, her gathered spirit power dissipating in the end. She lacked confidence, as Xiaoming's presence surpassed even that of Douluo. Casting a glance at the retreating figure, and then at the lifeless body of the black-robed Star Dou nearby, a cold smile crept upon BBDong's lips. Xiaoming, Douluo, let you both suffer mutual destruction. After a brief moment, with a sigh of relief, Xiaoming finally felt complete. Holding the torso bone, he wasted no time in accessing the system panel, embarking on a fervent upgrade. This soul bone, aged merely around 10,000 years, was a mystery as to where BBDong procured it. After expending nearly 900 million experience points, he elevated it directly to the level of a 100,000-year soul bone. As he beheld the final soul bone before him, he resolved without hesitation to absorb it. Sitting cross-legged, his spirit power flowed gently, and the crystalline soul bone fused into his being. A silver halo radiated from within him, its edges tinged with red, pulsating rhythmically. A profound sense of strength surged from the bones of his torso, rapidly enhancing his physical attributes. The soul bones he had previously absorbed now glimmered faintly, a torrent of power coursing through his veins, muscles, blood, and bones. The energy illuminated his body, augmenting his strength in every facet. The areas previously enhanced by the soul bones began to escalate swiftly once more, driven by the influence of the torso bone. Bathed in this surge of energy, Xiaoming focused intently, a hint of joy curling at the corners of his mouth. The absorption of the skeletal essence did not take long, and just as he believed it had concluded, a faint silver glow materialized, and in an instant, another torrent of silvery energy surged throughout his body. The sound of bones cracking echoed violently. The 10,000-year soul bone he had previously integrated now seemed to endure immense pressure as the silver light gradually seeped into it. This was the bloodline. Almost instantaneously, Xiaoming understood what was transpiring, as he felt the silver light coursing through his body. A power that was twice as formidable as before erupted forth, most terrifyingly emanating from the soul bones scattered throughout his form. The soul bones that were slightly permeated now bore a trace of silver luminescence, and with just this hint of brilliance, Xiaoming sensed that the 10,000-year soul bone had reached its absolute limit of endurance. Initially elated, he soon felt a jolt of surprise, hastily closing his eyes to concentrate fully on guiding the silver energy. Gradually, the entire room became enveloped in a silvery glow. When the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, Xiaoming finally completed his absorption and opened his eyes. With a slight movement of his body, a powerful beam of silver light erupted forth, causing a subtle disturbance in the surrounding space. It is finally accomplished. Chapter 66, the final of the Soul Master Competition. 5 days later, the initial eliminations of the high-level Soul Master Competition had concluded, leading to the finals, which were to be held in front of the Spirit Hall. During these days, Xiaoming had remained indoors, acclimatizing to his surging power. Over the past few days, he had made modest gains. Although the increase in power was somewhat overwhelming, he had managed to enhance his capabilities by several folds. After 5 days of refinement, he felt ready to put his newfound strength to use. With a gentle push, he opened the door, revealing Tang, Flinder, and others who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Today marked the final day of the competition, and it was time for him to make an appearance. Perfect timing to find someone to spar with. Come, today I shall personally oversee your efforts. Victory is essential, he said, playfully patting the shoulders of Dai Mubai and Tang, his fondness for the Shrek's 7 devils evident. Haha, with teacher Chun supervising, our victory is assured, boasted the rotund Ma Hongjun, but before he could finish, Flinder smacked him playfully from behind. Mind your manners. Since Xiaoming had revealed his prowess, Flinder had become considerably more cautious, especially after witnessing him effortlessly defeat both the Chrysanthemum Duluos and the Ghost Duluos. It's all right, my dear rotund friend. What's the matter? Are you unable to perform on your own? Shall I assist you in cheating to secure a win? Xiaoming waved his hand lightly, his demeanor remaining quite approachable as he leaned against Ma Hongjun's shoulder, chuckling softly. Upon hearing the words of self-doubt, the stout man felt a surge of indignation. How could a man declare his inadequacy? Just as he prepared to articulate his defense, Oscar, who had crept up from behind, burst into laughter. Indeed. It seems our friend here is quite lacking. Chun, why not lend him a hand? Lend a hand? Chun Xiaoming's smile gradually faded, his gaze shifting toward Oscar with a hint of playful intrigue. Ah, Oscar, has my absence rendered you confident in your own abilities once more? With a raised brow, Chun Xiaoming appeared to contemplate something deeply, and then a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Oh, I recall when I first arrived. Who was it that spent day after day with the stout man? TSK, quite an unseemly sight. No sooner had the words left his lips than Oscar felt a sudden tightening at his waist, nearly gasping in pain as he turned slightly to see Ning Rongrong glaring at him with ire. Oscar felt overwhelmed, a sense of dread washing over him, as he had forgotten the past entirely. Let us proceed with the competition. I shan't offer any assistance. After patting the shoulders of the stout man and Tang San, Chun Xiaoming's spirits lifted as he playfully teased Oscar. The arena of the spirit hall was not far off, and while Tang San and his companions bore some injuries from the earlier battles, Chun Xiaoming felt no inclination to assist them. There was simply no need. Victory was assured. His purpose in attending was to seek a worthy opponent for practice and to repay the debt of Tang San's soul bone. Thus, upon entering the arena, he found a quiet spot and closed his eyes to rest. Flander and the master, however, were visibly tense. Having sensed the presence of numerous elders and the Pope from the spirit hall, their gazes fixed upon them. Flander and the master knew exactly who the focus of these scrutinizing eyes was. Yet, despite their apprehension, no one from the spirit hall approached them, allowing the group to breathe a temporary sigh of relief. Flander and the master exchanged glances at the resting Chun Xiaoming, genuinely impressed by his audacity. Having slain 4 titled Duluos of the spirit hall, he still dared to appear openly at their doorstep. Such courage was unparalleled, even by the Haotian Duluo. In the elevated seats, Ning Fengji and the sword Duluo and Xin also noticed Chun Xiaoming's arrival, sharing a bittersweet smile in silence. To come to Spirit City was already audacious, but to show up here was beyond comprehension. Even Ning Fengji found himself at a loss for words. This was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Casting a glance at the cold-faced Pope BBDong, he had largely lost interest in the ongoing match. His primary concern now was how to address the situation between Chun Xiaoming and the Spirit Hall after the competition. As the match commenced, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the rest of the Shrek 7 Devils engaged vigorously with the Spirit Hall team. Alas, the disparity in soul power was insurmountable, despite their teamwork. The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda and their martial soul fusion techniques, they failed to gain the upper hand. Instead, as their trump cards were revealed and time wore on, the sustainability of their soul power became evident, leading to their suppression by the Spirit Hall. At the critical moment, Tang San harnessed the aura of a protagonist, unleashing the 10th secret weapon of the Tang sect, the Bat-Wing reincarnation, executing a decisive counterattack to secure victory. Yet, as the Shrek team rejoiced in their triumph, Ning Fengji inadvertently caused a calamity, much like in the narrative, as he blew away the heartbreak red that concealed Xiao Wu's presence. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes converged upon Xiao Wu, feeling the oppressive force emanating from them. Their faces turned pale, heads bowed, and their bodies instinctively retreated. The fruits of victory were being distributed among Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, while the most elite individuals present had shifted their focus away from the soul bones. After all, what were a few soul bones in the presence of a living, juvenile 100,000-year soul beast? Ning Fengji exchanged glances with Sword Duluo Qinshin before directing his gaze towards Chun Xiaoming. If anyone could save Xiao Wu, it would be him. In a moment of realization, Ning Fengji's eyes turned to Tang San, who seemed to sense something as well, leading to a soft sigh from Ning Fengji. Indeed, without further ado, they understood that this was the Spirit City, and even he and Sword Duluo lacked the strength to retreat unscathed. As time slowly passed, the Shrek 7 had finally allocated the soul bones. Rising from her seat was BBDong, flanked by 2 elder-titled Duluos from the Spirit Hall. With the rewards dispensed, the tournament had reached its conclusion. Elders, apprehend that girl, BBDong stated calmly, her hand pointing directly at Xiao Wu. In an instant, Tang San moved swiftly, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, with others following suit. Confusion clouded the faces of Dai Mubai and the others, unsure of what was transpiring, while the master raised his voice in anger towards BBDong. At this pivotal moment, it was Ning Fengji who stepped forward, preventing the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall from advancing. Amidst the ensuing arguments, Tang San slowly turned, gazing affectionately at Xiao Wu. As their eyes met, Tang San lifted his hands to cradle Xiao Wu's delicate face, uttering a profoundly heartfelt declaration. Foolish girl, what does it matter if you are human or soul beast? All I know is that you are my sister and the one I love. Chapter 67. The Spirit Hall takes action. In the arena of the Spirit Hall, Tears flowed uncontrollably from Xiao Wu's eyes as she reflected on everything. Yet she could not fathom that Tang San was aware of her identity and was professing his love at this moment. Nothing else mattered anymore in Xiao Wu's heart. There was only Tang San. He embraced her soft form, his words infused with soul power resonating throughout the space. If you wish to take her, then you must first step over my dead body. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Even BBDong, the Pope, momentarily lost in thought, gazing at Tang San and Xiao Wu with a complex expression. However, just for a brief moment, prompted by the elder beside him, he regained his composure, inhaled deeply, and his gaze became sharp, ready to eliminate any obstruction without mercy. The two title Duluos standing nearby soared into the air, heading straight for the petite figure of Xiao Wu in Tang San's embrace. Flinder, Lu Erlong, and the master exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their right hands. In an instant, a resplendent golden light burst forth, and the radiant brilliance carved an incredibly dazzling golden triangle in the air. The trio, having activated their martial soul fusion technique, stood protectively in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yet, they were confronted with two formidable title Duluo, and even with the fusion technique, their odds of victory were slim. On the other side, BBDong unleashed her martial soul, her soul power reaching an impressive level 98, which immobilized the poison Duluo in place. In that moment, the situation grew dire, leaving Ning Fengji and the sword Duluo unable to intervene. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu in his arms, planting a tender kiss on her cheek, leaning closer to her ear, and resolutely whispered, "I shall not allow anyone to harm you." Having spoken, Tang San's gaze turned towards the unmoving Chun Xiaoming behind him. At that moment, Chun Xiaoming rose from his seat and stretched, having long contemplated intervening. However, witnessing the affectionate display between Tang San and Xiao Wu, he felt a pang of jealousy. With a swift motion, it seemed as though the space itself trembled, and Chun Xiaoming vanished, reappearing in midair before Tang San and Xiao Wu, with a deep, resonant hum. The two approaching title Duluo were unexpectedly sent hurtling backward, as if struck by cannon fire. "Did you seek my permission before attempting to harm them in my presence?" he inquired, clad in white, with silver hair flowing gracefully, a gentle smile gracing his handsome face, as he hovered quietly, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed upon BBDong, awaiting her response. A powerful surge of soul power swept beneath him, and in an instant, the pressure weighing on Dai Mubai and the others dissipated, allowing the plump man and Oscar to exhale in relief. "That was close. Teacher Chun is here," Ning Rongrong said, patting her chest, secretly relieved as she glanced at Xiao Wu in Tang San's arms. With Chun Xiaoming's intervention, the pressure on Flinder and the others eased considerably, prompting them to retreat and protect Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others. "Umph, you have truly made your move," he coldly remarked. As a colossal golden silhouette rose silently behind BBDong, 9 resplendent soul rings ascending in unison, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. In total, 9 soul rings displayed the might of the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall for the first time to the poisoned Duluo and others. Casting a glance at BBDong, Chun Xiaoming chuckled coldly. Clearly, she had been prepared and intended to capture them all in one fell swoop. Scanning the Pope's hall beneath him and the Elder Hall not far away, he sensed several fluctuating auras. "It seems you were well prepared. Let them come forth," he declared. As the words fell, 3 figures once again soared from the papal chamber, while not far away, 5 figures emerged from the Elder Hall. In total, 8 figures appeared, swiftly joining forces with the 2 titled Duluo, encircling Chun Xiaoming. A series of resonant sounds erupted, accompanied by a dazzling array of soul rings ascending from the 10 figures. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Each figure was entwined with 9 soul rings, and in an instant, the vast expanse above the spirit hall was shrouded by colossal manifestations of martial spirits. A terrifying surge of soul power radiated outward, overwhelming the myriad soul masters beneath, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance, and they promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. In a fleeting moment, amidst the grand arena, only those at the soul sage level and above managed to remain conscious, though they were immobilized under the oppressive force of the soul power, gritting their teeth to endure. Such a rare assembly of titled Duluo was unprecedented. Now, over a dozen had appeared, representing nearly 80% of the continent's total. The poisoned Duluo wore an expression of disbelief, while even Ning Fengji was astounded by the might of the spirit hall. With more than 10 titled Duluo present, who in the continent could withstand such power? As the 10 titled Duluo of the spirit hall emerged, they directed their immense soul power toward Chun Xiaoming. Akin to a colossal wave crashing down, yet he stood resolutely, akin to an unyielding boulder, the space around him subtly vibrating. Chun Xiaoming was not at all surprised by the presence of so many titled Douluo. He was already aware of more than a dozen, not to mention those unknown to him. If you insist on opposing the Spirit Hall, your only fate is death. BBDong approached slowly, exuding confidence. Her gaze cold as she fixed her eyes upon Chun Xiaoming. Today, she intended to settle the score for previous events. Excessive confidence often borders on foolishness. How ironic that one such as you is a pope. In response to BBDong's stare, Chun Xiaoming gently shook his head, genuinely perplexed by the source of her confidence. 10 titled Douluo, as far as Chun Xiaoming could sense, included 3 at level 92, 1 at level 93, 2 at level 95, 1 at level 96, 2 at level 97, and 1 at level 98. Among the 10, 6 were at level 95 or below, leaving only the 1 at level 98 as truly formidable. Having witnessed their emergence from the Elder Hall, Chun Xiaoming gleaned some insight into their identities. Humph, save your verbal sparring for yourself, he thought. With such a formidable lineup, BBDong believed that even against the likes of Douluo, victory was assured. After all, with 2 titled Douluo at level 98, alongside herself, they constituted an overwhelming force. Although BBDong was also astonished by the strength emanating from the Elder Hall, her immediate focus was on Chun Xiaoming. For their earlier discussions had been solely aimed at eliminating him. Let us act. Without further ado, BBDong issued a cold command and took the lead in the assault. Following closely was the Golden Crocodile Douluo, whose soul power also reached a formidable 98 levels, manifesting his martial spirit. The remaining titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall unleashed their soul powers, with their soul rings radiating brilliant light, transforming the sky above the Spirit Hall into a magnificent tapestry of colors. As Chun Xiaoming beheld the united front of the Spirit Hall, a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. You are utterly ignorant of true power. Chapter 68, The Dawn of Domain. The dazzling lights of the soul rings shimmered as several soul skills approached. Just as they were about to strike Chun Xiaoming, he made his move. With a gentle raise of a finger, he tapped the air before him, and a flash of silver light flickered in his eyes. A blazing silver radiance emanated from his being, enveloping an area within a kilometer completely. Within that kilometer, the space resembled a tranquil lake, rendering both the launched soul skills and the powerful figures from the Spirit Hall akin to fallen leaves upon its surface. As Chun Xiaoming lightly pointed, the entire space rippled like the surface of a lake, the waves cascading outward. A white shockwave, merely 3 meters away from Chun Xiaoming, was swept by this spatial disturbance, retreating towards the originating Spirit Hall warrior like a leaf caught in the wind. The Spirit Hall warrior was momentarily stunned, desperately attempting to evade. Yet his body moved with an alarming sluggishness, shock evident in his eyes. All other energy attacks, akin to the white shockwave, were also repelled. With only a handful of 3 choosing to engage in close combat, their martial spirits shimmering but lacking anything to be pushed back. Observing the 3 titled Douluo who opted for melee combat, a smile crept upon Chun Xiaoming's face. Close combat. They are bound to perish more swiftly. With the 8th and 3rd soul rings shimmering beneath him, his martial spirit, the greenwood tree, pulsed with energy as he wielded the greenwood dragon spear. A subtle push from his foot sent gentle ripples around him. Oh no, the closest adversary. A titled Douluo wielding a spear-like martial spirit, yet possessing a meager soul power of only 92 levels, felt an overwhelming aura of death surge within him at the moment Chun Xiaoming initiated his attack. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of piercing through a thin layer of paper. As the spear-wielding man hardly had a chance to react before the greenwood dragon spear pierced through his chest. Shock filled his eyes, yet regret and unwillingness overshadowed his expression. Had he known, he would have preferred to unleash an energy attack instead. The first one. As those words fell, a faint ripple of spatial disturbance emerged, and Chun Xiaoming's form vanished once more, reappearing without hesitation, his dragon spear aimed directly at an elder titled Douluo with a soul power of 95 levels. At the 95th level of soul power, one is certainly superior to the 92nd level. When Chun Xiaoming arrived, his opponent had already reacted, witnessing firsthand how Chun Xiaoming pierced through his heart with a single shot. After lingering for a mere second and 3/10 of a second longer than the previous victim, he too succumbed, following in the footsteps of the one before him. Chun Xiaoming even took the liberty to count it out for him. A cold snort echoed through the air, as the last assailant charging towards Chun Xiaoming was none other than the pinnacle Douluo of the Elder Hall. A formidable 98th level spirit master wielding the Golden Crocodile King, a top-tier spirit. An overwhelming surge of soul power erupted as he stepped forward, pivoting his body, and unleashed a sweeping attack with his massive tail, sending a cascade of golden light racing towards Chun Xiaoming. However, the claws that were initially aimed at him recoiled, unwilling to approach any closer. As the attack approached, Chun Xiaoming remained unperturbed. With a gentle flick of his dragon spear, he met the assault head-on. The immense force transmitted from the giant tail elicited a smile from the corner of Chun Xiaoming's mouth, as he deftly harnessed that power to propel himself towards another title Douluo behind him. This opponent, also a 92nd level spirit master with a vibrant tiger spirit, unleashed the shockwave of his 6th spirit, but was immediately repelled in return. Overwhelmed by the confrontation, he failed to notice Chun Xiaoming's arrival until a flash of silver light darted before his eyes, followed by darkness enveloping him as his mind was pierced by a single shot. Thud, 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 thud. The faint sounds of previous attacks erupted. But the injured were not Chun Xiaoming. Rather, they were their own. 2 of them, due to their inferior strength, were harmed by their own soul techniques, while the others, though in disarray, managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the most unfortunate were those who had charged directly at Chun Xiaoming. Of the 3 who had rushed forth, 2 lay dead, leaving only the formidable golden crocodile Douluo alive. Crash, crash, crash. 3 lifeless bodies fell to the ground, their life force extinguished, utterly beyond revival. With the demise of the 3 titled Duluos, Fland and Tang, Sen finally regained their composure. From the moment the silver light swept across until the death of the 3 titled Duluos, less than 10 seconds had elapsed. Chun Xiaoming had nearly annihilated 3 titled Duluos in such a brief span. The initial concerns of Fland and the master dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of relief. After all, even though they knew Chun Xiaoming was powerful, the earlier assault of 10 titled Duluos had left them feeling uncertain. Meanwhile, the sword Douluo, Chun Xian, gazed at the composed figure of Chun Xiaoming, his eyes shimmering with awe. The domain. Was this truly his domain? It was indeed terrifying. While he possessed his own understanding of a domain, it extended only to a maximum of 50 meters, typically maintaining a range of around 30 meters. Yet, the domain that Chun Xiaoming had just unleashed undoubtedly exceeded 100 meters. What was even more significant was that within Chun Xiaoming's domain, even the sword Douluo, Chun Xian, sensed his movements becoming sluggish. It felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, with the surrounding space impeding his every movement, requiring him to exert all his strength with each slight shift. He recalled the last confrontation with Chun Xiaoming. Upon his return, his soul power had indeed seen an enhancement. Given his current level of soul power, navigating this domain proved exceedingly arduous, and one could only imagine the plight of others, such as the sword Douluo Chunxin. Particularly, observing Chun Xiaoming's seemingly effortless demeanor, he could not shake the feeling that Chun Xiaoming was yet to unleash his full potential. Chun Xiaoming's intuition was correct at this moment. Suspended in midair, he had not exerted his utmost strength. The previous maneuver had merely been a test of the domain he had painstakingly acquired, the spatial wave domain. Though the name lacked elegance, it mattered not to Chun Xiaoming, as its functionality was paramount. This domain was a manifestation of his insights into the principles of spatial fluctuations that he had cultivated over time. Upon activation, energy attacks would rebound, while everything else succumbed to a state of sluggishness. The degree of this lethargy varied with one's cultivation level. For instance, a rank 95 soul master would find themselves nearly immobilized within the domain, while a rank 98 could still move, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Were there not further experiments to conduct, the golden crocodile Douluo would be easily dispatched with a single strike. A profound silence enveloped the arena as BBDong's expression grew increasingly grim, her countenance darkened with foreboding. In the blink of an eye, the spirit hall had lost 3 titled Douluo without even laying a finger on their adversary. This display of strength far surpassed the Chun Xiaoming she had previously encountered, leading her to miscalculate his capabilities and thus find herself in a precarious situation. Such a circumstance was unavoidable. After all, BBDong remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Xiaoming was a prodigy, having further enhanced his power over the past few days. The members of Shrek Academy, shielded by Chun Xiaoming's soul power, gazed in awe at his prowess. The rotund Ma Hongjun could hardly suppress a gulp, murmuring in astonishment. Could Teacher Chun truly annihilate the Spirit Hall? Chapter 69, The Eruption of Power. Within the Spirit Hall, the remaining 7 titled Douluo exchanged solemn glances, instinctively drawing closer together, no longer daring to encircle Chun Xiaoming as they had before. Particularly, the 2 remaining rank 92 titled Douluo began to exhibit signs of retreat. Although they were indeed titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, attaining such a rank had been no easy feat. If Chun Xiaoming could dispatch a rank 92 titled Douluo with a single strike, it stood to reason that he could do the same to them without difficulty. The notion of being so effortlessly slaughtered like mere grass was intolerable to them. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the future and glory of the Spirit Hall, yet not in such a manner devoid of value. Especially as Chun Xiaoming's gaze occasionally swept over them, their sense of security dwindled further. how frustrating it was for a dignified title Douluo to find themselves in a position akin to being mowed down like grass. BBDong and Golden Crocodile Douluo exchanged a glance, realizing that Chun Xiaoming's power exceeded their expectations. With such formidable strength, the strategy of overwhelming numbers would be futile. All those below level 95, retreat, she commanded coldly. The remaining forces of the Spirit Hall were essential for the upcoming tasks, and the thought of being casually mowed down by Chun Xiaoming was intolerable for both BBDong and Golden Crocodile Douluo. As BBDong's words fell, the three flew away. Landing below, Chun Xiaoming made no further move. 2 level 92s and 1 level 93 were weaklings by his standards. Their departure was inconsequential, as they could not withstand even a single punch from him, nor could they measure the full extent of his current soul bone power. Gazing at the remaining Spirit Hall elites, he noted a total of 6 title Douluo, 1 at 95, 1 at 96, 2 at 97, and 2 at 98. His brow furrowed slightly as he cast a displeased look at the one with a mere level 95. The level 96 was acceptable, but why was the level 95 still lingering here, having never even touched the threshold of a Super Douluo? You, step down, he stated calmly, pointing a finger at the level 95 title Douluo with a cold tone. The man, clearly taken aback, was on high alert, anticipating an attack from Chun Xiaoming. Instead, he received the order to exit the stage. Turning his head slightly towards BBDong, he saw her frowning in contemplation before surprisingly nodding in agreement. The man's face flushed crimson. After all his years, his soul power, while not the strongest on the continent, was still formidable. Yet he was being dismissed by a young man in his 20s. A dignified title Douluo of level 95 was deemed unworthy even to engage in battle. Feeling humiliated to such an extent, he believed he was even inferior to his 2 level 92 companions, who, at least, were genuinely weak. A bewildered gaze swept over the crowd as he questioned his own actions. Had he come only to offer his head and be chosen by the opponent? Unbeknownst to him, BBDong was consumed by a rage that she could no longer suppress. Her hatred for Chun Xiaoming had eclipsed everything. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, all her years of effort had crumbled into nothingness today. The prestige and accumulated foundation of the Spirit Hall had been utterly vanquished by a single individual. What is Teacher Chun doing? Fatima Hongjun swallowed hard, observing that Chun Xiaoming's actions resembled ordering dishes. Could it be that once one reaches a certain level of power, even title Duluos are treated like mere menu items? Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the prowess of their superior. Nearby, Ning Fengji was rendered speechless, marveling at how one individual could intimidate the entire Spirit Hall. Was this truly the might of a limit Douluo? In midair, as he watched another opponent plummet, Chun Xiaoming's expression remained tinged with discontent. Yet, warming up against these individuals seemed a reasonable endeavor. Are you prepared? His voice reverberated, causing a subtle disturbance in the space around him. In a flicker of silver light, Chun Xiaoming vanished, the Qingmu dragon spear slipping from his grasp, replaced instead by his clenched fists. With a seemingly unremarkable punch, he was enveloped in a luminous silver aura, channeling the full power of a complete set of 10,000-year soul bones. Rather than employing the skills afforded by the soul bones, he relied solely on the sheer strength of his physique to deliver a devastating blow. A resounding thud echoed as the soul title Douluo with a soul power of 96 was struck as if by a cannonball, his body hurtling backward, his chest caved in, shards of bone protruding grotesquely, leaving a gruesome sight of carnage. Mid-air, blood flowed, transforming into a crimson meteor that crashed into the ground below, creating a gaping crater 5 meters in radius and 2 meters deep in the granite surface, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, the outcome uncertain. BBDong and the Golden Crocodile Douluo were visibly shaken, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment as they stared at Chun Xiaoming. While BBDong had barely managed to keep pace with his earlier speed, the explosive force he exhibited now instilled a flicker of despair in her heart. He had indeed grown stronger. Standing below, the sword Douluo Chun Xian murmured to himself, recognizing that the instantaneous speed and explosive power he had just witnessed surpassed previous levels by at least 5-fold. Coupled with the earlier desire for soul bones, he surmised that Chun Xiaoming must have assembled a complete set. Not only was BBDong bewildered, Chun Xiaoming himself was taken aback by the potency of his own strike. What is this? One punch and it's over? Is my power truly this formidable? With a complete set of 10,000-year soul bones infused with the strength of his bloodline, he sensed an enhancement of several times his previous capacity, though the exact extent of his power remained unclear. Now capable of nearly obliterating a title Douluo of level 96 with a single blow, Chun Xiaoming began to grasp the magnitude of his abilities. After all, he had only utilized half of his strength in that strike. What a fragile being. Shaking his head, Chun Xiaoming's enthusiasm waned. The strength of a Titan Duluo lay in their soul power and skills. The physical capabilities were not significantly different. Even the divine Qian Renxue could be pierced through the heart by Guanin's tear, illustrating that even divine beings possessed lesser physical fortitude. With his current strength, Xiaoming genuinely doubted that any of his opponents could withstand a punch without facing dire consequences. What he had intended as a test of his prowess now seemed futile. Each adversary was like a child before him. Feeling a sense of disillusionment, he lamented internally. Could you not be a bit more formidable? I do not wish to be a one-punch hero. A profound sense of solitude washed over him, and he recalled the saying, life indeed feels as lonely as snow. How a certain song went, he pondered. How profoundly lonely it is to be invincible. How utterly draining it is to possess such power. Chapter 70. The Surge of Strength, Part 2. Greetings, esteemed members of the Spirit Hall. As the pinnacle of soul masters on this continent, could you not muster a semblance of the imposing aura befitting a Titan Duluo? Floating serenely in midair, Xiaoming bellowed at the dazed BBDong and her companions across the way. Let us inject some fervor into this encounter, my friends. I have vanquished 7 of your Titan Duluos, 7 in total. Why does each of you appear as if you have not dined? BBDong and her comrades were already plagued by existential doubts. Thus, Xiaoming resorted to his verbal prowess, seeking to rekindle their fighting spirit. Look at you all, claiming to be Titan Duluos. If you do not defeat me today, tomorrow the continent will echo with the news. Astonishing. The 10 Titan Duluos of the Spirit Hall were utterly humiliated by a single individual, rendered incapable of self-care. Do you truly wish to witness such a headline? As Xiaoming continued his relentless tirade, the multitude of onlookers below stood in stunned silence. Big Brother Dai, what is Teacher Chun up to? The chubby one cast bewildered glances at Xiaoming, realizing that he was becoming increasingly animated. Was this the same invincible Xiaoming they had known? Why did he seem like a master of rhetoric instead? I'm not sure. Perhaps he is deliberately inciting the wrath of the Spirit Hall's formidable members. Dai Mubai's gaze swept over BBDong and her entourage, noting their faces flushed with anger, fists clenched tightly, their fury almost palpable under the influence of their soul power. Xiaoming, you are overstepping. BBDong's thunderous roar, imbued with her immense soul power, shattered the clouds and resonated for miles. She stepped forward, her 7th soul ring shimmering beneath her feet. With a swift motion, she crouched low, her purple-black carapace rapidly enveloping her. In an instant, she transformed into a colossal spider. The green hair on her 8 legs shifting to a vibrant purple, radiating an ethereal purple glow. This was the true form of BBDong's martial soul, the Death Spider Empress. The purple light intensified, and the black 8th soul ring encircling her sparkled brilliantly, as a second identical Death Spider Empress materialized beside her. With 2 deathly arachnids now present, BBDong's aura did not waver. Rather, it surged with an even more potent purple radiance, unleashing a lethal field of poison directed toward Xiaoming. Within BBDong's domain of death, one would find a treacherous environment, devoid of any instantaneous teleportation abilities. This was indeed BBDong's ingenious method to counteract Xiaoming's speed. Beside him, the golden crocodile Douluo was astounded by BBDong's prowess, yet was equally enraged by Xiaoming's mockery. The brilliance of his 7th spirit ring erupted in dazzling radiance, as blinding golden light surged forth from the golden crocodile Douluo, every scale on his body standing erect. His white hair transformed instantaneously into a thick, horn-like texture, enveloping his head, while his upper body leaned slightly forward, resembling a colossal crocodile. At that very moment, the other Titan Duluo from the Spirit Hall activated their martial spirits, their 7th spirit rings shimmering with fervor, as an overwhelming surge of soul power nearly enveloped the skies above the Spirit Hall. The immense pressure felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth were shattering, with the surrounding space seemingly on the brink of disintegration. 5 figures rushed towards Xiaoming, this time opting not to unleash energy attacks, but instead preparing to confront him directly with their martial spirits. The glory of the Spirit Hall was theirs to defend. The massive manifestations of their martial spirits converged, launching a barrage of soul power attacks. A gigantic crocodile's iron tail, 8 razor-sharp spider claws shimmering with a faint purple glow, and numerous colossal shadowy staffs, all converging upon Xiaoming. The joint assault of 5 Pact Dou resonated with explosive sounds in the air, particularly the crocodile's tail and the spider's spear, surrounding them with ethereal black light, as if the very fabric of space were being shattered. Haha, splendid. Observing their full-on assault, Xiaoming laughed heartily, realizing his taunts had not been in vain. A more fervent engagement was indeed necessary. A surge of intense silver radiance erupted from within him, enveloping Xiaoming in an instant. The 10,000-year soul bones within his body were activated, their silver markings now resembling intricate inscriptions under the silver glow. A torrent of formidable power flowed into Chun Xiaoming's every orifice, an extraordinary force coursing through his being. Is this my strength? As he flexed his fists, he felt the power capable of toppling a tidal Douluo, for the first time pushing his strength to its utmost limits. Even more astonishing, the silver light emanating from him began to coalesce, forming a silvery vestment that clung to his exterior. The silver luminescence shimmered subtly, while his already fearsome strength surged even further under its enhancement. It was as if the latent power of his bloodline had finally found its purpose, spilling forth without restraint. Swallowing hard, Chun Xiaoming, for the first time fully mobilizing his strength, was unaware such an event would unfold. He raised his gaze, feeling a twinge of sympathy for BBDong and the others approaching him. Chun Xiaoming thought, it is not his intention to flaunt. It is the bloodline power that compels him. He does not wish for this. The bloodline power whispered, I grant you strength, yet you wish for me to take the blame. I shall not bear it. With a light push of his foot, Chun Xiaoming was poised to vanish once more. BBDong issued a sharp command, her death domain enveloping the area instantaneously, yet the silver light surrounding Chun Xiaoming flickered, rendering the death domain ineffective. Fear not, I shall be gentle. Having accurately targeted a tidal Douluo wielding a staff, who possessed formidable strength with a soul power of 97. Chun Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback by the soft whispers that danced around him. However, a fleeting glance revealed the impending threat as his fist collided with the corporeal manifestation of the opponent's martial spirit. With a resounding impact, a fist infused with all of Chun Xiaoming's might surged forth, a blazing silver light flashing momentarily. In an instant, the golden radiance of the martial spirit shattered, as the overwhelming soul power surged through the soul bone, delivering a cataclysmic blow, coupled with the explosive force of his bloodline. The tidal Douluo felt as though his martial spirit was fracturing at that very moment. A sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, his vital energies churning violently, and darkness enveloped his vision, causing him to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Xiaoming pressed on without hesitation, aware that BBDong and her allies were closing in for another attack, intent on eliminating him. A frenzied madness glinted in BBDong's eyes. She understood that if Chun Xiaoming survived, her ambitions for the spirit hall would be irrevocably thwarted. Two deathly spider-like figures, armed with 16 chilling spider spears, lunged toward various vital points of Chun Xiaoming's body. BBDong was resolute, convinced that regardless of Chun Xiaoming's formidable power, he would not emerge unscathed from such a barrage. Die, Chun Xiaoming. Chapter 71. The Surge of Power, Part 2. The chilling spears sliced through the air, emitting a piercing light as they aimed for Chun Xiaoming's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, and lower body, leaving no avenue of escape unsealed, demonstrating an unforgiving ferocity. The speed was insufferably slow. The cold glimmer expanded before him, a chilling sensation creeping beneath him. Yet Chun Xiaoming's words lingered in the air as his figure transformed into a streak of light, nearly grazing the spider spears, and arrived before BBDong in an instant. With a thunderous crash, BBDong, embodying her martial spirit, instinctively expelled a thread of silk from her abdomen. However, Chun Xiaoming's fist descended with unyielding force, the silk offering no resistance, and was obliterated along with the blow that struck BBDong's abdomen. With a splatter of blood, the massive spider-like figure was sent reeling backward. Yet, being at level 98, BBDong displayed remarkable resilience, managing to maintain her martial spirit form, albeit barely intact. Die. No sooner had the blow landed than the iron tail of the golden crocodile Douluo swept through. In contrast to BBDong's attack, this strike bore the weight of tremendous power, replete with explosive force. The air was violently displaced, producing a deafening roar, while the sweeping tail stirred up a tempest, radiating an ominous black glow. Insufficient strength. Chun Xiaoming clenched his right fist, silver light coalescing around it, as his internal soul power erupted forth. The might of his soul bone was pushed to its zenith. He refrained from summoning his martial spirit, eager to ascertain the true extent of his own power. Boom. With a single, unadorned punch unleashed, this blow bore significantly greater force than the previous one. A fleeting silver radiance shimmered, and then Chun Xiaoming's fist collided with the crocodile's tail. A terrifying surge of power erupted from his fist as he momentarily stepped into the void, transmitting the strength directly along the crocodile's tail. Boasting a formidable 99th level of soul power, this strike propelled the entirety of his soul bones. And even without the invocation of his martial spirit, the might was utterly fearsome. The supreme martial spirit, the Golden Crocodile King, a powerhouse of strength, unleashed its soul power. Yet, astonishingly, the most potent strike was repelled by a mere punch from his opponent. Blood surged within him, as the overwhelming force coursed through the crocodile's tail and into his body. The golden crocodile Douluo felt a trickle of blood seep from the corner of his mouth, his eyes reflecting both terror and reluctance. It was utterly humiliating for a dignified 98th level title Douluo to be so thoroughly defeated, unable to withstand even a single blow. Indeed, the adage holds true: one may not cling to youth, yet one may live a century in vain. A mouthful of old blood escaped the golden crocodile Douluo, his breath faltering. Although his martial spirit's true form remained, his overall aura began to wane. He had grown old, relying on his 98th level of soul power. He could still contend, but now, with internal injuries, his strength diminished considerably. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more figures were launched into the air. Yet they lacked the resilience of BBDong and the golden crocodile Douluo. Their soul power was inferior, and they did not possess the formidable martial spirit of the golden crocodile Douluo, nor did they have the protection of soul bones like BBDong. They fell, bloodied, to the ground, their fates uncertain, fearsome, unmatched, and despairing. At this moment, BBDong felt a profound complexity within her. She finally comprehended the magnitude of the being she had provoked. Despite her astute and patient demeanor throughout her life, the position of Pope had gradually led her astray. Dual martial spirits, 98th level soul power, 100,000-year soul ring, and 100,000-year soul bone. Each of these was the aspiration of soul masters across the continent. Yet she possessed them all. Before Xiaoming's arrival, she believed that aside from a select few, such as Douluo, none could rival her. Now, however, that arrogant notion was utterly shattered by Xiaoming, reduced to mere dust. With a punch capable of dispatching even a child, Xiaoming felt a twinge of desire to throw another couple of punches, yet no one dared to advance. Confused, he glanced up, locking eyes with the despairing expressions of BBDong and the golden crocodile Douluo. Observing the golden crocodile Douluo's diminishing breath, Xiaoming felt a pang of discomfort. Alas, they were too weak. With a gentle sigh, he lost interest. The momentary resurgence of BBDong and her companions had crumbled under a single blow. What more could he possibly say? Perhaps the only beings capable of applying pressure to him now were the gods. However, contemplating his own attributes, he silently shook his head. It was certain that the body of a god was frail, yet the god itself was not weak. Reflecting on the power of a second-level god, Xiaoming felt compelled to remain cautious. If one can endure, then endure. When his experience points are sufficient to rise a few levels, he shall challenge the gods. For instance, the sea god, the god of war, the Shura god, the god of death, and the god of destruction. He aims to conquer them all. As Xiaoming quietly contemplated his future triumph over the Shura god, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others gazed in disbelief at the remnants of the spirit hall, which now numbered only 2. It had been but a brief moment, yet 3 had already fallen, and 2 more were grievously wounded. Staring at the 6 disheveled figures sprawled on the ground before them, Dai Mubai and his companions found themselves at a loss for words. Not far away, the poisoned Douluo shared a similarly tumultuous emotion. As a title Douluo of the 92nd rank, he had felt utterly insignificant since the onset of the battle. Everyone seemed to have forgotten his presence, especially since several title Duluos of the same rank had been swiftly vanquished by Xiaoming. Reflecting on the fact that Douluo was the vice president of Shrek Academy, he felt a sense of relief that he had not encountered the ruthless Xiaoming when he had previously bullied Flinder and the others. Otherwise, his grave would likely be 3 meters high by now. My 2 esteemed opponents, allow me to see you off. Casting a glance at the 2 before him, who had been reduced to this state by the spirit hall, Xiaoming would not mind dispatching a couple more title Duluos, even if one of them was BBDong. However, he would not relent for the sake of advancing the plot. After all, would the absence of BBDong hinder the progression of the narrative? Xiaoming did not think so. Perhaps, in her stead, another rival akin to Tang San would emerge. Yet, Xiaoming's gaze drifted to a certain location, the offering hall. An elder emerged from within, towering and robust despite his age, his visage devoid of any signs of frailty save for his white hair, which belied his century-old existence. As he appeared, he floated gracefully, moving slowly, yet each step he took seemed to envelop the surroundings in a sanctified glow. The grand offering. The despondent golden crocodile Douluo looked upon the elder's arrival with a flicker of joy. Even BBDong, who usually harbored animosity towards the elder, could not suppress a hint of relaxation in her tense expression upon witnessing his emergence. Xiaoming observed with indifference, noting the elder's grandiose entrance, undisturbed by the ostentation surpassing his own. Now, you may flaunt your grandeur, but soon enough, you shall kneel and return it. A faint smile graced his lips. Within the spirit hall, there was only one individual capable of such prowess. At last, he has deigned to step out from his small domain. The angel Douluo, Douluo. Chapter 72, Douluo. At long last, he has emerged from his small domain. The angel Duluo, Dou. The elder, stepping upon the holy light, wore a serene expression. With a single stride, he flickered and stood before BBDong and the others. The grand offering, the golden crocodile Duluo, enduring the injuries within, approached the newcomer. But before he could utter a word, the elder interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Step back, you are no match for him. With a gesture, a beam of holy light surged into the golden crocodile Duluo's body. Although it was not a healing skill, he immediately felt a reduction in his internal injuries. A flicker of joy appeared in his eyes as he respectfully bowed and then turned to leave, not venturing far, but instead standing silently before the spirit hall, awaiting the spectacle of Douluo overpowering Xiaoming. The humiliation suffered by the spirit hall today must be avenged. BBDong cast a resentful glance at the elder. Their relationship was far from harmonious. Yet, at that moment, she chose to suppress her feelings, remaining silent as she swiftly descended. Xiaoming watched the two depart. Showing no concern, his attention fully fixed on Douluo, a 99th level ultimate Duluo. Such individuals were exceedingly rare within the Duluo continent. Presently, only the reigning king of slaughter, Tang Chun, Douluo of the Spirit Hall, and Poseidon on Sea God Island remained. I had thought Tang Chun was my only rival in this life. Little did I expect such a figure to emerge on the continent, Douluo mused, his expression growing solemn as he scrutinized Xiaoming. Although the soul power he unleashed was also at the 99th level, its terrifying potency was distinctly evident. Even Tang Chun paled in comparison. May I inquire your intentions today? Douluo questioned. The Spirit Hall had already suffered significant losses, yet he could not guarantee he could retain his opponent, even with the angel's sacred land at his back. Deep down, Douluo was reluctant to engage, for a title Duluo at the pinnacle of 99, like himself and Tang Chun, sought the ultimate path to godhood. In Douluo's eyes, Xiaoming's young age and remarkable achievement implied an unquenchable desire for that final step. Young sir, you have already reached my level of cultivation. Do you not wish to pursue that final step? He continued, his words laced with temptation. Oh, the final step? Xiaoming feigned ignorance, inwardly sneering. He was keen to uncover what scheme Douluo was concocting. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others listened intently, eager to discern what this final step entailed. Was it the path to godhood? But did gods truly exist in this world? To achieve godhood, with your strength, do you not desire to pursue it? Douluo, having lived for a century, understood the intricacies of human desire. He doubted that someone of Xiaoming's age would be aware of the path to divinity and not seek it. I know of a place where one can attain godhood. If you are willing to settle the grievances between you and the Spirit Hall, I would gladly share its location. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. They were all taken aback. The realm of divinity, the prospect of attaining the 100th level of godhood, Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun were utterly bewildered. Could it be true that gods existed in this world, and that soul masters could indeed ascend to such heights? Why are you pinching me? The plump one exclaimed in a voice filled with dismay, startling everyone. With a swift motion, he brushed away Oscar's hand that had been gripping his flesh. Oscar and Dai Mu Bai exchanged glances, realizing that the plump one felt pain. It seemed they were not dreaming. Yet, the events of that day had been more surreal than any dream. First, they learned that Xiao Wu was not human, but a soul beast of 100,000 years. Then they witnessed Xiaoming single-handedly combat the top 10 title Duluo of the Wuhuan Hall, effortlessly defeating them as if chopping vegetables. Finally, they were confronted by an old man who revealed the existence of a place where one could attain godhood. Xiaoming, who had been patiently waiting for Douluo to make a move, could no longer suppress his laughter. What cunning scheme did you have in mind, Douluo? So this was your intention all along. A smile graced his face as he scrutinized Douluo, fully grasping his thoughts. The place you speak of, is it not the city of slaughter? At the mere mention of the city of slaughter, Douluo's previously placid demeanor shifted dramatically. He ceased his words. His gaze now fixated on Xiaoming, who understood that the city of slaughter was indeed a place of divine ascension, revealing that all prior pretenses were merely a fade. While Douluo comprehended the implications of the city of slaughter, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others remained utterly perplexed. Where's this place? Why have we never heard of it before? Humph, Douluo, do not presume me a fool. With a cold retort, Xiaoming asserted, the city of slaughter is a domain governed by the Shura god, a place where the divine enforcers select their successors. Unlike other gods who bestow their legacies through one-on-one confrontation, like the sea god, the Rakshasa god, or the god of food, the Shura god operates differently, permitting multiple candidates to vie for divinity. Regardless of one's approach, each must first leave their mark before they can evolve. Tang San's attainment of dual godhood was facilitated by the Shura god's intervention. Had the sea god not been outmatched, he would have compelled the Shura god to retreat. Douluo, your suggestion for me to venture to the city of slaughter is an invitation to confront Tang Chun. In that scenario, we would inevitably clash for a divine position, and one of us must perish, regardless of the outcome. Xiaoming shook his head, his gaze laden with derision as he regarded Douluo. At that point, the Wuhuan Hall would be rid of an adversary. If both Tang Chun and I were to fall, the Wuhuan Hall would effortlessly eliminate two formidable foes, would it not? Having laid bare Douluo's schemes, Xiaoming noted the fleeting surprise in the latter's expression, which quickly reverted to indifference. However, with the realization that his intentions were no longer concealed, Douluo's gaze sharpened. Filled with an ominous edge, boom. The terrifying soul power erupted instantaneously, enveloping the surroundings in a formidable pressure far surpassing that of the golden crocodile Duluos and BBDong. A flash of brilliance emanated from Douluo's back, and he was soon surrounded by a radiant golden light. As soul energy surged forth alongside 3 pairs of pristine white wings, his ultimate martial soul, the six-winged angel, with a series of ominous chimes. Soul rings exuding formidable pressure ascended from beneath him, instantly cloaking the entire sky. 8 black rings and 1 red, an awe-inspiring configuration that unveiled the devastating might of Douluo. Observing this spectacle, Xiaoming could not help but smile faintly, though disappointment flickered in his gaze. Is this all the power he possesses? Truly disheartening. Chapter 73, Douluo, Part 2. Above the martial soul palace. The ethereal figure of the six-winged angel materialized behind Douluo, its wings trembling, radiating a soft golden glow as it entered a void state. The six-winged angelic apparition silently advanced, merging seamlessly with Douluo. His entire being, including his skin and hair, was suffused with a pure golden hue. The garments he wore were purified and vanished amidst the dazzling golden flames, transforming him into a divine, angelic figure. Even the soul rings upon him were tinged gold. The golden halo ascended slowly, then abruptly expanded, creating resplendent halos in the air. Douluo charged forward, his 6 wings unfurled, resembling a golden meteor hurtling towards Xiaoming. The explosive golden light expanded at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, encompassing thousands of square meters in mere moments, as everything around transformed into gold. This was Douluo's domain, the angelic domain. Within this celestial realm, Xiaoming felt overwhelming pressure from all directions, as if his senses were confined to a narrow space. A domain, you say? Who lacks one? Silver light erupted from within Xiaoming, akin to the blazing sun, radiating brilliant illumination. The golden angelic domain of Douluo was instantly repelled, as the silver light spread relentlessly, compressing the angelic domain to within a 10-meter radius around Douluo. Unfazed, Douluo pressed forward, even as his domain was suppressed. The colossal figure of the 6-winged angel in his grasp ignited with golden flames, reminiscent of solar fire, which, upon its emergence, altered the very heavens around them. Unique strands of energy gradually melded into the flames. As they danced, a colossal golden flame sword materialized, shimmering with a divine aura. With a cold snort, Xiaoming unleashed his soul power, a vast surge erupting forth as his long-dormant martial soul finally manifested. Beneath him, 9 crimson soul rings of 100,000 years pulsated with a fierce red glow. The martial soul unfurled, and the blood-red light of the 7th soul ring surged into the Chimu tree martial soul. A colossal phantom of a verdant tree materialized behind Xiaoming, towering at a height of 15 meters. The azure trunk, suffused with a faint silvery glow, swayed gracefully in the breeze, while intricate crimson patterns were etched upon its branches. Radiance enveloped Xiaoming, and in an instant, he seemed to merge with the magnificent tree, the surrounding space trembling slightly as silvery light emanated from his being. The silhouette of the tree flickered, appearing almost ethereal, as if it transcended the very fabric of this realm. An illusory figure emerged behind the tree, an exact replica of Xiaoming, but slightly more imposing. Cloaked in a halo of silver light, cascading silver hair fell down its back, and its eyes shimmered with myriad transformations, akin to a fracturing space, twinkling with otherworldly brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as the 6-winged angel, trailing behind Douluo, radiated an overwhelming light. In an instant, 6 wings unfurled, ablaze with searing golden light, transforming into a colossal sword of fire that soared forth. This fiery sword mirrored the grand sword wielded by the 6-winged angel. Douluo raised it slightly, unleashing a resplendent golden glow, as 6 golden flaming swords erupted from behind the angel, releasing an inferno of solar flames directed towards the sword in the angel's grasp. The ceaseless solar flames merged, solidifying the golden flaming sword into a magnificent entity measuring 100 meters in length, entirely composed of sunfire, causing the temperature around the spirit hall to escalate to an alarming degree. The golden dragon, formed by Fland and the Master, strained with all their might to withstand the onslaught, barely managing to hold their ground. Meanwhile, the poison Douluo and others summoned their martial spirits in their true forms to counter the residual force of the solar flames. Within the spatial domain radiating from Xiaoming, subtle ripples emerged in response to the undulations of solar fire. Observing this from within the embrace of the verdant tree, Xiaoming's spirit ignited with fervor. If Douluo sought to determine their fates with a single strike, he would willingly engage to the very end. The immense phantom behind the tree beckoned slightly, and a robust branch extended from the tree's core, entwined with 9 crimson halos inscribed upon it. A flash of silver light coursed through, and the azure branch shimmered with brilliance. With a swift motion, Xiaoming's phantom grasped it, merging violently with the silver light. In an instant, both the phantom and the staff surged in size, soaring to over 30 meters in height in the blink of an eye. Angel's sacred sword, the colossal 6-winged angel, with the flaming swords infused, unleashed a devastating strike. The sheer force caused the surrounding space to convulse violently, as the massive sword cleaved through the void, revealing dark fissures. The overwhelming power caused the ground to collapse, rendering the nearby soul saints and soul Duluos, who had previously managed to endure, helplessly unconscious. A strike infused with the fire of the sun erupted forth, radiating golden light, as if a great sun were descending upon Xiaoming. It seemed to him that the celestial orb was plummeting, poised to crash before him. In a succinct manner, Xiaoming refrained from unnecessary words. A phantom of over 30 meters confronted a colossal golden flame, sword spanning approximately 100 meters. With a silver staff in hand, he swung it forth. The silver brilliance surged, entwined by 9 blood-red soul rings that danced and expanded, transforming the originally modest staff into a magnificent 100-meter-long weapon, roughly 10 meters in diameter. The 9 blood-red soul rings soared towards both ends of the azure staff, merging instantaneously, intertwining silver and crimson light. The azure staff, imbued with unimaginable strength, met the oncoming force. Around them, the black spatial aura shimmered ominously. A thunderous collision echoed as the flame sword clashed with the azure staff, unleashing the formidable might of solar fire, which sought to suppress the staff's offensive. A flicker of delight crossed Duluo's gaze, yet it was fleeting. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fractures erupted from the flame sword, the solidified energy of the strike revealing cracks. Duluo turned to Xiaoming, witnessing a calm smile gracing his lips. The colossal phantom of Xiaoming moved his right hand slightly, and the silver light of the azure staff burst forth, instantly repelling the encroaching solar flames. Enveloping the flame, sword in a blink. With a powerful strike, the azure staff shattered the golden light, sending the flame sword hurtling backward. The cracks could no longer withstand the pressure, and it erupted mid-air, scattering embers of light. The azure staff, undeterred, swept towards the 6-winged angel phantom behind Duluo. The angel, attempting to counter with golden light, was easily shattered upon contact, the staff's might proving insurmountable. With a woeful sound, the golden light fragmented, and Duluo's form was sent reeling through the air, blood staining the sky as his aura plummeted to its nadir. The enormous phantom of Xiaoming observed and sighed softly. Alas, I have yet to exert my full strength, and you have already succumbed. Chapter 74, The 5-Year Pact. Silence reigned, as if all existence had stilled. Above the spirit hall, only Xiaoming floated, with no other sound to be heard. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun stood numbly, overwhelmed by the events they had witnessed, their ability to articulate lost. Similarly, Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and Flander found themselves at a loss for words. While they marveled at the formidable strength of the spirit hall, Xiaoming had already decimated much of its might. The defeated title Duluo were nearly a handful, with several gravely injured. The so-called mightiest angel Duluo, Duluo, had not withstood a single blow from Xiaoming and had been severely wounded. In such circumstances, even the seasoned Ning Fengji and sword Douluo found themselves utterly bewildered. A sigh escaped someone's lips. The golden crocodile Duluo, who had not left the spirit hall, now bore a flushed countenance, spewing forth blood. His previously recovering body was once again gravely injured. Yet without hesitation, the golden crocodile Duluo swiftly moved towards the fallen Duluo. BBDong gazed at the defeated Duluo, her heart heavy with an unusual sense of responsibility. Though she should have felt joy at his injury, she could find none, for Duluo's defeat rendered all grand ambitions of the spirit hall mere illusions. Coughing, the fallen Duluo lay on the ground. pallid and with disbelief etched across his features. He had never anticipated such a crushing defeat. With a top-tier martial soul, the six-winged angel, he found himself unable to withstand even a single strike from his adversary. "Have you ascended to godhood?" he managed to ask, gazing up with great difficulty at Xiaoming, who was now enveloped in a silvery glow. As another title Douluo, how could his opponent possibly surpass him to such an extent? The only explanation was that the other had indeed achieved divinity, yet the sight of that blood-red, 100,000-year soul ring dimmed Xiandalu's gaze. Defeat was more thorough than he could have imagined. Whether it was resentment, nostalgia, or despair, Xiandalu's expression was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Xiaoming, too, found his thoughts complex as he surveyed the fallen crowd beneath him. He had refrained from delivering a killing blow. He had ascended to the pinnacle of this mortal realm. To advance further lay the path to achieving godhood. Gods were few in number, and among them, discounting those of lesser strength, such as the god of food, the remaining angel god was commendable in power. His gaze lingered for a moment on Tang San, BBDong, and Xiandalu. Having chosen this path, Xiaoming understood he must prepare for what lay ahead. For instance, during the intervals of awaited experience growth, he would stimulate these protagonists of the realm to hasten their development. Boredom had driven Xiaoming to the point of invincibility, where he could cultivate gods and forge rivals himself. "Xiandalu, BBDong, I grant you merely 5 years. After 5 years, I demand a battle against the divine, or else the spirit hall shall be obliterated." The chilling proclamation left both BBDong and Xiandalu momentarily stunned. A battle against the divine? What could this imply? Xiandalu, serving the angel god, suddenly seemed to grasp something, his gaze towards Xiaoming revealing an expression of astonishment. Throughout his life, Tang Chun had been his greatest rival. Yet he admired Tang Chen's strength and spirit. Little did he expect to encounter someone today with even greater audacity than Tang Chun. A battle against the divine in 5 years? Xiandalu cast a glance behind him, a figure emerging in his mind, gritting his teeth. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. "Very well, in this battle, our spirit hall shall comply." Xiaoming nodded upon witnessing the situation. What did it matter if he had slain Xiandalu? Now, with his soul power enhanced, achieving the pinnacle of 100 levels to become a deity should not pose a challenge even against the likes of the Shura god. The opponent was a representative of the angel god, akin to Poseidon from Sea God Island. While one may disregard Xiandalu, one must still show respect to the angel god. Descending gracefully, Xiaoming landed before Dai Mubai and the others. As they beheld his return, Dai Mubai, the rotund Ma Hongjun, and the rest were at a loss for how to convey their overwhelming emotions of admiration and excitement. Slowly, Xiao Wu and Tang Sen approached them. "Thank you." They earnestly bowed in gratitude to Xiaoming. With so many titled Duluos in the spirit hall, Tang Sen understood that had it not been for Xiaoming, he would have been powerless to save Xiao Wu, even at the cost of his life. "All right, I have repaid you for the favor regarding your soul bone, little San." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Xiaoming remarked nonchalantly, "It is merely spirit hall. No matter how many mortals there are, they remain mere mortals in the end." However, Xiaoming turned slightly, casting his gaze toward a specific spot, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What is this? Have you been watching for so long, yet still do not dare to reveal yourself?" His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Was there someone else? Dai Mubai and the others tensed, suspecting another hidden power from the spirit hall, but upon noticing Xiaoming's calm demeanor, they exhaled in relief. A shadowy figure materialized silently, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, tall and robust, clad in a tattered robe that revealed his bronze-hued skin. He bore a disheveled appearance, resembling a bird's nest, with an unkempt beard that had evidently gone untended for many days. "Humph, regarding that blow from back then, how do you propose we settle the score?" he coldly challenged. The figure before them could only be the Haoyan Douluo, Tang Hao. In his youth, Xiaoming had been reckless and inexperienced, nearly suffering defeat at the hands of a single strike from Tang Hao, a testament to his lack of cultivation. Now, encountering him again sparked Xiaoming's curiosity. "Ahem, you jest, esteemed one. Given your current prowess, I am entirely at your mercy." Upon finishing his words, Tang Hao adopted a posture of submission, yet a glint of shrewdness flickered in his eyes, fully aware of his predicament. He understood that with the disparity in their strengths, he had long since been exposed. If Xiaoming truly harbored grievances from the past, he would have been unable to defend against even a single strike, rendering any further dramatics unnecessary. "Boring, quite boring. I shall take my leave." Having reached such a pinnacle of power, with soul energy, soul rings, soul bones, and the essence of his bloodline, Xiaoming's strength had multiplied beyond measure. To bully a frail and ailing titled Duluo like Tang Hao seemed beneath him. "By the way, little San, The matter concerning your father's debts shall fall upon you. 5 years hence, at Shrek Academy, I shall escort you to the promised realm of divinity. Remember, when you ascend to godhood, you shall need to contend with me in place of your father. Life is as solitary as snow. Once Qin Xiaoming finished his words, he paid no further heed, and, in a flicker of movement, had vanished, retreating into the distance. Only the resonant echoes of his profound utterances lingered in the air. The verdant willows reflected in the azure wood, swift as shooting stars. Having concluded matters, he departed, shrouded in anonymity and obscurity. Chapter 75, 5 years later. 5 years had elapsed. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was a boundless expanse of azure, with a gentle yet slightly scorching breeze caressing Shrek Academy. Since the Academy's triumph 5 years ago, when Qin Xiaoming single-handedly battled the Spirit Hall, the Snow Knight Emperor personally visited Shrek Academy to seek an audience with Flinder and the others. Ultimately, with the support of the Heaven Dou Empire, Shrek Academy flourished rapidly, surpassing the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou in momentum. The Spirit Hall, once suppressed by Qin Xiaoming, hesitated to obstruct the burgeoning Shrek Academy, likely due to the 5-year pact established by Qin Xiaoming. Consequently, Shrek Academy emerged as the undisputed premier institution across the continent. At this moment, under the zenith of the sun, a young man and woman arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy. They appeared to be in their 20s. The young man slightly older than the girl, who seemed younger. The young man possessed a mane of golden hair, wild and free-flowing down his back, with vibrant eyes reflecting a hint of excitement as he gazed intently at the distinctive monster carving on the Academy's plaque. The girl, with an icy demeanor and a fiery spirit, possessed a flawless figure that starkly contrasted with the chill in her expression, exuding a magnetic allure. Clad in white, her long dress concealed most of her alabaster skin, standing in striking opposition to the young man's dark attire. The golden-haired youth sighed, pondering how swiftly time had passed. 5 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. He wondered how everyone had fared. We shall know upon meeting, the girl replied succinctly, her stunning eyes betraying a hint of excitement beneath her cold facade. This striking pair was none other than Dai Mubai, the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, and Zhu Zhuqing, the 7th member. 5 years had not dulled their memory of the promise left by Qin Xiaoming. In that fateful battle, he had vanquished all the formidable experts of the Spirit Hall, then seemingly vanished, leaving only a promise to Tang saying that they would reunite at Shrek Academy 5 years hence. Under Qin Xiaoming's intimidation, the Spirit Hall dared not act against Tang Hao and Xiao Wu. Yet, after the Soul Master competition concluded, everyone embarked on their individual paths. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the Star Luo Empire, while Tang San and Xiao Wu followed Tang Hao. Ning Rongrong was taken back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school by Ning Fengji, and Oscar pursued his own happiness alongside them. The somewhat melancholic Ma Hongjun expressed his desire to traverse the continent, setting off alone. After a brief reunion, the Shrek 7 monsters parted ways, awaiting the anticipated moment of their 5-year reunion. Now, the time had come, and they returned with eager hearts. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were filled with an overwhelming sense of excitement, which was clearly reflected in their expressions. Just as they were embroiled in a dispute with the Academy guards, a hefty figure lounging under the shade of a tree observed them with a mocking grin. Oh, this junior has quite the audacity, daring to confront our esteemed Dai Mubai. Such boldness. Towering at 8 feet tall, with an equally impressive girth, his rotund head sported a mohawk hairstyle, complemented by a mischievous smirk. This was the fiery phoenix, Ma Hongjun. After exchanging a few words with Dai Mubai, the Academy guard continued to provoke them, prompting the hefty fellow to glare fiercely. An overwhelming, tempestuous aura emanated from him, infused with a palpable ferocity, causing the 2 inadequately skilled guards to retreat decisively. It's been 5 years, and you've not lost any weight, but your arrogance has certainly multiplied. A clear voice rang out, growing nearer. Dressed in a pink ensemble, her long hair cascading down to her waist, Ning Rongrong exuded an air of grace and nobility, reminiscent of her martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Her appearance brought joy to Dai Mubai and the others. Yet the plight and choices of Oscar cast a shadow over their reunion. Zhu Zhuqing embraced the tearful Ning Rongrong, offering quiet comfort. What should have been a joyous reunion had transformed into a poignant scene. I wonder how Sango and Xiao Wu are faring. They must be all right, Ma Hongjun remarked, exchanging glances with Dai Mubai, a hint of longing evident in their eyes. At that moment, a tall figure, over 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and a remarkably proportionate physique, approached them. His handsome face wore a gentle smile, dark blue hair cascading over his shoulders, and his sapphire-like eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance. Clad in elegant white attire, he exuded an innate aristocratic charm. Who has caused our Rongrong such sorrow? A melodious voice resonated. The newcomer was none other than Tang San, returning after 5 years. The transformation in Tang San was profound. Both his appearance and demeanor had changed so significantly that Dai Mubai and the others scarcely recognized him. After an inconclusive exchange, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun sprang into action, confronting Tang San. With his blue-silver grass martial soul skills, and external soul bones, they finally accepted his identity. The group gathered at the entrance of Shrek Academy, engaging in conversation, inevitably touching upon Chun Xiaoming. San, have you been in touch with Teacher Chun over the years? Tang San could only smile wryly at the question. Ever since 5 years ago, when Chun Xiaoming had left him with a cryptic remark about becoming a god, he had been in turmoil. At that time, he was merely at the 40th level of soul power, far from the 100 required to attain divinity. Despite his relentless training over the past 5 years, he had only managed to break through to the 64th level. San, don't worry. Teacher Chun was likely just speaking in jest. Dai Mubai gently patted Tang San's shoulder. Over the years, despite his diligent cultivation, he had only attained a soul power of 60 levels. And the notion of reaching 100 and becoming a deity was something he scarcely dared to contemplate. However, back in the day, Chun Xiaoming had proclaimed before a gathering of title Douluo that he would confront Tang San once he ascended to divinity. Yet Dai Mubai and the others remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. Hey, third brother, isn't Xiaowu with you? After receiving some comfort from Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong felt somewhat better and, gazing at the solitary figure of Tang San, could not help but ask, her eyes scanning the area from which he had arrived. Years ago, Tang San had departed alongside Xiaowu, and although the spirit hall had not acted immediately due to Chun Xiaoming's situation, there was still considerable concern among them. Rongrong must be missing me. A charming figure sprang forth, embracing Ning Rongrong with enthusiasm. Clad in a flowing white dress that cascaded down to her feet, she resembled a delicate fairy, her flawless features accentuated by cascading black hair that trailed gracefully behind her. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed almost to converse, as she playfully caressed Ning Rongrong's cheek. All right, Xiaowu. Tang San couldn't help but cover his face. Over the past 5 years, Xiaowu's playful nature had remained unchanged. Rather, one could say that under Tang San's indulgence, she had grown even more carefree and spirited. Just as everyone was immersed in their playful banter, a figure approached slowly. Excellent. It seems you all have gathered quite well. Chapter 76. Reunion at Shrek Academy. Inside the office of Shrek Academy's president, Flinder reclined comfortably in his large chair. His life in recent years had been one of leisure. Although he held the title of president, many affairs of the academy no longer required his direct involvement, as Lu Erlong oversaw administrative matters and the esteemed master guided the students. As president, he was free from financial worries, as the academy's operations were funded by the Heaven Dou Empire. Life had been exceedingly pleasant, especially with Chun Xiaoming serving as the vice president, which deterred even the spirit hall from causing trouble. One could say that his life was as enjoyable as it could be. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. It's unlocked. Come in, Flinder replied languidly. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Wujia, who approached Flinder with a jovial smile. Over the years, Zhao Wujia had focused on self-cultivation, and his soul power had reached 81 levels, elevating him to the rank of Soul Dou. Flinder cast a casual glance in his direction, but his attention was soon drawn to a figure entering the room, clad in white, with silvery hair flowing gracefully and a handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, reminiscent of a spring breeze. President Flinder, it has been a long time. The figure greeted warmly and, without hesitation, stepped forward to pour himself a cup of the new tea on Flinder's desk. This figure was none other than Chun Xiaoming, who felt entitled to indulge himself. Having served as Shrek Academy's vice president for over 5 years without taking a single penny. Come in swiftly, don't linger in the doorway. Just as Flinder was taken by surprise, he once again sensed a fluctuation of energy from outside the door, causing him to rise in excitement. Tang San, Dai Mubai, the master, and Lu Erlong entered the room. Flinder's gaze swept across the faces of the 6 individuals before him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Shrek's 7 monsters were an eternal pride in his heart. Today was a rare reunion, and he was determined to treat them lavishly. After 5 years apart, Chun Xiaoming had become increasingly carefree, and at this moment, his every frown and smile seemed to exude a unique charm that evoked no feelings of aversion. Upon hearing the plan to treat Flinder, Zhao Wujia felt a surge of excitement. Although Shrek had transformed significantly over the past 5 years, Flinder's miserly disposition, where he valued money over life, had remained unchanged, earning him a begrudging admiration. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others greeted Flinder while Chun Xiaoming quietly brewed tea. In the 5 years that had passed, Chun Xiaoming had not been idle. He had acquired the art of tea brewing from somewhere, refining his character and nurturing his spirit. It seemed he had even engaged in philosophical discussions with Tang San's aunt. Come, give it a try, he gently urged. Tang San, Daimubai. And the others took their seats, and Flinder's eyes brightened as he noticed something intriguing. He delicately lifted the cup, gestured lightly, and then took a sip. Daimubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San followed suit, while Zhao Wujia and Ma Hongjun downed theirs in one go. Why bother with pretentiousness? Drinking heartily was far more satisfying. Qin Xiaoming was unbothered. After all, it was merely a cup of tea, destined to be consumed. What difference did it make whether savored or gulped? The essence of the way is simplicity. The practice of tea is meant to clear the mind of distractions. For Qin Xiaoming, following the natural way and acting in accordance with his heart was sufficient. If the heart is not tranquil, then the myriad teachings cannot penetrate. Oh, I once promised to take you to the realm of divinity, and now that the 5-year agreement has come to fruition, it is time I shared this with you. Observing Ma Hongjuan's eager gaze, Qin Xiaoming smiled gently. He informed Tang San and the others that it was merely for the sake of a final memento. With a casual wave of his hand, a silver light burst forth from Qin Xiaoming, enveloping the entire office in an instant. The silver radiance bore no oppressive force, merely brushing past like a gentle breeze. Yet both Tang San and Flinder sensed something unusual. Do not worry, this is my domain. I simply prefer that our conversation remains unheard by others. Without further explanation, Qin Xiaoming continued. Having grown stronger over the past 5 years through his understanding of his bloodline origins, was it truly surprising that his power had increased and his domain had strengthened? What I am about to say next, you must remember well. He reminded everyone, pulling Tang San and the others back to focus. In this continent, divine beings exist. And achieving the pinnacle of divinity at the 100th level is not merely a legend, but a reality that can be attained. The esteemed master, upon hearing Qin Xiaoming's mention of the 100-level ascension to divinity, could not help but exhibit a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Is it truly possible to attain such a level? There are generally 2 paths to achieving divinity. One is the elevation of soul power to the 100th level, and the other is through divine position inheritance. As for the first method, I shall not dwell upon it. Instead, let me elucidate the second. Gazing at Qin Xiaoming as he bypassed the first method, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, yet they refrained from further inquiry. After all, such esoteric matters would remain obscure to them unless disclosed by Qin Xiaoming. The prerequisites for divine position inheritance are threefold. First, one must become a title Duluo with soul power exceeding 95. Second, one must locate a site of divine inheritance. And third, one must undergo the divine examination. Typically, upon successfully completing the divine examination, one is poised to transcend to the 100-level realm of divinity. Raising 3 fingers, Qin Xiaoming refrained from revealing more. However, just these 3 conditions left Ma Hongjun and the others swallowing hard. Teacher Chun, that title Douluo seems a distant dream for us. Ma Hongjun could not contain his thoughts. Although he appeared to be just 34 levels away from the title Douluo, he felt utterly devoid of confidence without at least 3 to 4 decades of effort ahead of him. Flander and Zhao Wujia exchanged glances. At their age, they had barely attained the soul Douluo rank, and it seemed unlikely they would ever reach the title Douluo stage in their lifetimes. Alas, it is no wonder that ascending to the 100-level divinity has become mere legend. The master sighed gently. Recognizing the stringent conditions that effectively barred 99% of soul masters from achieving such a status. Just how many titled Duluos exist across the continent? The first requirement alone, soul power above 95, leaves one wondering if there are even a handful in existence now. As Qin Xiaoming observed the master's contemplative demeanor, he chose not to elaborate further. Not every title Douluo exceeding 95 qualifies for divinity. The divine being also considers the martial soul and individual potential. After all, Oscar nearly went unnoticed. Had it not been for the 9 heavens profound selecting Ning Rongrong, the god of food would hardly have bestowed his divine position upon someone as inconsequential as him. Such a loss of divine stature would diminish the essence of divinity itself. Reflecting on this, his gaze inadvertently swept past Ning Rongrong, and he could not help but shake his head, secretly lamenting. Indeed, the cabbage is often uprooted by swine. Chapter 77, Setting Sail for Sea God Island. Teacher Chun, we are merely at the 60th level of soul power. This ascension to divinity seems rather distant for us. It was not that Ma Hongjun was cowardly, but the conditions for divinity were exceedingly stringent, compounded by the necessity of a subsequent examination. He may appear foolish, yet he is not devoid of wisdom. The divine examination mandates a minimum of title Douluo. What business do they, as soul emperors, have there? Are they merely fodder for the challenge? Qin Xiaoming, observing the astute Ma Hongjun, shook his head. Could these individuals not wait for him to finish articulating his thoughts? Naturally, your current cultivation is too low. I advise that when you eventually acquire divine position inheritance, strive to elevate your soul power to above 95, otherwise, you may struggle to succeed in the examination. The assessment is no easy feat. Tang San possesses the halo of a protagonist, and during the final challenge against the deep-sea demon whale king, he nearly faltered. The others, without Tang San's assistance, would have struggled immensely. However, the place I am about to take you to is not a cause for concern. Although it is also a realm of divinity, it solely pertains to Xiao San. You are merely to temper yourselves and enhance your cultivation. Upon finishing his words, Qin Xiaoming's gaze turned towards Tang San. The position of Sea God is undoubtedly destined for you. Otherwise, the others may not attain success. As for the items required for the 9 trials of the Sea God, Qin Xiaoming remained indifferent. The sea cover of the vast ocean should be within the Tiando Imperial Palace, something that neither BBDong nor Douluo are aware of, or they would have acquired it long ago. Only related to Xiao San, could it be? Master let out a soft exclamation, grasping the deeper meaning behind Qin Xiaoming's words. 5 years ago, Qin Xiaoming had mentioned the necessity for Tang San to contend for divinity, and now he speaks of its connection to Tang San again. Indeed, that divine realm is known as Sea God Island, where Tang San shall undergo the Sea God's trials. If he succeeds, the Sea God position will be his. The revelation astonished everyone. Tang San is to ascend to godhood. Observing their astonished expressions, Qin Xiaoming relished the moment. It has not been easy for him. Cultivating a few worthy opponents is a true challenge. As for why he did not seek out the existing Sea God and Shura God for a confrontation, he simply followed his inner convictions. There is no rush. What is cultivated holds far more significance than what is readily available. Clearing his throat lightly, Qin Xiaoming refrained from saying much more, setting a timeline of 3 days for them to adjust. After this period, they would embark towards Sea God Island. Once the conversation concluded, Qin Xiaoming did not remain idle. He followed Master to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, he did not encounter Qian Renxue, who had transformed into the Tiando Crown Prince. Perhaps due to the pressure from Qin Xiaoming, Qian Douluo had to summon Qian Renxue back to focus on her cultivation in preparation for the Angel Goddess trials, aiming for early ascension to fulfill Qin Xiaoming's 5-year agreement. Within the palace, Qin Xiaoming had a private audience with the Snow Knight Emperor. No one knew what transpired between them in the secret chamber, but upon exiting, the Snow Knight Emperor wore a radiant smile. After leaving the palace, Qin Xiaoming did not engage in any further endeavors. The only task that remained was to locate that fellow Oscar. Perhaps by good fortune, the next day, Oscar returned to Shrek Academy alongside Tang San. Consequently, the group gathered in the evening to celebrate the reunion of the Shrek 7 monsters. Given the significance of this occasion, Qin Xiaoming naturally participated and once again witnessed Ning Rongrong's formidable drinking capacity. Oscar fell first, followed by Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mu Bai, and finally, Tang San, all succumbing to Ning Rongrong's prowess. As Qin Xiaoming stood aside, he gazed at the inebriated members of Shrek Academy, silently lamenting their condition, realizing they truly needed to strengthen themselves. As for why Qin Xiaoming remained upright, it was no jest. He was renowned across countless realms as an extraordinary figure. Are you aware of what it means to be such a figure? When the time came for indulgence, Qin Xiaoming simply tapped the status bar, dispelling the effects of intoxication in an instant. It was merely a negligible amount of experience points, and his wealth was ample. He was unconcerned. But wait. Why not utilize my soul power to expel the alcohol? The following day, despite the revelry of the previous night, upon awakening, Qin Xiaoming discovered that Tang San and the others were already prepared. After a hasty preparation, he did not linger, having entrusted the Hanhai Qiankuan shield to Tang San, who had now taken on the role of teacher for Shuepeng. At the city gates of Tiando, the carriage was ready, and not only the teachers from Shrek Academy, but also Ning Fengji, the Sword Duluo, the Bone Duluo, and various elders from the Tang sect had been invited by the master to see them off. Observing the reluctance of those gathered, Qin Xiaoming did not hasten them. The journey was long, and he had no means to transport Tang San and the others directly through the skies. After a brief farewell, Tang San and the others finally set forth towards Sea God Island. Throughout the journey, Qin Xiaoming refrained from speaking much. Even as he sensed a few lurking eyes along the way, he remained indifferent, seizing the opportunity to relax and find some amusement. The journey progressed smoothly, save for a brief encounter with a band of foolish wolf bandits, which Tang San and the others swiftly dealt with. Days later, they arrived at Hanhai City, the premier coastal city of the Tiando Empire and the largest port city on the continent. Finally, they had arrived. Being here signified they were not far from Sea God Island, though it remained uncertain whether they would encounter the deep-sea demon whale king. Should such an encounter arise, it would certainly be intriguing. As they entered the city with Tang San and Dai Mu Bai, the attention of Hanhai City's denizens quickly shifted to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The fervent and somewhat lascivious gazes directed at them caused Xiaoming to furrow his brow slightly. With a cold reprimand, he released a subtle pressure of soul power. In an instant, those who had been staring at Xiao Wu and the others fell to the ground, eyes wide with fear as they looked upon Xiaoming, who, under his icy gaze, compelled them to bow their heads in submission. "Humph, let us go," Xiaoming remarked softly, feeling displeased by their brazen stares. He had not even looked at them, yet they dared to gaze so boldly. This was merely a slight exertion of pressure. Should they harbor any further ill intentions, he would not hesitate to take action. Observing Xiaoming standing up for them, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others broke into radiant smiles, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a wry smile as they shook their heads. Even they felt that their actions were somewhat ostentatious, potentially alarming the Spirit Hall. However, with Chun Xiaoming present, even if the Spirit Hall were to discover them, they would not dare to cause trouble. Alas, it seems one ought to embody the essence of Chun Xiaoming. Chapter 78. Arrival at Sea God Island. The following day, after resting for a night in Hanhai City, Chun Xiaoming paid no heed to the whereabouts of Tang San and the others from the previous day. At dawn, he set out towards the western gate of Hanhai City. Tang San and Oscar had already booked a ship the day before. The Hanhai City dock, being the largest port in the Tiando Empire, was impressively constructed, boasting at least 20 docks extending several hundred meters into the sea, accommodating hundreds of ships. The vessel reserved by Tang San and Oscar was located on the eastern side of the dock. It was a brand new ship, aesthetically pleasing, with a hull painted in a deep iron color, measuring 50 meters in length and over 20 meters in width. The ship's exterior was coated with a thick layer of iron armor beneath its gray paint, offering substantial protection. However, upon boarding, Chun Xiaoming furrowed his brow slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Welcome aboard the Sea Demon." A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, approached with a hearty laugh, gesturing in welcome. As his gaze swept over Chun Xiaoming, he suddenly felt a piercing sharpness strike at his heart, an overwhelming sense of danger flooding his mind. The sensation was akin to being targeted by a ferocious sea spirit beast, causing the middle-aged man to lower his head, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. "Hee. Members of the Purple Pearl pirate crew, are we?" Chun Xiaoming chuckled coldly, his gaze piercing through the concealed soul power of the crew. He recalled that in the original narrative, it was indeed these individuals who had led Tang San and the others to the depths of the Sea Demon Whale King, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. "This esteemed sir is jesting. I am unaware of what you speak," the middle-aged man stammered, his body involuntarily trembling at the mention of the Purple Pearl pirate crew. The revelation of their true identity left him feeling quite anxious. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were not Na'vi novices. Upon observing the man's demeanor, they instinctively circulated their soul power, remaining on high alert. "Teacher Chun, are these individuals from the Spirit Hall?" Oscar whispered, sidling up to Chun Xiaoming. This was their first encounter with these people, and their first visit to Hanhai City. Apart from the Spirit Hall, Oscar could scarcely conceive of anyone else harboring ill intentions toward them. "No, let us proceed. We are pressed for time," Chun Xiaoming replied. Glancing at the sky, it was time to embark. He stepped onto the ship ahead of him, and Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged looks before following suit. With Chun Xiaoming present, they felt emboldened, confident that even if it were a vessel of the Spirit Hall, they would dare to board. The middle-aged man stood astounded as he watched Chun Xiaoming, fully aware of his identity, board the ship without hesitation. At that moment, Chun Xiaoming had already reached his side. "Do not entertain any thoughts, or else, death." The words floated lightly, and the middle-aged man felt as though the space around him had been constricted, an invisible hand tightening around his throat. His eyes widened as feelings of suffocation and a foreboding sense of mortality flooded his mind. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, all pressure and confinement vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that Chun Xiaoming had long since departed, and Tang San and the others had also moved on. Gasping for breath, the middle-aged man cast a profound glance at Chun Xiaoming's retreating figure. His eyes filled with an ineffable dread. Chun Xiaoming's earlier words echoed in his mind, prompting a shift in the middle-aged man's demeanor as he approached his subordinates. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions followed closely behind Chun Xiaoming, puzzled as to why they had chosen this vessel despite being aware of its potential issues. Chun Xiaoming remained silent, and Tang San's group refrained from inquiring further. Following Chun Xiaoming's warning, the initially hostile Heidel and his crew exhibited an unexpectedly courteous demeanor throughout the journey. Had they not known the other party were pirates, one might have thought they were vying for the title of exemplary crew members. Nevertheless, their perceptiveness was indeed commendable. Otherwise, Chun Xiaoming would not have hesitated to feed them to the sharks. With the troublesome situation resolved, Chun Xiaoming reclined leisurely on the deck. basking in the sunlight and savoring the sea breeze while taking in the picturesque scenery. The ocean's beauty is unparalleled, and those who have never truly experienced the sea can never grasp its vast and majestic essence. The endless expanse of water met the sky in the distance, as the sun rose gently from the east, casting shimmering reflections across the surface. In high spirits, Xiaoming chose his preferred pastime, fishing in the Soul Beast area. This seemingly foolish act of fishing aboard a moving ship had initially amused Heidel and his crew, but when Xiaoming began to catch one soul beast after another, they were utterly bewildered. Even Tang San and his companions were left in disbelief, questioning how such feats were accomplished. Xiaoming merely smiled faintly, offering no explanations. After reeling in a massive fish measuring 15 meters in length, he deftly dispatched it with a gentle flick. "Here, let's prepare this for today's feast," he instructed softly, prompting Heidel and his crew to rush over and handle the ingredient. Fortunately, as soul masters, they managed the task well. Otherwise, moving such a large creature with just 6 people would have posed a formidable challenge. "Well, that concludes today's training," he said, taking a deep breath. Although he appeared to be fishing, he was actually honing his spatial abilities. Thus, as they journeyed, Xiaoming and Tang San's group busily occupied themselves, and before they knew it, 10 days had slipped by. On the morning of the 11th day, Heidel stood on the deck, gazing intently towards the horizon. In the distance, a small black emerged on the sea line. Upon spotting this, Heidel promptly commanded the sailors to drop anchor and halt the vessel. "Esteemed guests, we have arrived at Sea God Island, but I can only escort you this far," Heidel explained respectfully, glancing back at Xiaoming, who had emerged from behind. "The waters surrounding this area are teeming with spirit beasts, and any approach may provoke an attack. Well, no need to elaborate. We shall proceed on our own from here." With a wave of his hand, after drifting on the sea for 10 days, Xiaoming's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Sea God Island and the Sea God Assessment. One can only wonder if he will have a chance to partake. A faint smile graced his lips as he glanced back at the assembled members of the Shrek 7 monsters. An inexplicable surge of energy emanated from within him. "Let us depart." As the words fell, Tang San and the others felt their bodies lift uncontrollably, rising swiftly to an altitude of 50 meters above the surface of the sea. The once formidable ship now appeared minuscule. Xiaoming cast a look towards Sea God Island, showing no signs of hesitation as he led Tang San and the others across the waters, soaring forward. Watching the retreating figures of Xiaoming and his companions, Heidel and the others aboard the ship were left in astonishment, grappling with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, a glimmer of relief flickered in Heidel's eyes. It was fortunate that he had refrained from taking action against them, or he might have wound up as shark bait. Chapter 79. The Sea God Assessment. Sea God Island. The island exuded a warmth reminiscent of spring, sprawling expanses of verdant greenery stretching endlessly. The air was imbued with a unique essence, refreshing, gentle, and invigorating, accompanied by the soft whispers of the sea in the breeze. The beach, bathed in sunlight, shimmered with fine, white sand that sparkled like tiny crystals. Is this truly Sea God Island? On the tranquil and serene shores of Sea God Island, Xiaoming descended with Tang San and the others. Marveling at the picturesque scenery before them, Oscar couldn't help but express his admiration. "Let us proceed." By the time Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others regained their senses, Xiaoming's gaze had already drifted to the distance, as if he could see through the endless green canopy to a breathtaking scene beyond. Under Xiaoming's guidance, the group ambled through Sea God Island, which felt as expansive as a continent. It wasn't long before they were halted by a group clad in light yellow garments. Lacking the context of the Pearl Island incident, Tang San and his companions were unfamiliar with the significance of the attire worn by this group. "I am here to seek the grand offering, and these individuals are devotees of the Sea God, come to undergo the Sea Goddess assessment." Given that this was the domain of the Sea God, Xiaoming preferred to maintain a low profile, wishing to avoid confrontation. "Grand offering?" The lead middle-aged man furrowed his brow, uncertain about how to respond to the mention of seeking the grand offering. The Sea God held the highest esteem on the island, followed closely by the grand offering who served him. The gaze continuously swept over Xiaoming, and after a moment of hesitation under his scrutiny, the middle-aged man ultimately acquiesced. "You are land soul masters. I shall ask you once more, will you depart, or will you accept the challenge posed by the Sea God? I must remind you that the Sea Goddess trials are far more rigorous for land soul masters. Once you embark upon this trial, retreat is not an option." This time, the middle-aged man turned his attention to Tang San and the others behind Xiaoming, seeking their counsel. The group exchanged glances, yet Xiaoming remained impassive, asserting that the decision rested solely with them. "The opportunity has been bestowed upon you, should you choose to forfeit." It would be truly regrettable to bear the title of the Shrek 7 monsters. Indeed, we shall accept the trial. With a shared glance, the Shrek 7 monsters, save for Xiao Wu, almost unanimously responded. The middle-aged man chose not to elaborate further, whispering a few words to a young sea soul master clad in yellow nearby. The young soul master respectfully acknowledged and swiftly departed. I hope you do not come to regret your choice. Follow me, the middle-aged man instructed, leading Chun Xiaoming, Tang San, and the others into the woods. Chun Xiaoming took the lead, surveying his surroundings with a sense of calm and patience. Before long, the group emerged from the thicket into a clear pond, surrounded by dense forest, its diameter roughly 500 meters. At the center of the pond stood a triangular platform, upon which rose an unusual stone pillar. Shaped like a cone, its apex was adorned with a peculiar sculpture, and the entire column was intricately engraved with countless complex patterns. At the base of the pillar sat a figure, eyes closed and back to the stone, seemingly in meditation, clad in black attire. I report to you, Lord Seahorse, that an external land soul master has come to accept the trial. Please grant permission. With the amplification of soul power, the voice of the middle-aged man in yellow traveled forth like an arrow. Suddenly, the figure seated beneath the seahorse sacred pillar opened his eyes, and two haunting gazes, like fathomless abysses, sent a shiver through Tang San and the others, even from such a distance. Humph! A cold snort reverberated through the air, and the surrounding space seemed to ripple. The oppressive aura of the figure in black vanished without a trace, allowing Tang San and his companions to exhale in relief. Come, I shall lead you to the assessment. With these words, before the middle-aged man could react, Chun Xiaoming and the others soared into the air, their figures transforming into streaks of light as they darted towards the seahorse sacred pillar. This is not good, the middle-aged man exclaimed in alarm. Utterly unprepared for Chun Xiaoming and the others' reckless initiative at the seahorse sacred pillar, but it was too late. Casting a glance at the sea daw beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, the middle-aged man's expression shifted. Astonishingly, the Lord had yet to take action. What could this mean? In a mere moment of astonishment, Chun Xiaoming, accompanied by Tang San and the others, had already stepped onto the pedestal of the seahorse sacred pillar. As they landed, Chun Xiaoming furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze not directed towards the seahorse Douluo, but rather towards the heavens. Just moments ago, he had sensed an elusive presence observing him. Could it be the sea god? He mused silently, which was precisely why he had been reluctant to venture into such places, with everyone under the scrutiny of divine beings. What was the point of coming here without any strength? Thus, he had bided his time for over 5 years. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he lowered his head, dismissing the matter. If they wish to observe, let them observe to their heart's content. His gaze swept over the sullen seahorse Duluos, before settling on the perplexed expressions of Tang San and his companions, who appeared quite at ease. Allow me to introduce you to the figure before you. He is the guardian of the seahorse sacred pillar, Seahorse Duluos, with a martial soul of seahorse and a soul power of level 91. The column behind him is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, specifically the seahorse sacred pillar. You will face trials from this pillar. Each sacred pillar offers a challenge, all subject to the sea god's assessment. Generally, there are 5 categories of trials: white level, yellow level, purple level, black level, and the prestigious red level trials. The higher the level of the trial, the more abundant the rewards. Having broadly introduced the situation to Tang San and the others, he noticed their bewilderment. What is this? Tang San and the others wondered. Isn't this the first time for Teacher Chun? Why does he seem so familiar, as if he has returned home? Seahorse Douluo, on the other hand, was taken aback, thinking, what sorcery is this? He has articulated all that I intended to say. What more is there for me? His gaze sharpened as he regarded Chun Xiaoming. The latter's deep understanding of Sea God Island raised suspicions within him. Who exactly are you? He inquired, his soul power subtly surging, as he became increasingly wary of Chun Xiaoming. To Seahorse Douluo, the latter appeared as an ordinary person devoid of soul power, yet at his level. Such a conclusion was unfathomable. He had only sensed a similar aura from the grand offering Poseidon himself. And who am I? I am here to find Poseidon. Chun Xiaoming replied, his interest in the Seahorse Douluo waning. A man with such low soul power hardly caught his attention. His gaze drifted slightly behind him, and a smile graced his lips as his eyes sparkled with realization. Isn't that right? Poseidon. Chapter 80, The Sea Goddess Assessment. In the distance, a crimson light gradually expanded, and the space appeared to warp slightly. In the next instant, a figure had materialized before the seahorse sacred pillar. Enveloped in a flowing crimson robe, with azure hair cascading behind, the figure's delicate features suggested an age of no more than 30. Radiating a unique aura of nobility, elegance, and gentle warmth, she exuded an undeniable presence. In her right hand, she grasped a staff measuring 3 meters in length, resplendent in gold and adorned with intricate engravings. Atop the staff, a diamond-shaped protrusion resembling a spear was embedded with a golden gem of similar shape. Her clear blue eyes, deeper than the ocean, held the wisdom of ages, embodying a serene compassion that seemed to have witnessed the passage of time itself. The seahorse Douluo bowed slightly, paying his respects to the woman clad in red. In an instant, the attention of Tang San and his companions was captivated by her arrival, while Xiaoming regarded her with keen interest. She was Poseidon Douluo, the most formidable among the three supreme Duluos, having triumphed over both Douluo and Tang Hao. Had it been 5 years prior, Xiaoming might have entertained the notion of a contest with her. However, now, he coughed discreetly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Tang San, you shall proceed to undertake the sea goddess assessment, he instructed, locking eyes with Poseidon. With a subtle nod from her, the seahorse Douluo understood and gracefully retreated. Tang San and his companions offered a slight bow to Poseidon before following the seahorse Douluo toward the seahorse sacred pillar. Xiaoming exchanged a knowing smile with Poseidon. Shall we witness what trials these individuals may endure at the hands of the sea god? His gaze shifted to Tang San and the others, who were now engaged in the assessment. The seahorse Douluo slowly raised his hands, his expression imbued with reverence, bringing them to rest before his chest, where a faint blue light began to manifest in the palms of his hands. Suddenly, the light erupted, enveloping the entire seahorse sacred pillar in a shimmering azure glow. Almost instantly, a blue beam of light surged upwards along the engravings of the pillar, reaching its apex in the blink of an eye. The seahorse Douluo turned to face Dai Mubai, pointing his right hand towards him as a blue light descended, enveloping his form. The color of the beam transformed, shifting from blue to white, then to yellow, and almost seamlessly transitioning to purple, before ultimately resting upon black. Black Level 6 Assessment. The seahorse Dou mused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, as he realized the implications of their prior actions had likely displeased the sea god, resulting in this perilous trial. Casting a sympathetic glance towards Oscar and the others, he recognized that he could offer no further assistance. Following Dai Mubai, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, who faced a similar black level trial, albeit at the 5th level. The seahorse Douluo observed silently, as Oscar then took the stage, also facing the daunting challenge of a black level 6 assessment. Sighing, he reflected on the irony that even a support-type food system soul master was subjected to such a demanding trial. Devoted to the sea god, he could only silently lament the fate of these individuals. After Oscar, it was Ning Rongrong's turn to take the stage. Xiaoming gazed at Ning Rongrong, who was murmuring about passing the 6th assessment, and couldn't help but smile faintly. The 6th assessment seemed unlikely, but there was indeed a 7th. A radiant beam of crimson light pierced straight into the high heavens, causing the serene blue sky to flicker with a flash of blood-red brilliance. The pinnacle of the 7th assessment. Poseidon, who had remained unperturbed, finally gasped in astonishment, a glimmer of delight evident in his partially closed eyes. The red light gradually receded, and 7 crimson lanterns merged into Ning Rongrong's forehead, transforming into an extraordinary red 7-pointed star, symbolizing the pinnacle of the 7th assessment. Rongrong, you have done remarkably well. The highest evaluation in red. It seems Oscar will never rise again in this lifetime, Xiaoming jested. He was not particularly surprised by Ning Rongrong's achievement. After all, her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda had evidently surpassed certain limitations, which should provide her with a slight edge over Oscar's innate food-type soul power. Of course, she is my wife. Her talent is exceptional. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong attain the highest level of evaluation, Oscar wore a cheeky grin and leaned in to take advantage of the moment, completely disregarding Xiaoming's jest, instead showering affection upon Ning Rongrong. Poseidon, hovering in midair, altered her expression, having just sensed a subtle disturbance in the surroundings. Although it dissipated quickly, she still felt it. Her blue eyes turned towards Xiaoming, filled with confusion, uncertain about what had just transpired. Hee, Oscar, you are quite the character. Xiaoming thought to himself, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He had meticulously calculated everything, yet had underestimated Oscar's audacity. It seems I need to have a word with the god of food. Just as Oscar was indulging in his affection for Ning Rongrong, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, as if something ominous were about to unfold. The evaluations continued, and with Ning Rongrong's pinnacle 7th assessment, Ma Hongjuan's black level 6th assessment seemed rather unremarkable in comparison. Unbeknownst to them, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained. Thanks to Xiaoming's intervention, Xiao Wu was not immobilized as per the original plot. After Ma Hongjun concluded, the lively girl skipped forward and respectfully saluted the holy pillar, continuously murmuring about passing the 7th assessment. Nearby, Seahorse Duluos' eyelids twitched incessantly. Has everyone gone mad? Today we've already had 1/7 assessment, 3/6 assessments, and 1/5 assessment. Another 7th? Do they think this is a market where they can pick whatever they desire? He, Seahorse Douluo, could not fathom the possibility of another 7th assessment. If it truly happened, he would stand on his head and eat. As the crimson light shot skyward, Seahorse Douluo's unfinished vow was abruptly swallowed, jokingly, for he was a loyal follower of the sea god, obedient to the divine arrangement. Another pinnacle 7th assessment. Having just witnessed one, Poseidon could hardly believe that there would be another, her eyes widening in disbelief. Hee, do not rush, the madness is yet to come. Watching Tang celebrating with Xiaoming approached and gently offered some words of consolation to Poseidon. Xiaowu's attainment of the top-tier 7th examination was likely a gift from the sea god, yet the true spectacle lay within Tang. Come forth. Sea God's 9th examination. Chapter 81, Battle with Poseidon. On Sea God Island, at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, a sound akin to the roiling ocean reverberated from the pillar, followed by a colossal crimson beam of light erupting into the sky, tenfold stronger than before. The Sea of Seas surged, and at that moment, towering waves reaching a height of 100 meters erupted, rising vertically, their crests bursting forth with intense azure luminescence. The entirety of Sea God Island trembled as the red light from the Seahorse Sacred Pillar soared. Soon after, 6 immense crimson beams shot skyward, converging at a single point. And in the next moment, the blood-red hue faded, revealing a resplendent golden light descending from above. The golden radiance swirled before Tang, subsequently merging into his forehead. The golden light gradually diminished, unveiling the trident emblem. A majestic aura, filled with nobility, emanated from Tang, as if he were gazing down upon all living beings. The Seahorse Douluo was utterly numbed. This unprecedented examination left him questioning his own reality, almost prompting him to slap himself awake. Ha ha ha, the Sea God's 9th examination. Little San, it seems the position of Sea God is destined for you. Chun Xiaoming's figure emerged from behind, landing beside Tang and glancing at the trident mark upon his forehead, giving Tang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As the protagonist, Tang was imbued with the aura of a hero, making the Sea God's 9th examination seemingly attainable. Hearing Chun Xiaoming's words, Tang's eyes brightened. He grasped the nature of his examination and understood Chun Xiaoming's prior mention of the path to divinity. However, as he reached this point, his inner doubts grew ever stronger. Achieving the 100th level of divinity was a dream cherished by countless soul masters. Although Chun Xiaoming's strength was formidable, Tang sensed, particularly after just having faced the Sea God's 9th examination, that Chun Xiaoming had not yet ascended to the divine level. So why did Chun Xiaoming wish for him to become the sea god? Speak, if you have questions, do not hesitate. Chun Xiaoming smiled gently at the hesitant Tang. Teacher Chun, you have yet to achieve the 100th level of divinity, correct? Why Tang's inquiry remained unfinished, but Chun Xiaoming understood his intent, patting his shoulder before casting a curious glance at Poseidon, who had come along behind them. What do you consider a god to be? Chun Xiaoming's question caught Tang and the others off guard, yet the Seahorse Douluo frowned, displeasure evident in his eyes. They revered the sea god, and speaking against divine matters was a grave taboo. To me, a god is one who wields extraordinary power. Without waiting for Tang and the others to respond, Chun Xiaoming spoke the answer himself, his eyes shimmering with fervent brilliance. The gods in Douluo might have a pleasing name, yet in the grand tapestry of countless realms, even the most ordinary emperor could easily obliterate them. Thus, to Chun Xiaoming, the concept of divinity was merely a reflection of one's strength. A mighty fist earns respect. Regardless of its title, a feeble one, even calling another father, would be met with a crushing defeat. As soul emperors, you can effortlessly crush ordinary people devoid of soul power. Do you not appear as gods in their eyes? With a gentle smile, Tang and his companions harbored a profound reverence for the divine. Consequently, although I have not ascended to godhood, my strength no longer warrants fear of deities, rendering divine inheritance unnecessary. After an extensive conversation, Chun Xiaoming finally redirected the topic, disregarding the astonishment of Tang and the others. He circumvented the Seahorse Douluo and made his way toward the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. This was the domain of the sea god, and Chun Xiaoming was eager to test himself, curious to see what challenges the sea god might present him given his current prowess. Yet, before he could advance, a crimson figure abruptly obstructed his path. It would be wise for you to retreat, she warned. The sea god had overheard Chun Xiaoming's irreverent remarks, and as a devoted servant of the sea god, she had received instructions to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Poseidon internally sighed, yet she felt compelled to fulfill her divine mission. Are you truly attempting to hinder me? Poseidon, as the high priestess of Sea God Island, merely wished to gauge the trials set forth by her deity, and it was irrational for anyone to impede her. Xiaoming couldn't help but think of certain deities fond of eavesdropping and spying. Let us engage in battle. I wish to test my mettle against yours. We shall move outside. With the sea goddess approach, Xiaoming saw no harm in warming up. The refreshing sea breeze would invigorate them. And upon returning to Sea God Island, a refreshing bath awaited. What a delight! In an instant, Xiaoming transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing Sea God Island and soaring above the boundless ocean. Following closely, Poseidon appeared before him, her form flickering as she materialized. Beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, Tang San and the seahorse dog gazed at the two figures who had exchanged scarcely a few words before rushing into combat, utterly bewildered. They had no inkling of what had transpired. Why were these two suddenly poised to fight? Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding explosions erupted from 7 locations on Sea God Island, unleashing brilliant blue light that converged in midair, coalescing into a gigantic screen. Upon this screen, the two silhouettes of Chun Xiaoming and Poseidon hovered above, captured in their departure. As Seahorse Duluos gazed at the spectacle in the sky, he felt a sense of bewilderment. What could this possibly signify? He had initially assumed that the turbulence of the seahorse sacred pillar was a divine decree from the sea god. Yet now it seemed to diverge from the reverence he held for the deity. Alas, it appears that your esteemed friend is in grave peril. With a gentle sigh, Seahorse Duluos understood why the grand offering had chosen to advance. Such an extraordinary display could only be orchestrated by a command from the sea god, as they could not possibly manipulate the sacred pillar to manifest such an occurrence. Are you suggesting, Seahorse Duluos? Tang San inquired softly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he grasped the implications. Seahorse Duluos nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Those who lack reverence for the divine must face such tribulations. No one could assist him. Though concern lingered in the eyes of Tang San and the others after receiving Seahorse Duluos' response, they remained confident in Xiaoming. After all, his formidable strength had always been awe-inspiring, and his bold assertions were surely backed by conviction. As for Tang San's situation, Xiaoming was indifferent at this moment. He stood upon the vast ocean, locking eyes with Poseidon. Are you prepared? I am coming. Chapter 82, The Battle with Poseidon, Part 2. Outside Sea God Island. In the boundless ocean, an unparalleled aura of majesty emanated from Poseidon. Beneath the colossal blue radiance, a magnificent golden apparition gradually materialized behind her. This figure, human in shape, exuded a commanding presence, and though its features were indistinct, one could discern that it wielded a massive trident, the weapon of Poseidon, the sea god. The sound of chimes echoed as 8 black and 1 red soul rings arranged themselves in an orderly fashion around Poseidon, suspended in midair. The immense soul power surged like the ocean beneath, and as Poseidon's martial soul emerged, the waters roiled violently. Go! With a flick of her right hand, the second soul ring at Poseidon's feet shimmered, causing the sea beneath her to erupt. In an instant, a wave towering over 100 meters surged forth towards Xiaoming. With a swift motion, Poseidon's figure flickered, and the blue light reappeared beneath her. The tumultuous wave transformed into 3 water dragons, each exceeding 100 meters in length, roaring as they followed Poseidon. The colossal waves blotted out the sun above, descending like an apocalypse, while the water dragons split into 3 directions, cutting off Xiaoming's escape. With calm resolve, Xiaoming raised his head, silver light flashing in his eyes as his soul power surged within him. The manifestation of his martial soul, the greenwood tree, emerged, and amidst the flicker of silver brilliance, a greenwood dragon spear cloaked in silver light materialized. Grasping the spear, Xiaoming's figure flickered, and he reappeared in front of one of the water dragons. Break! A fleeting crimson light flickered as 9 blood-colored soul rings, pulsating with the rhythm of 10 millennia, surrounded Xiaoming. He swiftly navigated through the water dragon, creating a breach from which the sea surged to mend itself, yet a faint tremor emanated from the opening. In the blink of an eye, the tremor intensified, causing the entire body of the water dragon to quiver and ultimately collapse into the sea with a resounding crash. Roar! Roar! The other 2 water dragons seized the opportunity, one ascending while the other descended, attempting to engulf Xiaoming in a single gulp. The water dragons harbored an overwhelming soul power, their colossal forms akin to mountains, descending upon Xiaoming with a force that nearly suffocated the surrounding air. Casting a glance at the immense waves behind the water dragon, Xiaoming propelled himself downward with a powerful leap, the azure wooden dragon spear in his hand gleaming with silver light as he aimed directly at the approaching water dragon. In a flash, the silver radiance pierced through, and despite the formidable soul power within the water dragon, Xiaoming still managed to shatter it with a single thrust. Boom! The water dragon disintegrated, and the cascading sea enveloped the area, releasing a unique wave of energy. As Chun Xiaoming prepared to launch another attack, he felt the space around him constrict, as if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, an indescribable pressure pressing down upon him. The terrifying force from all directions momentarily stunned him before he quickly regained his composure. The oceanic domain. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more thunderous sounds erupted, prompting Chun Xiaoming to look down in response to the noise. He beheld towering waves rising once more, encircling him alongside the previous deluge. The waves converged, completely obscuring the blazing sun, while Poseidon stood above, the waves inching inward before crashing down alongside the water dragons. Following the water dragons was Poseidon herself, her 7th soul ring radiating with brilliance, merging her ethereal form with her true self. As a limit Douluo, she would show no mercy in her assault, especially as it was the decree of the sea god. With her martial soul manifested, the black 8th ring coiled around her trident, an immense soul power gradually infusing into it. The originally azure trident now blazed with a fierce golden light. On Sea God Island, beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, Tangan gazed at the scene displayed on the screen, momentarily stunned. Is this the power of Senior Poseidon? He murmured, feeling the intense golden light resonate with his heart from a distance, a divine aura reminiscent of the earlier golden light on his forehead, albeit less potent. Daimubai Oscar and the others, however, were not struck by the same contemplative thoughts. They were utterly awestruck as they witnessed Poseidon effortlessly commanding the 100-meter waves, orchestrating the ocean's fury. 5 years prior, during Chun Xiaoming's battle with the Spirit Hall, such upheaval had not occurred even against Douluo. Was Poseidon truly stronger than Douluo? Alas, the lady is serious. As the seahorse Douluo gazed upon the scene, witnessing the immediate activation of the true form of the martial spirit and the utilization of the 8th soul ring, he could not help but let out a silent sigh. This was Sea God Island, surrounded by the ocean, where Poseidon, the chief deity, commanded the powers of the sea. With a light admonition, a golden trident surged forth towards the descending Chun Xiaoming, accompanied by a tumultuous wave and a torrent of water dragons. The colossal waves and water dragons crashed down, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled across the surface of the sea, causing even Tang San and others, despite their distance, to sense a slight tremor. Where's Teacher Chun? Ma Hongjun inquired anxiously, his eyes fixed on the screen, searching amidst the chaos of waves and water dragons for any sign of Chun Xiaoming. Suddenly, as Tang San and the others grew increasingly worried, a figure soared upward from below, shimmering with silver light and wielding a silver spear, resembling a shooting star as it hurtled towards the descending Poseidon. The silver spear collided with the golden trident, resulting in a clash of immense soul powers that sent a gentle ripple radiating outward. The standoff lasted but a brief moment before Poseidon's previously composed demeanor shifted dramatically, as an overwhelming force surged from the trident towards her. Her blue eyes widened in shock as she glanced at Chun Xiaoming, who responded with a gentle smile directed at her. Then, with a sudden shift in aura, Chun Xiaoming's presence transformed. A blinding flash of silver erupted from the spear, propelling Poseidon backward almost instantaneously. The golden trident, a manifestation of her martial spirit, dimmed and shattered with a series of crisp sounds. As the golden trident, the embodiment of Poseidon's martial spirit, was destroyed by Chun Xiaoming, her inner energies became chaotic, causing her vitality to surge uncontrollably, resulting in a spout of blood. Her soul power fell into disarray, and within moments, she plummeted to the depths of despair. Chun Xiaoming, however, did not pursue. He merely hovered in midair, wearing a tranquil smile. What do you think? My spear is quite formidable. I assent it. Chapter 83, Battle Against Poseidon, Part 2, at Sea God Island. Upon witnessing Poseidon's defeat in a single blow, the seahorse Douluo was engulfed by disbelief. He had never fathomed that the invincible figure in his mind could be so easily vanquished by Chun Xiaoming. How could this be possible? Equally incredulous were the inhabitants of Sea God Island, for Poseidon, as the servant of the sea god, was considered the mightiest entity, second only to the deity himself. Her defeat in a single strike was an unbearable reality for those who revered the sea god. Oh, how tragic, Oscar remarked, observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the seahorse Douluo and others, internally lamenting, for he too had once experienced a similar shock. In the past, Chun Xiaoming singularly dominated the top 10 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, leaving others merely as spectators in awe. Now, the tide has turned. Meanwhile, upon the surface of the sea, Poseidon appeared somewhat pale and weakened. Although she had managed to stabilize her soul power, the shattering of her martial spirit had a considerable impact on her. Most significantly, Chun Xiaoming had not even deployed his true martial spirit. The disparity was undeniable, overwhelming. Poseidon could not fathom the reason for such a vast chasm, but one thing was certain. She could no longer fulfill the task entrusted to her by the sea god. Her eyes reflected guilt and shame, but in the next moment, her expression transformed abruptly. A streak of light surged forth from the distant sea god temple, radiating golden brilliance. It was indeed the sea god's trident, reminiscent of the one Poseidon had once wielded in her true martial form. Yet this was the genuine artifact of the sea god. The previously hollow diamond-shaped aperture of the trident now glowed with a dazzling golden light, sacred and inviolable. Its divinity emanating from that radiant glow. As the golden sea god trident soared into Poseidon's grasp, the searing golden light enveloped her completely. In an astonishing turn of events, the injured Poseidon felt a warm tide surge within her, healing her wounds instantaneously. More astonishingly, as the golden radiance enveloped her, she sensed her strength surging once again. Grasping the weapon of the former sea god, Poseidon's eyes gleamed with profound reverence. As though she stood before the true sea god himself. Bow before him. The simple phrase resonated from the sea god trident, a voice resounding with grandeur. As if echoing from the heavens above, shrouded in mystery. However, after years of serving the sea god, Poseidon instantly comprehended its meaning, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Gazing at Xiaoming, a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. What exactly had he done that warranted such a response from the sea god, especially given his previous irreverent words? This question lingered not only in Poseidon's mind, but also in Xiaoming's. Having just put on a show of bravado, he felt a peculiar wave of energy, followed moments later by the emergence of the sea god trident. While the artifact itself was remarkable, he couldn't help but wonder about the diamond-shaped golden radiance. Was that the divine power of the sea god? What game was the deity playing? Did he not fear being caught by the god of Shura and facing dire consequences? Was he seeking a paradoxical blend of pain and pleasure? A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, and the enigmatic intentions of the sea god eluded him. Before him, Poseidon, transformed by the arrival of the sea god trident, seemed like an entirely different being. It is often said that a limit Douluo is akin to a demigod, with the missing half being divinity. Now, enveloped in golden light, it would not be an exaggeration to declare Poseidon as divine. Once again, a divine being wielding an extraordinary artifact. However, this development is rather intriguing. Xiaoming has long desired a duel with such a deity, and this incarnation of Poseidon has indeed prompted a more serious demeanor from him. Just as Xiaoming prepared to strike, a golden radiance erupted from the distant seahorse pillar, swiftly descending upon the battlefield and seamlessly merging into his being. Staring in astonishment at the golden light entering him, Xiaoming quickly regained his composure, elated by the revelation. It appears that the sea god retains some sense of fairness, recognizing that merely enhancing Poseidon's power would be unjust. Thus, he has granted Xiaoming a boon as well. It seems I have misjudged the sea god's assessment. With 70% of his strength, he has vanquished the sea god Douluo Poseidon, thereby passing the trial. Xiaoming's expression shifted as he recalled what he intended to convey earlier. It seems he truly misunderstood a crucial point. A god devoid of shame is indeed invincible. O heavens and earth! No one informed him that the sea god was of such a nature. The golden light that integrated into him instantaneously suppressed Xiaoming's soul power. His originally formidable soul power of 99 levels gradually receded under the weight of the golden brilliance, ultimately being constrained to a mere 96 levels. As he sensed the drastic reduction of his soul power, over half diminished, Xiaoming felt compelled to inquire of the sea god, "Where did you learn your arithmetic? Was it from a physical education teacher? Are you unaware that the difference between levels 98 and 99 is a staggering 30% disparity in soul power? You have effectively dropped him by 3 levels, resulting in a loss exceeding half of his strength. Is this what you term 70%? Meanwhile, Poseidon also received the notification of the sea god's assessment. Observing Xiaoming's soul power plummet, she could not help but smirk faintly, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of her lips. In another realm of the divine, a figure cloaked in blue light appeared apprehensive, their features obscured. The shimmering eyes of the figure glimmered with a subtle smile, but as the space behind them rippled slightly, their expression shifted to one of solemnity. "Poseidon, you have violated the regulations." A cold, muffled voice resounded, and a figure enveloped in dark crimson magical runes gradually materialized. "Azura, do not speak recklessly. I am merely administering a trial for my heir," retorted the figure shrouded in blue light, disdain evident in their tone. They had anticipated such a response. Otherwise, why would they have initiated a trial for a sea god? Manipulating the rules. Who cannot do that? With a haughty snort, the chilling voice echoed as the figure surrounded by magical runes began to recede, the space trembling slightly before vanishing entirely. The blue figure observed the other's decisive departure, exhaling in relief, though not entirely pleased. Given their understanding of Azura, this matter would undoubtedly not conclude so simply. Unbeknownst to Chun Xiaoming and Poseidon, the events transpiring in the divine realm remained shrouded in mystery. Witnessing the unfolding circumstances, Poseidon regarded Chun Xiaoming with a glimmer of playful intrigue in her gaze. With a gentle smile, she returned Chun Xiaoming's earlier words unchanged. Are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Chapter 84. A strike across the sea. Boom. A faint light flickered, and the radiance in Poseidon's eyes grew increasingly brilliant. With each pulse of light, the air vibrated rhythmically, while the trident of the sea god, held deftly in Poseidon's grasp, pointed towards Chun Xiaoming. It was as if the air had been punctured, and a resplendent blue-golden halo enveloped her, causing her to sway gently like the waves of the ocean. Within 1,000 meters, the sea erupted instantaneously, transforming into colossal waves that surged forth with a thunderous roar. Pure water elements coalesced into a shimmering blue ribbon, spiraling upwards under the trident's command. Go! Poseidon commanded softly, swinging the trident. The azure water elements condensed, forming a blue ring that hurtled towards Chun Xiaoming. The ring, forged from pure water elements, seemed to strain the surrounding space, which trembled slightly under the immense weight, leaving Chun Xiaoming with the instinctual feeling that a tremendous force had locked down the area around him. The disparity in power was staggering. As his soul power surged forth, it felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, unable to move. The diminished soul power meant that Chun Xiaoming was inherently at least 2 levels below Poseidon, rendering him immobile against her assault. Alas, there was no other choice. It seemed this was the only way forward. With his soul power suppressed by Poseidon's divine might, Chun Xiaoming had no option but to unleash his true strength. Fortunately, over the past 5 years, he had not been idle. He had comprehended a significant portion of the primary bloodline source. Today was the perfect opportunity to test his skills against Poseidon. Closing his eyes momentarily, Chun Xiaoming entered an extraordinary state. The rhythmic soul rings surrounding him paused in midair, and the surrounding space appeared to freeze at that instant. An indescribable, unique aura emanated from within him, enveloping a 1,000-meter radius in mere moments. A flash of silver streaked across the space, and suddenly, the water elements summoned by Poseidon ceased their movement. More precisely, they were confined. Poseidon's expression shifted as the master of the ocean. To lose control over a segment of water elements was almost inconceivable. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Within that peculiar space, Poseidon's spirit encountered significant obstruction, unable to penetrate. The blue water element ring, aimed at Chun Xiaoming, severed its connection with Poseidon upon entering that realm, no longer able to draw upon her continuous source of power. Break! Just as the blue ring approached, Chun Xiaoming abruptly opened his eyes. 2 silver beams shot forth from his gaze, flanking the ring on either side, arriving almost instantaneously. The silvery light unfurled. 2 streams of shimmering silver danced and intertwined, swiftly enveloping the azure halo. Chun Xiaoming gently raised his right hand, and with a soft grip, the entire space quivered slightly, transmitting a unique spatial fluctuation. In an instant, the silver light contracted and compressed. Bang! The magnificent azure halo, composed of gathered water elements, vanished completely with a muffled sound, leaving behind a pitch-black opening that exhaled a breath of darkness as the silver light gradually receded. Poseidon's expression hardened, his gaze astonished as he regarded the spatial aperture. The opponent had indeed shattered the fabric of space. The power of space rapidly repaired itself, and in mere moments, the aperture was fully restored. However, Poseidon chose not to strike again. Instead, he scrutinized Chun Xiaoming with gravity. The sheer force of 96 levels of soul power had effortlessly blocked his attack, imbued with the might of the sea god, and had even shattered space. Who could this individual be? Yet, Poseidon began to comprehend why the sea god had mobilized such forces against him. Without the sea god's power and the trident, he had no hope of triumphing over his adversary. The seahorse sacred pillar. How could this be? He had actually withstood an attack from the sea god. Seahorse Douluo gazed at Chun Xiaoming on the luminous screen, utterly astonished. He was on the verge of losing composure. Reflecting on his decades of existence on Sea God Island, he realized that he had never experienced as profound a shock as today. First, the 6th examination of the Black Grade, then the top-tier 7th examination, followed by the Sea God's 9th examination, and now he faced an opponent capable of contending with the Sea God's might. Seahorse Douluo was at a loss for words. All that remained was astonishment. Hey, Xiaoao, do you think he is stunned speechless? Remarked Ma Hongjun, casting a sympathetic glance at Seahorse Douluo. Observing his vacant stare fixed on the screen, he leaned closer to Oscar and whispered, although they were equally astonished. Their confidence in Qin Xiaoming remained unwavering, imbued with an inexplicable assurance. At this moment, having witnessed Qin Xiaoming deflect the attack, they felt a surprising calm. After all, from the screen, they could not perceive the sea god's immense power. Only Tang San stroked the trident emblem on his forehead, lost in thought. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the crowd pondered, several figures surged from the distance, clad in black, both men and women, all unmistakably titled Douluo, radiating formidable presence. Seahorse, what has transpired? Inquired one of the most powerful men among them, directing his question at Seahorse Douluo. The newcomers were the guardians of Sea God Island, the remaining 6 titled Douluo of the 7 sacred pillars. The previous disturbances and anomalies had originated from the Seahorse sacred pillar, and they had come to inquire about the situation. The grand offering was engaged in battle with a man, and even the Sea God Temple had shown signs of unrest. Such occurrences were indeed a cause for concern for them as protectors of Sea God Island. You have arrived. Casting a glance at the newcomer, the Seahorse Douluo softly recounted the sequence of events to the gathered crowd. The Sea Dragon Douluo, with the most formidable presence, underwent a series of emotional shifts. His gaze flitting among Tang San and his companions, particularly fixating on the trident upon Tang San's brow, which caused him to stiffen. Meanwhile, above the ocean, you truly are powerful. Without the aid of the sea goddess strength, I stand no chance. With a calm tone, Poseidon's azure eyes shimmered, the radiant golden light of the sea god trident illuminating the surroundings. The golden sphere of divine power hovering above now radiated brilliantly. Poseidon glanced at the artifact in his hands, reverently and solemnly lifting it above his head, channeling his soul power into it fervently. As the sea goddess bestowed might converged towards the trident. With a thunderous roar, countless points of light erupted from the ocean's surface, soaring towards the sea god trident high above. As the trident shone with golden brilliance, a golden phantom of the trident manifested above, drawing together innumerable light points, swiftly coalescing into a massive blue trident, measuring 100 meters in size. A flash of blue light flickered in Poseidon's eyes as he gripped the sea god trident with both hands, suddenly sweeping it down towards Qin Xiaoming. Flash. Chapter 85. Unrivaled in the world. Flash. Like a decree from the heavens, as Poseidon swung the sea god trident, the immense blue trident surged down with inexorable might. Radiating brilliance, it resembled a colossal pillar descending from the heavens, torrents of water cascading down. Though it appeared similar to Poseidon's previous 100-meter water dragon, it was fundamentally different. The entire blue trident was forged from pure lunar water, and as it swung, the power of the lunar waters erupted forth. In that moment, an infinite illusion of the ocean materialized behind the blue trident, as if an entire sea were descending, exuding an unfathomable force that could be felt even from afar on Sea God Island. Gulping, Oscar swallowed hard, sensing the weight pressing upon his heart, involuntarily gulping again. Despite their distance, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable, making it difficult to fathom the immense pressure that Qin Xiaoming was enduring on the battlefield at that very moment. A look of astonishment flashed in Tang San's eyes. He had assumed the prior display was the extent of the sea goddess power, but it was now clear that the chasm between divinity and humanity was vast indeed. The sea goddess strength, in contrast to Tang San and his companions, rendered the seahorse Douluo and the others with expressions of reverence and exhilaration, as Poseidon's revealed prowess resonated with the essence of the sea god. This strike felt as though it were delivered by the sea god himself. Upon the surface of the ocean, Qin Xiaoming found himself in a rather dire state. As Poseidon unleashed the full force of the sea god's might through the trident, executing his most powerful attack. Almost the instant Poseidon made his move, the ocean beneath Qin Xiaoming seemed to respond, and as the blue trident descended, an overwhelming pressure surged from all directions, compressing him. The realm that was once released is now shrouded by a divine aura, which must belong to Poseidon's original domain, albeit reinforced by divine power. Gazing upward, a colossal blue trident radiates its brilliance, transforming the sky into an expansive ocean beneath its spectral presence, glistening with vibrant waves and shimmering lights. The might of the ocean is indeed worthy of the sea god. This is merely a manifestation of an illusion. Poseidon is not the sea god himself. Yet with the aid of divine power and the trident, he can unleash such formidable strikes. Qin Xiaoming cannot help but acknowledge the formidable nature of this deity's attack. It is time to reveal true strength. With a faint smile, a blazing silver radiance erupts from within him, instantly dissipating the previously oppressive pressure surrounding him. This time, the silver light does not disperse outward, but remains concentrated within a 3-meter radius around Qin Xiaoming. A soft command emanates from the luminous sphere, and from its rear, a flash of silver light reveals an enigmatic aura that emerges in the once desolate expanse, causing the space to tremble slightly, akin to ripples on water. A hum resonates from an unknown source, this sound elusive and intangible. At that moment, Poseidon experiences an inexplicable sense of trepidation, as if he were directly facing the sea god himself, an overwhelming force. With a thunderous roar, the space behind the luminous sphere is torn asunder, unveiling a pitch-black rift from which an ancient and profound aura seeps forth. Urgent words emerge from the luminous sphere, and the abruptly torn rift swiftly seals, leaving behind only a trace of silver essence in the atmosphere. Enveloped in the light, Xiaoming appears somewhat pale, his aura slightly weakened. Nevertheless, upon glimpsing the silver essence before him, he reveals a satisfied smile. In an instant, the silver radiance surges forth, as the bloodline power within Xiaoming is awakened. The original silver essence seems to have found its home, shimmering as it merges into the luminous sphere. A spectral willow vine, approximately 3 meters in length, manifests, emanating an ancient aura as endless silver light integrates within it, the apparition gazing intently. Just as Poseidon is momentarily dazed, a thunderous crash reverberates, and he instantly regains his composure, desperately channeling the sea god's power, the trident descending mercilessly. In the face of this grand strike, Xiaoming nonchalantly waves his hand, sending forth a solidified willow vine that, as it flies, seems to carry the weight of boundless realms and immeasurable distances, crashing into the massive blue trident in an instant. The oceanic phantom behind the blue trident trembles violently, as if the entire sea were in upheaval. In the next moment, the blue trident is pierced through, constructed of the dark and ethereal waters, infused with the sea god's power. At the moment of penetration, it transforms into countless points of light, cascading down once more. The willow shadow flickered and vanished, only to reappear atop the vast ocean's illusion. The willow shadow gently touched the surface of the turbulent waters, and in an instant, the raging sea was restored to tranquility. The seahorse, sacred pillar. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. How could this be possible? The sea dragon Duluos and others arrived with expressions of terror. They could not even withstand the residual force of such a strike, which had been effortlessly neutralized. Who could this person be? Countless thoughts raced through the minds of the sea dragon Duluos and his companions, but the scene before them rendered them incapable of rational thought. The seahorse Duluos glanced at the sea dragon Duluos and the others beside him, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Finally, he was not the one left in shock. What a relief! This time, not only were the sea dragon and his companions astonished, but even Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others stared wide-eyed. They had felt the power of Poseidon's strike earlier, yet that very blow had been effortlessly dispelled by Xiaoming. At that moment, Tang San and the others grasped the truth of Xiaoming's previous declarations. His fearless words regarding the gods were indeed genuine, not a deity, yet battling like a god in human form. In this instant, it was not just Tang San and his companions who realized this. Poseidon atop the waves echoed similar sentiments. At this moment, the divine light of the sea gods still flickered around her, and the hollow of the sea god's trident retained but a trace, allowing Poseidon to grasp it. Gazing across the silver glow at Xiaoming, Poseidon found herself at a loss for words. She had been utterly defeated. In the face of Xiaoming's final strike, she had been powerless to resist. The force within that blow had given her the illusion of confronting an entire world. Had it not been aimed solely at her, Poseidon was uncertain if the divine light could shield her, and she mused that it likely could not. The silver radiance gradually faded, and the earlier willow shadow vanished. Within the brilliance, Xiaoming's figure reemerged, his eyes sparkling with silver light, emanating an aura of supremacy. He, Xiaoming, was invincible. Chapter 86. Temporary Residence on Sea God Island. On Sea God Island, at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, the Seahorse Duluos and others looked on in dread as two figures approached from afar, laughing and chatting as they returned to the platform of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. The two were none other than Xiaoming and Poseidon, who had just engaged in a fierce battle. Now, their faces bore no trace of the earlier tension, instead showcasing a warm demeanor. With a step forward, Xiaoming approached Tang San and the others, relishing the adoration in the gazes of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the rest. The admiration of the Shrek 7 monsters was a privilege few could ever enjoy. Teacher Chun, from this day forth, you shall be my most revered figure. Oscar chimed in with a cheeky grin. Having once again witnessed Xiaoming's terrifying prowess, he found that even gods paled in comparison. He resolved to cling to Xiaoming's thigh from now on. Ha, little AO, was I not once your most admired figure? With a gentle pat on Oscar's shoulder, Xiaoming's eyes glinted with sharp brilliance, momentarily making Oscar feel as if a mountain pressed upon him. Though this sensation dissipated almost instantly, Oscar took a deep breath, realizing he had just stepped into a misstep. The rotund Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai stifled their laughter. Had Qin Xiaoming not been present, they would have burst into laughter. Oscar shot them an annoyed glance, disdain flashing in his eyes. Laugh now. Indulge in your merriment. Just wait until he extracts a drop of blood essence from Qin Xiaoming. Then he would relish in overpowering them. After concluding the contest with Qin Xiaoming, although Poseidon emerged defeated, he suffered no reprimand from the sea god. On the contrary, Qin Xiaoming's presence intensified the sea god's urgency regarding Tang San's trials. Poseidon exchanged a few words with Tang San, discovering that he was the great-grandson of Tang Chun, which prompted a sigh of admiration. He then issued a few instructions to the Seahorse Douluo before turning to depart. The Seahorse Douluo respectfully opened the passage, leading the way while introducing the assessment's intricacies to Tang San and the others, albeit his gaze lingered on Qin Xiaoming with intentional or unintentional scrutiny. The other titled Douluo had already taken their leave following the conclusion of the battle. Shortly after they departed, Qin Xiaoming, walking at the forefront, suddenly halted, his figure flickering as he reappeared beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, his gaze fixed intently on the pillar. He had been so preoccupied with combat that he overlooked a crucial detail. When he was once suppressed in his cultivation, there had been a certain trial related to the sea god. Now that he had defeated Poseidon and the trial was concluded, was it not time for a reward? He was not greedy. A divine bestowed soul ring would suffice. He wished to see if a divine bestowed soul ring could be upgraded through the system, transforming directly into a divine ring. However, after waiting beneath the seahorse sacred pillar for quite some time, nothing materialized. Just as Qin Xiaoming's patience began to wane, a golden light surged forth from the pillar, striking his forehead. The sea god trial, completion rate 50. Defeating the new sea god, completion rate 100. A resounding voice echoed, causing Qin Xiaoming's expression to darken. He clenched his teeth, contemplating whether to take on a plant form. Perhaps that was best left unsaid. Never had he encountered such an audacious deity. Internally cursing, Qin Xiaoming's earlier good spirits diminished significantly. Were it not for the challenge of locating the sea god, he would have ascended to confront him in a fierce retribution. Let us go? In a flash, he returned to Tang San and the others. Fortunately, being the exceptional individual he was, Qin Xiaoming did not place much importance on the so-called reward. Otherwise, with the sea god's miserly demeanor, anyone else would have already dealt him a blow. Teacher Qin, what reward did you receive? During their previous observations, they had witnessed the seahorse sacred pillar emitting a golden light that merged with Qin Xiaoming. Just moments ago, as Qin Xiaoming approached the sacred pillar, another golden light surged into him. It is noteworthy that Qin Xiaoming had already reached the formidable level of 99. Any further elevation would lead him to the divine realm of 100. Alas, the task remained unfulfilled. With a wave of his hand, Qin Xiaoming expressed his frustration, pondering what the sea god might bestow upon him. An increase in soul power by 1 level was out of the question. Such an enhancement was simply unattainable. As for extending the age of his soul rings by 10,000 years, that was unnecessary. With 9 soul rings, each aged 100,000 years. What he truly sought was not a mere increment of 10 or 20,000 years, but a staggering total of 900,000 years. Unless the sea god could elevate the limit of his soul rings by that amount, he had little interest. After all, he was capable of enhancing himself. Upon reflection, the divine bestowment of soul rings seemed the most plausible option, yet regrettably, as a singular martial soul and a 99-level title Douluo, the only use for a soul ring for him would be to bestow it upon another. Teacher Qin, what is your task? Upon hearing Qin Xiaoming mention his uncompleted task, curiosity piqued among the group, especially Tang San, who, having undergone the sea god S9 trials, was particularly eager to learn about the assessments involved. My task, it is to defeat you after you have completed the sea god S9 trials, Qin Xiaoming remarked, patting Tang San's shoulder. The sea god had assigned him such a task, presumably to challenge Tang San. In the world of Douluo, deities primarily resided in the divine realm. A newly ascended god could only remain in the original plane for a century. After that, they must venture to the divine realm. This realm, governed by the god kings and the law enforcer Shura god, was strictly regulated, inhabited by beings whose souls were indomitable, rendering them incapable of frolicking in the lower planes, a most arduous existence. With both god kings reincarnating, the Shura goddess position was passed on to Tang San, compelling him to search extensively for a successor to the divine position. Cheer up, little San, Qin Xiaoming encouraged, as he envisioned Tang San's arduous life in the divine realm. Fortunately, Tang San had been wise enough to elevate his companions alongside him. Otherwise, solitude would have been his only companion. In any case, Qin Xiaoming had no intention of enduring such hardships, let alone venturing into the divine realm. Just as Tang San had recently accepted the sea god S9 trials, He felt an inexplicable shiver at Chen Xiaoming's gaze, as if foreboding something ominous. What did I just say again? The group fell into silence, and Chen Xiaoming refrained from speaking further. As the seahorse Douluo introduced them, they gradually arrived at Seahorse City. Although modest in size, housing around 1,000 inhabitants, the city imitated the architectural style of inland cities, which brought a sense of familiarity to Tang San and his companions. The seahorse Douluo arranged for Chen Xiaoming and his group to stay at the main city hall, issuing a few instructions before returning to the base of the seahorse sacred pillar. Chen Xiaoming, feeling quite at ease, followed the attendants to select a room, subsequently settling in. Just before entering, he paused briefly, turning to address Tang San and the others behind him. When you commence the assessment, do remember to call me. Chapter 87. The assessment begins. The following day. The invigorating sea breeze truly enlivens the spirit. After a delightful encounter with Poseidon, Chen Xiaoming enjoyed a refreshing slumber, awakening naturally at his leisure. Upon stepping outside his chamber, he was approached by a gentleman clad in purple attire, who respectfully inquired whether he desired breakfast. Observing the man's courteous demeanor, Chen Xiaoming graciously accepted. After attending to his morning rituals, he followed the gentleman to the dining table, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited: fruits, congee, pancakes, and several exquisite delicacies. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoming savored the delightful spread, satisfying his hunger with great contentment, patting his belly in satisfaction. By the way, where are Tang San and the others? He inquired of the ever-respectful figure in purple beside him. Surely they haven't yet awoken. That would be quite lazy, my lord. They have already proceeded to the Forbidden Grounds, the purple-clad man replied with utmost respect. The Forbidden Grounds? Chen Xiaoming pondered briefly. They must have gone to participate in the assessment at the forbidden area of Sea God Island. It was explicitly stated that he should be summoned when the assessment commenced. Shaking his head, he instructed the figure beside him, who promptly led the way without hesitation. Given the considerable distance, Chen Xiaoming, unaccustomed to running, opted to fly alongside the gentleman in purple. A span of 200 miles may seem vast to others, but to Chen Xiaoming, it was merely a trifle. In no time, he spotted a small island ahead, encircled by the azure sea, its surface enveloped in a gentle golden glow. At the pinnacle of the island stood a structure resembling white jade, square in form with a dome, its material radiant and resplendent, exuding a divine luminescence. My lord, ahead lies the Forbidden Grounds, the purple-clad man softly cautioned. Within the Forbidden Grounds is the Sea God Temple, a sanctuary honoring the sea god. To fly so brazenly is a display of disrespect. Indeed, Chen Xiaoming replied softly, gradually descending. Soon, he landed on the open ground outside the circular lake. His gaze swept across the steps, where Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others diligently practiced. Although beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads, they persevered with unwavering resolve. Oh, such keen awareness. They have quickly discerned its utility. Observing Tang San and his companions utilizing the sea god's light as a training ground, Chen Xiaoming couldn't help but smile. After all, due to his influence, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters possessed soul power exceeding level 60. Yet there was no Poseidon to bestow upon them divine soul rings. Conversely, without Poseidon's elucidation, Tang San and the others were unable to ascertain whether the sea god's light indeed enhanced their training speed. Nevertheless, their industriousness in training remained commendable. Kindly assist by delivering sustenance daily and, if possible, some fresh attire for them as well. In a soft voice, I instructed the man in purple beside me. His expression changed. He delivered provisions and fresh clothing daily. Was he to remain here? However, given Chen Xiaoming's esteemed status, the man in purple naturally complied with his commands. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Xiaoming swiftly traversed the circular lake and arrived at the foot of the Sea God Mountain. He glanced at Tang San and the others, who were diligently honing their skills, and chose not to disturb them. Instead, his gaze traversed the steps, settling upon Poseidon above. With a swift motion, Chen Xiaoming propelled himself forward, enveloped in a silver radiance. He did not ascend directly, but instead stepped onto the staircase, quickly making his way upwards. In but a moment, he reached the top of the steps. There, Poseidon stood before him, her deep blue eyes surveying the individuals below. She displayed no surprise at Chen Xiaoming's arrival. Truly devoted, she was. Casting a brief glance at Poseidon, Chen Xiaoming turned his attention back to the steps below, where Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others were pouring sweat and striving in their training. A sigh escaped him as he stole a sidelong glance at Poseidon, feeling a pang of regret. The path to divinity is fraught with sacrifice. Qian Renxue had lost Qian Douluo in her final trial, while Tang San had sacrificed Poseidon. As for BBDong, her method of navigating her final trial remains a mystery. Perhaps she too faced similar tribulations. Are you prepared? Chen Xiaoming asked softly. Poseidon's expression shifted. and she discerned the underlying meaning of his words, understanding precisely what he was inquiring about. Her gaze swept over Tang's San, revealing a complex mixture of emotions. From the outset of the Sea God's 9 trials, she was aware of the outcome she would face, yet her devotion lay with the Sea God. Casting a glance at Xiaoming beside her, her hesitation began to dissolve like snow under the sun. She shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. With Xiaoming present, did she still have the chance to eliminate Tang San? He had brought these individuals here for the sake of the Sea God's legacy, leaving her with no opportunity. Do you require my assistance? Observing Poseidon's demeanor, Xiaoming felt a considerable sympathy for her plight. As a priestess of Sea God Island, she had once cherished Tang Chun, only to be separated for decades after uttering the fateful words that they could only be together in divinity. In the twilight of her life, they had shared but a few days together. Yet, Tang Chun was a man of great ambition, and Poseidon was bound to Sea God Island. It seemed their destinies were forever intertwined, yet tragically out of reach. Poseidon's expression shifted slightly, but ultimately, she gazed out towards the vast ocean and shook her head in refusal. Her life was devoted to the Sea God. He was her faith, and she would never betray that. Seeing her decline, Xiaoming offered no further words. He had presented the opportunity, and she had made her choice. With a slight pause, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment as he descended the steps, and then gently uttered, Tang Chun is in the city of slaughter. Having spoken, he flickered away and soon reached the base of the mountain. Having already offered his reminder, he left the subsequent actions of Poseidon to her discretion, as it was not his concern. The environment here is quite pleasant. I shall rest for a while. On the shores of Sea God Island, the gentle sea breeze caressed him, and the warm sunlight enveloped him in a comforting embrace. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiaoming gazed at Tang San and the others ascending the steps. In a moment of leisure, branches sprouted from the ground behind him, intertwining to form a reclining chair. Xiaoming reclined upon it, basking in the warmth of the sun while observing Tang San and Dai Mubai's diligent efforts. Indeed, one does not realize the extent of one's injuries until comparisons are made. This scene momentarily reminded Xiaoming of a well-known adage from his past life. A moment of triumph is exhilarating, yet perpetual success is blissful. Chapter 88. Departure from Sea God Island. Time swiftly passed, and 3 years flew by. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoming and his companions had spent 3 years on Sea God Island. During this time, Tang San and the others were preoccupied with the trials set by the Sea God. Although they endured considerable hardships, their strength progressed rapidly. Now, each of them had approached the level of an 80-level Star Dou. Meanwhile, Xiaoming diligently cultivated beneath Sea God Mountain, mastering the fundamental powers of his bloodline. It took him a painstaking 9 years to fully comprehend these abilities. Furthermore, he had begun to grasp the profound pathways of space within his mind. Yet, what truly captivated Xiaoming's attention was the emergence of a new function on his system panel. There were no upgrades or additional attachments. At the moment he achieved complete understanding, the system panel in his mind suddenly materialized before him. A fleeting light illuminated the familiar attribute panel, revealing a new function. Host, Xiaoming. Breakthrough, 10 billion. Experience points, 139. 6 billion. Under the items section, a breakthrough feature appeared, requiring a staggering 10 billion experience points. From its name, it seemed to suggest the possibility of traversing to other worlds, eliciting excitement within Xiaoming. However, upon reflection, with Tang San and the others nearing Ascension, there was no rush to depart. He still yearned for a final battle with them. Tang San, I await you. Do not let me down. Suspended in midair, Xiaoming's eyes glimmered with silver light as he gazed into the boundless expanse, watching Tang San engage in combat with Poseidon. After passing the first 5 trials, Xiaoming refrained from intervening in the 6th trial against Poseidon, for each individual has their own path, and Poseidon had chosen hers. With eyes gently closed, Xiaoming chose not to engage further, instead immersing himself in contemplation, seeking to deepen his understanding of the principles of spatial pathways during this fleeting moment. A month later, they finally returned, having completed the remaining trials. Dai Mubai and the others were now free to depart from Sea God Island, while Tang San and Xiaoming remained unbound by its constraints due to the Sea God assessment. Thus, the group prepared to return briefly before coming back for the final evaluation. Aboard the vessel heading home, spirits were high. Over the course of 3 years, their progress had been astounding, with each individual surpassing the threshold of level 80, achieving the rank of Star Dou. In their 20s, these Star Duluos were poised to astonish the continent. As Xiaoming gazed upon this vibrant assembly of youth, a gentle smile graced his lips. Leaning against the ship's railing, he surveyed the vast expanse of the ocean, his eyes shimmering with a sense of wonder. Teacher Chun, a melodious voice called from behind, drawing him back to reality. Turning slightly, he saw Tang-san approaching. What is it, Xiao-san? He inquired with a soft smile. At that moment, Tang-san's expression was tinged with hesitation, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he finally voiced his curiosity. Teacher Chun, how can you be so certain that I will become the sea god? This lingering doubt had troubled Tang-san, especially considering the 5-year pact made before his undertaking of the sea god's 9 trials. It appeared that Xiaoming had unwavering faith in Tang-san's potential to ascend to divinity, a notion that stirred a sense of unease within him. After completing the 7th trial, Tang-san could no longer suppress his desire for clarity. He believed in Xiaoming, yet this uncertainty felt like a thorn in his heart, one that, if left unaddressed, could lead to his failure in the forthcoming assessments. Upon hearing Tang-san's inquiry, Xiaoming paused momentarily, then smiled softly, having anticipated that Tang-san's cautious nature might lead him to remain silent. Come, he gestured with a subtle wave of his right hand, releasing a silvery aura that enveloped both him and Tang-san. In an instant, Tang-san felt as though he had been transported to another realm, completely unaware of his surroundings. Do not worry, this is my domain, capable of isolating us from other planes. Even the probing of gods, including that of a god king, cannot penetrate here, Xiaoming explained calmly. As his comprehension of spatial pathways deepened, so too did the power of his domain. Though he had not yet attained the status of a god, lacking divine power, the combination of his lineage and mastery over spatial pathways ensured that even the might of a god king could not infiltrate without notice. God king. A new term sparked in Tang-san's eyes, glimmering with intrigue. Xiaoming's vast understanding of the divine realm was evident, as if he possessed knowledge of many hidden truths. Indeed, the divine hierarchy is stratified. There are ordinary divine officials, followed by 3rd-tier gods, then 2nd-tier gods, and subsequently 1st-tier gods, culminating in the god kings. Xiaoming pondered for a moment and explained to Tang-san, indeed, your sea god is a 2nd-tier deity. With the emergence of new titles such as 2nd-tier and 1st-tier deities, as well as the god king, Tang-san absorbed this information. However, these details were not of paramount importance. He would inevitably learn more about them once he inherited the position of sea god. Yet, regarding Xiaoming, Tang-san had an inkling that if he did not inquire now, he might never have another opportunity. Ah, Tang-san, you remain as astute as ever. Xiaoming chuckled lightly, realizing he could not easily deceive Tang-san. He then gestured with his right hand, causing countless droplets to rise from the water's surface and settle upon his palm. Little San, what do you think the entire Duluo continent is like? Xiaoming's question left Tang-san momentarily bewildered. What was the Duluo continent truly like? Such descriptions were absent from any texts. As Tang-san pondered, Xiaoming continued without withholding any details. In my perspective, whether it is the Duluo continent or any other realm, they resemble a single droplet of water. Each flower embodies a world, and each leaf signifies enlightenment. To me, this encapsulates the myriad realms of existence. Across countless continents and worlds, each era births an individual who embodies the essence of heaven and earth. Such a person, regardless of their actions, will transform misfortune into good fortune and adversity into prosperity, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of success. And little San, you are precisely that kind of person, which is why I am so confident that you can ascend to divinity. Patting Tang-san on the shoulder and observing his moment of astonishment, Xiaoming could not help but chuckle mischievously. He was not deceiving Tang-san. Every word he spoke was rooted in truth. Leaving the ensuing time for Tang-san to absorb and digest this information, Xiaoming moved towards the distance. Just as he was about to vanish, Tang-san suddenly regained his composure, a profound light igniting in his eyes as he called out to Xiaoming. Then, Teacher Chun, what is your pinnacle? Xiaoming paused for a moment, softly murmuring my pinnacle. He then smiled lightly, seemingly indifferent, and stepped forward, leaving behind the echo of his carefree voice. The universe is vast. I yearn to explore it.